manage and treat. So maybe you can address that while you answer the last questions.
Okay. Here's what I'll tell you. That's a big topic for another program. So I'll give you the topic: faith, foolishness, and presumption. Okay?
I have
Faith,
a bishop as a producer. Faith,
yes,
foolishness,
faith, foolishness, and presumption.
and
And before we get to that program, there's a book written by Frederick Casey Price, Faith, Foolishness, and Presumption. Read that book.
Okay.
We give you. But yes, absolutely. As a physician, I can tell you there is a lot of damages being done right now to people's lives by so-called faith preachers. And I am the first to tell you, as a doctor, I am absolutely upset about the effect of some of these things now. There's so much of denial. You have people who won't check their blood pressure, and when they come to my clinic, I check it, and their blood pressure is 200 and something over 120. What do you think comes out from their mouth? Blood of Jesus.
I refuse it in Jesus' name.
I reject it in Jesus' name.
I reject it.
Okay? Blood of Jesus. I reject it in Jesus' name. The guy is going to have a stroke next week. And before you know it, he's either paralyzed or he dies. Why? Because he went to a program, somebody told him, throw away all your medicine. But you know what I tell people? Believe it. I love faith. And I am a strong believer in faith. I'm a word of faith guy. But Dr. Damages, I just took my amlodipine. I just took it this morning with my Losartan. And I'm careful to tell people. I don't like to lie to people. You're wearing glasses now, Dr. Damages, right?
I wasn't wearing it some years back.
You don't have faith. That's why you're still wearing glasses, you know. How can you be wearing glasses?
Now, without it, I can see three of you on the screen. I don't know which one is talking.
And so what I sometimes look at, when I look at the people who tell somebody to throw away your medicine, sometimes the preacher who is telling you he's wearing glasses. So you see sometimes, my brother, on one side, Dan, I agree with you. There has been a lot of manipulation of people. But that also, in everything, there's abuse. But abuse does not completely eradicate the right thing. There's still the right thing. But there are people who, of course, abuse it. The church in Nigeria, let me tell you, my brother, if the people in Nigeria don't go to church the way they are going, I don't know how they would have survived. Have you been to Nigeria recently? You ask yourself, how do people survive in this country?
But for me, I don't really blame. Let me tell you, I'm a little bit on the other side of the fence.
If you stay in Nigeria and go to church, you will go to church more than them, because some of them, the only thing they survive, the only place they can survive is church, because you have no salary to eat. I mean, you have nothing. I mean, you are talking about going to doctor. It's not who has medicine that will go to doctor. You go to the hospital, they say make you drop deposit. How much is deposit?
But Bishop, is that not the problem why Nigeria is on the floor? Because the religious people keep giving us this false hope instead of telling them to at least protest for their liberty. They tell you, don't worry, like you are saying, God will come down, and God never came down.
He still comes down.
What do you make of what happened to El-Rufai, former governor of Kaduna State?
I think it's difficult to say. I mean, but I think it's politics. I think it's deliberate politics to get him on that team. El-Rufai had met with me before the election and told me that both Atiku and Tinubu wanted him to be on the team, but he wouldn't work for government again. That he has, He has worked for many years as minister, DGBPE, 8 years as governor, and truly he was doing a PhD program at in Dutch University. And actually, I came to discuss his project with him. I believe that he would not take the office, but I was surprised that he was nominated. He was rumored for chief of staff to secretary of government, and he took this. So the first question is, maybe I shouldn't have accepted the office. Second point is, maybe he should have been nominated. I mean, people in Nigeria mistake leadership. They look at technical competence. Okay, brilliant architect, good, strong policy issues, very strong profile as Minister of Interior in terms of dealing with difficult issues, but lacks the central political skill to build community. He's my friend. I worked with him before. If you look at the history of Kaduna, he made it worse clearly politically. That's what about that. I mean, he may have done some development projects, but essentially, if 8 years couldn't be put together, Nigeria is is radical pluralism. It's a country that from 1960, even before 1960, have had very tough, great ethnic religious fault lines, have had moments of flare-outs, even burnt out, if you like. So one critical skill to be a minister of Nigeria must be that capacity to not to make matter worse, to inclusive, to generate harmony instead of disharmony. So whether his style or his personality or his ideas, if as governor he has that level of greater level of division, those who believe in him radically and many who don't want him. And if you look at Kaduna, the bloodletting, if you look at some of the tweets around Boko Haram, or even the things he said about Jonathan government as a friend, as somebody I support, if I was going to be the president, I would nominate him. Because you see, I think he would come with Nigeria is at a point where security and national cohesion should be the central thing, because you have to have a country when you talk about whether it's going to be Ministry of Power or Ministry of Petroleum or Ministry of anything. So I think that it's surprising he took the job. It's also surprising that those who gave him the job blocked him, in my view, because the Senate doesn't have, it's a cop-out. The idea of security blocking is actually a cop-out. It's deliberately designed not to confirm him. And it shows to me that the parts of Tinubu's presidential politics could be very intriguing and could be bloody going forward. This is just a foretaste of the level of, level of conspiracy, level of maneuvering that we might see as we continue in this journey. Interesting, but avoidable, basically.
That there is Biafran government in exile, and they opened an office in Maryland or Washington, D.C., somewhere around Maryland this week or last week. And so what do you make of that?
They are who they are. I'm sure nobody recognizes them. But the landlord or landlady whom they are paying rent to will be happy to collect the rent. But look, my view is this. Self-determination is Article 1 of the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights. It's Article 1 of the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. It's, I believe, Article 21 of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights, which, by the way, is domestic law in Nigeria. And the National Human Rights Commission Act, as amended, mandates Nigeria to protect the rights recognized in all of these documents that I've just mentioned. As long as people are articulating about self-determination in a way that does not involve violence or advocacy for killing anyone, I will defend those rights. The one where I diverge from any such advocacy is where people begin to advocate for killing, for war, for violence. That's where I disagree. But if somebody wants to call themselves the government of masquerade of Mao Republic in exile, I will defend the person. I have no problems doing that.
What if they impose sit at home? Like we have another one coming up for 3 weeks that was announced by Simon Ekpa. what is the best reaction to that situation?
You know, I think the situation with sit-at-home is a little complex. Yeah. Obviously, the sit-at-home is imposing a lot of hardship on our people. And the idea, and this is part of what I'm saying, the idea of, sit-at-home, people have a right to withdraw their habitual allegiance from any authority. That's part of protest. But that has to be voluntary. So when you're going around shooting people because they say we will not sit at home, or because they are day workers who will not have anything to eat, and they are trying to go and survive, and you're shooting them and killing them or desecrating them, that's a different thing. That's not sit at home. That is violence. And that is condemnable, and every one of us has to condemn it, and everyone has to work against that. But you see the problem here. Having said all of this, if government had authority, and if government was relevant to the people, you will not be having an idiot like Simon Ekpa sitting in Finland with a wife who is white from Finland, telling Nigerians what to do. It is because these politicians in our part of the country have failed our people and failed themselves that imbeciles like Simon Ekpa will be doing what they are doing, and people are even noticing them. So I do think, having said everything about sit-at-home that I find disagreeable, it should also teach us something, that what the currency you deal in as a politician, as a political leader, is authority. It's not coercion. You're not going to shoot people into listening to you if you're not performing. But when you perform, people will not listen to somebody else because they will trust you. That, I think, is the lesson.
So that colors.
Let him talk, I beg, Rudolph.
All right, one man. Ayo says.
All right. So thank you, Ayo, and thank you, Rudolph, for having me. I only really came on really because of Franklin, who I'm hopeful to address, and I hope I have the space to address him. And I want to ask you a question, Franklin, and I want you to address it. So I don't want to hear what Voltaire has to say. I don't want to hear what Jürgen Habermas, or I'm asking you. You've already set the backdrop with all of the books you've used to line your backstage, so we know what you're projecting. So I'm asking you frontally, not Achebe, not Voltaire, not Confucius, you. So I'm painting you a scenario, because really what's led us to this space is a guy called Chinedu Rose Vivor, and I only call him Chinedu Rose Vivor because that was on his campaign poster when he wanted to be senator just as early as 2019. Anybody can Google it, you see it's all over the internet. So this conversation really comes into play because a guy called Chinedu Rose Vivor, who cannot speak a lick of the Yoruba language, he is aspiring to be the governor of Lagos State. And that doesn't sit with the culture. It does not sit with the culture. Whether the rights and wrongs of it, we are Yoruba people and we're of a particular way, and it does not sit with the culture. The Nigerian constitution, whatever, it does not sit with the culture. That a person that cannot speak an ounce, a lick of the Yoruba word, but fluent, by the way, in Anambra dialect of Igbo, so it does not sit with the culture. So it does not sit with the culture. And, all of this pushback now that Lagos is no man's land, it's a narrative that comes from your quarters, and we have heard it endlessly, and we have heard it enough. So I think people conflate the Yoruba mild-mannered Omoluabi way as a form of weakness. And the biggest fool alive is the person that conflates the Yoruba mild-mannered ways, because we are. I don't know if you know why we call ourselves Omoluabis. That's a civilized person. The Yoruba language is too nuanced to translate directly into English, but the sum total of the Omoluabi philosophy that underpins the Yoruba ideology is a civilized person. So don't conflate that civilized manner as weakness and then come into our space. We accommodate you. We give you the fat of the land to live fat, and then you tell us that our land is no man's land. Lagos is Yoruba land, though. It has an Oba who sits on the throne. Lagos is Yoruba land. So there has to be clarity on that. But the question I really wanted to ask you, Franklin, and like I said, I'm not asking Confucius or whoever, I'm asking you. So please don't philosophize and no straw man. So don't give me any straw man narrative. If an Igbo man called Muyiwa or Kafo wants to be the governor of your home state, wherever it is within that region, does not speak a word of Igbo, has all of his leanings and affiliations are is maternally Yoruba, paternally Igbo, Muyiwa or Kafo, who wants to be the governor of whichever state in the east, knowing, as we all know, how insular and clannish that region is, will he even get the first step to buy a farm? So that is to you, Franklin.
My brother, I will really push back, because the questions you just bundle up a lot of overgeneralizations that are quite untenable, and then push them as a question. If you're asking me a question, you should have to come at me like an intelligent man, because that question, at the tail end of it, it sounded less intelligent than I expected from you.
Well, yeah, address it nevertheless.
Listen, I gave you time to talk. Allow me to now address your question, because it's so very unnerving and annoying to address me this way. I am not a guy that you will just, so you can address the people so very clannish and insular. You know how insulting that is. That's the most stupid thing I've heard.
Is that not the general perception of the region? Is that not how people see that region?
I will choose, allow me to talk. I will choose not to answer your question. I can do that. You don't call a people. I spent a whole part of 4 hours here trying to make people realize how dangerous it is when you use certain words. And then you sat there to call my people, knowing how insular and clannish. What can be more stupid? What impudence? You stood before me to tell me that kind of rubbish, and you want me to take it lying low with you. What kind of nonsense is that? Is it because that we sit down and talk like Nigerians? I've been an apostle of peace. And then you dare address me this way. You dare not do that with me. I am too intelligent for that. And then you are telling me to abjure myself, not to philosophize. Did you pay my school fees? You ask me a question, you tell me how to answer it. What impudence. Nigerians, you guys have a lot of effrontery on you. You don't do that kind of nonsense. At this age and level, before the whole world, you are addressing a man like me in such a manner. I have been respectful with everybody here today, but you dare not do that before me, or else I will wash you down, because I know I can do that. I'm capable of doing that.
well, you
you asked me a question, and then you remain quiet, and then stew in the misery, and then let me take your question for what it is. You asked me a question. Because a guy is named Chinedu, he could not speak it. What are the constitutional provisions for becoming a governor in Nigeria? Did you ask yourself that question? And then a man like you is peddling this pettiness, this clannishness in the 21st century. Other countries are advancing, but your thing is, because it's our culture, he doesn't speak Yoruba, but his father is Yoruba. So he's no more. Do Yorubas inherit property from the maternal side? Is Yoruba land a matrilineal society? And then you are very proud to delegitimize a fellow human being because you say it's not our culture. Is it written anywhere in Nigeria's constitution, in Lagos constitution, that before you become a governor in Lagos, you must speak Yoruba? Is it a constitutional requirement? If it is not, why are you? It is. Why is it? I stand to be corrected. I don't know. If it is,
let me correct you then. It is instituted in the Lagos State Statute books that Yoruba language is the second official language of that state, and it's the language of governance every Friday in the state parliament. Okay. So that is an understanding you don't have, and more to it, probably Chinedu does not either.
Okay, thank you very much. Did the law say it is a requirement for becoming a governor of Lagos State?
Thank you for that.
I asked you a question. Did the law say, did this Lagos bylaw say is a constitutional requirement for one to become a governor of Lagos State that this person must speak Yoruba? Did the
Well,
law
I've
say
already answered that. They
no, you
conduct
did not.
parliament in
No.
Yoruba
No.
language, so it's
Listen,
implicit
you said
that you
you
must
made a
speak
point
the
here that
language.
Yoruba language is too nuanced to be translated into English. Every language is too nuanced, and that's from my philosophical basis. Philosophy gave me that idea. Every language. That's why in Spanish they say that translators are traitors in every language, because languages are nuanced. So there is nowhere, even Lagos state bylaws doesn't supersede the Nigerian constitution. So, and it's not a constitutional requirement that somebody must speak a native language to become a governor of a state. Until you guys make that a law, I don't see anything constitutionally prohibiting this guy from vying for governorship. I am not saying that people should vote for him, but he has a right to be a governor. He has that
You've
right.
not addressed my question, though. I invited you to reverse it to your homestead and see and know your people as you know them.
No, I'm not afraid of questions. I deal with it every day of my life. I'm not afraid of it. So relax, my brother, and then listen to the answers. In my home state, if it happens, I don't care. What I care for is a man who is competent, who has the capacity to give good governance to my people, wherever they are. That's what matters to me. Where he comes from, who his father is, I don't give a hoot about that. It should not be playing a role in the 21st century of our considerations of who should govern us. Those who are my brothers that have governed my state, what have they achieved all this while? Those that are from my own neck of the woods that have governed Nigeria, where have that left us? Are we a first world nation? No, we are not, but we are still clinging to the same atavistic tendencies that left us where we are. Well, and then we are then proud of that. And then you will be so very proud of that stupidity that you will sit down here and call the people clannish and insular.
Well,
no, that's the generally well-held perception. It's not news to you to hear them describe clannish. Am I saying something you've not heard before? Is it breaking news to you that people consider the Southeast clannish and insular? You know that as well as I do. That's the widely held belief.
And you are living in England says a lot about your personality and character. More than anything else, that an educated man like you holds such a perception. I should go and return my school fees because it's useless. I am sorry to tell you that. Rudolph, I'm out of this discussion.
All right. Thank you. Well, so the sit at home, we have one declared for tomorrow, not tomorrow, Monday and Tuesday by Simon Ekpa. You know Simon?
Yes.
How do you know him?
Oh, through Mazen Nnamdi Kanu.
Okay. Have you been in touch with him? Is he speaking on behalf of, no, not on behalf of you or anybody, but what is the position of the World Igbo Congress to the position that he's taken in the Igbo situation and the election in this coming election in Nigeria?
The position that who is taking, Simon
Ekpa, yeah, which is that there shouldn't be election.
Let me say upfront that World Igbo Congress does not support no election in Igbo land. But World Igbo Congress actively is even promoting election in Igbo land. Let me say that I have even had opportunity to communicate with Simon on certain issues, especially the impact of this sit at home in Igbo land. First of all, I even communicated with him a certain meticulous study. You know, I am an academician, and therefore we don't work with sentiments, we work with empirical data. We have a document, the Southeast economy, the cost of insecurity and sit-at-home protest on the business environment. We have a first copy, one of it already published, and developed and published by Dev East Foundation Limited. It's a nonprofit organization. They did empirical studies and they have data to show how the sit-at-home has been impacting Igbo land. There are so many things connected to that. It erodes confidence in the economy of the Southeast. It generates potential loss of the foreign direct investment, which also includes remittances coming into Igbo land. Very soon, the entire Igbo land, they owe about 412 billion naira. They are struggling to pay back, and they're not finding it funny at all. And the Sit at Home is helping to pull that back and make it impossible for these states to become viable enough to follow or carry out other programs that they've set up for themselves. And they also lead to collapse of businesses in Igbo land, and that increases poverty. Increase in poverty, that is when transporters, farmers, traders, and so on can no longer make ends meet. These are all the impact. And therefore, I've communicated with him that saying the sit down at home is impacting us economically. And then if we say there's no election in Igbo land, that means that what befell us with the census is likely to befall us again. But Nigeria will move on. Whether or not we participate, they will still do what they want to do. So why not we be part of it, and be able to control or influence how our people vote, and therefore how Nigeria can turn out with Igbo land as the pivotal development.
Is not what we voted for. There is an intrinsic lie in that statement. It is suggestive of a scenario where we actually voted for the career criminal that is currently ensconced in the presidential office. We didn't vote for him. Everything in the public domain makes it clear that this guy did not win the election. He's running an illegitimate government and has no business sat in that office. That is the reality. Anything beyond that is a lie. So when people now say that they're having buyer's remorse, they will say that because they voted for him. And that's fine. He has now revealed himself to them. They can have their buyer's remorse. But what about those of us who not only did not vote for him, we knew all along that this man was going to be evil and that he's bad for everybody. And we warned everyone. And people listened. They fought to make sure he did not emerge. And this man has proceeded to force himself into the office, and he is proceeding to corrupt every strata of that same society. So if some people are having buyer's remorse, they can discuss their buyer's remorse. I'm actually not too keen. So somebody said he was misled. They defrauded him into supporting APC. Look, for anyone to have supported Bola Ahmed Tinubu, or if I may correct myself, for anyone to have supported the man labeled as Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the person is prima facie either stupid or evil. They have to decide which one they are, because the man has sufficiently introduced himself. You do not know his parentage. You don't know his schooling. You know nothing about his past. You know the name he's claiming is not his name. So when you have that kind of person elevated to the highest office in the country, how can you talk about Ganduje? How? How? When you cook jollof rice, the best of the ingredient goes to the bottom of the pot. The bottom of the pot are the ones that are governing our country. Bottom pot. The bottom pot of Nigerian evil have risen to the top of Nigerian offices. The Senate president is a crook. The president is a crook. Who is it in that place that is governing Nigeria today that is not essentially a crook? Who? A state that kills and denies his complicity in his own murder, in the murder of those who should be citizens and protected by it, and uses state machinery to cover up the fact of his complicity in the murder of his own people. Is that a country? Is that a state? Is that the place where we begin to talk about some idiots who sold their consciences and they are now having buyer's remorse? Everybody are going to eat this breakfast. My hope is that the breakfast everybody is going to eat would unite us as a people so that we stop all this stupid quibbling about tribes, about ethnicity, about religion, about nonsense. The people who are busy enslaving all of us, they don't quarrel about anything. They are united. They can quarrel about sharing it. How many people have shouted amongst the people who went to the National Assembly? How many have come out to complain that they have voted too much money to themselves? Not one, at least to my own knowledge. So why do we, the people, continue to divide ourselves and then strengthen the chains binding us?
What they are looking for from all of us is to give up and surrender and start saying Nigeria will not work. It's the people that have been there that have stopped Nigeria from working. Change them to a new set of people that are like you and I, that believe Nigeria can work. Dirty believes Nigeria can work. Do you know, if not because Peter Obi's temperament is the gentle type that is pulling the leash, by now, all Nigerians would be on the street if it depended on Dirty. He's a fighter. But he can't go against his principle, because that will look like insubordination, or it will look like disloyalty. So he's calming down. But anywhere he speaks, you will hear that thing coming out of Dirty. Just wait. When we push through and get this thing away from these rogues, I'm telling you, you will even be the one that will come and be celebrating Nigeria. Somebody tell you, let's go, you will say, please, let's just make sure we block all the chances of any evil person coming after 8 years of Obi, so that we don't go back to school.
I don't know. I don't know if some of you saw a video of one guy that climbed. I think it's a water tank, a tall water tank or whatever, a tower, and dropped from there and died. Just committed suicide. When we are sick, we go to hospital, we take care of our body, but we don't take care of our mind. Some of us, to get out of situation, they smoke Igbo. Some people engage in sex. Some people drink. That's why we deal with our stress, our emotions, saying things that bug us. Our mind is, it has to be treated. And the people criticize the church a lot, but they don't know what they do for people. They take care of their, I don't know if you have seen any church people that commit suicide. They don't. You have your work. When you are stressed or whatever, when you want to get away, you go to your work and just do your work. You get away from it. But these people are suffering. They don't know where to go. They go to treat their emotion. They go to church and they give them hope. Just like people engage in dope, some people engage in hope. They are basically the same thing. We have people who say hope. So they give them, what they need on Sunday. They give them their medicine on Sunday. Some go on Wednesday and get the Wednesday one, the midweek one. But it carries them. It carries them along. They have hope. They keep living. They keep trying. So that's what the church does. What Christianity or whatever, or religion, what it does to for people. So if you don't understand it, you have problem. Because you yourself, you engage in so many other things to get your mind steady. Anyway, but some of these people, people that sell this hope. Some of them, they have the issues themselves. They have their own problems. Some people they live. They want people to worship them. They are lacking in so many things. They live on that. Sometimes they make money off of it. Just like somebody like he's somebody who's lacking in something. Something is wrong. He's so happy. If you go to him right now, he's so happy that someone that people are listening to him. That people obeying him. Narcissists. That's the kind of people. Some people sadists. That's the kind of people they are. They're happy when other people are hurting. It makes them happy. People obey them. So that's we have those kind of people. That's what is happening in Igbo land right now. I've been saying this. Nnamdi Kanu, no matter people like him or people obey him, I'm not, because anybody who I believe that is not smart enough, you have an issue. You are in another land. You know about Africa. You know about Omar Diko. You are smart. You're telling people, that Buhari is Jubril. You don't have evidence. You keep perpetuating this lie. But Jubril, you reverse his picture. His ear, where he had problem in the left ear, it goes to the right ear. You tell people, yeah, see, I'm telling you, the other Buhari, it was in the left. You keep telling these people this. You are smart. You are leading people. How can you be this dumb and you are leading people? How can you be this dumb and leading people? And then you say he's Jubril. Eventually, he's not Jubril. These people, they don't know. They are not critical thinkers. They don't think. Right now, what we have is an administration that that they hate Igbos. They want the downfall of Igbos. That's the people you have right now. And also the world, has converged. We have Ukraine. We have economic meltdown. Nobody's listening to whatever it is happening to Africa. This is not the right time to engage in all this, killing, just killing your own people for the world to live. Then nobody's paying attention. You're gonna be killing your people. All of them will die. Nobody will come to your aid. So you are just wasting your time. You have to be to find out what is happening right now. What do we do right now? Is it good to for us to make some concession for this struggle? And then maybe later, Nnamdi Kanu will not come out. Buhari will not release it. No matter what you do, these are Igbo haters. They will not release Nnamdi Kanu. Why not wait for another 6 months or whatever? 3-4 months, Buhari will be out of power. We know that in the next government that will come will release Nnamdi Kanu, no matter what. Not even if Peter Obi, Tinubu, what's his name, Atiku. Only person I know that will not release Nnamdi Kanu probably if you want. But we know that if these people they will release Nnamdi Kanu. So no, why not wait? Why do you keep inflicting pain on your people still? Even during the World War, if in America, if they're fighting during the Christmas, they had a Christmas truce so that people will celebrate Christmas. But during Christmas period, when you know that that's the height of celebration for your people, you lock them down. You lock them down. What kind of person are you? Are you strong better than you? Are you a devil's apprentice? These people that they see their hope. They see majority of Southeasterners, they've seen hope in Peter Obi. And you want to deny them this hope. Just because you want to, feel that people respect you, that people listen to you, because of what you are lacking in yourself. You are lacking. Psychologically, you are not all right. Something is wrong with you. You need to see a psychiatrist. You need to take your medication. Stop killing people in the Southeast. Many people have died. People don't go to hospital because you call people, baby, you send a message in the East. They have to plan so that you will not be on Monday. So that people are sick. They pray to God that they don't get sick on Monday. What are you inflicting to people? Go to other struggles. Colombia, the facts, they fought. They were killing their own people. They got tired. Nigeria, well, nobody is coming to your aid. Get that into your heart. Biafrans, people are IPOB members. Nobody is coming to your aid. Nigeria will send bombs there. Nobody will intervene. The West will not say a thing. Because they've described you as a terrorist organization. And right now, the world has converged on some issues. Terrorism. If you are inflicting pain, if you are carrying arms, you're a terrorist. So I don't know what we have to do. Some people who are saying that Igbo leaders should do and talk to them. Mbazulika Amechi, he died. He went to Buhari and they begged him. What's his name? Former governor of Anambra. All of them, they went to him and they begged him. And Mbazulika Amechi told him, give him, release him to me. And that's what you have to face off. Think, who are you fighting with? Find about their psychology, the way they reason, the way they think, so that you know how to deal with them. But you are not reasoning, you are not thinking. These are Igbo haters. They will not listen now. They cannot. Okay, the court gave the Supreme Court ruled yesterday, the other day, that the Naira policy that they should continue using Naira. Malami said that they will obey the court order, but the court has said that they will release Naira. They have not obey that. So don't you understand that something is going on? Read the psychology of people we are dealing with. You know how to deal with them. Don't be stuck in your own ideology, in your own philosophy, in your own way of doing it, so that sit at home. Come back and appraise your situation. What is happening? Are we realizing some results? If not, change your strategy. Don't be stuck on it. And they kill your own people. They are dying. There's no food.
From a mother perspective, from the question of they try to raise, it triggers something. And as a counselor, I can realize that there are bottle anger inside of you.
It triggers anger, my mother and my sister. And I don't want to hear anything emotional. This is not about emotional. This is
Let me finish my question.
Go ahead.
There are bottle anger because of what Nigeria has done to you, and it has done to many of us.
And you can't sit down and watch that.
So, Hecho, can you make your question?
If we want our people to sit down at home, what food stuff have you people arranged that will sustain them for that number of period? Because this Western world we all live in, when they have a cause for us to sit at home, they make sure they make provision for health, for emergency, for food, for water, for all these things. If you people have not made provision for this, I will say what you guys are trying to go into, it is evil, it is wickedness, and it is callous. We never do that. He has never done that when he was out of the prison.
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, God.
Hecho, hold on.
Do you have a
Can I ask
question?
you a question, madam?
Go ahead, Simon.
What country are you? Which country are you? I think she's muted.
Yeah, she's in the United States. I know. She's here in the US.
No, let her answer by herself.
Okay.
Which country are you?
US. I'm in Aurora, Colorado, US.
Okay. Thank you very much. Do you know that the United States got independent from Britain? Are you aware of that? Can you unmute her, please? Can you unmute her? Very, very important.
Okay, go ahead.
Because she asked me a question and she made a comment, so I want to respond by asking a question. She has not answered me. Is she aware that the United States got independent from the United Kingdom?
United States forced the India to take over their land. That is the history of
So
the
am I wrong when I say that the United States got independent from the United Kingdom? Are you saying that I'm wrong?
The question I'm asking you, I'm not saying don't
I know the question you ask. Can you answer me?
What provision have you made to feed them for 5 years to stay at home? A lot of them feed for the question.
Can you answer me?
They are not providing food, shelter, and emergency for them. What you are doing is evil and it is callous.
Agreed. You are going to your question. Your answer will address what you are saying.
I come from Delta State, so notice I far from now.
I know, but you stand in the United States. You
provide food for them. Provide water, everything they need so that they can sit comfortably and obey your dictatorship.
Thank you. So
you are not even better than the people you are condemning.
Thank you. All right. Now, can you answer me? Do you agree with me that the United States got independent from the Great Britain?
I not read history there.
Oh, you are living in a country where you are enjoying the security, you are enjoying everything, and you are telling me how the United States.
I am not saying do not do your 5 days, but make provision for food. Make provision for emergency in case woman might get belly won't born. In case my grandmother fall down. Make provision for that. If you don't make provision for it, you are evil and you are wicked.
Can you now not be hypocrite?
I am not hypocrite.
Okay, now can you answer me?
What you do, I will make food. I will make provision for food. I will make provision for medical emergency.
All right.
If you cannot do that, you are evil.
What's going on, Rudolph? What's going on?
Since she cannot answer me, I'm going to address her because it shows this is exactly example of Nigeria. They are never truthful. Now let me educate this woman. America got independent. I will respond to her. America got independent from the United Kingdom. Before that, they fought wars. During the time this war was being fought, there are different mechanisms that America used. And in a state of freedom fight, you do not expect everybody that is fighting for freedom to get everything right. And I do not believe that during the time America was fighting in Great Britain, they were providing for the people of America. This is something I want you to know. And so
they were providing. They were providing.
Were you there? Were you there? Well, they were not providing. They were not providing. Now, the point here is that this woman is living in America, where America fought a very brutal war with the United Kingdom, with the Britain.
And I provide food for my people.
I think you are not being, I need to address her.
I muted her. Go ahead.
Because this is history. When they sit like this, they will tell you the Western world is providing for people. Yet they do not want to go through what the Western world went through. They do not want to go through what America went through before they can provide for their people. America did not fall from heaven and start providing for their people. They went through just the way diamond and gold went through the hell, the fire, 1,000 degrees of fire to become what they are. They went through those things, and that's what we are going through today. So the day you wake up is your money. America did not start providing for their citizens, yesterday.
All right. Simon.
That is what we are doing now. So we are going to make sure that we fight just like every other nation fought and got their independence. We are going to fight that way. When we have succeeded in getting our independence, we can now talk about providing for our people.
Okay.
That this hasn't always been part of the Nigerian psyche. I think it's something that the military introduced into the Nigerian psyche after the Civil War. I think because the truth is that the very genesis of the Civil War, if that story is properly told, whether we like it or not, there will be villains, right? There are people who acted very, very badly. So for example, the basic premise of the what led to the Civil War, the pogroms. The very premise was that this group of people called Igbos were somehow responsible for carrying out the coup of January 1966, which is not true. That's just fundamentally not true. Even if, for the sake of argument, this has never been proven, but for the sake of argument, let's say the coup plotters, the people who carried out the coup, and who, the people who were responsible for January 1966, let's say they were Igbos, right? They were from the Igbo ethnic group. Let's say for the sake of argument, it isn't true, but let's say for the sake of argument that maybe they couldn't have more than 50. If they are plenty, they couldn't have more than 50. Let's say 50 Igbo people were involved in planning and executing this coup. So are you going to tell me that for the sake of 50 people from one ethnic group, that the rest of the however million of them deserve to die? And yet, as a result of that coup, some people went on a pogrom. Some people went, if you recall that scene from Half of the Yellow Sun, where it's the airport, I think in Kano, and there's a massacre in there of anyone who has Igbo. That actually happened. And that happened in many more places at much more scale than Nigeria even remembers. It even happened in Lagos, which has again been lost to history. My mom was a child at the time, and she used to tell me these stories back when I was a child. So her family were Jehovah's Witnesses, right? And Jehovah's Witnesses, it's by nature of what they are, they always sort of put their own doctrine over the law of the land. So when apparently Igbos were being rounded up in Lagos, that happened. Igbos were being rounded up. Apparently the Igbos who were Jehovah's Witnesses were being hidden by people in their congregations. She was like Anne Frank in Nazi Germany kind of thing. That actually happened in Lagos, right? So are you going to tell me that all of this was justified because Kaduna and Zogu and Major Ifejuna allegedly did XYZ? No, No, that entire premise is faulty. And then the idea that after suffering losses of several thousands in those pogroms, that somehow the Igbo ethnic group shouldn't have defended itself, and it's maybe like for the sake of not starting a war with Nigeria, then maybe all the entire, I don't know, was it 12 million Igbo people should have basically allowed themselves to be executed? Maybe that's what would have preserved the peace. Is that what you're saying? Because another narrative that they tried to push was that, oh, it was Ojukwu who started the war. That's complete nonsense. That's not true. That's simply not true. Some people carried out a pogrom and started the war by default. What we know as the Biafran War was a defensive war. This is a historical fact. However, because I think to have this conversation is a very painful conversation. Like, some people will not come out looking good. Some people will not come out smelling of roses. So your Yakubu Gowons, people who are still alive, they are not going to come out of this. People who are, people whose names are on are on airports and on national currency. People like Murtala Mohammed. That's a war criminal. That's a genocidist. That's not a hero. But because we don't want to have these very painful, deep conversations with ourselves, to interrogate our own history, the Nigerian military, rather, didn't want to have these conversations. And because those very people, those war criminals, were in charge at the time of the end of the war, obviously they are not going to want to implicate themselves or to write history in a way that will portray them badly. So they simply came up with this very fantastical notion called no victor, no vanquished. Right? And the entire point of no victor, no vanquished is move on and don't remember. Try and forget. And then, history, I think it's the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen. History, the subject history, was then made optional, or in some cases actually taken out of the syllabus altogether. And the actual reasoning behind this was that if Nigerian children learn actual history, then it will cause another war. So essentially what you're saying is that what actually happened is so terrible, and you are so determined to avoid coming to terms with your own history that you'd rather not teach history at all. And that just strikes me as a very interesting way of dealing with issues. So, for example, if, let's say, Germany decided to adopt the same approach after the Second World War, what would we think about that? Because we know that Germany is responsible for the murder of 6 million Jews, as well as gypsies and blacks and homosexuals and whatnot. We know that the total number of dead people in World War II, which was started by Germany, exceeded 80 million people. So altogether, Germany is responsible for close to 100 million dead people. So imagine if Germany then decided that their official position is to not acknowledge history, and then maybe put names like Adolf Hitler and what's his name now, Goebbels, on the German currency, or the airport in Berlin is named Rommel Airport. Imagine that. But that's what we've done in Nigeria, because we are the Nigerian military rather was so determined not to acknowledge the truth. And I'll just quickly close with this, that one very unfortunate thing about soldiers is they're trained to see themselves as almost omnipotent. So soldiers don't acknowledge that certain things are bigger than them. So a soldier believes that because I'm holding a gun and because I'm in power, I'm in charge, I can make you do what I want because I'm holding a gun, and you will be coerced to do it. That means that I can alter the flow of history. I can alter even the way things are remembered. I can alter people's memories of their own lived experiences because I'm pointing a gun at them. Soldiers believe that. But obviously you don't have that. Nobody has that power, right? Except you are God. Nobody has that power. So obviously all that has happened over the intervening, how many years? 60, thereabout 50, 60 years, is that these things haven't been forgotten. The people who went through these things as children, they're still alive. They're still alive. That generation who went to survive the Biafran War as kids, they're still alive. They still remember. And the basic issues that led to this in the first place haven't been addressed. That reflexive anti-Igbo energy, which sometimes spills over into violence, it's still there. I mean, we haven't had a Biafran war level occurrence since then, but we've had issues like the Kaduna riots in 2001 that I referenced earlier, which it always, even though the target is Christian, it always seems to somehow degenerate into specifically targeting that particular ethnic group somehow. So obviously there's a problem here that hasn't been addressed, but it's the elephant in the room that nobody wants to look at. So that's, I guess, what people like me are trying to, well, that's what I tried to spotlight when I put out this essay. I think it was on Biafran Remembrance Day in 2019 that I first put it out. That, hey, this is what the situation is, and look, whether you like it or not, we're going to need to have this conversation. Otherwise, or whether you like it or not, all your Nnamdi Kanus and your Simon Ekpas, they didn't come out of nowhere, right? There's something that they tapped into, and that thing is real, and you can't wish it away. You can't. The people who are sort of tapping into that seam of anger with them, you can't tell them that they're stupid or that they, that their history is worth less than yours. So they don't have a right to remember their own history. They don't have a right to feel their own pain, and they don't have a right to react to their own perceived injustice. You can't tell them that. So that's what I set out to achieve with that essay.
Phone call with David Oyedepo of Winners Chapel. What do you make of that?
Okay, so when I saw the phone call, couple of things. Number one, it was a private conversation between two people. It was their private conversation. It was recorded. Who recorded it, we do not know. And apart from that, it was a conversation about stomping for votes. Like every other person do have conversations. And I think there are some legal ramifications around conversations and all of that, private recording of conversations, which people can go into. I'm not a lawyer. But there's been a lot of reaction. The first reaction was from Festus Keyamo, that talked about the fact that, hey, the people, he'll even blame even more the religious leaders and all of that. Fadi Kayode also made a lot of reactions as a result of what happened. The Labour Party also had reactions, but two different reactions. Mr. Kenneth Okonkwo said it was taken out of context and all of that. So which was a confirmation that the conversation actually happened, because Mr. Debo Onifade has also said, oh, it was fictitious, people arranged, it never happened. So we've got two reactions, from the Labour Party, Kenneth Okonkwo's part and Mr. Onifade. My take on this is pure and simple. We can't build a country where leaders bait according to religion or ethnic baiting. It's not fine. It's not nice. Let's call it spade a spade. People can canvass for votes, but we don't have to say, oh, there's religious war coming or religious Armageddon. No. It's not done. It is not done. Let's say things the way they are.
What does that do to P2B's brand? Because when he is out there, he says, don't vote for me because I'm a Muslim, don't vote for me because I'm an Igbo person. But in private, it appears as if he's saying something different.
So if he's saying something else in private, then he has a lot of answering to do as regards his brand. Because a lot of people ask him that you are saying to a man of God that, oh, it's a religious war. And you're telling him rally the Christians for you. But you're saying, no, it's not. So he has a lot of explanation to make.
Well, what would
he's dismissed the audio, but also, if they dismiss the audio, a lot of people too are also saying want to have forensic proof that it didn't happen before you can say it didn't happen. But based on what was heard there, I think on other newspaper sites, I think FIG or something, took it through deepware to see that if they were deep fakes, and the result came out that said there were no deep fakes.
No, the fact that the newspaper reached out to Peter Obi's campaign
Yeah.
and they did not respond, reached out to Oyedepo and they
And you
didn't.
didn't respond before now. So it's as pure, as simple as that. We cannot have a country where leaders that ought to speak against religious tension and religious baiting are the ones saying, oh, there's a religious war going on. Rally for me because of the religious war. No, we can't have that.
Right.
Question of what has Obi done in the public space to change Nigerian politics. Let me put it this way. Obi is the first Nigerian politician to make it clear to the Nigerian people in the last 24 years that they are the most important piece in nation building. Other people have attempted in different ways, but they might have been swallowed up by different reasons or might be obscured by different things. But what happened with Peter Obi was that the man came at the right time. He was the right man, but the time was also ready for him. Time will not allow me to deal with all the reasons why he was the right man, but I'll deal with some of them and then explain how it has affected the political landscape. Peter Obi comes from the disadvantaged, institutionally disadvantaged. Those the Nigerian state have used as the proving ground for his many evils against the people of Nigeria. Those are the people from whom Peter Obi came, the Igbos. The Igbo people of Nigeria have been the proving ground for every one of Nigeria's evils until they have experimented and completed his usage against the Igbos, normalized it by using the hatred of other nationalities against the Igbos to normalize that evil, and then begin to extend the same evil beyond the ethnic line into class line, because it was always about class. It was never about ethnicity. But it was hidden behind ethnicity because it found acceptance in a larger pool of humanity. So, a member of the institutionally disadvantaged rose as a champion of all, because every Nigerian have become marginalized and disadvantaged by Nigeria. So, his candidacy found resonance in those who were earlier referred to as the North, as though they do not exist as humanity. The people of Kaduna, Southern Kaduna, the Bauchi people who had long been silenced and who had lost their voices. The people of Borno, vast parts of Borno, parts of the Plateau, Nasarawa, Taraba, Benue, places that were once blithely referred to as though they had no, they didn't have identity. And then it came at a time when the hubris of the Nigerian ruining crash had led it to believe that the politicization of religion had been matured to the point where they could blithely declare that Muslim ticket is the way to go. They aroused the passions of those for whom religion was a matter of ethnic identity, the Northern Muslims. Religion is not just religion for the Northern Muslim because it is rooted in their history. Those who used to be the slave stock of the Fulani conquerors of Northern Nigeria, who were not governed but left alone so that they might not become impossible to enslave, because in Islamic jurisprudence, if you conquer a people, you Islamize them. If you Islamize them, you cannot enslave them. The Fulanis ignored to conquer, built garrisons around vast part of what you call Middle Belt today, and used those garrisons as raiding points for slaves, which fed the empire that arose after the jihad. And that also fed the Kanem Borno Empire itself, even though it predated the jihad. Slave trading went to a new level and it became systemized. Up till today, the records for slave trading in the Kano Emirate. Sanusi himself said so. Records dating back like 200. So let's be clear about something. What Peter Obi did was that he came at the right time. He came at a moment in time when the hubris of the Islamists had exposed them and made it possible for those who had lost their voices to find their voice. So Peter Obi, by divine orchestration, became the champion of the victimized Nigerians, those whose voices had hitherto been lost. So a coalition of Nigerians disadvantaged, Nigerians oppressed, the hopeless, a motley crew of those Nigeria had forgotten, came together and rallied around this candidacy. And to make matters even more interesting, the man is himself an uncommon politician, because how many Nigerian politicians can come out into the open and say that, probe me, you find one thing. Propaganda that anybody might throw around. How come nobody has managed to trace one of those cobbles into his pocket? So, I'm not a saint. I don't expect to find a saint on this part of life. Maybe by the time we've translated. I'm no saint. I do a lot of things I shouldn't be doing, but I don't steal anybody's money. I don't know what else Peter Obi does or does not do. I don't know who he is in his personal space. But the man has proven in his public space that he can be trusted. And Nigerians saw that and gravitated towards it. You cannot say the same for any other member of the Nigerian ruling class. His enemies succeeded him in office as governor. His enemies. He even enthroned one himself with his own hand. Willie the Drunk. What has happened? How many of them have brought out anything to stick on him, like stealing? How many? Let me tell you why Lagos became as desperate as it became on March 18th. The level of stealing and malfeasance that has become institutionalized in Lagos State for the last 24 years. If another government should take over power in Lagos State, many people will go to prison. They will rot in jail. Peter Obi spent 8 years in office as governor. He has been succeeded in office by 2 governors, none of whom have any reason, political or personal, to cover him. Nobody has come out. So let people shut up already about any silly agitations or lies about he did this, he did that. I'm sure he's not a saint. And I'm not his pastor. And I'm not looking to crown a pope. It's not my business. What he has done is that he has awakened the people. The genie is out of the bottle already. The Nigerian people have come to understand the powers they have. If the Nigerian state would have to go to the extent that it had to go to install this fraudulent git in office, the people know their power already. So if that is all that Peter Obi has done, and before election, I told someone, Peter Obi is like the stick, the rod that you use to kill a snake. Whether the rod survives the ordeal or not does not concern you. The purpose of the rod is the destruction and death of the snake. Peter Obi has surpassed and exceeded his purpose already. He has awakened the people. I now know the power that we have. What we do with where we are going forward is on us. There are no Voltrons anywhere. He has served his purpose and he's still serving his purpose by remaining steadfast in the cause of this pursuit of justice. I'm sure they would have offered him 1,001 incentives to abandon this, and I'm aware they did. And the man has stood steadfast. Let me quote him in one of his retorts to one of the bunches of miscreants who have been seeking to press him into stopping. Over my dead body. So please, there are several of us who have resolved that madness in Nigeria will only be normalized over our dead bodies. We will carry no guns, we will throw no stones, but we refuse to normalize evil, and we will not keep quiet. She dead me. We died before we were battered. If we didn't die in the womb, we will never be battered. A day will come when we have to be battered to the next stage. That's what you call death. If it comes, let it come when it comes. But let it be said that we died for truth. That is where that man is standing today, and that's where a lot of us are standing. So those who are in doubt of where they are standing and who think that they can buy their way into the books of history, let them have a rethink.
Going to arrest him, torture him in Kenya, and bring him back to Nigeria. I understand. I stand to be corrected. I understand it's against international law. So again, I don't like the way he's being treated. And I'm hearing he's being tortured in detention. I'm hearing he's sick in detention. I do not agree with this. I don't want to live in a country that does this. Rudolph, the worst part of this is Buhari went to court and Kanu has won. So why don't you release it? If you don't want the court to decide, you don't take him to court. So now the court says, release the man, and you don't. What is this? This is wickedness. This is wickedness. So it meant that Buhari thought he would win. And somehow the Nigerians
See another from another person who is Igbo weighing in on the upcoming election and get your take on that.
This is the 4th day of October 2022. Some of you have been asking how the election will affect the Biafra restoration next year, 2023. And this is what I have for you today. As the Nigeria state, terrorist state, are planning to conduct the election in 2023, Biafra people are preparing to exit Nigeria. And the exiting Nigeria will start from stopping Nigeria election in Biafra territory. So we are going to fight to make sure nobody will vote in Biafra land.
All right. You are familiar with Simon Ekpa?
Unfortunately, no.
You are not?
No.
Okay. Oh, he's the leader of a faction of IPOB,
Okay.
the Indigenous People of Biafra.
Mhm.
So he's saying that he and his group will not allow election in the Southeast.
Mhm.
What do you think about that?
Okay. Two things. I think he says a faction of the IPOB, right?
Yes.
And he's making these ex-cathedra pronouncements. The point is, who sent him? The Igbo have not decided as a group that they will not have elections in Igbo land. You understand what I'm saying? One of the things that I like always to put at the fore of every agitation is the will of the people. I am, as Igbo, as the next person, I am against the injustice that have been meted to the Igbo as a people. But I have not been summoned to a meeting. And I am Diopala. Yeah? I have not been summoned to a meeting in which they have said to me, the Igbo have decided that we are leaving Nigeria tomorrow and that there will be no election. When we come to that Congress, everyone would say his own piece like we do in Igbo land. And then when we say Igbo, kwenu ya, this is what we have decided. Then I'll join Simon Ekpa in stopping elections in Igbo land. Okay? But until that, I think he's just probably speaking his own mind. And he has a right to that. However, this is what I really like to urge the young man. I want him to put his ears close to the ground and he will hear the sounds of the rustle of the ants. Onodadanda, they who put their ears on the ground will sadly hear the rustle of the ants. The ants are telling us a different story today. The Igbo are saying, come, let us see the end of this situation. Let us see if there is a need for plan B. We know that in Igbo land, that you cannot sustain an agitation unless there is community involvement. Otherwise, the Igbo would send you behind the backyard and send you to Igwenga. You go on a long journey. Yeah, that's how we do it. Okay, so I want them to understand that there are also counter forces in Igbo land, unless the Igbo agree that these counter forces in Igbo land are as active, okay, and can be activated, and can actually very easily be activated because the federal nature of Igbo society gives each town autonomy to act, invokes the leadership of the actual leadership of each town, okay, who are often hidden behind the shield of all this noise. They come out and say, end this matter. That's when we see people act, and they will act. People have actually said, let us watch what happens. I know that there are so many meetings around Igbo land dealing with this question of how do we respond to these elections. In my view, from what I've heard, most Igbo are prepared to give, okay, this process a chance until they can no longer give it a chance. So I don't think that this threat should be taken. I mean, I'm not saying don't take it seriously, but I don't think that it can threaten the solid foundation of Igbo capacity to act when they choose to act.
And one thing I understand about Igbo people, that is, they are a community that love a visitor that have something to offer, have something to contribute. So they love people who come into their communities and support their livelihood, more especially when you are a professional. They take you with higher esteem, they give you all the respect, they give you all the support you require to achieve your objective. So that motivates me to go around the communities, because I even moved from one community to another community in doing some research, because I wanted to see how I can be of help wherever I found myself. So I choose the pattern of going into the rural communities and engage with the locals and see if the problem we still have in the north as Unconsequences program that we have, whether it's still the same thing exists in the south. And I even visit the Ministry of Health to get the data of locations where I'm supposed to be. But some of the places, if I tell some Igbo people from Olu to accompany me to those areas, they don't go. Simply because there's a sentiment between you people that there's places that no go area.
Why are they places no go area?
Sometimes, like when I work in Olu and I want to go to Imbise, and for the first time I went to Imbise and I didn't say anything wrong about Imbise, but when I asked my staff to accompany me to Imbise, they were saying no, they won't go to Imbise because they feel something wrong may happen to them. That is just maybe about the Oliver Twist song about Imbise or something. But I believe that it's just an internal issue. That is not discussion for today.
Is contemporary society. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and thank you for being there at Brown in 2016, 2017.
It was my pleasure.
Yeah. So the second question, why Things Fall Apart did really well. I think that Things Fall Apart, to me, when I read Things Fall Apart as a kid, and I remember being really moved by it, because for the first time, the colonial project was presented as a disorientating project, right? Because everything we learned in social studies class, in you know, the history of Nigeria really started from 1914 with the amalgamation, right? And so it gave us the impression that colonization was a unifying positive project, but Things Fall Apart shattered that myth.
Thank
I
you.
think that because Things Fall Apart did that, it was very revolutionary, right? And that is part of its enduring power, right? And I've forgotten the first question, I'm sorry.
About political correctness affecting your writing.
Yeah, and so political correctness does not affect my writing because I think that once you begin to think about political correctness, you begin to censor yourself. And a lot of writing is about truth-telling, it's about emotions. And you cannot tell the truth you cannot tell the truth if you already start censoring yourself. It is also something that I tell my students, that if you're writing, if you were to imagine an audience that you don't have to explain or excuse anything to, because that is the only way that you can write truthfully. That's the only way you can write a work with heart. You can't begin to think about whether or not you're offending somebody, whether or not you are writing the right things. You know, then it becomes propaganda, right? A lot of writing, I've said this before, a lot of writing comes from the heart because it's your passion that rules the writing. And if you start censoring yourself, you already start putting barriers.
Thank you for joining us in 2023 on 90 Minutes Africa and Have Your Say 247. We thank all our guests, panelists, financial supporters, and viewers throughout the year. There were so many of you who shared their thoughts with us. Over 2 million hours of views, no be small thing. We appreciate you all. I've learned a lot from all of you. As we enter 2024, I welcome you with these two messages from Chinua Achebe. The first one goes into the heart of what is wrong with how we see others, and that is about stereotyping. On that, Chinua Achebe writes, stereotypes are not necessarily malicious. They may be well-meaning and even friendly, but in every case, they show a carelessness or laziness or indifference of attitude that implies that the object of your characterization is not worth the trouble of individual assessment. In his essay, Africa's Tarnished Name, Chinua Achebe writes, our humanity is contingent on the humanity of our fellows. No person or group can be human alone. We rise above the animal together or not at all. If we learn that lesson even this late in the day, we will have taken a truly millennial step forward. Thank you for being part of what we have been able to build together here. The great East African Ubuntu philosophy says it all. I am because you are. And it follows that you are because I am. That is all there is to know when all is said and done. Or as my good friend Moyede will say, everything else is embellishment. Happy New Year. Welcome, everybody. This is the last day of 2023. We are live here in New York City. Thank you for joining us. And this is our last show of 2023. And we will be here as different parts of the world get into 2024. We acknowledge all of you who are watching at home, those who are in the studio, and those who are commenting. We appreciate all of you. So we are going to have a very loose show today. We don't have a guest. You are going to be our guest. If you join us, you are joining us as the guest of the day. We want to talk about last year and a review of what happened last year and projection of what we expect to happen in 2024. And I want to hear from you how the year went for you and what are your expectations. we plan to be here until people in Nigeria. I know a lot of people go to church, get into the new year. Also, expecting people in America and Europe also to get into the new year. And I was speaking to Ovia last night. I think we were chatting, and I was telling him that you're allowed to drink champagne on this show, just this show, when you're close to midnight, wherever in the world you are. And yeah, that's it. Let me not talk about the other part of our conversation. But no, we appreciate all the people who joined us this year, and especially the guests, the panelists, everybody, the people on the comment section. You all made it worth the while. You know, you all made it beautiful for us to do what we do here. And of course, we remember the people who are donating, who are using super chats to support the program. I appreciate all of you, and hopefully next year we do well to present better programming for you. So let me see. I think some people are in the studio, but their cameras are not on to join us. So please turn on your camera if you want us to bring you up to the screen. All right. So you can see Mazi Prince. How are you?
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. I am fine, and thank you for the presentation. It actually took me aback. I can remember those sessions and how it went. And we are here. We're looking forward to 2024. Yeah.
Yes, and you are in California. I remember San Diego?
No, I am in San Francisco.
San Francisco
area. Yeah. Precisely, I live, Concord area, not in San Francisco itself. But
I've never been there. I have no idea.
Oh, really?
No, I've
Yeah.
been to San Francisco. Yeah. But thank you. And I know you guys will be the last set of people to get into the new year.
I know. We're always the last.
When you get there, Australia, they are in second day of 2024.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Good morning, Dr. CM.
CM, thank you so much for joining us.
Rudolph,
Yeah.
thank
How
you.
are
The Prince of California. Well, to be honest with you, I've never been this happy. Today is the last day. Maybe this is what will await me next year. Happiness. Today, I'm just so happy.
Why?
Despite all the, I don't. To be honest with you, in fact, I don't know. That's why I'm straight. Despite all the setbacks I had this year, I had quite many, but in the end, I don't know why today I woke up feeling happy. I say, God, for whatever it is worth, let this happiness go here, just so to speak, so that whatever that is left undone this year will be done marvelously well and very perfect next year. And I wish that to anybody anyway, not just me. I don't want to be selfish. Whatever it is, I wish the best of the tidings to each and every one of us. So,
all right. Thank you.
Dr. Alexander Gomez, without being told, I know it's you. Welcome, and then I have to salute your philanthropy. May your deep pocket, because you have a very deep pocket, but not like the politicians. You are not a politician, but you have a very deep pocket. May your deep pocket become deeper this year. That's what I'm wishing you, so that you can also up also your philanthropy.
Thank you. Thank you.
Alexander, thank you so much for joining us, and Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you, my brother. Kedu,
I know. We
yeah,
did.
good please.
Thank you, CM. You're breaking up, CM, Dr.
Yes,
CM.
CM, we may have to do something about this coming year.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
let me acknowledge your good work, Rudolph. Let me acknowledge your personality, your demeanor. I wish I had at your age your character traits. I think I would have achieved much more than I did achieve. But we need more people like you. We need more people, more understanding people who are willing to accept people for who they are and correct them when they go wrong. I salute this platform. I think Chim said something yesterday. He said my big brother went to Our Lady of Apostle Private School. That was my baby brother actually, and he passed away 3 years ago. He went to sleep and he never woke up, and it was one of the saddest days of my life. But that aside, your podcast has been intriguing to me. I'm in consultation, taking care of people who can easily attack and upset my person, and I still stay hooked and watch it while I am busy working. 9 times out of 10, I'm busy working and watching at the same time. So thank you, and I thank everybody. And Tone, believe it or not, if my understanding is right, I think his house is about a minute away from where I lived as a teenager in Lagos before I graduated high school in '76 and I left Nigeria in '76. I think the house that he says he owns might be a house or two away from the house Tunde Fashola grew up in. And my aunt, who's my mother's junior sister, still resides over there. And Chim, yeah, and Tone, if you know the school, before you were born, I'm sorry to say, but before you were born, we were playing soccer there. Me, Tunde Fashola, Saraki, and so about the high-rise building, the Share Club building, right? Okay, around there, you know the court, right? You know where the court is?
Yes.
Okay, where that court is, Super Eagles, Green Eagles used to practice back in the day there. So we used to play soccer with them where in the early
Doctor,
70s.
can I let you into a secret before even because apart from football is one of my passion, even if I even got invited for trials. So all those, all that Henry Mosu and all that, they were like bones and all that. I know all of them. So you're correct. Just to reinforce what you're saying. Go on, sir.
Yeah. So I feel your presence when you're talking because I lived in that neighborhood you have a house in, and I remember my formative years playing soccer, football on the streets of Bode Thomas and Akishemon. You know Akishemon Street?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we were playing soccer back in the early 70s. Tunde Fashola was a very good soccer player, but he's younger than I am. So when we beat him, he starts crying. But he became one of the greatest administrators Nigeria ever had. I'm very proud of the young man. Very, very proud of him. And lastly, let's remember when it's all said and done that Nigeria is still our country. We're still one country. We haven't split up yet. And we should pray for our country to get better. We should pray for the citizens of the country because they're going through a hard time. And God bless you, everybody, and Happy New Year.
Alexander, before you go, Doc, can you tell us, we are reviewing the year that passed and predicting for 2024. What major incident do you think, what happened last year that was significant in terms of defining the year? And what are you thinking about next year that could happen?
I think I can't help but keep on saying that Godwin Emefiele's decision to swap or to introduce the new naira into the economy would be the worst thing that happened to Nigeria in the last 10 years. A lot of people died in the process. People were buying naira at a commission. That's never happened anywhere in the world. That I can't. This is someone I know very well, and I've said it so many times. I'm beginning to sound like a broken record. When you're very intelligent, like Godwin Emefiele, the man is a supremely intelligent man. When you're very intelligent like that, your brain can go two ways. It can go positive or it can go negative, depending on the circumstance you find yourself in. And I think he used his own prowess to steal a lot of money using the power of the central bank as the central bank governor to do unethical things. What he did was unforgivable. A lot of people died. People are still suffering. The worst president we've ever had in our lifetime has been Buhari. The worst president, central bank governor we've ever had has been Emefiele. 2024, I can see the economy getting much better. We're still not going to get to where we're supposed to get to, but it'll be better than 2023 and 2022. I'm hoping, by God's grace, to introduce some investors into the economy and help revive the Nigerian economy. I'm also hoping that Tunde Fashola will decide to finally take on board the role of what's it called? The number one person to the president. What's that position called? Chief of Staff. Because my baby brother Gbajabiamila Amila is just too much of a boy person, and you need someone who what's his name? Tinubu has a very intimidating personality. You know, he likes you to dance to his tunes. You know, he's a good man. He's a good man. He plays unethical roles. A lot of politicians do that. But by his very nature, he's a good man. But he likes you to dance to his tune. And we need someone like Tunde Fashola who will say, no, that's not right. I think this is what we need to do. But Gbajabiamila is not that kind of person. He's a yes man. Whatever you say, Egbo is day in Igbo, in Yoruba. Whatever you say, we will do. We don't need that kind of chief of staff. We need a person who would sit down with the president and say, this policy will not help the country. This is what we need to do. I think Tunde Fashola is the only one that can do that. And I'm praying that in the next 2 years, he would have rested enough to go back into government and take his rightful position. Because whether you like it or not, whether you're a fan of his or not, in the last 10 years, he's been, in my opinion, the best administrator we've had in Nigeria. So let's hope that happens. Gbajabiamila is not cutting it for me, and he will never cut it for me because he just doesn't have the capacity to hold that position as chief of staff. That's a very, very powerful position. And I know personally, because I know that space very well, that Tunde Fashola and Remi Tinubu don't see eye to eye. So I know that one. But I hope they be able to put their differences aside and let us have the interest of the greatest black country in the world at heart. You know, I knew Nigeria. I say this with a lot of pride. I knew Nigeria in London, Rudolph, your own London, where we go to Sesuji in the 70s. We were treated like Arabs. And you meet a white girl in a nightclub and she just wants to talk to you because you're a Nigerian. What happened to that? I mean, I want that back. I don't think we're gonna get that in my lifetime anymore, but we have the potential to still be the greatest black country in the world. So Rudolph, thank you for having me. Thank you, everybody. And let's hope for a better 2024. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much. All right, let's go to Mazi Prince. What do you remember from 2023? A story that stood out for you, and what are your projections for 2024?
So pretty much 2023, the story that actually stood up for me would be mostly the revelations through David Hundeyin, when I believe when all those stuff were being revealed about certain persons. I think at some point there was a time that even Gist Lover, I'm somebody that I hardly believe stories until I see evidences, facts, and evidences. Gist Lover, nobody knows who Gist Lover is, but I don't know. I don't know. He has certain things that he kind of like publishes, and those things happens to be fact, and it comes to pass that those things happened and not that. I think that was prior to the elections, and also it was also a time when everyone is doing their kind of candidate shopping and all that. Of a truth, to tell you the truth, I was actually leaning towards PDP as a party. I said probably they will be in a better chance to take it from the APC, but then P2B came in, and when I read most things about P2B, I started doing some research. When he was governor in Anambra State, I was pretty much at I think I've left Nigeria at that time. So yeah, I've left Nigeria at that time. So I didn't actually experience that. But when I did my research and I found out, I called my friends who are Anabrarians, whatever they call themselves, and they confirmed that he seemed to be the better candidate, and that's kind of like put my interest in him, and since then I've been following him. Yeah. 2024, what could be better? What could be better is if there is a way to recall most of these corrupt politicians, recall them, get them out of that place, because most of them have proven or are proving to be corrupt and inept. I don't know. I try to be nice. Let me not use a particular vocabulary that we but yeah, to me, yeah, it's just time to have a different narrative, and all that. Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mazi Prince. Tony.
Hi, hello everybody again. 2023 has been it's been a wild ride for me. There's been the highs and the lows and all that. The expectations that I had from certain people or certain arm of the government it's really impacted me. And when I say expectation, I would mention specifically as to the judiciary. I thought the judiciary were going to be a stand-up agency of the government that would speak the truth, at least, that would lean towards the truth. And they turned out to be the worst. They were the worst disappointment that we even experienced, worse than even the politicians, and it really got to me. And I've been asking myself, how did we find ourselves where we are? Now we have IPOB, we have a lot of bigotry that's going on, and to me that is it's very, very concerning. And I think if we can deal with our ethnic differences, and we will begin to make progress. Never have, since my adult life, never have I known it to be as bad as this, where certain tribe is called out, everything, it's all spun to be to be Igbo and all that. You talk about fake products, people will say, yeah, it's Igbo people, it's about products, it's this, it's that. Come on, you know? So my thing is, if we seriously want to move forward, if we don't deal with those things, it's not going to work. I mean, we've seen what's happened in Plateau. It's hard surrendering. And it's not the first time, because everybody is just crying right now. The latest one that happened in Plateau. But how about the ones that happened about a year ago, 2 years ago? These people are being slaughtered. Why? They've got a governor. Why? We've got a president at those times. Everybody seems to be keeping quiet. The latest one that happened, Tinubu was quite happy to have his family around him, his grandchildren. If it was his son or his grandchildren were slaughtered like that, will he be happy? He never made any no reference. Even the governor or the said states and all that even traveled to go and pay some kind of fake whatever you call it, I don't know what word I would call it, and all that to Tinubu. So that is just the problem. And we'll be saying love, that we should love ourselves. Without, if you do not see the other person as as a human being first, and all that, there's nothing we can do. Bigotry now has become the concerns. People like one man would come and lie, and his platform is a tissue of lies. That is why that man, I do not respect him, and I will never ever respect him until he changes. He will spin things. He will these are people do not just sit down and say, okay, what I'm doing right now, in 10 years time, 20 years time, the upcoming generation are going to watch it. What are they going to say? Because we are creating history for the coming generation. I mean, Dr. Rudolph, what you're doing right now is amazing. This channel is amazing. And why it's amazing is that you're creating history. You're telling the truth. You're allowing people to speak their truth. While some people are speaking their truth, some people are speaking their lies and calling them the truth. Right now, the coming generation are going to be taught that this election was not rigged. There was some certain people from one part of the country are graduate. Simon Ekpa is sitting in Finland telling people to go and die. You're calling out Peter Obi that he oversaw when he was a governor, that he oversaw the killings and the dumping of bodies in the river. What kind of thing? What kind of country have we become? Akeredolu is dead. People are rejoicing and trying to call out the wife that she's Igbo, and yet they were married for over 40 years happily. The man has never come to tell us that they have problems. Even if they have problems, it's none of our own business. Like Chim rightly said yesterday, it wasn't the wife that was elected by the Odo people. It was him that was elected. So I don't know where we've gone. I don't know where we've gone wrong. We should think about tomorrow. We're not going to be here forever. And I believe there is a maker that all of us, you can call it different names and all that. One day we're going to stand in front of our maker and give an account. Or what will we be remembered of? Are we going to be remembered that we are championing oppression, bigotry, and all that? Let's just stop this. Nigeria can be a great nation. I hope, I just do hope. I don't hate Tinubu, like I've said here many times. I've known him even before he became a governor, when he had nothing. He used to come to my uncle's house. If my uncle was probably alive, maybe he will be part of his team right now. I don't have any issue with him, and the only issue I have with him is are sticking issues about not being truthful. There was nothing wrong in telling us that I didn't finish my university. That would have been dealt with. People would have gone. There's nothing wrong in telling us, yes, there was a time that I got involved in blah, 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 but this is me now. Judge me for who I am now. There's no problem. But here we are. I know that we are on each other's neck. Igbos are against Igbos. Yorubas are against some Yorubas. You're calling some Body Omwale, this was, it's not, we're not going to move forward. So 2024, let's come together as a family. Let's just please come together as a family and start loving each other and profile how we can move our country ahead. That's all I've got to say now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ton. Let's go to Mazi TA. Welcome and Happy New Year.
Yeah, Happy New Year to you all. It's been a while. I've been away on business, so right now I'm back. It's good to see you guys again. What I want to say basically is that, look, year 2023, it's been a roller coaster. The one thing for me is that in 2023 is that the country never, went into anarchy, people killing each other and stuff like that, which happened, if you look at what happened in Sudan, now, till date, they're still feeling the pain. Look at what happened in Syria. Till date, they're still feeling the pain. Look at what happened in Libya. Till date, they're still feeling the pain. So I'm grateful and I'm happy that I've got a home to go to. I've got a place to go to. Sometimes I was just thinking that, imagine we're all at the, in the Western world. Imagine that there's kind of conflict and they say, look, guys, all blacks, how? We want you out. What's going to happen? It has happened before in Germany, where a lot of, what's it called? The Jews were being persecuted, and if you remember back in the days as well, right here, even in UK, it's on the board there. It says, look, Irish, blacks, and dogs are not allowed into the pub. Those days are tough. But we thank God that now for the free movement. As a black man, I can move around, and that's why we need to be able to be appreciative of what we've got in Nigeria. A lot of people are suffering in Nigeria, no doubt. I respect that, but having a place that you call home, that you call place, we just have to do better. Try and look for a way to tweak it and get it better, And I mean, the reason why I just, come back to this show is just to say, look, Dr. Rudolph, you're doing a wonderful work. Well done. Kudos to you, for your unbiased, judgment and stuff like that. Because one thing you always try to do is try to be neutral. Is that you're for or you're against? You don't mind. So, but you're always in the middle. I respect that. Now, year 2024, my resolution. First of all, I've been praying, to be honest. I've been praying that, look, Kanu should be released. That's number one. No matter what. See, if you look at what people are going through, and if you look at what people are saying, okay, being segregated one way or the other, I always believe in justice. If the court says, leave this guy, let him go, then let him go. If you've got something on him, then try him. If you're going to give him whatever years, but look, at this stage, I believe the guy should be, set free and let him be. Just been locked up for a few years now. I mean, it's really unfair. That's what I feel. Then I've been praying as well that, look, and I've always said on this show that, look, be it either Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, unity, goes a long way. Where we come together, you understand, as one, it goes a long way. We can build things together. We have bad elements of people in each region. So we should not be saying that, okay, XYZ region is this or that. We should move away from that now. Let us try and work together and move along. And if you have a separatist that wants to go, do it through the right channel. Let's start from the local government. Let's try and revive the local government. Let people start championing their cause through that. The local government, they've got a lot of powers, but a lot of people don't know. You could recall your senators. You could recall your House of Rep. So through that means, I believe it's give and take. And that's why you see someone like Tinubu looking at, okay, what's the best way to win this election? Let me team up with the people of the North. You know, so all these things in the House, if they go through, you know, a referendum and say, look, we want to break away, and they win that, then it goes. We've done it here in UK, you know, where Scotland was trying to break away, and they tried, and the vote was kind of against them. It was like 55-40, 45 something, or 60-40, either about, you know. So going forward, please, I always believe in love. Love one another. You know, if you're dying on the bed and you need a transplant, you're not going to say, I don't want, is that a Yoruba kidney, or is that Igbo kidney, or Hausa kidney? You understand? You're just going to say, get me the bloody kidney and let me live. You know, someone, Akeredolu, that lost his life of recent, is a man I respected so much. My condolences go to his family. You know, it's a man that speaks the word and action it. These days, yeah, we've got a lot of people that they speak the word, but they can't action it. You see a lot of people, they say, look, with this is what's going to happen. But back it up. No, they can't back it up. But they know how to speak the words. They know how to rouse the people and say, look, you go forward. Die, you know, riot and go there. But I believe this time around, that love, I believed in that love. Jesus Christ died for us. I'm a Christian, and I will say that, look, Jesus Christ died for us because of the love he had for us, that he has for us. For God so, you know, so loved the world, he gave his only begotten son, that whosoever believeth in him will not perish but have everlasting life. And that's why I always be that advocacy of love. I'm not saying I'm perfect. Don't get me wrong. I've got my own doings as well.
GA, my Yoruba brother, sorry, can you please speak to the current issues? What is happening in Plateau and Taraba? Please speak to that. I want to hear from you.
Olumide, this is New Year. We're
Don't ignore that. You speak to the current issues.
Olumide, let me look on your tone. You can do that.
I'm never going to change, New Year or no New Year. Okay, I'll remain myself. Speak to the current issues.
Olumide, I'm about to drop the mic now. So
show love for the people of Plateau. For the people of show love.
See, definitely. Look, my brother, the people of Plateau, yeah, I feel what they're going through. It's not fair that people
apart from showing them love, how best can the government address what is happening to them now?
Olumide, we're going to come there. I don't want to stay too long because
you're a big man in APC. Tell it to them.
Who?
You.
Hell no. Hell, this guy. No. I'm not APC. I'm not PDP. I'm not a politician, and I've never been in politics. You understand? The only politics I did back then was when I was in higher institution, which I was the social director. You know, but apart from that, look, my life is get jiggy with it. You understand? But look, ever since I find Christ here, my life has been turned around for good, and that's why I've always been that advocacy of love. And that's why I said that, look, don't get me wrong.
People of the middle belt are not finding it funny. They can't get jiggy.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Look, because I don't want to stay too long, because I just had to come around and say, look, what you guys are doing here is so good. I respect that. Everybody have got their own opinions. But look, election has gone. But boy, you need to. Oh Lord. When I say needs to, I'm trying to translate. I say you just chill out, you know. And when you guys speak Igbo here, please translate it so that people can hear. It's very important. I learned some things here. FOC number 4, you know. I learned that from this show. You understand? So guys, please, there's a lot of people that want to understand what you're saying. So look, I might have got some feelings. I might have been, you know, whatever. Please, guys, like I said before,
I'm not interrupting you. I'm not interrupting you. The name you took, the Mazi you took, what do you think the Mazi means?
The Mazi means that someone that's lost his father. You understand? I've lost my father.
No, Mazi is Mr. Mazi is Mr. Okay. It's a simple thing.
Okay, yeah, fine. Thank you. Because when I did the research on it, He said someone that lost his father and stuff like that. But I've lost my father, that's why I chose it. But even if it's missed anyway, I love the name. I love it. Huh?
You're qualified.
God bless you. God bless you. No, because look, guys, yeah, one thing you guys should know. Let me tell you one thing here. One thing you guys should know. The people at the top, they don't look at ethnicity. Please bear that in mind. Those people at the top of the food chain, they don't look at ethnicity. It's what you've got in your pocket. It's what you've got in your bank. You understand? So, guys, let's not fight with each other. You understand? Let us love one another. Yeah?
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Mr. Rudolph, I'm going to leave the show. I just come to appreciate the show, to say thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much, guys. I love you all. CM, I love you too, my brother. This is New Year. Don't be looking at the color of my hair at the bottom, yeah? Please, forget that, yeah? So, guys, love you. Ovie, love you as well. Peace out. Tony Ton, love you as well. Olumide, Electricity, I love you. And my very good friend, the one that anchors the show, what's his name again?
Forefathers.
Forefathers, yeah. Love you all, guys. Thank you. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Peace out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ovie, Mazi Ovie, host of All Napolitics. Okay, I just want to make sure you didn't change your name again.
I don't know, Rudolph. I'm nervous. I don't know why. Is it because I know how to talk for like a couple of weeks now.
Where have you been, Ovie?
Exactly. For a couple of weeks now, I've retrieved. I'm taking inventory. I'm just going through the books I read before, people that I've listened to. Just pretty much going back, just be on myself and drive around the country. I was in San Diego, I was in Vegas, Nevada, I was in New Mexico. I'm everywhere. I'm still on the road. So it's.
So where are you now?
I'm in the place called the Colony.
Which is what state?
The Colony, somewhere in Texas.
Oh, okay. You are going back. I thought you ran away from Texas.
Oh yeah, no. The life in California is not for street people. It's not for paycheck to paycheck people. It's not for poor people.
Don't start. Don't start. Leave it for us like that. We like it. We love it.
Now only California, I know that they sell weather on Amber Beach, and they are selling it very expensive because that's the only thing they have. And that's well, not story for another day. So I've not really talked to do a lot of talking. So maybe this is why I'm nervous in a way.
So it's a new year, maybe.
It's a new year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You were so where are we? Where were we? Where we were?
I want to know what your take on the last year, major stories you can remember or you think are important, and the projections for next year.
Is it just restricted to Nigeria, or I'm a nomadic animal. I'm everywhere, so a lot happened. I think first of all, 2023, as far as Nigeria is concerned, man of the year for me is the president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think history will remember him in a very unique way. I pride myself as somebody who studied power, for X amount of years, and I've dedicated my time to actually understand how power works. And I've never seen anywhere or anyone who pull it off like the way Tinubu did in a democratically setting. Is somebody came out.
Wow.
It is my turn and it is my own, and he made it happen. That I have to recognize. Two, the entertainer of the year for me. I was listening yesterday talking about Portable. I think for me, it's Peter Obi is the entertainer of the year. In so many reasons. At the beginning, people who I talked to privately, I said, this man, they set him up on a mission to start selling books and start making speeches at the end of this whole exercise. And I think that's what I believe is gradually happening. Because I've said that because he is not like all of us. It's part and parcel of the power structure, power game. So deep down, yes, it's not going to pull them off, but if he embark on that journey with a lot of carry a lot of people along, the Nigerian young people, Nigeria, and you can see chaos everywhere. So to me, it's more entertaining for me than anything else in that regard. Biggest losers to me in 2023, I would say the IPOB movement and the elite of the Southeast, specifically including you, Rudolph and CM, who also occupied the intellectual echelon of the elites of the Southeast. I think you guys took eye off the board. The board for me is in Nnamdi Kanu. And I think if the eye stick on it to the end, today when I mean to the end of the electoral process, and just stick on that, two things would have happened. Either with the man would have gained freedom banana, or maybe the results would have been different of what we saw. So for me, taking eye off the ball, a fuck up for me in that regard. Again, I overheard when you guys are playing around the presenter of the show of the year. To me, I think it's the women. We are in a society whereby the three cardinal pillars of any society is against the average Nigerian woman. I'm talking about religion, culture, and politics. It's 100% against the woman folks. So to have people like Isimiri, Bumi, Ifi, Mama Echo, mention but a few, come here to hold their own. It's something worth noticing and encouraging, in order to give other women the people who want to, but don't find the courage. I think for me, those are the presenters for the show for me. I'm not going to forget our brothers in Niger. Kudos to him. They are the winners globally to me, for them to stand up and say, well, enough is enough. We are taking our destiny into our hand. However we say it, they come out and say, it's enough. We are not going to cut out to the French again. Enough is enough. And the result we all know. So to the Niger people, I give it to them, Burkina Faso and the rest. Then to cut everything short, 2024 is the year of the Americans. All eyes on America. Is it that time again of the year? 2024, and the fire has started. For about 14 to 16 states are warming up to take Donald Trump off the ballot box. One has succeeded, which is Colorado. Maine is on his way. So the next 11 months, that is what the world is going to be talking about. It's not the first time. It's expected. It's all show. they say go for show, America for show. I'll give it to them, the ability for them to just get everybody. You must pay attention to it, regardless of who you are, what you, where you did. You must listen to us. That's, to me, it's something. It's something. It should be a sign of wonder among the 9 or 10 wonders of the world now. So America, they know how to do it. So this 2024, it's not going to be any different. Suspense, tension, prediction of civil war, unrest. Donald Trump going to win? Is he going to the White House or the big house? Is Biden going to go? Is it Michelle Obama that we are going to see in place of? So a lot of fireworks and intrigues is expected. And if you are like me, who like to travel around the rural America, talk to folks, you'll be amazed at what people are thinking, and yes, 2024 is all going to be America. Are they going to get it right? Are they going to lose it? We don't know. So, yeah, I mean, so many things on this show, about this show. I think I failed. I failed in the sense that one of my goals to say I would be a guest, not just a guest, a solo guest. Have just like the guests that you. But I think I failed. So it's a goal again for 2024. Hope I make the list of girls. And I don't know, there's a lot of observation. It's pretty interesting when you are just a listener and see us going at each other.
Obi, I'm not interrupting you, but I just wanted to say you mentioned about the big losers. What about your principal, Kwankwaso?
Oh, really? So
Is
okay.
it?
No, I think maybe now let me believe they go if you win.
No. What I mean is politically he's losing because he's about to lose his state.
No. That's exactly. I'm
Kanu
telling
is
you what I'm
done.
saying. That's what I'm saying. I think I said it before. When what did happen to Abba, I said that's the end of his presidential ambition, not just now but in the future. So maybe you are not paying attention to my side. It's not somebody I'm shielding. And in terms of policy wise, from their fixed policy by demolishing all those demolition, I said no. I mean I don't care how if you actually campaign with it and you do it, I give it to you, you say you are going to do it and you did it, but that doesn't still make it right. So I'm not I not be fan of human being, right? I follow you because of what I know about you, which is your political life. I don't know how past that, which is the same thing as me. So whatever I'm saying about it is because I don't know who he is. I don't know political life, right? So him being a loser, I think we don't agree on that one. Sis. As I said, now let me believe say go if you win, right? So that's where I see. That's how I see that is a concourse of a thing. I'll be shocked. I don't see how he's going to gather that momentum that he gathered. I don't see how he wants it to happen. If they take Kano State from him, if they took it from him, I think he's done. That's my as of today. But we see this is a politician, right? Tomorrow you go wake up, it could be a different case entirely. But for what I'm seeing, as far as Nigerian scene is concerned, if they take Kano away from him, he's done. I don't know how he want to do him again. I don't know. But now them right. So now from to round it up, my observation from the guests, from us, the everyday hosts, from the hosts, from the chat and everything, I said that, and I think maybe that's my whole summary in this. I'm cutting between to say there's no hope. Or there's hope. There's no hope in the sense that the next 3 generations are already here. So you can predict what the next 70 years is going to, 60 years is going to be like. Because the people, we are already here. And the kind of conversation we are having, there's no hope. There's no hope. But again, I don't rule out another civil war. I don't rule out state disruption between now and 2026. So if that happens, maybe there will be hope from there. But for the people who are alive today, the generation who are ruling, those that will take over power from them, the next, or to the last one, nothing. We're not going to get it because the world is decoupling commercial wide. The world has changed. No longer is changing. Because all our analysis, we are not factoring the revolution that we are in now, which is the AI, the power dimension. The 2 most important bill in American history that was passed about CHIP Act and era intervention. Just so much that has scaled the ship that we are not in the scheme of things as a nation. Our neighbors can do without us as it is now. So if I look from that, there's no hope. But again, as I said, I'm sitting young from Nigeria. I don't know what led to the civil war. So I don't know if the things that led to civil war, if the things that are happening now, okay, maybe if the civil war happening, I believe we need to go that far because our elites are some of the dumbest elites I have seen around the world. Because I don't think there's anywhere in the world where there's a group of elites who have so much money that they don't have a playground for themselves. Forget about married people now. Because that is my summary of driving from Vegas to California. That is just a playground for the rich. Because all the investment while they see there, those investments are not making profit. But they put them there for a reason. That's their playground. So I never see any elite in Nigeria that you cannot conquer a street, not a village, not a state, a street that everything is working as far to in 2024 standard. So just no hope if I see it from that angle. But again, if we decide to go the civil war route again, maybe something will come up. But as it is now,
My annoyance with you is that you came to California. You didn't even give me feet to let me know. I would have brought you to San Francisco to see how we live.
San Francisco, where half
Yes, I would have.
half of the residents are homeless.
Please. Look your little.
Ajegunle is better than San Francisco. Ajegunle is cheaper than San Francisco.
No, they cleared it. They cleared it up. They cleared it up even
They clear
before
it for
the.
1 day for Xi Jinping.
No,
One
no,
day
no, no.
for
They
Xi
cleared it.
Jinping.
No. They cleared it up, and it's been up. It's just the reason why most of them are homeless is because one, they have shelters for them, they have homes for them, but they don't want to go in there because they are kind of like opposed to being searched, for drugs. They feel that when they're on the streets, they get access to their drugs. They do what they do and all that stuff. That's one thing with that. Yeah. So don't generalize it. Don't generalize it that they are homeless. They're not homeless.
Rudolph, give us 1 minute. Let's talk about this because it actually summarizes even what Mr. Alexander experience is too. I listen to that when they talk. Let's forget about the homeless. Let's talk about general things that we all can relate to the economy.
Okay, so the economy of California is booming. Number one, you might think it's expensive. It's not expensive, especially if we are the highly paid. You know that. Here minimum wage. Minimum wage is those in the McDonald's and all that. Those ones are $20 and all that. That's what they get. Other ones you could go from 30 to 50.
You are not.
No, hold on. I'm coming. You asked me a question.
Let's not wait. Let me tell you my observation. Let me compare the two states, Texas and California, right? Everything you get in Texas, you pay twice or more in California. And you cannot compare the service. I live on the streets, right? Here, a luxury life. More than somebody who live in a duplex in California. What do I mean in terms of getting services, right? Let's take gas station, for instance, which is what everybody can relate to in America. Gas stations in Texas are competing with not just restaurants, they are competing with supermarkets, they are competing with hotels. In terms of services, free of charge. The only thing you can get in gas station in California is gas and get the fuck out. You can't even find a place to pee.
No, they do. I don't know the gas station you went to. San Diego is I don't know where you went to. That's San Diego.
I know California, well, not my first time with that. Now, if you put all those things into consideration, you now have like 1/3 of the people living on the street homeless. So where did the shit? Where did the peace?
So they have, very much like I said, they have shelters. Okay, they have.
This story for another day.
No, seriously, they have shelters. They even have. They have no
people on the street.
Wait now. Let me explain to you. Here we have hotels for the homeless. Okay, we know because that's where
they work. I cannot afford an hotel in California.
No. They have Motel 6. They have Motel 6. They have Motel 6.
Forget I don't
I don't know. Like I said, I don't know where you go, but Motel 6 here now for homeless people.
Electricity. Host me and Prince. We could talk about that for another session. Just us who could talk because he speaks to dual sovereignty. That's why I want to go with this. He speaks to dual sovereignty. And I think Paul was trying to say something about it, but he no understand when they say they compare American politics to Nigerian politics. The difference there that he was trying to point out is the dual politics, the dual sovereignty, whereby Colorado go say Donald Trump will not be on our state ballot and he stand, right? That is what I actually advocating for the dual sovereignty. That as an Edo person, I don't actually need to have a governor, a whatever. No, I don't need that. We can go through our own governing system and enjoy it. That's why me and you today, we live in the same country. We are comparing our economy of Texas and what? California. Because now two governing systems, different from the what is happening at the nation. And I think that's where I was driving to when I say, because any man can say, come, there's no way somebody will be at the center of the day for everybody. We cannot achieve growth like that.
And that's when
Okay.
sovereignty comes into play. And what is happening to Donald Trump is not new. If you go back to election of 1860 of Abraham Lincoln was not on the ballot paper in almost all the southern states. Because
Ovie don dey go. Ovie, you don dey waka dey go. You don dey waka dey go where I don't know. Okay,
and
but in a simple terms, when you compare California and Texas, California is way more than Texas. I've had an opportunity
I am talking
to
about standard of
move
life.
to
Forget the
Texas, and it never worked.
All right, all right.
standard of
Okay.
life. So
Hold on,
yeah.
guys. We will get back to America. Let's get everybody to weigh in first on Nigeria. So let's go to electricity.
Yeah, Rudolph, thank you. Good morning, afternoon, evening, depending on where you are based at the moment. So we're looking at 2023. Dr. Gomez have left. I really wanted to ask him. Until I was listening to him when I joined the broadcast, I thought I really need to ask him some certain things. He said, and I also recognize the places he mentioned in Lagos State, Akishimo and Bode Thomas, because I went to Surulere Secondary School off Bode Thomas there. I needed to ask him some certain people if he knows, and also some of his views or his belief when he made certain statements. Though one thing I agree with him is the Naira policy in 2023. As you know, I was there, so. And there's nothing anybody will say in respect to that Naira policy. Emefiele, if he was a good man, nobody will forgive him for that Naira policy. Either it was directly by him or it was influenced by Buhari or not. Nobody will ever forgive him in that regards, because, like I said, I was close to changing my flight because I was looking for Naira to travel from Delta State to Lagos State, not to travel outside the country, within the country, because the flight was already booked. I was looking for Naira. I went from filling station. People were using their own money to buy money. To me, it's worse than the 2023 election. I have to be honest with you. It is worse than the outcome, I beg your pardon, of the 2023 election. No bank was dispensing money. Wherever they were giving it to what these people, the POS people, the POS guys. The banks were giving the money to the POS. They were the one running the shop. And I want to collect 70,000 naira. You will not charge me 20,000 naira. You will not give me 50,000 naira. Which work did you do for me? Which contract did we sign? That is, I hope in his quiet moments. But here is one of the things I start to reason. If the Naira policy was made to punish Tinubu by himself, if it was made to punish Tinubu or so that it doesn't get into power by himself and Buhari, how did he not get into power? So, whatever game it is, I don't know. But a lot of people suffer. The common man is the one that suffered most. And that even his own people will not forgive him, because the Igbo man, I think, suffered more than any other person. You know, their transactional business, it affected them a lot during that period, because I know people who buy things from Onitsha and all sort of a thing. So that was an highlight point for me in 2023. Going into 2024, we always keep hope. We must not dismiss hope. If you follow this morning broadcast that we did, the 4 lepers, their situation is hopeless, completely hopeless. They are reject of the society, but still they did not give up hope. It's very difficult to see hope in this in this present situation. But I believe we will do something. Rudolph, you'll be my first guest for next year. I'm extending the invitation to you. I said it that I'm going to put most people on the panelists that come to talk here. I have your views already, so I wrote most of the views. Most of you will come and defend your views as a guest, and people will ask you questions to see so that you know how easy it is. So, Rudolph, you're my first guest for next year broadcast. I will give you the details. I will send you the invitation, and so you will be there. Because it's easier for we to be panelists. When we bring guests here, the way we bombard guests, I think we should also feel the same thing as well to know that. So it will be based on your opinions. It's not going to be based on anybody else.
But I did that last year. This year, I mean, I had Show interviewing me.
No, this is me interviewing you. That is between you and Show. Whatever arrangement you and Show entered, that is between the both of you. So, but Ovie, don't let us give us hope. Don't let us give up hope. I beg your pardon. Yes, I know the situation in that country is very bleak. Honestly speaking, I'm telling you, I'm one person that I've always been very optimistic about that country, and I still hold hope to it. But it's very bleak, to be honest. If you watch the video this morning, when people were telling Tinubu being power, these are Lagosians, Yorubas, possibly APC members, screaming, shouting, Asiwaju being power. That means Tinubu were hungry. And one of the person in the comment section, I like that TVC News showed a different side of the story. People were happy, but it was all a lie. People were not happy. So, hunger knows no boundary. The hunger does not recognize Tone as a Yoruba man, and me as an Igbo man, or Ovie as an Hausa man, or Rudolph. No. For them to come to that point, they said an hungry man is an angry man. I don't want a civil war, I have to be honest, because if we will ever recover from it, I don't know. So we keep pushing, we keep doing what we can do. I've asked 2 people already as a panelist. They've chickened out because they are good in talking, but they don't want to come and sit on the hot seat for people to ask them questions. They've already chickened out. It's all right. So, listen, it's been a pleasure, like I said yesterday. I'm not happy because I've not seen the dream that I wish for to happen. I mean, but I still hold on to the same message that I hold on that T mentioned about recalling all these officers. It's up to the people, the masses, to do that. And we will do it. We will get there. All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Rudolph. I yield the floor back to you.
All right. Thank you, Electricity. Let's go to Olumide.
Thank you, Rodolph. And good day to the fellow panelists. So, Rodolph, I want to kind of diverge a little bit, but it will still relate to whatever we're all talking about. I don't know if you watched the broadcast late yesterday night when there was an argument between me, Loco P, and Femi.
No, I
okay. So we were talking about Akere Dolu's. There was a difference between what Loco P highlighted and what I thought he should reflect. Hello. One moment.
All right. Steph, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Bishop. Good morning.
that Bishop must have touched you.
It fits you more than damages.
All right. So we're looking at review of last year.
Rodolph, sorry. I apologize.
Okay, go ahead.
So yeah, there was a Loco was saying that he didn't feel sorry for Akere Dolu's demise, and that he didn't feel that he should be recognized for whatever credit he was giving, maybe for the security Alfie the championed during his time as governor of the state. And he was making reference to the fact that he had an opportunity to create a facility that he could visit in Nigeria to get his treatment, you know, and he never did that. But I came in to say, you know what? Every situation is different. Hello. One moment.
All right. So Olumide is, I mean, we have to let him make a living and still talk about Nigeria. What can you do? Steph.
Yeah. Is it my floor now? Am I holding place for Olumide?
No, you are turn. When he comes back, he will join the line.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Back again, right? I apologize. One last time. If it happens again, I wouldn't disturb your flow. So I was like, oh, you know what? Every situation is different. Because from my training, my own professional training, every human being is different. What works for one person may not work for another. So you have to look at his own situation differently. You know, he had cancer, and cancer requires a specialized treatment. And there was even 2 types of cancer that they mentioned, you know, based on what we read in the papers, leukemia and prostate cancer. And the cost of cancer, especially with current treatment, is very expensive. It may not be available in Nigeria, you understand? And it has to go out. Even the manpower to treat this condition might not be available. So to now kind of attribute that to his own situation is kind of unfair. I told them it's unfair. I mean, if you were this man, apart from the fact that he was governor, he's a son. He was a son before he died, and it was well established. He could have afforded this treatment himself. And this condition, he must have had it for a while now, a long time, you know. And there was this argument. So it just brings me to the point that I don't know, Femi or Lokopi might want to come in and weigh on their own side of the issue. But what I'm trying to drive at is not even their differences. Everybody is entitled to their own opinion. Fine, he could have built an institution, he could have done that, he could have done this, but you have to look at this condition too. Even if he builds an hospital, is he the one to create the manpower? Is he the one to, you know, bring the latest drug treatments? There are institutions responsible for different things. All of our institutions have collapsed. So we see, that's why look at what happened in Plateau now. It's an eye-opener. When we say people or a profession, somebody should be competent in what they do, you should be able to make a decision for yourself. You should be able to make a decision, you know, without, you don't have to. For instance, there are situations where if you're well trained in your profession and you show leadership, you show competence, there are certain things that the president doesn't have to tell you to do before you carry it out. The president will rely on your expertise as a commanding officer of a heavy formation or the army to say, you know what should we be doing in this instance? Have you secured? How you secure, how you do it is left to that guy who is trained in that. The president of the country is not necessarily trained in that particular area. In the healthcare sector too now, I mean, it's true. When some people say, you know what, the people themselves are corrupt, you understand? I agree to it. I agree with them too on that part, in the sense that when monies are allocated to an institution, a hospital institution, and the medical director decides to pocket a large chunk of the money instead of buying fast equipment and medication that patients should have access to, it is not the president doing that. You understand? It is that sector of that institution being incompetent. Every sector, every institution, that's why I say our institutions have collapsed. You know, they don't show competence. They don't show the ability to be able to work independently and do their job with confidence and say, you know what? For instance, as a pharmacist in my job, there are certain things that my superior, even though he may not necessarily be a pharmacist, my director can never tell me to do against the ethics of my profession, or against my competence, for profitability's sake or for for anything's sake. That is the way the society is. When our society begins to think in that direction, you understand? But a lot of things have to be corrected. I agree, police are not well paid, military are not well paid, they won't want to put their life on the line. Maybe those factors should now be, we should start addressing those factors. So it's a multifactorial situation and a couple of factors affecting our country as a whole. Every institution in Nigeria has collapsed. The standards are falling.
All right, Olumide, thank you so much. I appreciate this view. I'll go and watch that debate. Steph, let me just welcome the people that just came in. Mama Echo, welcome back. I almost stopped Olumide, but I know that if I stop him, I might be in trouble. So,
please, let everybody holler Mama Echo.
Mama Echo.
No, we have to holler the women. That's why I came on. I just saw two lovelies.
Mama Echo is back from rehabilitation.
When are they give them when are they give the women the presenter of when are they
It
give
looks
the
like, it looks like somebody informed Mama Hecho that she's the woman of the year.
I was giving the women the women the presenter of the year. People they carry face. People they carry face when I was giving the women.
Your rehabilitation of the mind process. I hope you are back now with a fresh air.
Now only me give the women the presenter of the year.
Let's go to Steph. We want to hear from the women, but let's hear Steph first. Steph, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Happy New Year.
Thank you all. It's been a wonderful year. Let me start by thanking Dr. Rudolph for providing the platform that gave us the opportunity to come and hear our views, and also to be part of this therapy that have helped some of us to cope with depression. Having said that, I think what Olumide just said now, I overheard that conversation yesterday. But what I want to add is that anybody that wants to defend any public office holder in Nigeria, the person will explain tire. You understand? You go explain tire. I think what that guy was trying to explain to you is not being personal with Akeredolu. It's not just him improving on the medical facility for his own treatment. He's just talking generally that they could have been doing better in our health facilities. And I don't think anybody can argue against that. So having said that, this year had been a very, very difficult year, especially this Christmas for some of us that have kept in touch with our loved ones in Nigeria. But the most important thing is that, as usual, we have survived it, and we are looking forward to 2024. And I will plead with us not to lose hope with Nigeria. Even as illegitimate as this government is, let us not just be thinking of how about regime change in 2027 or whenever. We should also devise means of holding them accountable and helping them to do better. Because anything in any area they're able to improve the life of our people, even though I believe it's an illegitimate government, it's still for the benefit of our people. You know, let's not just keep watching and maybe hoping that they will continue to fail. No matter any good thing they will be able to pressure them to do by mistake, it's still going to help and make our people's life easier a little bit while we work towards the ultimate goal. So I want to commend every one of us for the love we have for our country. Let us not despair, and let nothing stop us from doing our very best to effect changes in our own little ways in the country. Thank you all. I look forward to working with everybody in 2024, even as we continue to plan and strategize. May God bless all of us.
So Steph, I'm sorry, because you reacted to my statement. I want to also react back to say, just 1 second, 10 seconds. Yeah, I just want to say that is why I'm saying we have to look at issues. I'm not saying public officials should be held accountable. Look at this man. Whether you like it or not, some of us Yorubas felt he did well for us. But to now disregard it and say you don't care what he did, all I know is that it's all part of them. It's part of them.
That is his opinion.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I said
We cannot. That's one good thing about Rudolph show is that people are entitled to their opinion.
That's fine. He's entitled to it. Now I'm pushing back to say
Olumide, it's all right, bro.
It
doesn't too much, man.
Hold on. That's why I
Just
said
making noise.
Hold on. Let's hear people who are here to speak. Mama Echo, go ahead.
God, you're very disturbing, man.
Mama Echo, welcome back. Where have you been?
Were you talking to me or what?
I was talking to you. You're extremely disturbing individual, bruv. As much as we love you, you're here to disturb us greatly.
Okay, I don't have an answer for you now. Don't worry.
That's wonderful, Lumide. Thank you so
Go
much.
answer that question.
Mama Echo, can you guys hold on? Mama Echo is here. Welcome back.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody from here.
Anyone not taking Mama Echo doesn't deserve the right to know how she's feeling.
The year has been so wonderful, and it has been so pathetic when we look back home. And to think that we have more dropout of school students on the street is so pathetic, and to think that our current leader does not even have the youth population at heart as at this moment is so painful. And the truth is this: the generation we put in this situation today will be our headache tomorrow. I see a video clip of a lady lamenting in Lagos that the Agbero, the area boys, has occupied the street. If your car breaks down, you have to pay. If you push, you have to pay. So those are the generation that we have refused to pay attention to. And to those who are borrowing money, and instead of putting it in productivity, they are sharing it among themselves, putting billions in their hands for cars and all. If they think they will be out of this pain they are causing this younger generation, they are lying. They may put all the security around them, but their children will pay the consequence if nothing is done. Their grandchildren will pay the consequence. How can we have a country that have population of youth that are full of energy to be productive, and we have a budget full of trillions of dollars, and there's nothing that is apportioned to groom these children and make them productive in our country? The Western world are having more older generation, and Africa are having younger generation that are very productive, but yet our budget has nothing in place for them. And with the buga, and we call ourselves rulers. When Tinubu went to Lagos, what did they greet him with? A big power. That is the slogan they greeted him with. Look at Abuja, the insecurity there. Who are those perpetuating it? The same younger generation we forgot, and we allow them to drop out of school. A lot are still dropping out now, and we want to enter the new year. Tinubu came into power and said he has nothing about education, and the university should generate money for themselves, and they should remit 40% of that money to the federal account. Where is that money coming from? Is it coming from the parent? They are paying 30,000, 18,000 a month. So how are we going to solve this problem if we continue like this? Kokomi, it doesn't concern me. But you see, we are becoming a laughing stock, and we don't care. We use all the year to discuss the problem, the division, and everything. I hope we are not going to enter 2024 discussing the problem. Rather, we should sit up and tighten our bed and find solution. Nobody will find solution for us. The highest they will do, they will open their border to allow their youth to come over here to become slaves. Me and you, many of us know that if the country is what we want it to be, a lot of us would have relocated home this year. But can we do that? Why? Because of the insecurity. And what is the cause of the insecurity? Hunger in the land. The youth we allow, a lot of them. Imagine the other day I saw a clip of a child. I think she should be around 7 or 8. Okay. And the person that interviewed her said, why are you not in school? He said, my man not get money to pay my school fees. And how much is the fee? 700 naira in Benue State. Because of 700 naira, a child of 7 or 8 years cannot go to school. That is how poor it is in some area in Nigeria. I want to ask all the state governors, all the allocation you people collect every month, what do you do with it? We have fertile land, arable land. Here we cannot produce the food we eat. Must we import rice? Must we import all this? Those who are able to go to the farm cannot go to the farm because of insecurity, and we still close our eyes to this. To me, God should just dry all the oil in Nigeria so that we'll go back to the agriculture that put us in a limelight in the first place. And as we cross over into the new year, I want to appeal to every meaningful Nigerian. Drop this division. Because whether we like it or not, we marry among ourselves. So what are we putting in the mind of the youth, of the children that are born by these parents from different tribes? This division has not helped us, it will not help us, and it will never help us. And to our leaders or rulers, you rig yourself into the office, congratulations. But you see this big budget, and majority of the money is coming from borrowed it and put it in the life of the youth. Make education to be free, if not to university level, but at least to secondary school level. Because we are not even paying the parent to even be able to take care of this level for the children, talk less of this university. A lot are dropping out. And they will be our nightmare. They are already our nightmare. And they will continue to be our nightmare. It is a shame that Africa, that was supposed to be the giant of all continents, we are still crawling. For how long? And you think the Western world are interested in coming to help you to fix your country? No. Until we become until Chinese enter the country and take dominion of everything, then we will not become slave in our own country. Look at what is happening in the north. Plateau. How can some group of people write a community that they are coming to kill them, and the authority is notified and they do nothing? The same authority, they will not throw whatever they throw and wipe a group of people and call it a mistake, and nothing is done to those who perpetuate that evil. It is only in my country, Nigeria, that cow has rights more than human being. America, once they hear one of their person is in trouble, they go after and rescue. But in Nigeria, we don't. And yeah, when we want to discuss politics, we compare ourselves to America. I bet maybe I not sabi o. How many of the American senator that they bought bulletproof car for when they enter office? I want to know. Because we compare ourselves. And how many of the America we compare ourselves to that their children are dropped out of school just because their parents couldn't pay school fees? I need to know. So to our leaders or rulers that rig themselves into office, I beg, Nigeria is not Nigeria PLC. So stop using Nigeria as Nigeria PLC. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mama Echo. Welcome back and Happy New Year to you. Ijoma.
Hi.
Welcome. How are you?
I'm all right. Thank you. I don't have much to say. I think everyone has said it already. I purposely came in to say hello to everyone. I've been on the comment section for quite a while. And today I decided to come in to say Merry Christmas. It's already gone. And also to wish every one of you, a very beautiful, a very blessed 2024. And that was why I came in. And I will be back myself in the comment section as usual. And you guys have done quite tremendous.
I usually see your comment in JDS. Nice seeing you today.
Okay, Alumide. I know I've been sharing you also as well. Ovia, thank you so much. Electricity, I can see Steph. Madam H, welcome back.
I mean, Jaguma no talk. Jaguma no talk.
Missed. You're really missed.
I get disruptive. Man no talk. Jagun.
I need your number for my New Year gift.
I'm talking now. You go say man no talk.
Why are you calling me?
Okay. Olumide, what do you want from? What can I do? What you said?
No, I was talking to Jagun. Small thing, I would say I shouldn't talk. I'm disruptive.
You are disruptive, bro. But you continue. You continue in your vibe.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. Your number is what I wish for my New Year gift. I want.
Okay. No problem. No problem. I will sort that one out. As I said, Madam H.O., you are welcome back. We missed you quite a lot. And you're one of the active person on this platform, and you felt. When I said we miss you, I miss you anyway. Jargon, I don't know much. I've seen you quite a lot. I'm saying greetings as well.
You're wonderful lady.
You quite a lot, and every one of you contribute amazing on this platform. Femi saying hello as well, and nice to see you as well. And John Abba is the man of the year anyway. Very, very controversial, and I have to say this to everyone. And then Mr. Okonkwo, we chat quite from time to time. I want to say thank you. I've learned quite a lot about Nigerian politics on this platform, which I'm not used to it. I have to say I'm very grateful. Thank you. And for every one of you, Happy New Year. As I said, I go back to the comment section, and sometimes they bully me.
I wish you would stay. I wish you would stay.
Okay, so bye-bye, everyone. Take care.
Thank you.
Take care, darling.
Bye-bye.
Not gonna try, but you don't fail.
Okay.
I don't fail.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. What a wonderful word from the young lady. I thank her for her plaudits. I'm not quite sure what the subject is. I'm not quite sure how I should get involved. I came on
the year in review. That's 2000.
The year in review. Yeah. I must say I came on specifically for the young lady who just left.
Okay.
But it seems like my man Ovie don't pass me anyhow. Silly man. Anyway, the year in review. I think we've said quite a lot.
For a reason.
Ovie, bad boy. My review was as it was kind of yesterday, man. I feel that this year was a disappointment. As tough as it was, and as much as we were trying to furrow our own path in our own individual endeavors, and hopefully we did as well as possible. For me, I was expecting quite a lot from this year. My disappointment wasn't necessarily in myself, in my own endeavors, but it was as a collective. Again, I feel that we as Nigerians, unfortunately, I don't want to use the word failed, but we didn't live up to our expectations or intentions. And with the way that the elections,
I wish Nigerians would tell themselves the truth.
Make our finish,
and stop
CM.
all this.
CM Brox. I want to say that the elections was a massive disappointment. As much as the Nigerian populace behaved themselves, yet again, the politicians behaved disgracefully in our very front. I'm not quite sure how long we are going to accept this level. But if we continue to accept this level, I'm afraid not only do we not have a country, but I think what looms over us, given a global perspective, what looms over Nigeria and Africa is that we could be returning to another form of slavery. And our freedoms are already shorn by the politicians of Nigeria, to be further shorn by the one world government that is proceeding regardless. I don't think we're going to be able to handle that again. So in review, I don't want to speak about anything more particular than the elections themselves and the mire that it now brings us into, and the further mistakes that the present government is making. Ours really is to fight back. And I wonder if we are organized in order to make a fight back worthwhile. I'll leave it there.
All right, thank you, Jagun. Femi, welcome. I've not seen you in a while.
Yeah, remember what I told you? I'm cooking, and of course, you're still going to end up being one of my first guests. It's part of what we're putting together. Some of us are putting together as our own contribution, so that it doesn't look as though all we do is complain, without trying to play our own parts as well. First of all, I want to say real quick that the way there's this facial expression that you have, Dr. Damages, whenever someone interrupts, it's priceless.
I don't know what it is, but
it's priceless. It's almost like it speaks a lot, but that's on the side. It's also interesting to know that a platform like yours can provide an avenue for us to matchmake. That's interesting as well. In addition, I wanted to give the award for the Economy Reporter of the Year to Ngozika, because of the kind of things that she updates us on that's happening live when in terms of the amount of yam, especially because typically she updates us on yam. I think that's her favorite food. But in any case, just a quick roundup. And it would start with the case of Akeredolu, who's probably representative of a lot of what is wrong with the country as a whole. Because part of my grouse when it came to his death, yes, every death is meaningful. Even Abacha's death is still a death. I mean, irrespective of I'm not trying to make comparisons now. However, my greater concern, which again still speaks to people like Akeredolu, even in death, may still rest in peace, as a matter of fact, is that especially when I worked, I trained and worked as a virologist in my previous year, like I explained yesterday. The kind of things I saw, again, in terms of the resources that were provided, if any, and the way saying things like even radiology equipment were either what's that English now? Where either some of the parts were either stolen, some were probably they bought certain equipments as new that were not new, which again is like a miniaturization of the general Nigerian factor that we always allude to. It's those kind of things, plus the fact that years and years, decades and decades of not paying attention to things that would affect everybody. It's part of what we all are suffering. I mean, not just these people, and that's why I could see where Lukopi was coming from. It's no disrespect to the dead or even the living. There's a lot of people that are not popular, that are dying from things that they should not be dying from, while there's other people that have the means, either stolen or basically they're always compromised anyway, that have the means, forgetting that sometimes death is such it comes in all forms and shapes. It doesn't matter whether you actually have the best hospital facilities and doctors available to you. Sometimes if it's the finality, but at least it's only conscious that you provide rightfully for the generality of people, because a lot of what these people steal could easily take care of even certain specifics, if not everything. So I just thought to make that point again, just to be clear, in case I was mistaken. Now, I choose to continue to pay attention to the likes of what the Minister of Interior is doing, hoping that it's not initial gra-gra. So far, he's done well. There's no need to lie. But my problem is always the sustainability. Just as with a lot of things we do in Nigeria, where we start, but then when it comes to maintenance or with continuing that legacy, which of course still pivots to the fact that we don't have institutions, so and which probably is the reason why we continue to just to praise people rather than to laud institutions, because we don't even have institutions. I'm going to be paying attention to him, and extreme attention again to Bosun Tijani, because I've since concluded that just as we've done in entertainment, especially music, and continue to do in IT, for example, and I mean, it's my domain right now, so I have to shout it out. I suspect that it just might be the young people themselves that already we're helping ourselves, that will end up helping Nigeria, if not politically, be other ways, in other ways. So the other thing I thought I might want to add was just a personal reach out to you. I think I sent a text to you about 2 weeks ago, Dr. Damages, and I still intend to speak to you. I know you don't have time, so I mean, you have your own lives, you have so many other things. People, I don't even know how you do that. I'm pretty sure you get a lot of calls from all over the world, probably even from mass. So I'm going to keep it short when I eventually try to seek audience with you. And it speaks to the fact that I look forward to programming on your platform that would be kind of like streamed in such a way that people will everybody will respect each other, in terms of let's make it look more like, I'm guilty of it sometimes too, even yesterday I was guilty of that too. Let's make it look more, for lack of another word, more professional, because sometimes truly, if any of us has a chance to go back and rewatch some of the episodes, you're not going to be proud of the feedback, if you're being honest, sometimes. So I just thought it would be nice if we can actually be a lot more what failed me, but you get where I'm coming from, and I'll keep you at that for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Femi, and let's talk later. Ngozika.
Good evening, Dr. Damages. Mama Hecho. Mama, Happy New Year. So nice to see you again. Good evening, everybody in the studio. Our viewers, I greet you, gentlemen and lady, and to our viewers and those in the chat, special greetings. Happy New Year from my village. So, the biggest news out of Nigeria for me this year was the 2023 election, for a lot of reasons. Some of them were personal, and I don't want to delve into it. But on a non-personal level, I think the election this year unraveled a lot. I choose to call this year the year of unraveling. Some people that we hitherto placed on pedestals, they really showed us what stuff they were made of. Characters were tested. Some of them stood the test of time. Others felt like a pack of cards. It's one of those years you don't forget. 2023 is one of those years you don't forget. I don't know how anybody will be able to forget 2023. And economically, what it did for Nigeria. I think we became a lot more aware. Yes, a lot of Nigerians became more aware. Let me just deviate a bit, but I'll come back to this. This year was instructive, not just because of the election, but mostly because from issues that stemmed from the elections, the aftermath of the election, and every other thing. I was having a conversation with my uncle this evening. He came back and we were discussing. He lives in Lagos, by the way, and he said that our people were building. He was telling me some of our relatives that had built there, and I was like, people are still building in Lagos after what happened during the election. He said, no, these are the people that built before the election. Nobody's building anything this year again. No. Everybody's project is halted. Some people have even relocated their investments back to the east. And I remember saying on this show that when Nigerians are ready, when Indigo are ready, I will know. And I'm very happy going into the new year, knowing that finally I can feel it. They are ready. They are ready to stop sitting and watching. They are ready to stop the apathy, and they are ready to get fully involved and take charge of their lives. I like it. As for the people that showed their characters, their true colors this year, I am happy. I am happy, especially on the political front. Anyway, Bele-faced politicians, this year was their year. Not only did they solidify their positions at Anywhere Bele-faced, they gave us reasons to always remember them for it. And I just want to say one thing. Going into next year, I don't have expectations. I said this on this show when Tinubu was sworn in. Somebody told me I'm full of negativity. What do you expect? Like, really? What do you people expect? I said it here. I remember that comment. The person came at me and said, which right thinking man will be with this lady? She's full of negativity. I remember the comment. I said it here. What do you expect? You plant oranges and you expect apples. How? It is not negativity. It is not rocket science. I am not expecting anything positive from the government next year. And next year is tomorrow. I am not. I know that my salvation will come from me and every other Nigerians, nothing from the government. I am not expecting anything from them. And for those that are expecting anything, you really need to get your head out of the clouds and then touch grass. Come outside and touch grass more. I'll leave it at that for now.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika. And I think the next person is Jonava. Yeah, Jonava, you're next.
It's always a engage when it comes to minority, but I will always keep my head up, square my shoulder, and look onto the author and the finisher of our faith. It's been a wonderful year. Many Nigerians are getting involved in politics and their awareness. And I also use this opportunity to thank Dr. Rudy and so many of the panelists and those on the chat and the viewer that the change start with all of us, turning the mirror on ourselves. The better society you are looking for is not in any other person than you. And if we all start that, in the next few years, we're all going to say we have started a journey that will turn our country around. But I also want to appeal to those that get involved in Nigerian politics for the first time and are quickly giving up, to encourage them to stay for the cause. Change is not easy, and change comes with price. And I believe that as we all express our view and our concern on Nigerian issue or other issue around the world. With understanding and the knowledge of what we share, we will have a better world. The world we created is the world we live in. Nobody, no government of any country do so much. The government is to set a standard and create an enablement environment for the citizens to strive. And we look forward to see that. And if we don't, we continue to press on. Nigeria belongs to all of us, and there's no way we're all going to run and let those that have oppressed us, stolen our future, or mortgaging it, have their final say. But if we all slack and we think we don't have a country, then we will not have it. But if we think we have what it takes to press on and to fight what we believe in, we eventually get there. I always say it's a long walk to freedom, but it's possible. I also want to use this opportunity to thank those that I disagree with and those that I agree with. That is what life is all about. We don't have to see it from the same perspective, but everybody's view are important to them, and so many that share their own view. But we will continue to be here. It's sometimes not convenient, but we think our voice matter and we stick out. Thank you, Ngazika, Mama Icho, welcome back. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Janaba. We appreciate you. Let's go to Sim. Oh, okay, Sim, hold on. Let me go to Chinayaram in Nigeria. Chinayaram, welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Damages. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, panelists. Dr. Damages, Sim can continue. I'm no longer in Nigeria. I'm in the UK now.
Wow.
Who's that?
You escaped.
Yeah, I escaped.
No, you escaped.
I escaped. I'm in the UK now.
So why did you raise your hand then? You should join the line like other people.
I was raising my hand because I thought maybe it was random. I just came in.
No, okay, no, not random. We're just
okay. CM can continue, please.
CM, go ahead.
Before CM continues, Jagun, do you know the meaning of Amadioha?
Amadioha.
Which one? You said what?
Do you know the meaning of Amadioha?
Please allow me. Please let me. Just allow me say my turn, please. For whatever it is worth. Let me say what I want to say.
With my cola, I'm going to pray for you with cola.
All right.
Before you say what you want, sorry.
Okay.
Chinoyarem, congratulations on your jackpot.
Please, can you guys stop? Let's hear us here.
Even on New Year's, that means no stop, no ban, no stop. That's how we go flow. They go till midnight.
Yeah, CM, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everybody. First of all, yeah, Madam H, you're welcome. For some months now, we've not seen you, so we were wondering. Personally, I was quite a bit. I wondered what must have happened. But all the best. At least I'm seeing you for the last day of the year, and I'm wishing you well for the new year. So, what I need to say regarding Nigeria politically this year, there are wins and there are losses. It belongs to P2B, politically speaking, because of the phenomenal campaign he carried out. He inspired a lot of people. He inspired a generation. Please, somebody should mute, please. Please, somebody should mute.
Let me see. I'll see who.
Please, everybody mute, please, if you are not speaking.
Yeah, I think it's.
No, I'm not the moderator. So, like I'm saying, this year belongs to P2B, politically speaking. Not because he got the ultimate prize, but because of the phenomenal campaign he ran. He inspired a lot of people. He made a lot of people to believe. That's why so many people got their BVC. At this politically, negative side of it is INEC. A criminal called INEC must be dismantled going forward. That is for 2024. Now, this year, in trying to be brief, also witnessed the return of Fulani headsmen slaughtering people, which is presently what is going on now. And because of the activities of Fulani headsmen, I will also use it to pay tribute to the late barrister Oluwarotimi Oduayo Akeredolu, like I've done yesterday. Whatever anybody may say about the man, the South Republic, the Yorubas are no longer refugees in Benin Republic because of Akeredolu. He stood up when it mattered. Yes, he may not balance the budget, he may not have provided jobs so much, and then going to his last days, all the controversies surrounding handover and no handover. Well, those ones are still negatives, but nothing matters much than when your people needed you over life and death, and you stood up for them. The Agbekoyas came to him to tell him that they can't go to the farm to earn a living. He stood up. He stood up to the shenanigans of Malami, the Attorney General, and being a practitioner of international repute. The Yorubas will do him when it mattered most. Before then, Fulani headsmen were Fashoranti Afenifere leader. Akeredolu said over his dead body, he can never stand it. Igboho is another person I need to salute, because sometimes we take care of this needs of the stomach better than that of our fellow human being. So to that, because of the return of Fulani headsmen, I doff my heart for Akeredolu. He's a fighter. If such person is the president, he can never withstand all this nonsense the Fulani headsmen are doing up and down the country. Akeredolu won't withstand it. He will face squarely, and wherever he is, he's a hero. He is my hero. Now this year, let's also have a little. God smiled on Nigeria. In the field of sports, Victor Osimhen became the African Footballer of the Year. Victor Osimhen Island won under-17 for Nigeria. I think so, either 2013 or 2015. I can't remember. He's from Edo State. He plays for Napoli Football Club of Italy, and
CM, we're having difficulties hearing you. So we move to Amadioha. Maybe if you do well, Amadioha could help you solve your problem. Amadioha, go ahead.
Okay. I'm here. Mazi Prince, if I know the meaning, I know the meaning. So there's nothing you do with me, and I don't like the name. I want to say hi to Mama Echo.
CM is still trying to speak, but his connection is not good.
As I said yesterday, we are talking about Akeredolu, we should all be remember for something, either negative or positive. If every one of us here that used to be in this program, either I said the truth, we are everybody that there to us that see us community platform have asked about my HO. So what that woman so many times? Where is he? Even people that have not seen him before, they only had the voice. They don't hear that voice anymore whenever I turn on my channel. So they ask about her. All right. So that shows that whatever we do, we should be remembered for something, either good or bad. Let's all be remembered for good. As everybody's remember Akeredolu for the Amoteku, the defense, let's all remember for good, not for bad. That on the side, as I yesterday, we have to give Dr. Damages the kudos. He has brought everybody together, giving us voices. Most of us don't have that voice outside. They may answer big names here. They will go outside, we don't have that voices. But right now, I have given some of us voices. Somebody said yesterday in the platform in this comment section that this show saved him from depression. We don't see. Somebody said that yesterday. This show brought him out of depression, and that is a therapist in there. It's therapist for most of us, but no one understands. So we should give him the man of the year. He has saved so many souls and brought so many people out from their comfort zone, and some of them that think that they know it all. There are some people that know more than them. We all know where we all started. We all know each other here, so we have seen it how it goes. So I also tell Ovie is here, Jonaba is here. Let's invite the damages to Texas. Let's take care of him. Let's show him how we parole here, how you party in Texas. You know, Texas have been hosting a lot of Nigerians community heavily for the past 2-3 years now. The movement of Nigeria to Texas is high. You know, so many, the nightlife, everything, they have taken it over from the Black Americans or every other ethnic group in Texas. Nigerians are taking over. So you should come and experience what we are experiencing. So secondly, I want to thank everybody. Let's not to talk. I just hope next year we not come here to talk. Let's start having solutions. I say yesterday, let's start bringing solutions in. We have spoken a lot. We have spoken a lot for a year. Keep on spoken. It's time for solution, either in or out, as I said. So that's my own point here. It's time for solution for us to move forward and take the platform to a different level. Support it, take it as our own. It doesn't belong to the damages. So the damages, you see electricity is telling him today, you're going to put him on the hot seat. That shows that it doesn't belong to him anymore. Anybody can come here and say, you're going to put the damage on the hot seat. So show her people on the hot seat. He said that for sure. Now this is my own turn. So show that it doesn't belong to him anymore. He may be the founder, but I tell you, it doesn't belong to him. So, and all of us should put hands together to see, are going to make this platform a talk of, everyone want to come here to view it, come here to express yourself. Everyone come here to talk the way you feel. And that's what my own point. Next year, I wish next year we all should speak in one mind. In a family, there must be a difference. It takes time to come together. So we cannot expect everybody to speak one umbrella. All of us have to speak in different we are from different region, different ethnic group, different, even we that are Igbos. We don't understand all our languages. We have different languages. All right. So because of when you're not even Igbo, you're not from Nigeria. So that last year we have already experimented many things, see how we can put it better. I mean, this coming year will be a better year for us. And in Nigeria, where we come from, I tell you guys, the level in Nigeria is that sleep, wake up, continue life. Sleep, wake up, continue life. They have no hope. You see, the hope is no more there. So what they offer, any day the rice is 70,000, they will buy. 100,000 they will buy. They will chop, continue life. Any day die come, they will die. So we need to help, because if we don't, that's what will be. It will surprise rice, bag of rice will be up to 100, 150. They will still buy. Hanging in there until one day they can't buy it anymore. So I just wish we can use this platform to reach every other person that want good to be in Nigeria, so we can go out from there. We can also help each other, whatever way we can do it. It doesn't matter. And they have a plan. Last year we didn't do anything. This year, I think, end of this year, we should pass a message. We should pass a message, no matter however it is, to the government, to the political, we should pass something. If there's a message that will come from us, message should be passed. I don't know how we want to be, message should be passed. People should be aware that some group of people that are Nigeria, that are doing something good. That's just my own contribution. I also tell John Abba, Sasha, he said in Gramana from Anambra State, so now we hold him. So make it no run. He's an elder, he should always come home. If Benue people chase him out, I go open door for him. We don't. That's how it is. Actually, that's how people do. If Benue people chase him away, he always welcome to our house. We're going to open door for him. So I wish everybody Happy New Year. And I want to beg to let me say something. You should allow people in comment section. They want to come in, should come in. If they let them cover their faces, let them come in and express themselves. If let them wear anything, let's throw it open. Let the party open this end of the year. So let's enter New Year with joy in our hearts. So anybody that want to with that to talk, who can go and stay background and listen. Anybody want to come can come. If you like cover your face, come and express yourself. Let's just do that. That will help. That will be, I just might be happy. So waiting for Father to come in so that we can. I hope you come in so we can run this show to midnight and do a happy New Year here.
All right. Thank you, Amadioha. Chim.
Hi, Dr. Rudolph. Compliments again, and pleased to be here. Happy New Year in advance. I know some of us are already a few minutes away from it. I'm several hours away. So by the time some of you will be saying Happy New Year, I will still be in 2023, waiting for more blessings. It's been a very wonderful time. Trying not to repeat myself from yesterday, but it's been refreshing. I used to listen to Dr. Damage's show, the place where he wears his hospital gown. I enjoyed it, and I've been watching from Nigeria. Actually, I started reading before social media became this diversified. I used to read commentaries from a certain Rudolph Okonkwo that my relatives in diaspora then before I joined them would share with me, and I will read, all those. I think it used to be from, I'm not sure which platform used to write on that time, but they will send it to me in my email. And sometimes some people will post it. Then when Facebook came, some people will post, your write-ups on Facebook, and then we started getting diversified, and then YouTube and everything started coming up and all that. So I used to watch you guys. I remember the first time I watched it was Kene. That was the main person. Mama Hecho was there. What's his name? Ovie was there, and it was just before the election. And it was very heated. I just sat down in my sitting room. I was watching. I said, okay. Then one day I said, okay, you know what? Let me go and air my views.
Tell them, show them.
And then I clicked and I got in. And I'm like, oh, wow. If this is the way going to heaven will be. And then I came in and then I got hooked on. And, like I rightly said yesterday, usually on Saturdays, because of time zone issues on Sundays, when it's 12 and all that in the UK, it's early morning here in Calgary, Canada. And we have to go to church and all that. So sometimes, which is why I usually join this program on Sundays late. But on Saturdays, for the last 1 year, I decided not to do anything cram Saturday. So I didn't go for any weddings. I didn't go anywhere this whole year. Saturdays, I was always home, unless it was extremely necessary to go out. So I wake up, shower, and just come into my little office and join you guys. And it's been very interesting. Like I've argued, people have said we come here, we talk. I think it was KJ that said last week, this is a talk shop. And there's nothing wrong in talking. Talking is therapeutic. Like Amadio rightly said, there are people, even those who are listening and sometimes, giving us a hard time, calling us out, giving us, and all those things. If we're not here, there will be nobody for them on that comment section to pick on. So, I think there was a day I really got pissed off with comments, and I wanted to go in there and just go and punch people, and then something just said, hey, do you know that if you guys are not here, these guys won't have anything to talk about?
Jim, to your point, if they're not happy with us talking, they can switch off now. They can switch off.
No, they calm down. Don't worry, calm down. So the point I'm making is, if we're not here, then they will have nobody to criticize. And if they are not there, we will have nobody to be talking to. We'll just be talking to ourselves. So I think, and the same thing with leadership. Although my philosophy has always been that leadership should be done in the right way. I long before I got to the level where I was, I had been a student of. In fact, if you come to my shelf, I have more leadership books than marketing, which I practice, or communication. I have more leadership books. I've read a lot of leadership books, and there's just something about leadership. There, someone says everything rises and falls on leadership. And it's my prayer and my hope that the Nigerian leaders, some of the things we say here, that some of them will take it up and be sober. You know, we don't come, I don't take, in fact, if you know me, I'm one person who heavily Nigerian oriented. You know, I like to say, when I get to any place and I meet Nigerians, it doesn't matter whether they're my ethnic group or from any other group, automatically they become my brother. You know, so, and I think what we do here, we're not just talking, we're airing our views so that we'll see how our country can get better. Incidentally, the election didn't go the way many people expected. But I will tell you guys one honest truth. I left a certain, I know many of them might be listening, one of my previous employers. So we form alumni when everybody leaves. And then that alumni, we have a WhatsApp alumni where we come and converse and discuss. And during that election, I told them that Tinubu was going to be Nigeria's president. And people were like, no, those who are against Tinubu said, God forbid that. And I said, you can't forbid it. They said, why? Why are you saying that? I said, listen, if this man has won his party's nomination and they didn't stop him, I said, nobody's going to stop him. I said, the only thing that will stop this man is God. If they did not stop him at his APC level, they saw a more erudite person and they went for this person. I said, this guy is going to be Nigeria's president. He said, well, I said, it's just typical of us that the one people don't want is the one that's going to emerge. And it's actually because of our attitude and the way we go about things. So my hope is that this place is a mini Nigeria where people can come and speak the truth, where people can tell the truth honestly, devoid of whatever ethnic group they come from. The day we begin to, yes, accept our ethnic groups, but on a wider level as Nigerians begin to pick the best for ourselves. I live in Canada. It's a lovely country. I know the things I've enjoyed since I came to Canada. I don't know any government office in this country. My relationship with the government is online. When I file my tax and my accountant sends it to CRA, as we call them, Canada Revenue Service, sends it to them. When they process my filing, they communicate with me and tell me if I'm owing them or they are owing me. If they are owing me, they will tell me when I'll get my money. And I just sit in my house and check my account and I see my money has dropped. If I'm owing them, nobody comes chasing me with stone and putting placards on the road to block me. They send me a slip. I walk into my bank. I tell my bank, this is CRA's money I want to pay, and I pay it, and I move on with my life. Sometimes 7 months, 8 months down the line, they reassess me, and they say, oh, we discovered that in 2018, you overpaid. Therefore, we owe you X amount. And then they refund me that money. This is almost like 3, 4, 5 years after they've assessed that one. They do a reassessment. They want to check, and they discover that, oh, that they took more money from me than they did, I
testify.
You know, so what am I saying? I saw all of this and I said, Nigeria can be. The day I came into Canada, I told someone, I said, this place is not better than Nigeria. The person told me, I said, these people are not better than us. The human beings, they are human beings. I've met people who beat traffic lights. I've met people who, if you allow them, they will scam you. But what's the difference? The difference is that there is a rule of law. The rule of law. If the prime minister's wife is caught today, because today is a call it holiday sort of, and she's driving herself and she beats traffic light, the police officer will stop her and give her a ticket. She'll go and pay it. If a minister going for lunch with his wife beats traffic or does anything, causes an infraction, the police officer will stop him. There's no siren. Nobody stops anybody. Life just goes on. Do you understand? So the point I'm trying to make is I saw all of this and I said, Nigeria can be like this. If we just have a little measure of that, what I call it, that law-abiding nature. The law works for everybody. Nigeria will be a fantastic place. The temperature is beautiful. I don't have to spend millions of money. Today I'm layered. If you watch me, you'll see I'm layered because the weather is very cold out here today. In fact, I wanted to dress in my traditional attire, but
yeah, man, I feel you, man.
I wore my traditional attire. It was becoming tight, so I removed it and went English. So my contributions here is to see how Nigeria can get better. I want Nigeria to be a beautiful place. Somewhere that where we would go home, we will relax. Somewhere where I can take a drive. Last week, I wasn't on this show on Sunday. I went to see my aunt who lives in a smaller city away from where I live, and it's an hour, 30 minutes. It's like the road reminds me of Lagos-Ibadan Expressway or Port Harcourt-Enugu Expressway. And guess what? Sometimes it could be lonely because it's a holiday. And we drove with my family. When they spent 2 hours with her, and I drove back same day. I wasn't afraid of anybody coming out from the bush to stop me. There was no police officer anywhere on the road. In fact, when I entered the highway, the police officer drove by me. Their work is to parade the road, but they don't stop you. People drive freely. Life just moves on. So when we can get to that level where the government works for everyone, not for a few, not for 109 senators and the executive and ministers. No, where it works for everyone. Where the government officials, especially the political appointees, are afraid of you and me. Because our politicians here, look, if you see the amount of mails, Christmas mails I got from my members of parliament this Christmas, wishing me well, soliciting my support. They're literally, I'm their beautiful bride. Elections are coming. So everybody is trying to be nice to me. But guess what? Even when I need them and I go to their office, I get service from them. If I go today and say, oh, I'm trying to bring my brother to Canada and I'm having challenges, my member of parliament will step in. He will step in and talk to Canadian immigration to say, this is one of my constituents. Why are you stopping his relative from coming to see him? That's the way it works. I'm a nobody. I'm not even a politician, but they want to be there for me. So this is some of the things I believe, because my view is that Nigeria needs a transformation from the mind. It's our mind that is making us do the things we're doing that are wrong. And remember, it is you and me who are members of society that become politicians. The politicians don't fall from heaven. So if my mindset is warped at my lower level, I will carry that warped mindset into office. I'll carry it to the presidency. I'll carry it to Aso Rock. I'll carry it to a state government house. And I believe that what we owe our fellow Nigerians back home on this platform is to begin to talk to them about some of these things that will begin to see they can start changing the way they reason. Because the day Nigerians change the way they reason, Nigeria has changed. The day the mindset changes. Listen, all this electricity, constitution, that day, when I'm talking to a Senator Kazaure, for instance, on the need for police to stop disturbing people in Abia State, he will see reason. He will not be bringing a northern bias to it. You understand what I'm saying? When we're saying, oh, Niger Delta needs to be cleaned up, he will see reason that, oh, let's go and clean up Niger Delta. Because even though he's from Kazaure, he sees that the people in Niger Delta are part of Nigeria. Nobody will be bringing unnecessary biases into it. And so I would like to stop there. Maybe later on I'll talk, but it's been a fantastic, I've met beautiful people on this platform. For those in the UK who are promising Rudolph, please, when me too come to the UK, be there, because if I land the UK tomorrow, Jagu, I will contact you. I will contact all the UK people. Hopefully my prayers are 2024 will be a better year financially, so that some of us can do some of the things we want to do. It was a challenging year. Some of us had to lay low because of inflation and all those kinds of things. But I'm hopeful that in the new year, I'll be able to do more travels and perhaps meet some of us in person and move some of our relationships to the next level. So for now, I'll keep quiet and let every other person talk. It's been fantastic, you guys. Yeah.
Chim, if you come to London, you better be ready to get down. Omar. Okay.
All right. Chinonyer, welcome.
Yeah, greetings, panelists.
Greetings.
Madam Hecho, welcome back. Madam Hecho, welcome back. It's been a while.
Yeah, Chinonyer, before you continue, your light or your image still looks Nigerian. So since you are now in the UK, so that we don't confuse.
Oh, wow, for real.
I escaped.
You may have to wipe your camera or something.
That
you know.
country.
Yeah, there's something you need to do.
Don't worry,
You need to change your light bulb.
Well, Jack and Co will soon indoctrinate him. He will get it. He will get it.
No, as any new Nigerian comes in for the first 2 years, they are ignored for first 2 years.
Okay. First of all, I think it's worthy to note that I started joining this the panel because of Ngozika. Ngozika really motivated me because I was like, I watched Dr. Damages for more than 4 years, but I never joined the panel because I thought my network was too bad. But I started seeing Ngozika join frequently. I was like, if Ngozika is in Nigeria and can join, why can't I? That was what motivated me. That was what enforced my will to start joining the panel. So I thank Ngozika for that. Then before I left Nigeria, I came to the conclusion after an introspective examination of what's happened in the country. I came to the conclusion that what Jean-Paul Sartre, a French philosopher, wrote in his book, Existentialism is a Humanism. He said that the first principle of existentialism is that it places the entire burden of your existence squarely on your shoulder. There's nothing like predetermination, there's nothing like God. That is the kind of mentality any person that wants to survive Nigeria should have. You should know that there is not like government. You have to protect yourself. You have to provide everything for yourself. If not, you can't succeed. You can never succeed in that country. That place is just what it's nothing to write home about. You must face your responsibility as whatever burden that life places on you. Just hold this squarely on your shoulder. Don't think that the government will do this or that for you. Whatever you want, just try your best to get it your way. It shouldn't be that way, but that's the situation we found ourselves. It's too bad. You have to provide every single thing for yourself. And you pay task after providing every single thing for yourself. And the task will be embezzled. That's what Nigeria is. So that's what I just want to say. Anybody in Nigeria should just face whatever you think you want to do it on your own. Don't ever depend on that government. Nigeria will never work. I've said this before. I've come to the conclusion that Nigeria can never work under this present dispensation. It can never work.
Chinonyer, let's just ask you a few questions. You just left. What is the biggest shock you've experienced, being abroad and compared to Nigeria?
I just arrived. I've not really. I just arrived 2 days ago. I came here 2 days ago.
Okay, so I understand why your camera is missing. Forgive me for taking issues.
I came here 2 days ago.
2 days ago. So you've not looked outside the window.
I've been out for like twice now. So.
Have they taken light where you are?
No.
All right, so you are just 2 days ago, so we can't even. There's no way to begin to question you.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah. Anybody can ask. Anybody. Is the new
Chino, mine is not a question, but I just want to congratulate you for having the courage. And pretty much UK is a great place to be in. The only advice I would put on there is just make sure you focus on what you came for. Try to associate with few people that you can, that will lead you through the right path. And if you decide to stay, stay. It's a better place, you know. Yeah, that's all I can say for now.
All right.
So,
I just want to say, so I'm sorry. I just want to say that congratulations on leaving Nigeria, a shithole country, for your new country. You understand? So, but if you ever have the opportunity, you're a very young man. If you ever have the opportunity of living UK, I understand it might be difficult getting citizenship there, or even aspiring to the highest position that you want to be in life in that UK because of their own policies there. You want to move to Canada or maybe US, where you can be anything you want to be. Feel free, okay? Yeah, think about it. I'm not trying to pressure you now, but you know, if you ever feel UK is not really home that you want to be, you understand? But you've taken the first good step. I wish you all the best.
Yeah, congratulations, Tinele. I also want to use this opportunity to empathize with Nigeria for another loss of a great opportunity to be a better country. And I pray that we're going to start getting it right this year, so that we can begin to turn the tide around. Having said that, Dr. Rudolph, I think I'll be watching from the YouTube so that we may give more other people more chance to come into the panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So, Doctor, let me say a few words as well, if you will. So, Chineyurim, I don't know whether to cry or to laugh, but all I'll just say is, as much as we say Nigeria is what it is. I mean, let's be clear on that. But there's a couple of
why you won't cry?
There's a couple of okay. There's a couple of
now you and me, but yeah.
Go ahead, Femi. We have to, it's the end of the year. We have to get to the new year with Olumide. We have to somehow get to the new year with him. But go ahead, Femi. Go ahead.
So there's a couple of things I'll be showing when I officially start my my gig, right? And part of it will show you how, as much as we kind of like laud ourselves when we actually do escape in truth, to be honest, you see a lot of those Nigerians that spent time abroad that are actually doing amazingly well in Nigeria now. They're going to tell you the opposite. So it's going to be interesting. I mean, the kind of things, the kind of guys I'll be bringing up, especially again with respect to the fact that it's going to be domiciled in the IT space. But just a couple of words to Chineyurim. Again, part of what I was going to say has already been said. Just be careful, choose your circle right, and make sure that whatever you're there for is what you're trying to do, because ultimately, I suspect that you'll be of use to Nigeria and you'll probably end up going back and playing your part as well.
All right, thank you.
So do we have any particular topic we want to talk about? Because I wanted to share something. I don't know if it's...
So before I go, please, Dr. Damages, please thank Ngozika for me. She was, she really motivated me. She, her presence here.
Congratulations on your jackpot. God will run out for you, go run out for the rest of us.
Oh my goodness.
You know, the funny thing, Ngozika was the one that said after the election will determine what she will do next.
Yeah,
so,
he did.
But then,
I didn't want to talk about it on a public forum, but he did. Mama H knows a bit of the story. He did.
Oh, okay.
On a really personal level.
All right. So we
I've not said anything. I think.
No, hold on. Master Prince, I thought you spoke. Can we go to? Okay, go ahead, Prince.
I only spoke. I thought you said to call, to ask him question. That was the only reason why.
Oh, okay. You wanted to. Oh, okay. No. At the beginning. Yeah. Okay, go ahead. We are talking about reviews, New Year. Chim, hold on. Okay, let me hear from you.
Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
I've not spoken since
Okay.
Madam Mama Hecho came in, so let me,
Okay.
tell her how much we missed her. Okay, Mama Hecho, we actually missed you. I'm not gonna tell you lies, and most of us asked about you and all that, and it's good to know that you are doing perfectly well. It's not easy. It's not easy, and life gives us lemon, and we make lemonade. It gives us orange, we make orange juice and all that. In all, I refuse to say pray for Nigeria because we prayed for 60 something years and nothing is going on. The only thing is help those you can help and in any little way that you can. Like I tell them these days, somebody called me this morning and said, "Oh, you said you were gonna do New Year for us." I said, "What? What are you talking about? At 1 a.m. Do what? New Year?" I'm sorry. How old are you again? She said she's 30 something years old. I said, "I'm sorry. It's a disappointment for you calling me and asking me to do New Year for you. I don't know what it means. I'm not in it." That being said, pretty much just like Chim said, Chim. Remember me in your paradise when you do those taxes. At least we know how it will be now. You remember me in your paradise.
You where they live for Texas. See someone living in Texas.
I don't think Texas. Are they California? California, Texas.
Even better.
Yeah.
The fifth largest economy in the world.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. They tax us, we get it back somehow, some way. We fight with them because you go to fight federal, you go to fight states, so you go fight all over the place. But which is good. I'm not complaining. And Jagun, I wanted to tell you, the Amadioha is a deity. It's a deity. It's kind of like a big thing in Igbo land. So it's a big man. That's why I wanted to tell you about the Amadioha and pretty much every other person on the panel. 2024 will be a great year. It will be a great year. What I mean, for most of us, I'm not saying I know it's gonna be tasking because Nigeria economic wise will be so bad. I don't even know what the outlook looks like right now. It's very gloom. But it's our country.
Prince,
And we'll
that's part of conversation we want to have, because someone can tell you, for instance, that I read somewhere that 5 oil refineries are coming on stream, 5 of them. So, and if that happens, no, seriously, I mean, we want things to work in that country. I don't care. If it works, the house people I have there, less calls will come to you. But if that happens, for instance, maybe we will stop importing petrol. And that will mean something, even if it's just a foreign currency that will stop going out. So you just have to, we don't have to write off the whole country on the basis of it could happen.
Dr. Rudolph, I disagree with you a little bit on that, because even if the refineries comes on, right now, what do you call it? The subsidy is gone. And whatever they're gonna refine, they will also refine it based on international price.
Yeah, I know the whole story about it. I used to value energy, but the point is if you want to actually argue it, there's cost in importing and exporting, so that cost will not be part of it. So somehow it's going to be better for you to refine in your country than to import. But anyway, let's leave that.
It will be better. And also remember that most of the crude oil that we are gonna be producing is on debt. We owe. We owe. Most Africans.
I didn't hear you well.
Oh, okay. So most of the production of crude that we'll be doing 2024 will be used to pay debts that we've already collected.
Yeah, but the point is that if we don't do this, we will still pay debt. So in any case, it's a positive thing. Anyway, hold on. Let's get other people involved in
Yes. So for me, in a general sense, if the government really wants to do something that will be very drastic, first start with NNPC, take out Melik Kyari, take him out of that place. He's long overdue. Put in new administrators. You know, those are the places we need to have a change, and things will happen. But if we still have those people, I don't know. But it is what it is. I'm hopeful, I'm hopeful, and hopefully, like you said, let things work. The less calls we will get, and the better it will be for all of us, so that we'll go enjoy after we don't pay our bills here. We'll go enjoy some more now. Let me say we're going to think about brothers
I
and
would like to
sisters in
contribute
Nigeria.
later on when every other person.
Yeah, let me get to other people then. I just want Oti, Shegun, and then I can come back to you. Tone, yeah, okay. All right, Oti, go ahead.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Yes, Madam Hecho, it's good to see you. Even though the time you were very active on this platform, I was never part of it, but I was, of course, I was listening at the background. Welcome back. I liked what Ngozika said. I just have to kind of recall. She made a quite useful observation in her charismatic basic common sense. So yes, I mean, the election in Nigeria, for me, that's of course is the most remarkable thing that happened this year, for good or ill. Some people have said that, Nigeria, it's been a good year. Some people say, okay, maybe, perhaps in their personal lives. But if we're talking about our country, I don't see anything good about it. I would say it's been awful. Again, it's just the election, really. The what happened in the political scene. I think it's Martin Luther King who said that the arc of the universe bends towards justice. So in the same way, the arc of the political universe bends towards justice. Why I say this is because something that's important to me. Because I always tell my children, everything has a consequence. I think, I don't know if we as a people, are alive to this notion. I think it's quite a basic fact, really. Things have consequences. And I want us to kind of imbibe this. And going forward, even if there's one thing we can contribute, if it's one thing we can contribute to, Nigeria, our country, can we somehow let our people, especially the politicians, those in leadership, know that things have consequences? And I mean, really, for them, not because consequences in the sense that, look, we all know that crime, there's no statute of limitation. So when you do a crime, there's going to be, rule of law. Jim mentioned it, due process, and punishment if one is found guilty. So because people are committing crime in Nigeria in the name of whatever, those in high offices. So what happens? I mean, what happens tomorrow? So I think we really should come alive to this possibility, and maybe, I don't know how to make it widely, generally known that there will be a reckoning. People will, have to pay a price if those that are in power now, because this power is so transient. Things can change suddenly. And after all, Emefiele that is now, being prosecuted, he was once a very powerful man in Nigeria. Who said that can happen to even the guy now, the president, tomorrow or next, or to anybody for that matter? Look, so if you do a crime, any kind of crime, it doesn't matter who you are. So I think it's if we somehow as a people understand this and kind of live with that, things may change. Things will definitely change, because all this we're hoping, of saying that people, the Nigerians are going to change their attitude and therefore things will change that way. The only thing that, look, if people get away with things, they do wrong thing and get away with it, no consequences, nothing will ever change. And that's where the rule of law comes in. Jim talks about it. What's the rule of law? I mean, again, things having consequences. When you do something, you really have to kind of accept, pay a price when you're called upon to do so. So that's, to me, is both our current situation and going forward. This sense of accountability. That's we have to be responsible, be held to account for whatever we do, both in our private and public lives. That's, to me, should be a very important lesson to draw and to live by. So that's all I have to say at this moment.
Thank you so much. Let's go to Femi. Can I skip you? Do you have something to add? Yeah. Okay. Shegun, welcome to the show.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly.
Yeah, we can hear you.
It's been nice, to be on this platform again. Greetings, Doctor. It's been a while. I just wanted to be part of the last show of the year.
Thank you so much. We miss you, especially at the election. You were very key in helping us.
The blood was very hot at that time, and the hopes were very high. Unfortunately, it was dashed, but we're still here, been listening at the background. So, first thing first is greetings to everyone. Mama Echo, greetings to you and everyone. Thank you, Doctor, for creating this platform to enable communications, at least. Even though we've not met ourselves here, somehow it feels like a family, so which is a good thing. So I'll just pick on various points. I wanted to join yesterday, but somehow I didn't have the chance. So first, just to talk a bit about Man of the Year, I just pick on that. For me, I think the Man of the Year is Peter Obi. And for the simple reason is, if you look at previous elections, there's always been clamor for a third force. No matter how strong the clamor is, by the time the election result comes out, you see that the third force did not even get up to 200,000. Or Peter Obi got close to it. Even though at first when he started, I was just thinking, well, if he gets 4 million votes, that's an encouragement. But it was almost there before we were cheated out, in my own opinion. But so for being a very strong contender, and he has given hope. Things don't change like that. They take gradual step to state. So maybe next time, if we try, we may be able to get what we want as a people. So I'll give that to him. And that also leads me to say that the highlight for the year is actually the election, because people had hopes. People, in my own opinion, participated. And we hope that something good will come in, but never came back in. INEC was the low point of last year, just for the simple reason of just tweaking something in the system and allowing somebody else to take advantage of the procedure. I think that will just be what I would say. Looking forward into 2024, personally for Nigeria, I don't see sign of something encouraging. So, I mean, if you Yorubas will say the sign of a good Sunday is probably your Friday before or Saturday before. Really, I'm not seeing anything encouraging from this government to say that we're really looking forward to a hopeful one. But we must all live on hope. So one thing I hope, which you have said, is that I hope refineries start producing in Nigeria. I only hope. And why I keep stressing on hope is because we've had Dangote commissioned very early in the year, and this is the last day of the year, and one drop of product hasn't come out from that place. We've had Port Harcourt refinery mechanically completed. I link that to what they call technically defeat of the Boko Haram, which is also a way that the government just comes to lie to us. But again, in all of this, I'm just still hoping that refineries work in 2024, and the spiral effect of that would be probably less pressure on foreign reserve or foreign currency for demand for that, and hopefully that also spiral into the economy. That's just what I hope for. But apart from that, we'll just take the day as it comes, also adding our voices to situations. Lastly, what I would want to say is just to touch back on the Plateau crisis. My heart goes out to the people. I grew up in Bauchi, so Plateau is just next door neighbor. I knew how it was everybody's desire, to be in Jos, which was the coldest part of Nigeria as far as I'm concerned, very peaceful. But if you cast your mind back, Jos itself, the main town, had a period when there was crisis. Even though now we don't see that and we hope it's gone. But the Plateau crisis in the villages, unfortunately, this is, in my own opinion, is not going to be the last one because the government is not doing anything. And then yesterday there were arguments about military capabilities. While I agree that the military capacity is quietly, stretched, I may agree that they do not have capacity to prevent, but I don't agree that they do not have capacity to investigate and prosecute and catch the people that have been involved. Because if you listen to the victims, some of them keep saying, we know these people, we know their names. And for me, there's no greater intelligence than that when the victims say, we know these people. So the first point of arrest, if it's a serious government that's willing to fight this issue, is to arrest these people, interrogate them. If they are not guilty, let them go. But we've not seen that, which points to the fact that there is no political will to really stop that fight there. So in my own opinion, what they need to do is the people need to arm themselves and protect themselves. They need to arm themselves and protect themselves. I think that's the only way it is. Forefathers argues that if people arm themselves, there will be chaos. My argument is there no chaos already? What we have, is it different from, it's chaos. So I rather be in a chaos where I am defending myself than be in a chaos where I'm being slaughtered. So again, they should take a cue from Amotekun. They should assemble themselves wherever they need to do and defend themselves. And maybe the government will take them more serious and do what they need to do. But apart from that, we commensurate with them. We know it's a difficult position to be in, but that's Nigeria. It goes back to my opinion that the way Nigeria is currently constituted, it's going to be difficult for it to work. So that's just my one kobo. I said I should chime in so that I can tick the register that I was part of the last episode. And then I wish everybody a prosperous 2024, and hopefully things get better as we all keep discussing and doing things in our own way. So thank you for the opportunity, Dr. Damages.
Thank you, Segun. Before you go, can you go into this controversy? Who is our best panelist?
You see, yesterday when you were having this argument, I was going to say forefathers. Now, not just because of the amount of attacks he's received on this place and he's withstand his ground, but yesterday when he went off about military capabilities and he wasn't just giving in to people trying to protect themselves, I was tempted to withdraw back. But again, who else would I give it to? Just concede to forefathers.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So you can put me at the backstage. I'll just keep watching.
Okay. All right. Thanks. Tone, you're next. Amadio, had you? I thought you spoke. I'm not sure. Did you? Yeah, Amadio had it. Tone. After Tone, we come back to Chim. Mama H.O. first and Tim. Chim, go ahead.
Okay. Hi. Yeah. We keep talking about refinery. I would like to view it from the global scene. As you and I may be aware, you live outside Africa. Europe and America, if Canada as well, I don't know much about Canada, are talking about electric cars and even hydrogen cars. And we're still talking about oil. Dubai that has so much oil and all that are reinvesting. What have we done with the money? It's the same money we made. We made as much money, if not more than Dubai. And look at what Dubai has done with it. So even if we even have some more money, some more thing coming in to Nigeria, this present gang of criminals will squander it. Tinubu is a career criminal. He's a good person. When you meet him, he's a lovely person, you know, very, very robust character, you know, like Dr. Gomez rightly said earlier. I know that. But the man is an evil genius. So I don't expect anything. I don't expect anything to be better. Nigerians are not going to be better off. They're just, it's going to go, the money is going to go within his criminal organization and gang. Nothing is going to happen. It's not going to change anything, you know. And furthermore, what was I just trying to gather my thoughts? The refinery we're talking about, it's all news. Everything this government has told us when we put it under the lights to fact check it, it turns out to be lies. So why will I believe something about refinery and all this? All lies. If you ask me where we should be putting our money into, its cottage industry, getting small businesses up and running, because that's what drives the economy. Paying the soldiers very well, providing better training for soldiers, retiring useless commanders that in the army, the air force, and the navy are just there, pot belly and all that, carrying swagger stick and all that. They don't have no idea, and that's how we can start moving forward. It's not about, it's not like forefathers would say, it's not about recruiting millions and millions. When you recruit, and then who are they going to recruit? They're going to recruit more terrorists, and all they will be concerned is how to go and suppress people in the east or anywhere that anybody that opposes them. So the thing is, APC is the worst thing that's ever happened to Nigeria, unfortunately. So I don't see any difference. It's not going to make any difference. And besides, I don't believe all the news about the cock and bull stories. I'll call it cock and bull stories about refinery or no refinery, as if some dollars will start running down from the sky. Nothing is happening until we get back. And Tinubu again, since he became a president, why don't he go to the southeast and to show people that he's the president for the whole nation? He's so scared. Look at even Lagos. Look at the way he was flanked by they were armed to the teeth. What is he scared of? I thought he said he built Lagos, and Lagos is his playground. Why didn't he do a walk? Come out of that bloody SUV, the bulletproof SUV, and walk through that street and show us that he's got nothing to hide. There's not going to be any sniper that will take him out. But if they take him out, so be it. He will die a martyr. I mean, that would be one of the good things he's ever done, if they take him out, and he will die a martyr. But again, Tinubu and his gang are all criminals. Nothing is going to happen. Their main aim is to run down the country until they're out and another person comes in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Tom. Okay, Jagun, you have something new to tell us? Amadioha,
yeah.
You just spoke.
No, I've not spoken. So I came back. My second missionary journey, I have not spoken.
Hold on. Let me Jesus help me. Jagun, can you hear me? Are you there? You know, there are people I'm afraid of. You know, someone like Jagun. I'm afraid.
I can hear you very well, sir.
I have to make sure.
I didn't want much to say. I'm just happy listening to people's glad wishes. I think this is the first episode where there has been no arguments, so I'm not going to start.
All right, thank you. Amadioha, because I know that a chicken, a fowl is enough for you to be calm. I'm not worried about you. I'm not afraid of you. So
I know the truffle again.
what do you eat now? Are you vegetarian?
Nah, fly will get one ice.
All right, go ahead. What do you want to say?
As I said, John Abba, you know, your grandmother from our place. So if Fulani people run you over for Benue, I'll get one hunt with my grandma leave. I will give you house there. You know, so now, I will get you as much as matama home, mama na Anambra, I will still get you. So, in respect of what Tone just said, we all know that even though the refineries come in place, start functioning, we all know Nigeria, what goes up doesn't come down. With transportation come down, with things come down, that's what we're talking about. Everything that goes up to Nigeria can never come down again. A loaf of bread can never come down. Nothing comes down. It only goes up. So if the whole refinery start working, all right, is still the same people that are going to gain, not the poor masses. But poor masses will still buy everything will still be the same. There's nothing going to change. All the money is going to go to their pocket. They're going to loot it all. The people in the street won't see anything. The transportation fare will go up. Everything will still go up. We all know how Nigeria work. So I just pray, let him if you work, you know work. People are going out of gas can, all those stuff. We are still talking about petroleum on this, but it doesn't change how the masses live in Nigeria. Things will still be up there. So that's just my own little contribution. Me just be here and be listening, like Jogu said.
All right. Thank you. So I'm moving on to Janaba.
My brother. Thank you, Mother. You say you take one fly with one eye now. So when I'm coming, I will come with it. And then I thought you don't graduate to even take a cow. I don't know, you are going down.
No, but I say something. There's something with the gods eat, something that is not, it can't be found. All right. Just like we went for a bride price in somewhere in those states, they asked us for 10 naira for the bride price, and all of us are having big heavy money. Like everyone have 1,000. You know, they say what they just want $10, 10 naira. We start looking for 10 naira. That was difficult. So that's how it is.
I know. I understand the logic. Thank you.
Yeah.
I will stick with my people. I will not leave them. So if we die, we all die there. So I'm not coming there soon. Thank you, brother Rudy. I think Nigeria is a place where we all look forward to see that there is a change. How the change will come, I think most of us here, we don't know, but that is a wish. My own is that the change, I say it over and over, you don't have to be in the government to make a difference in your own little way. And if we start that grassroots movement and we continue to push on, we don't grow from up down, we grow from bottom up. Then we'll be able to have a clear heart, and God can be on our side to push back on the evil that have plagued our country for so many years. And many lives has gone as a result of that. But any other way of thinking that a government will solve our problem, I think it's a failure of imagination. That's all I believe. But we keep on keeping on. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Olmide.
Thank you, Rodolph. So one moment, sorry. So I want to I just want to use this opportunity to appeal to the federal government of Nigeria. Save the people of the Middle Belt. Move army formations where they are not busy. and go protect these people. At least if people like us are seen to be critical of you guys, or you know, we come here every day and say all manner of stuff against you guys, these people, save them, save their lives. When if you do that, these people will be proud of you. There's nothing you would tell that people like us will tell them. They will say, yes, this government stood for us when it mattered most. That is all they want. These people have no roads, they have no lights, they have no infrastructure. Only God knows if they even have hospitals, modern day hospitals there, or any walking clinic there. All these people want to do is go to their farms and fend for their livelihood. And all they desire is to be able to do this freely. And then some people from nowhere come to snuff their lives out, to prevent that from happening. People who should legally come to the country in the proper way, apply for visas, immigrant visas, register yourselves, live like normal human beings, like every one of us do in different parts of the world. But all you want to do is live in the first century, buy people anyhow, take over their land and resources, and expect life to just continue like that. Who does that in this age? And you, the government that should protect lives, you're looking the other way. And you say you're not a shit. And when we say you're a shit old country, you say we are insulting you. That's the definition of a shit old. Nothing works. And then you give all manner of excuses. Incompetence at every level, military, healthcare institutions, and what have you. And then I want to also mention, without mentioning names, I mean, wherever, I mean, that person knows himself, that he's here on the panel. I'm not going to mention names. He made his speech the other time. There was no substance whatsoever in his speech. All we had was phonetics. All phonetics. You know, I did virology. Would that want help? I studied pharmacy. Would that want help? Huh? Phonetics.
Let me see this guy making trouble now. Eh? Olumide, stop making trouble. What are you talking about?
That's a British thing.
Checking the box. Stop bringing controversy.
I want you to bring that your plan.
Only me chemist.
Olumide, the mad chemist, not chemist by itself. Now mad chemist in B. Now one concoction they build there, that guy.
With your Zobo mixture. We go change Nigeria once here. So, you know, I mean, virology, we don't want help. Phonetics. We are talking about a man. Now, give me the substance. What did Akeredolu do that did not help his people? I know, as a matter of fact, there were times when he was owing state worker salary for 6 months, for 1 year. That is something to criticize. Yes, go ahead, criticize him. That's not good governance. Give us the substance. This guy was sick. He died of prostate cancer and leukemia. Those were the two medical conditions mentioned. And then you come on here to castigate a dead person to say he could have built an hospital. You also build an hospital to do what? To save him from prostate cancer and leukemia. Is that where you should direct your thoughts or your criticism to? And then you say you did virology. We all know our institutions are down. They're dead. They're not working. I can give you an example. I have my 2 children. They were born here in Canada. But my first child could have been born in Nigeria, Ikorodu General Hospital to be precise. I lost that child to incompetence. My wife, it should have been a CS, but they tried to pull the child out. The consultant was called. He wasn't at the hospital at the time of delivery. The man said he was busy, he couldn't make it. He was a resident, a student, an intern under his study that was trying to deliver the child. And this child of mine was mangled. And they had to call me from my workplace to take my child to the nearest emergency. Osut. Imagine driving from Osut, from Ikorodu General Hospital down to Osut. Is that not a failure of the institution? And we're telling you to direct it. This isn't where you should direct it. You are trying to insult and malign a dead man. And this was the same guy who raised that issue, who said that Wike did well. Wike did well. Let's not say he did well. He built 12 bridges. Would the bridge help? He built 12 bridges. He did well. He built 100 bridges all over River State. He did well. Have you investigated the amount of money Wike received and how much he used to do it? How much went to his pocket and how much did those projects? Now, bridge you won't chop. I don't want to talk to, the guy himself knows himself is a kid. He doesn't. I don't want to talk to any kid.
All right.
That's that by the wayside.
Sorry about what you went through. Ichim, I think Mama Icho then Chim. You want to? Yeah, Mama Icho, go ahead. Mama Icho, go ahead.
Yeah, I think even though I was not coming on the panel, I have been watching everyone behind the scene. And those who fight almost every time, and every time we keep on talking of our tribe, people, Yoruba and all. So as we really cross over into the new year, we know our problem as a nation. What is the solution? Or are we still going to enter 2024? We are going to be coming here to continue to describe the problem and not find solution. Because the solution lies on everybody's hands. Like I said earlier, the generation we are neglecting now that are dropping out of primary school, dropping out of secondary school, dropping out of university because of the increase in school fees, and those who finish school without work. It will haunt everyone. Those of us who said, it is only in, I don't know of other countries, but it is only in Nigeria that we, growing up, I was told that there's what they call slave trade when we read it in history. They came and they took us. But now, they don't need to come. They only created an environment with the help of our leaders so that our own country will become more conducive for us to live and will run down here. We're only coming here to help them to maintain and rebuild, whereas our country is broken down. We know our problem. And we have to come to agreement to find solution. Nobody will help us. Like I always say, there are only two tribes in Nigeria, whether you like it or not. The tribe of the oppressed and the tribe of the oppressors. When it comes to the tribe of the oppressor, all this division doesn't hold water there. They don't discriminate against themselves through religion or tribe. They marry themselves. When they want to party and do all this, they go. We only hand back to their wife and to their children and police escort. Then when it comes to election, they still come with this division and we buy into it and we run with it and we kill ourselves. And now we are beginning to sow the seed of discord in the heart of the younger generation. We know our problem. So as we proceed into the new year, we must make up our mind to drop this argument of tribe and religion and face the reality and discuss and plan and execute solution to the problem that is destroying us as a nation. If not for any reason, do it because of this younger generation. If not for any reason, do it because of your children. If not for any reason, do it because a time will come when our bones are no longer strong enough to cope with this region we are in, and we want to relocate back home to our good weather. But that will not happen if we don't fix the problem. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Mama Echo. Chin.
Yeah, thank you, Rudolph. And Mama Hecho, nice to make your acquaintance. Incidentally, you were not here all the time when I joined, but I learned you were a very, very insightful contributor. And from your last, just immediate speech now, clearly shows it. A few things I want to contribute to. One, the major thing I want to talk about is in the course of the week, I had a conversation with OT and electricity. We were talking about our expectations on our the current opposition leader. So I'll dwell more on that. But before I go into that issue, first and foremost, Olumide, sorry to learn of your loss when it happened. I'm sure it was many years ago, but nonetheless, let me just commiserate with you. Now, to the issue of Akeredolu, like I rightly said yesterday, if we look at, the man was a man of many parts. So like I usually tell people, when someone passes on, he's a total person with different stages of life. Some might not be very palatable. I remember when the Queen of England died and people were mourning, there were people rejoicing in some other parts of the world. And in the forum where I belonged to, people were like, why? I said, well, she was a mother to some people, but to some other people, she disrupted their civilization. So you can't choose and pick. When it comes to Akeredolu, like I rightly said yesterday, and my position hasn't changed, but what I want to mention is this. When people talk about our leaders and their failings, this is me speaking. Personally, Akeredolu cannot fix the entire problems of Ondo State, but he can begin to take steps to do things for which he will be remembered, and I'm sure he did a couple. Now, on the issue of healthcare, maybe it wasn't part of his core goals, but what people are saying is that our leaders need to start thinking beyond their time in government, and beyond the fact that when they're in government, perhaps because of the fact that they're in government, not that they're stealing now, let's forget about stealing, but let's say genuinely resources that go to him. Because he's in government, the state pays his bills. So if he has a headache and the state can afford to solve his headache in Germany, the state will pay because that is his benefit. But can he or can those leaders think beyond that to say to themselves, well, yes, they can pay my bills, but why don't I create an infrastructure where I can also go benefit, but also is there as a legacy that other members of society can also go and enjoy? So, for instance, I never see any sitting president of America, and they've had a couple of presidents that were millionaires, or leaders who had money. But when they're in office, it's an American policy that your children must go to public school. If you have children within school age, they have to go to public school. If they're in private school when you want presidency, you must pull them out. They must go to public school. It happened with Bush, who had twin daughters who were still within the age of going to school. So what Nigerians are saying is that a Buhari saw how a Yar'Adua was sick and had to go to Saudi Arabia and Germany. That should have been a lesson for a Jonathan to say, you know what, perhaps it's time to build good specialist hospitals in the 6 geopolitical zones of this country. Let's fund it so that our people can go there for treatment. And then we as VIPs, if we take ill, we go there. When Boris Johnson had COVID, Boris Johnson did not go to France. He went to St. Andrew's Hospital in London. St. Andrew's Hospital is not a hospital exclusively for, correct me, is it St. Andrew's? I know it's one of those St. something. He went to St. whatever it was. And that's the same hospital where normal human beings in the British society go to every day. So what people are saying is this: if our leaders are long-term thinking, they will create an infrastructure that because you know what, there's something about lifestyle, because at the level where they are, their lifestyle also makes them vulnerable to certain sicknesses. It's just the truth because of the way they eat, the way they go about their lives. So if they are forward thinking, they will create that infrastructure where if they have headache, have prostrate, have whatever it is they have, they can walk in and receive treatment. And then when members of society also have similar sicknesses, they can go in there. That's my understanding. But I will not knock the man, he's gone. The other thing is this, we must start changing. I've talked about mindset, is the fact that we can't talk to our leaders when they're alive and address their bad behavior. But when they are dead, we now say we can't talk about the person's bad behavior. And this is not to say that Akeredolu had any bad behavior. Don't get me wrong. This is a manner of speaking. Why is it that we can't speak to our leaders when they're alive to say, you're doing something wrong? And then when the man dies, we're now also told we can't speak about that bad behavior. Where is this culture coming from? So that's why I said we need to change our mindset. But that's not to say that Akeredolu is a fantastic person. This is my own view. Others may hold their own views. The only part where I knock him, and I've said it yesterday, I don't want to over-repeat myself, but for those who didn't hear me, is in the issue of not handing over to his deputy when it was obvious that his sickness would not allow him conduct himself as governor anymore. That's the only place I felt he created a little infra. Otherwise, other than that, he wasn't controversial. He did his job. He had a nice effort trying to solve the crisis in terms of the headers and farmers thing with Amoteku. He was in the forefront of that struggle. So I was just going to leave that. Now, talking about the conversation I said I had with OT and electricity. So Obi has done well. I can't knock him. He has done what he needs to do. But there is more to do. If he says he wants to be a veritable opposition for the Nigerian government, that's fine. And that's okay. What I want to see is, I don't want to see a situation where Obi is knocking government, predominantly the executive, but he has members of his political party who are senators and members of the House of Representatives. In a nation where people are struggling to eke out a living, and those characters go to the National Assembly and they're collecting prayers. We all know what this prayer means. And they are collecting Prado jeeps. We know what these Prado jeeps are. So I want to see a correlation between what he's saying and the way he's talking to you. I know they're adults. Like I said, I know we're not running a parliamentary system of government where he is part of parliament and is able to rein a leash on his members. I know, I understand that. But I also want to see a situation where the Labour Party organizes itself very well. Go in there, go in with a common front. When things are not going well in the House, not necessarily because if they oppose, it will make the majority of evil men there not do what they want to do. But let them begin to express and make Nigerians see that perhaps, because the thing about life is this: the person who wanted you to woo them and marry them is the one who will present a photo so that if you're not enjoying where you are, you say, if I had married this person, it would have been better. So the political parties are like suitors, or let's say, suitors. Let me use that expression. If they go there and they are behaving like APC, then there is nothing special about them that will make Nigerians say, okay, we should have had Labour. So if you're going there and you're collecting prayer, then how are you any better from the people who we have always known to be prayer takers from time immemorial? So right now, what I'm seeing is a bunch of people who rode on so-called obedient movement to get into Senate, to get into a Federal House of Representatives, and they're just replicating the same thing that Nigerians have been crying about. So, but I believe that in Obi, beyond criticizing the government and all that, he should start calling his own members to behave themselves. Somebody just mentioned EFF in South Africa. Thank you very much, Ugochukwu. I watched the South African Parliament. I see how Julius Malema manages his members there and everything, and they work in tandem. Sometimes he doesn't even speak. It is his members that are speaking. But remember, I acknowledge the fact that Obi is opposition from outside of government. We're not running a parliamentary system of government. But I still am of a strong opinion that he can, with his party chairman and his party structures, begin to make their members go there and be accountable. If Obi is saying he's a frugal person, I want to see frugality in the lifestyle of Labour Party senators, Labour Party members of the House of Reps. Otherwise, then what it means is, are we trying to vote one Obi in, who will go there, be a one-man show, assuming he won, and then his members are busy doing something differently? No. So I think that's what is that is the aspect I'm concerned about, that this opposition has to be played in unity. His members need to, in fact, if it means him calling a town hall within his members and the obedience, so that people, they can listen to those people who support their principle and understand where those people are coming from. So when they go to the house, they will be doing the thorough bidding of Nigerians. And I am not oblivious of the fact that they are few in number, that they may go there and their voices will be drowned out. That's fine. But let Nigerians see that there is a group of people who are standing out. Because you see, it's those group of people standing out that will make Nigerians, by the next election, God willing, assuming everything goes well, we'll get to say, you know what, we have really tried these other people. Let's try this Obi and his men. But right now, it's looking to me that it was just an Obi. And then the other men are for themselves. They've gone there and they've carried on with their colleagues from other political parties, doing as they like, voting things that are, you know, Nigerians are not happy about. So I just wanted to bring that out. I know people are listening, and those who have brothers and sisters who are in the National Assembly, they are all listening. And to our Nigerian political elite, it's time you begin to realize you're there for the people. Nigerian politics seems to me to be like a place where people come from poverty and go and become rich. The matter what anybody tells me, people move from, they just go there to feast on national cake. That mindset needs to change. Go there and think about the people. Nobody says if there is any official benefit you should have because you're a senator, you shouldn't have it. No. But what we're saying is, don't go there and in the midst of squalor, in the midst of pain of Nigerians, you go in there and you're living large. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. Senators in America, for instance, leave their constituencies. They don't go renting houses in Washington. Many senators share apartments with other senators in Washington. It's all short term. The moment their tenure is over, they go back to their constituents. That's why you see every holiday, they are back to their constituents. They don't necessarily live in Washington. And Rudolph knows this. And it's the same thing if you go to the UK, members of parliament and everybody. People are accountable. People fear the people. So I think Nigerians, this is some of the things that maybe our civil liberties, civil society organizations need to begin to champion. They need to start championing this accountability and making our senators, our governors, and everybody be more accountable to the people. Because if we don't do that, then like Mama Hitcho said, we will keep running around in circles. We'll keep coming back here every year to come and complain. I don't want to complain, but I want, if I identify an issue, I give my perspective of how I feel that thing can be resolved. I think the opposition can go there and make sacrifices. And if they make that sacrifices very well, trust me, barring any electoral mago anywhere, you will see that people will begin to precipitate towards them and say, you know what, let's try these people for a change. I just wanted to contribute that. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Chim. You mentioned something about the hospitals. Let me play a video of a conversation I had with the director of Aso Rock Hospital early in the Buhari's administration to shed some light on that issue.
Yeah, Joseph, about the other ear. We caught up with the surgeon in charge of Aso Rock Clinic when the president was there at the United Nations. And we asked him the same question. We said, why is the president, why is he going abroad for ordinary ear treatment? Here is his answer. The head of surgery department, Dr. Danjuma Kauba. So Nigerians are wondering, why is it that a president of a country like Nigeria cannot cure ear infection in Nigeria? It's something that is simple, clear to Nigerians. They don't understand this. You are running the surgery department. Can you help Nigerians understand why?
Well, on this, I don't have the capacity to comment. I'm not his chief personal physician.
So you can't comment on that. But can the clinic handle something like, if I come to the clinic now and I'm sick, I have ear infection, can you treat me?
Of course, when you come, you'll be assessed. Once the diagnosis is established and it can be handled, why not?
So do you know anything about the budget of that clinic? How much is it? We see a lot of figures in the media. We get confused. Some billions and billions. What is the budget of that clinic?
I might not quote it precisely, but I think, about 2.something billion was budgeted for the hospital.
And do you think it's enough to take care of the needs of the presidency?
You see, there is a lot of things people don't understand. Recently, in the media, the hospital was carried as, we ran out of drugs, we can't offer services, despite the fact that about 2.something billion was budgeted for the hospital. As I speak with you right now, not a dime has been released to the hospital. It may interest you that even the recurrent for the hospital has been, by mistake or by whatever, has been matched to the capital budget. So State House Medical Center don't even have recurrent budget to run the day-to-day affairs of the hospital.
Is there another hospital for the president, even any other hospital other than this one, that has no money released?
No.
So if the wife of the president or anybody in the presidency is sick now, you may not have the required medical tools to treat the
No, of course, measures have been taken to ameliorate the situation. Yes. But as I speak with you, the impression people have, so amount of money was released, State House Medical Center, people expect things to go, you understand, the way the money is. But that is not the case.
All right. So that was the former medical chief surgeon, I think, at the clinic that was talking. And in private, he also mentioned two issues that is most people may not know why our elected officials don't go abroad. The first one is they are afraid that all of you will bribe the nurses and and the nurses will get rid of them. That's one. I don't know how you can solve that one. They are afraid that all of you get to know what they are suffering from.
They're afraid of Ferreira.
Yeah. So they are afraid of that. And then, those are the big. It's not that there are no hospitals in Nigeria that can take care of these people. It's just this fear that some of these people who might be brought in to treat them will leak the information about what they are suffering from or their medical record, and also that somebody might pay somebody to.
So Rudolph, it boils down to the fact that they are guilty of something.
Oh,
I mean, when you are afraid of somebody, it means there's something you have done to that person that you are afraid of the person. It's simple logic.
Yeah.
Because if I have no fear of Mama Hecho, I will walk into her service provision, whatever it is, and receive my service and walk in. But if I feel I've offended her, and of course, we come from a society that is largely suspicious. With this suspicion, we face exactly. So that is where it's. But it stems from the fact that you believe you've done something wrong. If I don't know, if I believe I haven't done anything wrong to you, I'll come in and receive service from you. So they need to go and correct, guilty conscience.
No, Chim. Oh, let's take this in this way. Mentality of Nigerians in terms of health issues is different from here. A Nigerian will be suffering for a disease, and so a Nigerian will be so ashamed for people to know that I'm suffering from such a disease. That's the job of Nigeria. They are too ashamed. From a headache, if somebody go to hospital, if somebody you start hiding. You don't want them to know that he's going to hospital. That's Nigeria for you. They are so ashamed of whatever illness they are going through. So, an ear infection that the president have, all right, he will not even want his People around you know that you even have ear infection. That's the problem in Nigeria. I don't just know. That's what's killing many people. Many people are dying because of that, because they don't want to, like, okay, somebody else to know that I'm sick. Someone will go to hospital, appendix, anything, and comes back, you'll be hiding for it. You're hiding for people not to see that you went to hospital. It's not their money, it's not their sickness. So that is one thing I see about Nigeria. And I witnessed so many times. And sometimes people die from that. That's just how I say it. I didn't say that every Nigeria, they do that a lot, even though they don't even have the money.
No, but the thing is, before they came into the public office, were they patronizing this medical treatment abroad? The question is no. But because they have access to the public fund, they feel it is their PLC. Have they not been seen before they become public officers? So let's call a spade a spade. How many times do you see all these other foreign countries they run to coming to Nigeria for treatment? But I learned in history that in those days they used to come. We should be ashamed of ourselves. That there was a history where people were coming to Nigeria, where Nigerian naira was higher than the dollar and pounds and euro we are talking about. And now we come to this stage and we are still thinking we don't know what to do to bring ourselves back out of this problem by spending public fund outside Nigeria. It's so pathetic. Okay, when they even allocated budget for themselves to buy new car, why did they not patronize Nigerian made? It is because we take pride in traveling abroad for exotic life. We see it as an achievement. That is why we continue to do it. If not, since stealing is in their DNA, can they steal and invest it in all these things they run about traveling now to go and get? Are we not even ashamed? Most of us take pride in going to Dubai, to go for holiday, to go for wedding ceremony. What was Dubai before? When your grandchild begin to rule, that is who Dubai is to us. And yet, we want to continue this way. No problem. If we refuse to change, one thing is certain. This generation we are neglecting, they will be our torment tomorrow, whether we like it or not. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to Alaba. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Greetings to everybody. Special greeting to Mama H.O. Finally, so proud and happy to be on the panel with you. I have always watched you way back in the background before I started joining the panel myself. Due respect, and you're always hitting the nail on the head. Thank you very much, Ma. We were a bit worried when we didn't hear from you for a while, but thank God you're back with us. I just got back from church, and that's another story. And I don't know the exact topic of the conference, but a few things I meant was that Kemi Olumide was mad that they abused the dead body of that Ondo governor that died. Not abused, you know what I mean? They didn't respect him in death. And then I heard Chim's submission, and I have a serious problem with Chim's submission. I'm totally with Mama H.O.'s submission. First of all, our politicians, whether dead or alive, deserve no one's respect. I don't care what our culture says about the dead, for what they have where they have put us or put the country. Anybody in their 60s,
quick one before you, Ferrari, can you remind everybody what my submission was, so that way I
will get there.
Probably must have.
Yeah. I will get there to some of your submission. Yeah. So none of them, dead or alive, and vocabulary matter. We should even stop calling them leaders. We should call them what Dele Farotimi calls them: ruiners. Our ruiners. That's who they are, dead or alive. From the fool that was jailed in England because he tries to get a kidney for his daughter, when he had money, never built an hospital, to the one that just died. They had money, they never did nothing in their homeland, always running abroad. None of them deserve courtesy, respect, or anything. They are a disgrace to the black race. Call it as it is. Stop sugarcoating rubbish. They are a disgrace, all of them. The 66 boys, Obasanjo, Babangida, Abacha, Abdul Salami, whatever. Tinubu, if they had done the right thing, Danjuma, if they had done the right thing, a thief, a drug dealer would not have rose to the highest position in that country. It's because they failed. And fella have been singing about their failure for years. Nobody was listening to that man. They were saying the man was smoking Igbo. This one, they smoke Igbo. But he was the smartest one among them of their generation. They say the man, they smoke Igbo. All from then kill my mama to suffer for what? Go listen to all his songs. To Mr. Follow, make you open high. If you follow book, now inside gutter you go quench. To the point that this so-called democracy we are learning from the white man, we are not doing it right. Fella, put it all there. And that we are not doing it right, and that is going to lead to our death. That's why I say, teacher, don't teach me nonsense. Person where you teach, yes, she be the person don't die. Person where you teach, yes, she be he don't die. You, me and you no day for, because he said if they really meant well for us, when they go to that United, they will tell them this democracy or this rubbish you're doing is not the way we do it, because they know the white man is very smart. They will destroy you without shooting one bullet. Once they put that, they let you do the wrong thing, they know you will self-destruct. We are in a self-destruct state. Take it or leave it. All this sugarcoating, calling them rulers, this. Now, back to Chin's submission about Obi or this, that. Let me tell you, it's a false assumption to think we have an opposition in that country. The state of our politics, if Obi did well, I'm not shooting Obi down on this one. Obi did well, he did his role. Don't get me wrong. It's a false assumption to think that we have a politics. What was it I wanted to say? It's a false assumption for us to be thinking that currently we have a political opposition. You see, first of all, we don't have, hold on. First of all, we don't have a political opposition because the way all our people are thinking, our politicians and everybody participating in politics, that the white man has killed an elephant and we all should just bring our knife to the table and share the national cake. That is not how you build a nation. That is not how you do democracy, and that is not how you do politics. That's a self-destruct tonic. Self-destruct tonic. And the people who are teaching us this thing, they don't tell us. And we continue to imbibe this thing and pass it from one generation to another. Oyibo no gree tell army, say army no fit take over. For England, though, army no fit take over. They don't tell us these things. Now we practicing politics of barbarism, barbaric politics, whereby we share money. The only logical reason for going to politics is to go become rich, to go behave the Omo Ojo Rolari, go there, make your money, and that's it. That's not the purpose. And we are set up structure for this purpose, to capture resources. Huge failure. So call it what it is. There's no opposition. Even the Labour Party is not an opposition party. It's structurally weak. It's divided within itself. It has no political ideology that can actually transmute the nation. The only reason people galvanize around Obi is that they see a possibility of a change, and the people are urging for a change. They want a change, and they need anybody who can give them that change. But the party was not ready. So the only mistake I think Obi made was that to resign back. He should have turned everything into a movement to conscientize the nation. the nation has a need for us to have a revolution of the mind. A revolution of the mind. That this nation belongs to us, and whatever belongs to you, you cannot treat it like trash. You cannot destroy it. It's like Abiola once said, you have one well where you fetch water to drink, to cook. It is in that same well that you piss and you boo-boo, you shit inside. Who are you killing but yourself? That is the story of our nation. Until we get all our people there, until we get every mind in Nigeria there, all this talk of get along to get along, all this talk about opposition will do this will do that. That's why I participate in this, and that's why I'm begging Dr. Damages that this medium needs to get bigger and expand and get into the houses of Nigeria, so that we start this conscientization of the mind, the revolution of the mind. Once our mind change, that this thing belongs to us, then we'll be able to fight. A lot of people were mad with the masses that they didn't come out after they were cheated, because they're not there. They've been traumatized. Traumatized people don't act on their own behalf. They react to their trauma. You guys got to understand where we are. It is this misdiagnosis of our situation that keeps leading us go back, go back, go back. But I have a message for those who are ruining us. Those who are ruining us for the sake of their own selfish pay. This what is happening to the likes of Danjuma and Gowon now, who cooperated with those who ruined us back then. Is what will happen to them. It's going to touch them. But we have to keep talking, keep educating, and keep blocking people who have myopic views from expressing their views, people who have poisonous views. Once they say it, we come against their view with a counter argument that is more intellectually superior than what they are saying. It is essential. That way people are learning. Children who are being kicked out of school are listening. Someone somewhere is watching this thing. Someone will pick what Mama Echo just said. Somebody will learn. We can make a Mandela out of these children if we keep talking the right language, the right message. Not all this pacify. I'm a pastor, let us pacify. Let us get along. They're not calling a spade a spade. Kó bàjẹ́ fún gbogbo àwọn tó ti ruin Nigeria lókù àti láàyè. They're foolish people. These are not people you should call honorable. They don't deserve it. So solution, conversation should always be focused more on solution. I have to run now because they are calling me.
Sorry, can I ask a simple, quick question?
Yes.
Okay, right. So, okay. Well, yes, I'm happy you're kind of focused on solutions, and that's really that's my position as well. Actually, I would say that I've listened enough. You know, we've spoken on this panel throughout the year. It's a lot of speeches and talks. So hopefully next year we shall all be looking forward to practical projects, solutions, practical actions we can take. So now the question for you is this: apart from you mentioned conscientization, our people back home, right? That's what we can do. Other than that, is there anything else? Because it's again.
There's something else. Apart from sensitization, let's take
something concrete. That's what I'm
something concrete. Let's take for example. We have, whether we all like it or not, we have to financially contribute and get a diaspora media. Let me tell you why we need a diaspora media. Look at the killing that just happened in Plateau. District-wise or geographically, there's somebody, apart from the governor, there's somebody who is a police officer who is districtly in charge of that region. You understand? Who is zoned that this is the area you cover for peace. When things like this happen, if we have a diaspora media, we are right on that person's face with camera and say, this is your zone. You are responsible for this. Why you let this happen? Why you didn't do this? Why you didn't call for backup? Why you didn't do that? We put that person to shame through the media. That's concrete action.
Okay, that's fine. I think as I will add to that in support of what you're saying. Actually, there's what is called there's international justice, So because such acts is almost genocidal,
OT, don't go there. Don't go there. That's why international people are not going to solve our problem. Okay. I know where you're going. Don't even land. Okay. They don't look. They want us in this state. This is good for them. This is business for them. They
No,
get
but
things
it's not part of what we can do. You know, it's kind of, it's also like escalation, and of course, you know, internationalizing and making it more visible, right?
Yeah, we make it more visible. Yes, we got to make their evil more visible, but not to count on them. We got to do this ourselves.
Yes, that's what I'm
they
saying.
Won't
yes,
tell your story for you. They won't tell your story.
No.
Let me give you a good example. Oti, listen, let me give you a good example. Since all this Nigerian crisis started since the election, I always go to Yahoo News. When I click my computer, Yahoo News is always the first thing I read. There's this annoying piece that's always published by Yahoo News from Bloomberg. If anybody go and check this thing, I'm telling you, Bloomberg News. It's usually will have 1 or 2 Nigerians, and that article will be edited by a white man. Bloomberg News, I don't know who they are, who is sponsoring them. They never say anything positive on behalf of the masses. Let me give you a good example. The killing of those 140 people in Plateau. I opened the page that day and I was reading it. It's usually about 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Do you know what they said in the article? They said the people were killed because of global warming. Oh boy, I just weak.
Global warming.
I'm weak because of, I'm not making this shit up. You guys go be checking this thing out. The people were killed because of global warming. Global warming has been causing crisis between the people and thereby making issue of the, farming land. I was like, oh my God. You guys check it out.
The narrative.
You don't count on them. We got to do this ourselves. And all the time they were with the election, they were just pro-government. Bloomberg News, Yahoo News, it's always there. You see, go read an article about what they write today about Nigeria.
I think Ferrari, the issue is the person who wrote the person who wrote that piece. It was a poorly written piece. I know where the person is going to. Yes, I agree with you. But what the person is trying to feed into is to say this person is an apostle of global warming. So they're trying to say that global warming has created a situation where there isn't enough water, there isn't enough whatever.
It's a senseless story that has no bearing on our life. And those are the people telling our story. That's where we have problem. We can't leave those people to tell our story. We got to tell our own story. That's why we need the diaspora media. If we all have to contribute 10,000 to build this thing, dollars. That's all I have to say. They're calling me upstairs. Any more questions before I run?
In terms of I don't know, maybe regime change, okay?
Yeah.
Because I mean, apart from persuading people and yes, I mean actual governance, political power. How do you
perceive it?
How do you
see regime change? Unless we are ready to go force, which I don't see us ready. First of all, we're not mentally ready. Unless we're ready to go force or go on the ground like the IRA or go resistance force like the Irish Republican Army, we're not there. We're all there. So for the next few years, we're still going to have these morons in charge, but we shouldn't make life easy for them. You understand? What I would have loved it if Obi had cooperated, joined with Atiku, all of them and all your parties to boycott. That will make the bad people will still be in charge, but it will make our movement and sensitization larger and bigger. But
what do you say to because what do you say to the idea that giving them the message that those of them, whether in life or in death, those that have committed crimes against Nigerian people, they're going to be tried.
Yeah.
I mean,
I believe they should be tried. I believe they should be tried. They should be publicly tried and dealt with and executed.
It doesn't matter how long it takes.
In future, but I don't know how it's going to happen until the change comes. They're not going to try themselves.
That's but of course, to give the message, for them to understand
what
that
they are doing.
It's coming at some point. It doesn't matter how long it takes.
Yeah, but hope is not a plan, my brother. Hope is not a plan. That's why we got to keep talking, making plan, and do the pot. When I say using peaceful ways, when I say the media sensitization, I'm only advocating for the peaceful way. There's the other way too that can happen, but I don't see us readily there. Even if you come on this
Alaba, hold on.
talking
Alaba,
rubbish.
hold on, please. Hold on. Doctor, if you look at the comment section, someone has just asked for a link. He does that to come and spy on what is happening in private chat and post lies. So just watch. So if someone is coming on, he should be bold enough to show his face. And I'm speaking about One Nigeria. That's what he does all the time. Just to let you know. Thank you. Go on, Alaba.
Yeah. So now if we keep expecting government to solve our problem, John Abba said that it's not going to happen well, because this government that never gave you roads, never gave you water, gave you electricity, they're not even giving you security. True, they're not going to solve your problem, but we need to make life difficult for them, to telling them that you're not solving our problem, you shouldn't be in government. We would embarrass you to the highest level that we can. You shouldn't be in government. We will boycott, we will do this, we will march, we will do whatever we need to do. Those are the peaceful ways, but there's still the other way.
So does that include obstructing them? I mean, when they arrive in,
Yeah, everything, obstructing them, embarrassing them, throwing shit on them when they walk on the street.
So these are the things kind of, these are kind of practical.
Those are peaceful ways. Embarrass them. Disgrace them.
Okay, so Alaba,
I'm listening.
So Alaba, I think context is necessary.
Context, yeah.
Like you, when I started my comment, I said Peter Obi has tried. He has done well. But I'm not the person who came out to say. I'm not the one who came out to say I want to play the role of an opposition. He said so. So what I'm saying is,
I said, I got you. He said so, and I told him when he said, remember one day when I came on, I said the issue is not what Obis will say. The issue is about you, what you would do to save your country. Atiku has already told us he's going to Dubai. Obi too will come out and tell us what he will do. He's a politician. He too has not had that moment. Maybe he too, despite all he knows, has not had that moment of clarity on how bad the problem is. You got to get to that level.
Okay, but so here's the point. He has been talking. He goes to X. He has a lot of obedience, have town halls on X, and he speaks from time to time on that X. I haven't been opportune to go in because of work and all that, because I wanted to go and hear and see what he's saying. Now, but the point I am making is this: whether we like it or not, this fight or this nationhood building will come from diverse fronts. Our own also is to also suggest things that can work. In his trying to play that opposition, I'm saying he can help holding his party members accountable. I don't know why people are struggling to accept that.
Chin, before I go, that's a fallacy. It's not his party. It's not
When I say his party, I saw a comment. Somebody saying he doesn't own a party. Nobody owns a party. It's his party in the sense that he's a member of that party. That's the point.
He has no control. Look at what Arabambi and Wapampa showed. They gave him.
Why are you bothering to answer that? Why are you bothering to answer such
It's
things?
not his party.
The guy doesn't understand. How can one man own one party?
It's not his party. They gave him a medium. Now, what he now should have done is use his followership to leave that. I would have left that party. I would have left that party with my people.
That would be wrong. That would be wrong.
Yeah, I would leave. If I were Obi, I'm not Obi, but if I would be, and I have that level of followership and dedication of followership, I would leave the Labour Party, start a total new movement or a total new party. Just leave them. You got to look at the historical perspective. The Nigerian historical perspective is that everybody comes to the table with a knife to cut a cake. We have not transcended the level of where Obi is, where nation building. How many politicians do we have that did not steal? Very few. And you are expecting Obi to perform magic. The man has tried.
So maybe we can have a conversation another day. My perception is this. The only way, and that's what is lacking in our Nigerian system, is that sometimes we create mini gods. If I was in Nigeria, I would vote to be full disclosure. But the point I'm trying to make is this: you can't help a man get better in political discussion without some once in a while either criticizing or making suggestions. We can't just keep
if the
dwelling
likes of
in this,
Obi want to
in
help
this
Nigeria.
realm, in this realm of he's a Nigerian.
Yeah, if they want to keep helping, they need to create a media that will push their messages into people's home. Because the other party, people you are fighting, their messages has already been passed on to child that has not been born 10 years from now. They have already recruited that child. You got to see the gravity of what we are dealing with. It's huge.
Sorry, I hate to butt in, but I've been waiting to have my say, really.
Yeah.
I
Go
hate to
in.
butt
You
in,
have a
and
question for
I
me
don't
because I'm
like
about to go
talking.
to the backstage because they're
No,
calling
I
me.
don't have a question for you.
Okay.
I do
Yeah,
not
go
have a
ahead,
question for you.
Ngosika. God bless you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so, all right. So I wanted to backtrack a bit. Sorry, Dr. Damages, am I allowed to speak?
Go ahead.
So I wanted to backtrack a bit to what Mama H.O., the discussion earlier about why these people do not go for medical treatment. That was after you played that video with the chief surgeon at Aso Rock Villa Clinic. I wanted to say that it is not because they do not get treatment here when they assume office, not because they are afraid their ailments. This is my opinion. Not because they are afraid their ailments will be made public knowledge. No, that I do not feel that is really it. I just think that they do not trust the system. I feel that all this while they felt they have to manage it, they had no choice. They had no choice. They just felt we are stuck with this bad system. So let me just be doing. Once they grab it, snatch it, and run away with it, and enter that place and see that they can actually have an option. That is when if nothing will make them, nothing, not even paracetamol. They won't take paracetamol from even the hospital they build themselves. They won't take paracetamol from even a hospital they built themselves because they do not trust the system. And you know why they do not trust the system? They expect everything to be as fraudulent as they are. They know how they got there. They know they are frauds. They know even the good money from their mouth self is not genuine. So they expect every other thing in the system to be like that. So before they get there, they have no choice. They are stuck with the system. So once they grab it and they have an opportunity and they see Nigerian money, do you know what Nigerian money is? Nigerian money that transformed Buhari from a dying man to a bubbly old man. That is Nigerian money. Buhari came alive. And then the propaganda about Jubilee started flying. And he gave rise to it because who wouldn't believe it? That man was sickly. He was sickly. Anybody that remembered campaign season Buhari, he was sickly. And then Nigerian money, you know what? They use Nigerian money to change that man. Like, treat him. Do everything for him. That is what they want. That is what they are aiming for. And once they get it, they taste it. Nothing you give them in Nigeria can compare because they know. They know the difference. They know the difference. I just wanted to say that about that. And what we can do every time the issue about our politicians is being discussed, there's this abstractness with which we discuss it. There's this dichotomy as if them, these people, and us. And I sometimes feel that is where the issue starts. We do not see that these people are a part of us. We look at them as some sort of aliens who are misbehaving, who manage somehow to get into power and are making all of us suffer collectively for bad decisions they are making, forgetting that these people are part of us. They walk the same streets we walk. They breathe the same air we do. They live in the same country we do. They are our neighbors. They are our local government people. They are from our constituencies. These are people. Even some of them, if you know they reach their papa house, they are not strangers. We should stop talking about them with this abstractness. They are part of Nigeria. They are Nigerians. They are the average Nigerians. No Nigerian is more average than them. And their attitude towards leadership speaks volume about the rest of us. Because I've said this several times and I keep repeating it. Most Nigerians who criticize bad governance do not do it from a place of concern. It's all fox piety. I'll keep saying it. Most of them, what they are waiting for is to get in there so that they can steal their own. That is what they're waiting for. That is why I cannot stand bench sitters. I cannot stand neutral people when it comes to politics. I respect people who take a stand. No matter how bad the stand is, take it. You have my respect for this. You see, neutral people, I do not trust them. I do not like them. Because it only means one thing. You cannot criticize the person because you're waiting to get in there. So that when you start doing your own, the same measure of criticism you used on the person will not be used on you. And that is why this whole abstractness about talking about them rubs me off the wrong way. I want to say this. Next year, I have a very funny feeling about how things are going to pan out. It's no more news that there's hunger in the land. And I hate it, but I like it. Because it was after the election that I said, the hunger that will do Nigerians and push them is coming. The thing that will do them and push them. Nigerians that don't know how to twist and bend and adjust to every situation. It will come to a time they won't be able to twist and bend. All these excuses, all this grammar, they won't be able to offer it anymore. I went on Twitter yesterday, and I'm going to end on this note. I went on Twitter yesterday, and Twitter was agog with people somebody died. Apparently, he was a Jagaban supporter, and he had a terminal illness. He had cancer, and even while battling cancer, with just few months, according to what his friends said, that he was told he had just few months to live. This guy was bent on supporting this evil that happened to Nigeria in the name of election. So he dies, and people are celebrating. People are celebrating, and some no good Nigerians are telling them, you should not celebrate because where he is now, you'll be there soon. Well, if any politician dies today, I will drink one bottle on top of their head. I'm going to die you. When I die, do the same. No,
Ngozika, what do you normally drink? What kind of?
I am a wine person.
Okay. But you say one bottle. I was thinking
one bottle. I will drink one bottle of wine, one bottle of water. I'm a wine person. I don't do beer. If I must do beer, it's on rare occasions, and I have just one brand. But I'm usually a wine person. So I'll drink one bottle on top of the person, and if the person's grave, I'm going to jump on it and I'm going to dance. I don't care. We are going to you know that you're telling me, we are celebrating that somebody has died. You know you're going to will you stay in this world till the end of time? Won't you also die? No, this whitewashing and abstractness and neutrality, it is not helping. It is why it seems we keep talking eternally and nothing is happening. Because at the end of the day, you will not see.
Ngozika, hold on. I think I read that story. I don't think it's quite right. Check it again. I think it's PDP. It was a PDP supporter, the guy that died.
No, I did not say he's an APC member. I said he was a Jagaban supporter.
No.
I did not say he was APC.
No, I think it's with a PDP actually. Check again anyway. Okay.
You are not hearing me. I did not say he is APC. I said he was a Tinubu supporter. They are two different things.
But
I know people who are not APC who are supporting Tinubu. Tinubu has his army, and then there's APC minions. No this and no peace. They are the problem we have in this country. Most average APC people, you can deal with them. I think to a very large extent, they know. Even if they won't say it, they know. But you see the Tinubu supporters, they are the problem we have. I do not mince words when I say it. Those people are innately evil. So when I say he's a Tinubu supporter, I'm not missing words when I'm saying he was a Tinubu supporter, but he's a
But
PDP member.
Because Atiku himself sent a condolence directly to him.
That is just by
if
the
we are
way.
speaking
Let me
about the
just
same person,
yeah,
if we are speaking
Odi
about
for
the
real
same
or
person,
something like that. Yeah, Odi for
yeah,
real.
if it could be another person, but the one I saw actually was a PDP supporter, and yeah, there were a lot of comments going on and all that. But
Let me
to me, death
just
is just another passage to another realm and all that. You know, it's
can
not
I just
it's
round
not
off?
punishment. Mhm.
And I'll round off by saying this. A point will come, and Dr. Damages, this is the right time to say thank you for have your seat and 90 Minutes Africa. I hope that time will come where some people I don't want to call name, who are representations of the problem we have in Nigeria, with their Balenciaga movements. They want to balance this, they want to balance that. Fence sitters and neutralists. No, we don't need you. Take a stand. Whatever stand anybody takes, I do not have a problem. I might not like it. I keep saying it. I might not like your stand. I might not agree with it, but you have my respect because it is better that you stand for the wrong thing than stand for nothing at all. People that do not stand for anything are dangerous people. They are not trustworthy. You cannot trust them. You should not associate with them. You should not. And I am looking forward to a time on this program where, because each of us is a representation of Nigeria. I hope we know that. When we speak about Nigerians, the politicians, we are a representation of it. And we display it here. The same problem we talk about that is bedeviling Nigeria, we display it here every Saturday and Sunday. So when I'm saying these things that I see on the show that rubs me off the wrong way, I am speaking in extension to the whole Nigeria. Because each of us here is a representative. I hope as we're going into next year, we'll drop the whole neutral BS. We'll drop the whole fence sitting BS. We'll drop the whole Balenciaga BS. And we start changing this conversation of them and us and accepting that at the end of the day, it is the same people at different levels doing these things. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Madam Jessica. Sorry, before you go, I'm so sorry for interjecting. Before you go, there's something I want you to do for me, please. In your own way, within your own community or within family members, if you can, please. There are some people that just sit on the fence. There are some people that are doing evil, like you rightly said. They're not really promoting Nigeria. If you can, within your power, to convince them and let them change their mindset, that is the way we're going to get people to, get this country great. Otherwise,
so why would you boldly assume I do not do that? Do I look like somebody that do not do what they
doing that? I'm
preach?
just exploring you more. That in your workplace, it's just like when people preach about religion. Maybe if we do that more about the love of our country, how people can change their mindset, let's take it religiously. Maybe that would change people's mindset. Let them see, because they're in darkness. Let them see that look.
They know. No, that is the thing. They know. No, it is very funny when people assume that Nigerians who make these bad decisions or who support these people do not know the right thing. They do. You might argue that prevailing circumstances or hunger or whatnot pushes them to make decisions, but they do know. They know. You will get to know. You'll be made to understand. They know when it bites home, when it hits home. That is when they start speaking the truth, and you realize that they know.
So what if they know? Why can't they just follow? I'm trying to kind of figure it out. Like but you refuse to do it. What is the game? Do we like to just continue to be in perpetual darkness or perpetual poverty or the way we are suffering? If they know, why can't we all just say, look, enough is enough? We are more than
They
enough
can't
numbers.
because of various interests. I've said it here on this show that if you want to criticize the government, you have to make sure you're not benefiting from it in any way. You're not feeding off it in any way. That is the only way to stand and criticize it. If you're feeding off the government in any way, you cannot criticize them because that will be taking spoon out of your mouth.
Anyway, thank you for being here. We want more ladies, more women to get involved. And I think by women getting involved, there's a likelihood that we're going to move faster than, it's a man shouldn't be.
And yeah, somebody just pointed out that you called me Jessica. I am not Jessica. I am Ngozika. Ngozika.
I'm
Rudolph,
sorry.
Ngozika.
make I
Mr.
talk.
Wole. I am
I have
Ngozika.
Okay. All right. Sorry, guys. I have been handling something behind the scene. Okay. Let me see. Righteous man, I see you. Ovie, you're in America. Can you wait a minute? Okay, go ahead, Ovie. Go ahead. Go ahead, Ovie.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. As I said, it's a different thing when you are looking from outside into the show. For about 3 weeks now, I think that's what I've been doing. I even refuse to stay out of my platform and all that, just to actually observe, and to take stock of where we are, where we need to go, and what is actually happening. And this is my observation and my submission. Anybody can prove me wrong. I think in any society at all, from the real time, as some people will say, back in the day up to present, every society, every community, every group of elites, people who know enough, people who have enough that they are being trusted with how that society to move to the next level. An ability for us to actually understand this is very important. I'll use I always like to use America, Britain, China, and maybe a few other countries as an example. Which group of people actually control their leadership and why they were able to achieve this kind of progress that they are actually enjoying. Right? When America actually fights for their own sovereignty, we negotiated, we no fight, and I think maybe that's the problem. And again, I see that to what Nigeria is always trying to point out, that we never actually experience anything as a group of people to actually wake us up, right? We negotiated our freedom. If we want to actually put it that way, I don't know the negotiating terms, but America fought for their revolution. When they fight for their revolution, they actually take a stand and come. We are not going to model our system of leadership to that of our conqueror, people where we get our freedom from, which is the Great Britain. What is the system to model our system? What is their system of the elites that rule them? The steady tiers, right? The royals, the lords who represent the wealthy within the society, and the commons. That is where they select their leadership. That's how the society is governed up to today. If you're working for them, that's a different thing. America refused to take that route. I remember I can say, you know what? We are not going to deliver apart from them, but from the people. Hence, the individual sovereignty. If you want to understand what that means, how important individual sovereignty is, pay attention to what is happening in our strong. The same country that the constitution banned into contest to run to the president of the country. Some states say, you know what, we don't even want term. We don't want our states to vote for them. That's very important. That's the power of dual sovereignty. It doesn't have to be in all development, but you can see to become president. And I think that's where we are lacking. Who are those people in charge of our power structure? Before Bola Tinubu election, I'll debate anybody from this. It was solely in the military elite's hand. They use every other person along the way. Even when they're in office with their uniform physically, even after they left, up to Buhari, the military guys are the forefront of leadership. The same thing Egypt. Because when the Egyptian revolution started, the success of that is to break that rank. Because even up to today, a military style of leadership, they recruit their personnel from local to federal level from the military. The coming of Tinubu changed that game. And I want us to pay attention to that. As we speak, Bola Tinubu not just represent the politician,
It represents the credential elite. So it's the combination of the credential elite and the business elite that are in charge of things in Nigeria today. Because if you look, the military guy went after Obi and Atiku. Tinubu had to come to the business class who have been second tier of the leadership for the past 60 years. Elumelu, Okoya, Boa Cement. So if you pay attention, how Bola Tinubu they will see, for the first time, this group of people are happy because they have succeeded in taking that number one space where the military leadership they occupy. So the power is between the business elite, the typical political guys, and the credential elites. That's where you see the Harvard guys. You look at all our ministers and all that. Those are the credential guys. They have nothing. So we should pay attention to this group of people. I promise Nigerian today, if we boycott Boa Cement, Dangote, and all these guys, I swear to God, something will happen for Nigeria. Is either they come after us or they will begin fight between themselves. And what we should be aiming at, how do we call fight between themselves? Because if they begin fight between themselves, one group will need us to gain power because they need us to legitimize that power, which is the election. So we should know who to hit, where to fight. Dual sovereignty is very important. Again, I keep using my state as an Edo. My daily life should not depend on who occupies Abuja. It doesn't work anywhere. We have not reached the standard whereby we have anywhere in Africa, even those during the kingdom. I don't think they are up to 50 million or 100 millions. That we now say, okay, group of people will make life better for all of us. We are as the planet stands today. Now only Chinese people have that experience. If you go back into 1600 when they lead, they are in millions away. They want to build a society that is conducive enough for them, but they lack that relationship with outsiders. That's what brought their downfall. And if you go back to the IC, there's what they call 100 days of humiliation. When the outside break in, they humiliate them, just like as they come to us and they humiliated us with slavery. But we are happy to still live their life. Passat was here going on and on about Sunni. Yes, we don't want their lifestyle. I dare anybody. I don't want the Western lifestyle, the Christianity. I don't want it. But nobody is thinking that way. It's not just about Sunni. So we should look at the power. Who are these people who are actually gaining from our collective wealth today as we speak within us? I don't have any hunger towards elite who decide to govern society, but are they doing well? For God's sake, it's 2024. It's over 300 years that human civilization come in contact with power, electricity. It's over 300 years. Oh, we don't have it. We're talking about what so common things that we don't have. But it's as if when one Muslim die, one Christian die, the whole country will erupt. As if, for God's sake, if we were so much in love with heaven, maybe we just go and kill all of us now. We could go enjoy heaven if that is what we want. Our problem, everything that I'm stressing is that our problem lives within us, and they are those people who are the elite. Elite not be governors alone. If you have social influence, that's why I was trying to go back and forth with Damage about MC Olowo. He's an elite. He has influence. When you speak and people follow your order, that is a power of an elite. Those are our problems. Those are the people that select people that govern us from local government. If you think I'm lying, you will trace every appointment to former general, former king, former minister, every one of them. So our problem lives with us. We just have to face it. If your uncle is a billionaire, he is our problem. I'm not saying he steals the money, but what is he using his money to do? If he's not fighting power with the money, then he's supporting power. It's as simple as that at this point. If you have influence, it's either you are using that influence to make power or to fight power. Since things are not going on well, you don't have to fight power if things are going well. Things are not going on well. So what are you using the money for? You are a suspect. I'm not saying you stole that money, but what is your money for? If you cannot use it to support the ordinary man where they cry for help to get a good governance, because to have a good governance, it costs money. We don't have it. Some people monopolize the process of making that money at their own benefit to our own detriment. They live among us. They are our uncles, aunties, friends, and lovers. Those are our problem. At the core, I always use Rudolph as part of the elite. He has influence. It belongs to the credential elite. Forget the fact that they can also claim, it can also fit into the journalist hierarchy. He is part of our problem because we are still in darkness until we get things right. These are our problem. People who are well informed. What are you doing with the information you have? It is not about what you know, but what you can do with what you know. So are you using to keep supporting the power structure? Or you are ready to come on the field with the likes of Nnamdi Kanu, the Showore's, and go at it? Because again, I'm still waiting for anybody to come and prove me wrong. For the past 30 years, I have not seen anybody that conscientized Nigeria like Nnamdi Kanu. That guy has sowed a seed in generation that will be here for the next 40 years. Earlier, I was telling to Dr. Dameji that the next 60 years is gloomy. Nothing is going to change. Why? Because everybody that will be alive in the next 60 years, they're already here. We don't dare here. So show me the signs. Show me the sign. From our conversation to our fight, we fight ourselves. That's another bizarrety that I noticed from 2023. Me and you, they fight ourselves. As if you beat me, Nigeria will change. If I beat you, Nigeria will change. So what's the point?
Ovie, sorry, if I may, I don't think that's correct. This whole we assume a lot of things. We keep saying we fight ourselves. The Republicans and Democrats are fighting themselves. The members of Labour Party and Conservative are fighting themselves. Sorry, hold on, just hear me out. In every society, incidentally, following modern political system at least. And that's not to say that in our local days, our people are not fighting. There is always conflict in every society. What happens is how the conflict is addressed or resolved. So I refuse to accept that thing that they have narrowed us down, that we're so tribalistic. No, in every society there's always a tribe. The Republican Party is a tribe. The Democratic Party is a tribe. Today in the globe, there's a polar system between those who are for climate change and believe that fossil fuels should not be and all that. So I don't need to point that out.
All right, let me respond to that. Right, you said Democrats and Republicans are fighting, which is great. Democracy itself is built on fight, communication. We have to be able to exchange words. That is all democracy is all about. That we have to fight. The question is that what are we fighting over? The Democrats are fighting for way of life. The Republicans are also fighting the common. No, we have to go hardcore. What? Capitalists. That is their fight. What? Chima, me and you they fight here. What will they fight for? The first day when me and you go at each other, what do you fight for? Personal trivial issues. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying we have to fight. We are human beings. But what are we fighting for? If you go off this platform, stay 2 weeks, listen to us. If we did 7 hours, 5 hours now to go after our personalities, religions, those things will not give us light. That's what I'm saying.
All right.
Let's fight over policies.
Ovie, thank you.
Fight over why we have this democracy. Let's fight over why we don't get military. Let's fight over, yes, Bola Tinubu is good enough, but the system that brought it is not good enough. Let's fight over that the OB doesn't have the capacity over himself. People are leading. Let's fight over issues and see if we are going to have and see if our leaders, if our elite, we go, because I want us a situation after we finish from here, our billionaires will go home and have a sleepless night. Not me and you going and having a sleepless night over what we fight for. Let Rudolph go home and call his colleagues, his friends, and high places and say, come on, these guys are up to something I don't understand. They are no longer cursing themselves out. Instead, they are saying, "Come, that contract where they give $10 cousin, mo could know how to do it." That is the fight that we give our elite, put them on their toes. Not say, "Oh, Chima, baby, Chima, na stupid man for following Obi." You don't get sense that so you want to follow to your life. You be Christian. That's what we do. That's what we do.
All right.
How does that contribute to the fact that we don't have light? Me insulting you. How does that give us light? Or if we insult Dangote, not just insulting him, but start to break his business practices down. How come he's monopolizing this? That means he has to take a law from the State House of Assembly, Federal House of Assembly. Who are those people who are lobbying for him? These are the things we should be talking about.
Ovie, thank you. Thank you.
I get a goatee. Wait, no rhyme. That's not the point, right?
Ovie, thank you. Well, let's get other voices involved in the conversation. Well, after your flagship and local.
Thank you. I'm not going to take about. I just, I listen to everyone. Thank you, Mr. J, Salaba, and the other lady, Mr. Totti. Now, I think where we can start I've identified one problem with us Nigeria is religion. If we can take these into our different religion and let people see why the country needs to be great, where it needs to work for everyone in terms of the infrastructure, in terms of, not everybody going to be rich, but even in the country where we are, the diaspora, you can tell that an average person will be able to at least feed himself. You have a roof over your head, one way or the other. It might not be as big as Mr. Roof Dove house, but at least with your means, you'll be able to survive. But in Nigerian situation, you'll see someone who build a mansion.
Did he say my house? I wasn't paying attention. Did you say what?
You never know if you have a spine on your house.
Did he say my house?
Yeah.
I wasn't paying attention. Did you say what?
That is a very big one. Well, why not? If you work for it and you have the money, why not? But what I'm trying to say is, when you look at Nigeria, somebody will build a gigantic mansion, but the road that leads to that mansion, nothing to write home about. Whereas in this country, you have your tap, the water, electricity there. Basic amenities of life is there. You go to the supermarket, you wouldn't know either someone is a consultant or is a cleaner. You buy bread, the same price. You buy milk. You feel yourself. You want to go and eat in a 5-star restaurant. It's your own choice. So now, back to what I'm saying. I think the number one problem we have is our religiousness. We are not godly. When you look at our place of worship, millions of people will be there. And then you ask yourself, where does this crime come from? It makes me think that is something wrong with my brain, or am I the one not seeing properly? Because you ask yourself, what are the pastors or the imams or the people at these religious centers? What are they preaching? Have they forgotten that the Jesus we all followed had only, I've never heard that Jesus had donkeys. I've never had many houses. But he chose not to. He humbled himself to the point that the Pharisees or those who captured him, they don't even know who he was. They have to go through Judas to give him a kick before they can. Now, why? I don't know. Maybe if we can reorientate or change our mindset about which God are we actually serving, maybe that will make us to be like, okay, I have to be accountable. I have to be transparent with my dealings. Like Ovie said, if my uncle is a billionaire, but he's ripping people off as a result of the money he's getting to become a billionaire, but he's using the money to kind of send me to school and abroad, it's not working right. We all have to kind of pull the plug in our eye. By then, we'll start to get it right. But if we continue to say we are religious, but we are not godly in our dealings, we'll continue to deceive ourselves to eternity. And that is why I keep saying, when people watch this Stamped from the Beginning, it's a documentary on Netflix, it kind of makes me wondering, why is black people, are we cursed? Are we actually a beast that we cannot do anything right? Despite the fact that we have the hands of our slave masters in our problem, we still haven't let go. They haven't let go. And if you look at it, before they used to come to Africa, capture all the slaves. Sorry, just give me 1 minute. Capture all the slaves. Now we go, they build the embassies. We pay to be enslaved. So at what point are we going to? And they use these, like someone sang the Fela song, that they use one of the mumu among us to become a leader in order to kind of have their hands in continue enslaving us. For how long are we going to? And I'm very, very sure, God forbid bad thing, if anything happen, either earthquake or catastrophe or war happens in all these diaspora countries we all are, we will find our way to go back to Nigeria. I'm sure nobody will still want to remain in Afghanistan or Ukraine. If you cannot find your way to Canada, US, UK, or any other European country, at what point are we going to fix our own home where we are expecting people to fix our own home for us? It won't happen. They're not going to. We can wait till eternity. They will rather make us work to make the country great and leave our own country. So please.
Sorry, Wole, are you planning to go home anytime soon?
Honestly, if I go home, I die there, so be it.
Huh?
I'm going to live war, but if I go home and I die well.
All right, hold on. Thank you, Wale. We go to flagship. I'm hearing echo from someone. I don't know who, but let me just mention a few things. I also want us to have a conversation about. I want to have an idea about what you guys think about the guests that we have had in this year, and also what dream guests we are looking forward to. And maybe I will talk about the process, because sometimes I'm the only one looking for guests. I need help. If you have contacts about people that you want us to, sometimes we talk to somebody for 6 months before they agree to come here. I'm in touch with the senator Natasha, who was here, and she became a senator now. I've been trying to talk to her to see if I can book her. But it could come from you. The guests could come from you. It doesn't have to come from me all the time, because it's a challenge to get people every week. So if you have anybody that you think should be a good guest, and you have their contacts, yeah, you can. I've had people who actually reach out to me. I send them my template of email with potential guests, and they did that. They reached out to the guest, and then we got the person. So I'm putting it out there that anybody can contribute to that, and that will be welcome. Yeah, flagship. There is noise around you. I think there's noise around you. Maybe if they are kids. And I understand. We can.
Rudolph, can I say something?
No, not yet, Henry. Flagship, go ahead.
Do you still hear the noise?
No.
Okay, my kids are kind of far from me.
Okay.
Well, thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph, and to all the panelists. Thank you. Great conversation today. Mama Hecho, it's good to see you again. My wife has been asking where you've been for so long, but she's watching, and it's good to see you. I'm not going to take too much time. I've always hinged my solution on education. There is no way forward until we educate the people on what they need to know, what their rights are, what belongs to them, and how the government should work to benefit them. At this point, they are just going by whatever they get from wherever they get it. And the education I'm talking about is not to the elite or the quote unquote those that have been educated through the Nigerian educational system. My focus this time is with those that are at the grassroots. We have to go there. That is, or those are the people that they get the power from to be able to do what they are doing now. Remember back in the day, I'm not sure how many of you noticed this, many years ago, there used to be the herdsmen, when they come around, our guards, and those that do petty trades around us who are from the north. Did you notice that they always have this small transistor radio with them, and it's tuned to one station that speaks their language? And I started thinking and wondering a few years ago why it is so. The information they are gathering is about what is going on back home, what they should know where they are, and what they need to do in case. Look out for these signs. When you hear this is what we're talking about. The education to the grassroots people. That's why they know their left from their right. They are within our communities. They do the menial jobs, but these people are fed with necessary information that will help them, that will guide them and direct them. How many of us in our community do we have this kind of education passed out to our people? I bet you, if the people know and have the knowledge of what their rights are, the job is half done. I was able to, and this is my personal experience, I was able to treat my kids for 5 years. Well, I'll say my oldest, for 5 years. And after 5 years, he gathered knowledge and started questioning some things we used to say. For example, if I would talked about this one recently, every Christmas, under the Christmas tree are boxes, toys. And by Christmas morning, when he comes down to open it up, he would always ask, where did this come from? And I'll say Santa came at night. So I think it was at 3 or 4, he started putting a cookie and a glass of milk by the fireplace. And I'll wake up at night and eat it and drink it. And by morning, he'll be like, oh, wow, Santa came. I said, yes. Until the kid gathered information and came up to me when he was 5 and said, I have a question for you. I said, what is it? He said, Santa is not real, right? I said, who told you Santa is real? He said, no, it's not. You are the Santa. I tried to argue it, but the boy had ample information to defeat my argument. And I gave in. It's like, oh, yeah, okay, Santa is not real. I'm Santa, he said. I said, yes, I'm Santa. Now, that's a wealth of information that he's gotten. He's able to challenge that ideology. The same thing can happen to our people. If we wait on those that are in power now, we will go nowhere. The reason being that they've been educated quite well. They've tasted power, money, and affluence. They've got control. They don't want to go back to where they came from. It's not possible. That's why when they get into office and power, they move out of where you are, or they build another home, fence it real high, and keep you away from it. But if you, the people, start to question every aspect of governance, if you have the knowledge, they go back and they talk amongst themselves. We see them, I host some of them when they come here to town. Well, I won't say a lot. I've had the chance to host one from my local community in Delta State. And we talk. And I asked the question, you're not a local government chairman. So what have you done for the people? And you know what he told me? He said, my brother, you know what? It's not that easy. When you get in there, it's difficult. I said, how? He said, when you see money passing through your table without you asking, and you don't receive or accept it, you are seen as the bad man within the link. And the moment you say no, the first time Market Women Association come, and they say, oh, councilor or chairman, here is 1 million naira for you. This is for Kola Nut. We are coming back. Motor Park People Association coming. And you say no, you don't want to take that. You are good, that you consider that bribery. Those in government with you, within that local government council, within the secretariat, will see you as an opposing force. And the next thing they do is to find a way to get you out. So you either beat them or you join them. But it's hard to beat them. And I asked him, why do you say it's hard? I mean, there's got to be something. And surprisingly, he said, if only the people know and they start pushing back, then those in power will begin to think twice and rethink their actions. So this I think 2024, those of us here in the diaspora, all the ideas that all of us have given are great ones. They are workable ideas. We just have to be able to put them together and start to implement them. In addition to that is education. We have to get down to the grassroots. By the time Ovie was talking about challenging the authority, yes, it worked. One way to do that, we talked about it, was it Friday or Saturday, is to boycott their activities. They call for meetings and get together, you don't show up. And by the time those in control and power begin to see that they are losing the people, then they start to get afraid. And like Ovie said, then they begin to look for those who want to support them. And guess what? It always bounce back to the grassroots. They don't go to those who know what they know. So I really believe that 2024, every one of us here need to start figuring ways out to push and pass this information out. In my local town, in Ughelli, we started talking. I have a friend here in Arizona. He has a way, he told me of a way information can be passed locally to the people so they don't have to depend on data, internet, and spend money on all that. But we can transmit it to them as long as they have radios in their homes. It's targeted. So if we target this information to the grassroots and begin to talk to them, it's not a one-day thing. We have to start now. If begin to talk to them, sensitize them, create that awareness, make them understand what it is, the dangers in this thing, the benefits in it when they stand up, to know that palliative is really not a solution to the problem. They begin to need to ask questions to their government officials. And we begin to put cracks on the wall little by little. And I'll end with this. I heard somebody talk about Peter Obi and the Labour Party. Well, this is my personal opinion. You may not agree with it. Peter Obi is a forerunner. He's done his part. I don't think he can handle the opposition he's talking about. The only way he can do that is what Ferrari mentioned. He cannot use the Labour Party that he has now to effect the kind of change he's talking about. He needs to break out. He's gathered steam. He's gathered people. He's been able to energize the entire country, most of which are the young people. How about starting your own? If you do that, you stand a greater chance to be in a great opposition to these radicals that we have in government. If you want to go the way he's going, dining with them, partying with them, attending their events, they don't fear Obi. They fear the people. And you saw what happened when the judicial was going to announce the final result from the Supreme Court. Tinubu was out of town. A lot of the government officials were out of town. Do you know why? He didn't have nothing to do in India. They are just afraid to see how the people will react. In case they decide to push real hard, he doesn't want to be around when they do that. He can control things from outside. That's because they know the power that is in the hands of the people. But we lost it, unfortunately. We stayed calm. When they got the news that, oh, well, it has been announced, the country is calm, the people are relaxed. They came back and they're doing what they're doing to us now. We cannot blame them. If we think we want to wait till 2026 to start gathering steam, start educating the people, start taking actions on all these great ideas that we have, we will not be able to do anything come 2027. We need to start now. We need to educate. The people need to start getting awareness to know what their rights are. And maybe then we can crack the foundation and bring this whole building down and start all over again. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everybody is going philosophical today, and I like that. We're thinking deep. I want to thank everybody who joined and people watching. We in Nigeria, they've gone into the new year. So happy new year to everybody watching us from Nigeria. And my plan was I will be here when Australia, Nigeria, UK, America, we go into the new year. but I have a situation that I have to take care of. I will, however, hand you guys over to Chim. Chim will moderate for the rest of the show. I want to wish everybody a very happy New Year.
Rudolph, sorry to cut in. It's just because you said you are leaving. I wanted to get your phone number. The reason is this.
No, don't worry. I'll send it to you. You don't have to say it on there. I'll send it to you. I'll send it at the private
Yeah, please send it.
Yeah.
And yeah. And the major reason is this. I've been trying to register with AAC, Show Race Party. I know you're his friend in Enugu State, but I've not managed.
Are you going to run for something?
Yeah. Yes.
All right. No problem. I'll connect you to the show. Right? That's not fun. Are you playing the music? Please. They will flag me.
Olisa, you said one go chop your own, Abi.
Please, don't play.
No, it's not about chopping. If we are going to make the change, we must put ourselves in it.
So then they talk. When they reach there now, then go forget their friends.
Listen, can you please mute the music? When the music plays, YouTube will flag the whole show because of copyright. So yeah, please. All right. Okay. So again, thank you, Flagship. Femi, thank you so much. My HO, it's nice to see you back. And a lot of people, they were all calling me and asking questions. Osadema, thank you so much. Olumide, thank you. And Oti, thank you. And other people who joined. I will have to leave. I know. I'll have to leave. Someone was talking about, I was saying private chat, and I said private part. All right. Thank you, guys. And I will see you guys on Saturday in the new year. Thank you, everybody. Chim, take it from here. Thank you.
Okay, so but before we go further, I'm not going to be here for long. I don't have a forefather stamina, so just full disclosure. So right now where I am, it is 2:39. I would have to shut down at my 4 o'clock my time. I don't know where you are or what you make out of that time, but I'll just leave the floor open for us to, make our contributions and discuss well. So it's about, I think, in the next about maybe 2 hours or so, then I'll call it a quits for today. So yeah, where were we? Let's take off from there. Flagship just finished making a comment. Who wants to go on? OT, do you have anything to say?
Can I start?
Okay, let him go on. I don't. I'm just listening, really. So.
Okay, yeah, Osta, go ahead. Not a problem.
Right. So I don't know. I think it was Wole. So someone who was talking about information center, and I really want to say that it's a very great idea. And for me, 2024, because it's about the topic, we're entering 2024. I think it should be a year where we take more action. We've had a lot of conversation over the years. 2024 should be a year for actions for us. It's not just enough that we come in, make suggestions. What is the practicality? And the best thing I think we can do for ourselves, like you said, because the change we want to see happen is not something only a few people can do. The best way and first way to bring a change is people. Do people even know what they are looking for? Because a good number of us, I keep saying it, I never got into the train station until I started living in the UK. And you can imagine that. And I was well over, reading my, middle 20s when I came to the UK.
Sorry, let me just ask you. So where were you living before then?
Of course, I lived in Nigeria.
No.
Where do you think I was?
Where
I lived Enugu State. I did my high institution in River State. Do you know the funniest thing? Where I lived in Enugu, from my mother's kitchen, from my house, you can hear the train pass. Literally, if I decided to take a walk.
That's why I asked you.
Yes, if I decided to take a walk from where the train station, is, like where it passes, not the train station, with one of the routes where it passes, where the rail tracks passes. It's just like 15 minutes, call it 10 minutes walk. However, this train, I've never seen it. Sometimes I hear the sound, I've never seen it. And that's because the train, of course, it doesn't stop in that area. There's a place it's supposed to stop, but I just never seen it myself. So I never used the train till I started living in the UK. That's when I realized how great train stations were. And I was like, oh my goodness, how could something this, important, this significant, and not everyone has access to it? So when people don't actually know what they need or what they're supposed to have, they think it's normal. People in Nigeria think their leaders, they're supposed to be subservient to their leaders. They're supposed to worship their leaders. Meanwhile, it's the other way around. So the thing about that, if you look at what is happening in the world now, there's actually the war going on now between America and China. Over Taiwan. What is it based on? It's technology, it's information. Look at what the sort of investment Americans and Europeans are doing with Intel, spending billions in trying to manufacture all these machines that produce microchips. That is basically the bone of contention for what is happening now in Taiwan. And China is trying its best. If it's not going to be able to produce, all those nanochips, 5 nanochips, or even 3, it says it's going to go to war to try to annex Taiwan. Why? Because now the world is running on information. It's running on technology. Microchip is literally the new oil in the world. So we need to re-equip ourselves with information. People like all these Intel, Huawei, when you look at the sort of education they're doing, they're not doing the conventional educations these days. They build campuses around industries, maybe around companies. They are literally building their schools, education centers around companies. That is why you have something like a Google campus. You have things like a Huawei campus. I think they're building one in China right now. You have something like Intel campus. Look at the way these people are thinking. They are thinking out of the conventional ways we used to do things. So for me, it's about we need to take more action. And action, it doesn't need to cost us too much money. How much, for instance, each of us here in our own maybe village where we come from, or town or community or local government, how much will it cost us to set up a viewing center that can disseminate this information we're preaching every day? Okay, in Igbo land, there's something called Umunna. Okay, in Igbo land, there's something called Umunna. Umunna means kinsmen. And Umunna is literally what do I call it? It should be like the cell of the whole community. Because in biology, they tell us the cell is the individual, simplest individual, makeup of an organism or thereabout. But it's the beginning of the community. And most things you do, your Umunna are involved. It's the Umunna that from there it spreads, into the bigger community and all of that. We can start by singling out maybe from each Umunna, like now in my own community, I'm from Usude, we have plenty, in the villages, we have different Umunnas. You can start by trying to reach out, communicating with those Umunnas. Maybe one person per head that represent those Umunna. Maybe once in 2 weeks or once in 3 weeks, you have a meeting, go on Zoom call. There is a lot of them. There is hardly a chance that somewhere from one Umunna that someone doesn't stay in the diaspora. So we need to start building this community, start singling it out. From there, we start disseminating this information. I'm more of we need to go and start building information centers. It won't cost them, most of us, anything. 300,000 naira can set up a good information center with loudspeakers where people can just come and sit down. Doing that would benefit a lot of people than going to build mansion in the village where there is no water. They're going to build mansion in a village where there is no security. Because a lot of us now are running away from going home. Some of us, someone like myself, I would have wanted to relocate back to Nigeria next year. But my dear, if I think of my family, I'm not a single man. I've got family. Even if I'm willing to risk my own life there. But can I take that decision for my own child who is not up to 18 years old, who don't want to take that risk? What about my wife who wouldn't want to, put herself in such danger? Then if something then happens to me, how do they start? How will they fare? Who will look after them? So security, we are down like to the point where security is even now a big problem to all of us. That is you, because when you won't carry, see, Nigeria don't change you. Before, if you get confidence, carry that your car where you hustle money from overseas, go drive. Now, if you go try them, I'm talking about Southeast, they kidnap people for 2 million naira, 500,000 naira. Someone will kill you just for 500,000 naira. So you're no longer even safe.
Yeah, let's allow some other people weigh in, and we'll bring you in later on. Righteous Man, can you hear me? Righteous Man, are you here with us? Okay, he can't hear me. So I'm not sure who wants to weigh in, but what I want to do is, I think maybe let's put ourselves in this New Year mode. And by the way, also just to highlight the point you made about train. I rode trains in Nigeria. You know, I rode the old locomotive trains. I've ridden it from Lagos to my village. Yeah, but when I came here in 2018, I went back to school. So I was living somewhere, and what I did that time was I moved my family from where I was living, got a new apartment very close to the closest train station. The school I went to has a train station that passed through it. So because I didn't want to be driving to that school, I didn't want to be paying for tickets. What I did was, as a student, I had a pass that allows me to ride the train for free for the period of time I went to school. So, but I had to live near a train station to be able to enjoy it. So I moved to the train station, closer to the train station. Very easy for me to enter one bus from my house to the train station and then ride into school. And it changed my perspective. You won't believe it. Today, I live far away from the train station, but I always wish I could buy a house near the train station so that when I'm going into downtown, I don't have to drive my car in. You understand? So, and I see CEOs. See, when I mean CEOs, you'll be shocked the kind of CEOs I see on the train every day. Nobody is driving any car. Nobody is sitting with a police officer or security with them. They are reading a book within the period the train is going. They get to their stop bus, their train station, they come down, they walk down. And that's the entire downtown of Calgary. The train passes through it just to make it easy. So I appreciate where you're coming from. And it's something.
My brother, let me even just drop one thing. Just a second. Do you know the level of our stupidity and naivety has compounded it to a point where people think having securities attached to them is now a demonstration of their affluence? I'm saying it because I know somebody, I have people who do it, who want to prove to you that they've arrived, their arrival mentality. I know someone who used to who used to do like struggle a lot when he was living in Malaysia. Then all of a sudden he came back to Nigeria. The first year he came back, he was moving around with 2 mobile police. Now you can imagine that.
We can go on and on and on. Let's let other people wait. So I'm not sure who wants to.
It's a business
Okay,
strategy. It's a business strategy in Nigeria.
Ovie, let Wale talk. I'll come to you. Go ahead, Wale. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
So I'm timing you for 3. I'll give you 3 minutes. So your time starts now.
Okay. Oh God, where can I start? I think with information, let's start. Honestly, Chim, you can tell Mr. Rudolph that from 2024, well, from tomorrow, maybe every single one of us should start thinking of how we're going to have this information center built in our communities. However, we're going to support them, it's something we can, discuss. And again, I keep saying, when I look at the numbers of people in our religious centers, why can pastors or the evangelists or the imams or the ustaz or those there, why can't they, say all these things we are saying, that information? Maybe if they have someone in the or in the mosque that have been, is that how they live? Let people come and talk. Let people open their eyes. You see, look, train, like you rightly said, I enjoy riding it. My house is very close to train station. I park my car there and I just enjoy the ride. listen to your music. It makes you, I don't know how to describe it. Why can't we have it? The timing. That is sometimes when I look at our billionaires, why can't they make investment on that? Put the barriers there. Put someone to, the chips and pin and to open the barriers. Pay online. Get the cash. Put this thing as technology. And it can be done. But, I think we can start. We can start. Honestly, I'm part of that progressive Nigeria, because when Nigeria is great, that is where we can take our children there. That is where we can take our family there. We can go on holiday. If we try to stay in our block, fine. I want to go to my country without anybody restricting me from going. I don't want to go to my country. I won't be able to. And that is one thing I want us to propagate, if we can, in every Nigerian section we might find ourselves. Let's try to open people's eyes and ears to say, look, all these things are not done by ghosts, but done by aliens. They are constructed by human beings. We can do it. We are so blessed. We don't have earthquake. We don't have or Hurricane Katrina. We don't have a mudslide. We don't have all these traditions. The human thing that we can build: roads, electricity, infrastructure, train. We can do it. We just have to have that mindset. But like we all know, there are so many people who are just waiting for their own turn. When they benefit from the corruption, they call it connect. But when it's not working, they call it corruption. So I ask myself, and I've said it to myself, I'm not going to be part of that corruption. I'm okay with the little I have. I'm okay with, once I have a good health, I can go to work and live within my means. And if I can do that, like that doctor that was asked about it's just not being honest, being economical with truth. But if he sees himself as someone who is ready to move Nigeria forward, he will stay. But we are all scared of dying, but we want to go to heaven. I don't know how that's going to be possible. I rest my case.
Yeah. Thank you, Wale. Well, very well said. I think I'm also going to put myself in the mode that in this new year, I will be talking more solutions and see how we can contribute, so that it's not like we come and complain. Like Mama Hechu said, we all know what the problems are right now. It's to come up with solutions that will lead to solving it, so that people don't think that, especially, it's easy as human beings for you to just see all the problems. Sometimes not because you are being negative, but it's just that's what is looking steady you in the face. So, but it takes a different thinking heart to begin to think about how to navigate and solve the problems. So, Mazi Ovie, you were trying to say something.
Yes, it's about solution, right? I don't know all these people that live in poor country. For America now, homeless people and poor people like me, they enter train everywhere with the smell. The train with the smell.
No, but Ovie, that the American psychology about, Ovie, America is a different ball game. America was not designed for train. America now big cars, so we can understand the North American mindset.
Well, yeah, don't mind me, Joy. It also depends on the way the states, the neighborhood, and where the train pass. On train, they pass rich neighborhood, and they take them just the way you were saying that see you they enter. So I just want go to New York, everybody enter. So I just want to bring a little bit of fun to it. Yes, talking about solution, right? The guy that has the good voice, as they say, the radio voice. I forgot the name. If you are hearing me, please forgive me. Yes, you agree with me on how to, in terms of temporary solution, on how to go after the right. And you talk about and that's where solution comes in. Two parts here.
Yeah, what's the direction of the discussion? I don't know. I just popped in. Sorry about that.
The government, are you serious?
You need to
mute. Oh, wow. Anyway. The leaders don't just fear people; they fear organize people. If you are not organized, they are not scared of you because they can easily dismantle you now. If you are organized, they are scared. And the easiest way to actually educate people in mass is if you organize them. How do we come into play, we that live in diaspora, right? It's hard time we put our money where our mouth is. How do we coordinate 10% of what we send home to start supporting projects, to start supporting organization, to start creating movements that we can leverage on in the future when the time arrives? Now, so these politicians, they work. Tinubu na prime example. You understand? We might not like them, but there's something we should learn from them. They are organized when they need to be, regardless of their differences. And I think that's the approach we need to, right? That's why I say Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for succession. I might not agree with him. I'm fighting for dual sovereignty. He might not agree with me. But guess what? It will take us coming together to achieve anything meaningful for both sides. So organize, we should find a way, in a way, not, it doesn't have to be in a large donation or in a millions of people. You and me and you, if we just come together, come to say, come, that village, you get one guy where they think different. For instance, he's thinking different from the other politicians. How do we build his community around him because he doesn't have money? How do we start deliberately supporting some projects that we can use him as the face so that when the time comes, it can easily be rallied around that person? So it doesn't have to be a very large, but small. Those that live in Los Angeles, we know how to do our end of year party now. If people where they live for India won't come together now, so you know now, that one to number, everything will happen, right? So in that, we need to start channeling our resources to such organization to start building that grassroots movement. Because guess what? If Tinubu come out 2027, in go best of all send money go villages first. You understand? And if that villager no get choice, he no knows anybody there where they think about them. What do you think he or she is going to do? So that's why when that guy was talking about his friend in Ughelli, when he in Chama go say, Chama, once you don't reach them, you no get choice, you have to play along. That is because there is no movement. The people are not enlightened enough that he can go back to support him. Because now vote, for him to be there now vote, either you have the money or you have the vote, right? So if you don't want to play the game, that means you have a backup. What is your backup? If the people are not your backup, you don't have a backup. Back to those people who get money in our presence, right? If you don't use the money to support the current power structure and you refuse to support the people, they will come for you. What is happening in Lagos is just political wit on. There's nothing because they know. Why they develop small houses. They develop multi-million structure because what? Is that the owners of those structure, they are supporting their opponents or they refuse to support them when they needed their money. So tell your neighbor where get money. If you don't want to support the people's project, they will come for you. And if they come for you, we can't even help you, even if we want to. Just like what is happening in Lagos. We want to, but we can't because we are not organized. So, in order for her to support those individuals in power currently who want to act different from the normal way, we have to give them assurance that we have a grassroots people that will come for him, because at the end of the day, they will still have to go and vote. So within diasporas, how we should find a way to come $1 every week is something to send to one community. Yes.
Okay, so Ovie, I hear you. Quick question just for you so that before I move to the next person. So say, let me bring it down to Pidgin. As you bring Pidgin, enter the conversation. Rap for Pidgin. Say our people, plenty people now money than they look for. If I go Christmas now, if elder they greet me for village, it go first they look my hand. Go first they look waiting I bring come. How we want take change that mindset? When we say you go change them so that those same people where you don't already identify, say them Tinubu, then the people then they go to, and those people know say then they bring something for them. I make then their loyalty they strong to those power structures. How you want to compete with them such that you go change that mindset?
My obvious more. My just my expecting here.
May I make
No, hold on, you will come. Hold
Yeah,
on,
my
hold
just
on. Let
Hold
Ovie
on.
answer.
Okay, I've did this thing of saying.
Amadia, hold on. He wants to say something. When he's done, you will come in. Hold on.
Now,
Let him finish. Ovie, go ahead.
they say information is power, right? And they still go ahead to say that in the age of information that we have today, ignorant is a choice, right? For our people to still be this ignorant, it is our fault, right? So we have to educate them. That's why a part of the donation, money not be to buy food, is to identify people that can carry out that job of educating people. They are called community activists. Barack Obama is one of them. When he finished from Harvard, he goes sit down for Chicago. Nobody saying they share money, but they educate them why you need to think this way, why you need to act like this, why you need to support that person where they send money go that market rather than send money to your uncle make it a chop. So education, and it's a continual process. Now the adults be that. Again, we have to find a way to influence our private school. Thank God our government school don't die. I'm not celebrating it, but we should also look to see how can we take advantage of a government institution that is dying. The private sector is already doing that. They invest. Most of our people, young people today, are being educated privately. How do we influence those private schools to start teaching civil and history and all these things that we are talking about, right? If you get private school for your village, if you go talk to the proprietor, say, sir, I go to pay one person every month, make it they teach the history of Nigeria, the history of whatever that you think is going to benefit the community. Make it say, we go to pay, I go to pay. You might not see the result now, but guess what? 10, 15 years from now, those people will start thinking different from the way me and you are thinking that we are concerned about. So directly attack the elders by investing in people to go educate them, or go into the schools, private schools. We have influence over them. Because the school, they're the community. Today now they are not even flourishing because of insecurity. You understand? Everybody has a role. What is their role? What is their civic role? It's not just to clear gutter. How much are you investing to educate the people for civil education? Because national orientation agency, they fail, we cannot rely on them. It's that time we start holding our carpenters, our shoe shiner. Hold on, our carpenter, our shoe shiner, our caracella. Madam, how much you go feed they bring? Make we take the educate people for inside community. That's our job at this point. Everybody has to do it. It is our collective job. We have to not get, but we have to find a way to collect for individually, because not be every time we collect to the tie road. We have to invest in the people. We are all miseducated. If you want them to vote for Obi 2037, you have to start educating them why they should, not why him. Why the voting for Obi is very important.
Let's hear someone
Those
else.
are civic education that we have to invest in. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear somebody else. Amadia, you wanted to chip in 3 minutes.
Yeah,
please,
let me chip in with because this thing Ovie is saying, we did the experiment and it didn't work. Ovie used to say something here that after election, we'll be here dragging. The politicians are planning for the next election. That is what we normally say, that after election, we hear, hey, 27, they already mastered it already. And that's what is going on. I've said this a couple of times. I give example of anybody from Imo State here know what I'm talking about. Hope Uzodinma, the day he took over office, he already planned for the next election. And that's why he was able to dismantle every local government, every house assembly. He want everything pump and plain. He didn't leave anyone behind. You know what he did? What he did is this. Obasanjo went to Ogun State at that time. He told the chief to stand up. They don't have right to, they are all political offices. The people were angry. That was going on. Every in Imo, every chief in the whole Imo state, their staff of office are being given by the governor. Any day you said you are not loyal to the governor again, you take a staff office off. So all of them are loyal to the governor or to the village head, which is the president general of the whole village. They all belong to the same group. So in that, no matter the money we pump in, all those politicians will say, yeah, that minute, they will just call the whole chief in the whole of local government, put them in a party, that is it. They will cancel everything the whole money you are pumping. They will cancel it in just in a minute. All those political calculators, they will cancel it in a minute. So my own idea is, I think we can do what they call evangelization, evangelize people to understand that it's not about money, because we can't match these guys. If you there is somebody from Dallas, he spent every money, build schools, he pay teachers, end of the day. Do you know what they did to him? They kill somebody somewhere in about, they put his name there that the guy is a murderer. He started running. He ran away from the village. He did nothing. Everything he did, zero. Those guys, they are not babies like us. They don't have hearts. So I don't know how we're going to manage
Uzo, that's individual thinking. You are thinking individually. Of course, you know go work. We are talking about collective action. You understand? If only you carry money, go, they go beat you to
what do you do?
If only you carry money, go, your money no go match anything. You are talking about government, right?
No, I'm not telling you.
Invest in what will benefit the people.
No, I didn't so limit me. I said we will do this thing. My committee met of 12 villages. All right, 12 villages. All of us in diaspora gather money and do this. It didn't. They still at masters died minutes.
And you try and once you fail and not give up. Buhari run for president, I meant that before he win. That's our problem. It's a continuous thing. Hold on. Somebody talks say these men they will never give up their deliberate, and that's human being and normal that you will do the same thing. So it is a continuous fight, and most importantly, we should stop looking beyond. It's not about us. We are done. Nothing with it. We are done. We should start investing for the incoming ones.
I don't want us to argue too much about this matter. So Ovie is saying it's possible, but it's a continuous process. We have to stay the course. We don't have to give up no matter the challenges are. Amadio is saying that no matter what we invest, that the politicians still own these people. I want to hear from someone else. Electricity, welcome. But before I come to you, Mama Hecho, do you have anything to say about this?
The truth is, we have monster to fight. And if we must fight this monster and overcome, we must start our job very well. And just like everybody says, information is the key. But how do we pass information to people who are hungry and they want to eat, to listen to us? Because if we don't take care of this hunger, it is the people that take care of their 2 minutes hunger that they will listen to. Yeah. So while we are thinking of putting this information in their hand, we should also think of creating avenue for them to earn a living. I don't make palliative of rice, because if you give person rice today, you've not solved the problem. But if you give the person source of making money to buy rice, you've empowered the person. So while we are thinking of information, we should also think of what do we do collectively to begin to create opportunity for these people in their locality. Thank you.
Okay,
Mama
thank
Hecho,
you, Mama Hecho,
well done for that
submission. Yeah. Electricity, do you want to say anything before I move to Ngozi and then come down?
No, it's a question to Amadio. It's a very straightforward question.
Mm-hmm.
Your argument is, let me summarize it in one word, it is not possible. ever. Is that your argument?
No, my argument is until we dismantle the influence of government on controlling the traditional rulers, all right, and the president general of the head of communities, we are going nowhere. We have to dismantle that relationship between a governor threatening the community, a chief with his staff of office, and no chief, they are so greedy. For them to draw the office, they betray the village. So I will try to hear that's my argument. If you are cut that bridge off, then we are heading somewhere.
Okay, given to your experience, like your experience, your past project, you said, how do you advise us to approach this suggestion or this idea you just floated now?
Like as I said,
it's a take off all the head of the organization.
Come on, V, hold on 1 second, please.
As I said, anybody from Imo State here can testify this, that every Eze in Imo State is loyal to the governor.
Okay, we acknowledge that. You said this
every president general is loyal to the governor. All right. So what we are planning here is, if we can institute a president general that is serving the people, not the party that is in power. All right.
Correct.
Because what they did is this: if you're in PDP, immediately APC leave, the president general that we call him belong to the APC. So that is the rigged. That means the election is rigged already. So we're trying to dismantle. If we can select our own with a general that will represent the people, not the.
So how do we go about picking these individuals? Please?
So now
sorry, I'm using my time. I'm not.
No, good question. Electricity. Good. You are doing well. Electricity. You are doing well. Good.
Okay. Yeah. Jim, I hope that's okay with you. I'm using my time to question if that's okay.
No, just the solution in everything they talk. You guys are doing well. Continue. You guys are doing well.
Yeah. Our site is this: to elect somebody that represents the people, not on the platform of any party. Now, on the way we do that, we are going to do that already, which will already be in place. We have the committee that are working on that. All right. To dismantle that political power to the community by electing our own president general. That whenever not when they do a political party, they share a bag of rice. The president will bring it and share to the people. All right, that's where they share the money they shared. You bring at the APC, give it to you. We want to make it in a way that we have the relationship between we in diaspora, which we are funding the thing, and the people back home through our own president general. That rights they are giving to them would not get rights to rights, investment, this to that. All right, that's what we're trying to do, because end of the day, and our things now, we are already pointed at those that also come to our meeting. To the politicians promise 2 million, 3 million, 2 days they will decamp and overrun the whole place. That's what they do. So we already pointed those people out. So our next thing is to have our own president general that will work with the people. If the chief is, if our Eze didn't agree, that means we are going to run another election for the Eze chief. We don't need the staff of warfare from the government. And we need the offer of the land.
Okay, sorry, hold on. Amadia, hold on. If I may pause the button to that. So what you're saying, remember, you're saying it from an Eastern Igbo speaking perspective. I want to bring, because it's not every in the Southwest. Hold on. I can relate with what you're saying, because I come from a community where we have Ezes and then we have community development presidents. I can relate with you.
Yeah.
In the Southwest, they don't have community development unions. At least the much I know, they don't have it. It is we, the Igbos, who when we're in Lagos every Sunday, we go for meetings. Hold on, OVA. I'm going somewhere with that. Hold on. I'm going somewhere with it. I like what you're saying. Now, my problem with what you're saying is, you're saying that in a community where they know where their Eze should go, the Eze ship goes there for a period, maybe till death do the person part before it moves to the next person. But the community development union president is maybe 3 years or 4 years, depending on what that community wants. It is not the government that elects that person. the community elects that person and the community decides who their Eze is. But the government is the one who gives that person the community has nominated as their Eze, the chief of the staff of office. I agree. But the individuals choose to align with the government because of their selfish interests. So it doesn't matter if because we can't stay here in diaspora and elect an Eze. That's not possible. We can't say, oh, people of in diaspora are going to elect their own Eze. That's not possible. So what I want to understand is, how do you, those people that people have elected, how do you make sure that they stay neutral and are not easily swayed by whoever is in office? Because government comes, government go, but the communities remain. That's what I want to hear. But what you're saying is almost like replicating the same thing we are against.
Yeah, what I'm saying on my basis argument is this, all right? The way it works right now, because 2 years ago, we went over this like 18
I'll come
months.
to you quickly now. 18
months we are on this. They even went to court, the former PG and the current PG. The former PG was with the making Donha. Immediately making her left, the APC chasing my way and bringing APC PG. So he said my time tenure have not completed. There will be a lot of argument of this. Now I begin to understand what is the political torso. They're already planning for rig of election. Now every election, those PG rigs the election for the governor or federals of rep. The people that do the dirty work are the PG and the executives member. We are 18 in numbers from every village. They do the whole thing by doing what? Palliative. So we find out that there is a problem we are having in the community. How do we break that boundary between the PG that it must belong to APC for it to be a PG? So it be getting palliative from the government. So we found out, okay, what we have to do that we are going to run the election again. Cancel this for the community, not in political, any run the election. Anybody elected will be serving the community, paid and did it by the community. Both every town union have to put money in the pot to pay that executive and whatever they serve the community. So we got break that yoke because this election was a disaster. We got break that boundary.
Okay.
So that's
let me go to Ovie before I go to Ngozika. Ovie, what were you trying to chip in on this matter?
Yeah, thank you, Electricity, for going deeper with those questions. And now to support what Uzo is trying to say, now experiments. Look at it though. First of all, disagreement is saying no go work, right? He now break it down. Why he say no go work? Because he study how the power structure they work for Imo states, for where he come from, right? You understand how powerful those local organizers, those local community power with them, especially their leader. Now he's not suggesting that we should find a way to look for a loyalist to be head of those community leaders. Now Chim is saying that yes, that's a good way, but those people are easily compromised. You are right. That is why we have to start thinking like the CIA. How do we infiltrate APDP and APC at this point? We can do it, right? When we infiltrate them, we have them plan. If anybody pay attention to what happened January 6th in America, where they want to break into a White House, right? There's a group called, what do they call this Donald Trump, anarchist people again, where the CIA penetrate them. So the point that they were helping them, CIA, they helped them to plan to kidnap the governor of Michigan. You understand? So that's why I say it's a continuous process. How do we make sure the leader of our NZ is a loyalist to the people, right? You go say, okay, how did politicians they do them? Politicians, if they come meet you ahead, you know if you compromise, what do? They blackmail you. They send you babe. They send against your family. What can we do it to get what we want, right? Again, in a democracy like this, you go experiment small team for one small village. If you want to bring out local government, you have to bring out.
Oh, it looks like we've lost Ovie. Ovie, try. Is it? Okay, so Ngozika, while we wait for him to come back, do you have anything to add to this conversation?
So
try log out, come back.
Can you hear me?
Now it was a
I can hear you. Go ahead.
So I rejoined when Uvi
Go
was
ahead.
talking about practical solutions, things we could do to start changing the.
Sorry if you don't mind. Let me just
Okay,
round up a
sorry.
little
In
bit
this
if you
guy,
don't mind.
just let him
And I
finish.
caught
He's
the
back.
coming before. Let's learn from Tinubu. We might not like him. How did Tinubu start? Tinubu started by forming a party first, AD. His agenda is to hold on the Southwest. Did he succeed? Maybe no, but he hold on to Lagos. We don't agree with that monopoly, but he was going somewhere. We too, we have to have a him. We are going somewhere. How we get there at this point, it might not really matter. People will fall, people will go. You understand? Bola Tinubu dominate Lagos, dominate Southwest, begin plan people for APC, AD. It's just like that. It take him time. We have to start thinking like that. If which is an example now, if it's becoming difficult to break in through because of any leader we will get, they will overrun now. We'll go into their own move, we'll go into blackmailing. If that is the only way to make sure we get the leadership we want, we have to do it. Desperate measure, okay, for desperate action. That's how they will do it anyway, because it is a competition. So I agree.
Are you saying, Ovie, hold on. Are you saying, I don't want this to be between me and you, so you don't necessarily have to answer, but just to throw it out there and then anybody can pick up. Are you saying the same process that a Peter Obi, for instance, has called structure of criminality? Are you saying we should adopt the same approach to wrestle power out of bad politicians? What is the guarantee that the arrowheads you place in that process will not become corrupted? And I'm saying this because for those of us who read history, we saw what happened in Russia. We saw the Stalin approach and all those things. There was no guarantee that these Bolsheviks who came after these things were going to be better. They came back and replicated what George Orwell referred to as Animal Farm. So how is it possible that you want to change a system, you want to supplant a system, but you're in love with the methodology that system is adopting?
Okay, let me answer you. If you're in business with cartel, if you're in business agreement with cartel, they put you for power, you fuck up with they will do you.
You guys.
Cartel, and you fuck up, what will you do? Anybody when we give power a fuck up, we treat terms for an example for next time. We have to add, if you fuck up, we treat your fuck up, and then the consequences, wait for next time so that nobody else will try it. Everything is on
all
the
right,
table.
no problem. Let's go to Ngosika. We'll come back to you so that we don't it's not only a few of us talking. Ngosika, what do you have to say? Hello, Ngosika, are you still there? Okay, I think her system has frozen.
Yeah, can I go now?
Before I go to... Oh, you're back.
Can
Okay,
I
go
go
ahead.
now?
Go ahead.
Can I
No problem.
speak
Go on.
now?
We thought you were frozen. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I was saying I rejoined the program when Uvi was talking about practical solutions towards changing the mindset of the next generation. And I don't want to say I agree or disagree with him. Let me just say it the way I see it. His method, which is the example he gave, for instance, to go pay teachers and then have them teach history. I saw the angle Amadioha was coming from, because somebody has recounted a personal experience to me at the archives, how they tried to change the pattern. He said he went to primary school in his village, and it was the foundation he had, and he believed it was a firm foundation, gotten him how far it got him in life. And he felt sad that the same primary school he went to in the village was almost non-existent. So they had a meeting and decided that they were going to do everything in their power to bring the school, the primary school, up to date. They noticed that while the primary school, which he attended when he was younger, which is a government primary school, was almost obsolete, the private ones were thriving. So teachers will be sent for the government primary school, and then nothing will happen. Some of them will just stay a day for the term, and then the next time they don't come back. Coppers posted there would not stay. And then the private schools were thriving, and then the teachers were moving from the government's primary school to the private school. So what did they do? They wrote a petition to the Commissioner of Education that they don't want a private school in their community. That the only basic education they want in their community was a government primary school. And they forced private school out. And then they started giving incentives to any copper that was posted to the village, including accommodation. As a matter of fact, he said in his family house, he gave out his room to 2 coppers so that they could stay and not pay anything. They were making the lives of any teachers in there. They would, in addition to whatever you're paid, they have an extra amount they add at the end of every month from the community to say thank you for staying. So I understand exactly where Ovio is coming with that, and I understand why Amadio had pushed back initially. But I want to say this: when we talk about personal approaches to Nigeria's problem, it's not hard. It's not hard. It's why I said I do not like people who do not have a stand. All this will be easy if people picked a stand and stuck to it. What you have are people with no scruples, no morals, no standing, anywhere below face. That is the problem we have. If you have people who believed in a cause and stayed the process, we would be here talking about all this, because if you believed in something to that extent, you'll be ready to fight for it till the very end. But what we have going on with most Nigerians is that most of them just do what suits them at the moment, what benefits them. In the present, no, they don't even think about the next.
Can you hear me, Ngozi? A quick question for you. So this
Yeah, I can hear you.
face belly, this easy change of course and taking the easy way out, how do we address it? How do we get, I'm not saying that we're going to solve it totally, but I'm saying how do we begin to make progress in making people to stand for something, have scruples, like you rightly said, without necessarily having to say, okay, I mean, my community elected our president general this on the 26th. I'm hoping he is not an APC or Labour Party, that he is there to work for the people. But if he can attract government of Labour Party to do things for my community, yes. Not that he will suddenly now become an advocate for that party, even though Labour Party is the government in my state. So my question is, how do you address that fundamental thing that makes people easily shift?
Consequences in capital letters. And I hate this thing Nigerians do. When something happens, somebody makes a bad decision and the effects comes biting. You see people, and when they start suffering for the effect, you see people make excuses for and people like me that I believe, I have said it on this program. So I believe in holding political grudges. I might not hold any other grudges, but you see political grudges, I believe in holding political grudges. The reason people will make bad decisions and put our collective destinies into a pit is because we do not hold political grudges. People should start suffering the consequences of their decisions, political decisions at least. Why political decisions? Because it does not just affect them and their immediate families. By extension, it affects all of us. So if you're going to be making a stupid decision that is going to affect me for the rest of my life, I am going to hold you to account. I'm going to hold it against you. I do not care. I am going to hold it against you. And any consequences that come with it, I am not going to feel sorry for you. I'm not going to say sorry. I'm not going to do anything to make the consequences any easy for you. I believe the only way to make people pick a stand and stay the course is by knowing that, oh, if you don't do this, or if you deviate from this, this is what you suffer, and nobody's going to help you out.
Okay.
That is the only way for me. I don't know about any other person.
All right, no problem. Thank you for that point. Before I come to Oti, quickly, Electricity, you were raising your hand. What were you trying to chip in?
Yes, in respect to Ngozika, I agree with you. I think what
Oti, I'm coming to you after him.
what I
Sorry,
pick out
I'm,
is
I'm fine. I'm fine actually. After electricity, Bumi can go on. I'm fine. So, all right.
Sorry, let me just. I think somebody is
this
actually called.
2020
Oh yeah,
this 2024. I hope that miracle
but
continues.
Go ahead.
Ngozika, I think she's I wanted to ask her a question before, so but it's okay. I will skip it until she says.
Yeah, she's listening. Go ahead.
So Ngozika, yeah, I agree with you.
All right.
What I pick out is that we hardly have a consensus among ourselves, and we don't stay put. But this political grudge,
I'll come to you. I'm coming.
This political grudge you reference to, how do we carry it out? This political grudge. She's not here. Let's go to the next person, please.
Ngozika, are you able to? Ngozika, are you able
Go
to?
to the next
Don't worry.
person.
Somebody.
Just before you
No
move
problem.
to someone, can I just chip in one thing about this statement these guys made? I want to say something.
Oscar, hold on, please. There are some people who haven't spoken.
Okay.
That I just want.
All right, that's fine. Absolutely.
Absolutely. I won't pass you. Bumi, welcome. We'll come to you. Femi.
sorry, I didn't get
you
the
want to say
question.
anything?
Electricity was asking me a question.
Okay. All right. So electricity says this political
okay, go ahead,
grudge
Chief.
that you are trying to this political grudge you want to bear. How do we go about realizing it in practical terms? How do you bring it down to actionable consequences, not something up in the air?
So I'll give you a very simple example, really simple example.
What exactly is this political grudge? I think we need to define it because people are allowed to vote who they want to vote for. We must be careful about that. So go ahead.
So political grudge to me, and whenever I say these things, I say to me. Me person no go use their definition, spoil my own. You are free to understand anything the way you want us to understand, and this is me. I am my own dictionary when I talk about these things. So we are clear on that. When I say I keep political grudges, I've been doing that since 2019, because I worked as an election observer in 2019, and then in 2023, I worked as an ad hoc staff. It was in 2019 that my eyes opened to Nigerian politics, and I started keeping grudges. And when I say I keep grudges, I judge you by the political decisions you make. You were informed, it's not my business. You were not informed, it's not my business. You were deceived, it's not my business. I judge you by it. Because I believe that if you're voting somebody, or if you're campaigning for somebody, you need to be convinced of the cause for which they are contesting for. So if you are telling me, oh, I did not know he was going to be like this, and you're telling me, oh, look at what he said, oh, he got in there and started doing something else, I can understand that. If you're telling me, oh, he came for interviews, he came for town hall meetings, he was interviewed and he was saying all the right things, he did all the right things. So I don't know what happened. He flipped on us. I can understand that. But using this last election as an example, you saw people that did not want to talk to you. The only time they came out, the man was doing whatever bothered him. Bala blue, town hall different from, do you want me to dance? Do you love me? And you are making excuses for him. Telling us it's not the body that matters, it's a comb in his head and he's doing nonsense. I will hold you for every wrong policy he implements. For every single thing that goes wrong, I will remember it and will say, this person is not a bad person. So when I see you, you asked how we're going to bring it down. But when I see you going through something, and I'm not praying you go through something, you might be doing better than me. That is fine. That is really cool. But if I see you going through something as a result of the bad leadership, hello, can anybody hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh,
we can hear you. Go ahead.
Or something. Can anybody hear me?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
So I'm saying that where I bring it down, I have defined the political grudge now. So I'm now talking about how we can apply it practicably, as in real time. So let's say after the elections, you're going through something. It could be good, it could be bad. If it is good, hallelujah for you. But unfortunately, devil wants to punish you. You become a victim of the bad government you brought in. I am not going to offer my sympathies. I know somebody that used to do a lot of philanthropic work. Do you know how she's holding people accountable? Do you know how she's keeping her own political grudge? If you ask her for help now, the first thing she asks is, who did you support in the last election? Straight up. And before she
Yeah, but
asks you, she has checked your social media handles.
I can lie to you. No, hold on, but
No,
because
she
I
has
can
checked
lie,
your
I
social
can lie
media
to you.
handles. Wait, she has checked your social media handles. And if she does not see anything, she will tell you you're neutral. She will tell you you're neutral, and she does not do neutrals. I don't either, because I've said it, neutral people are dangerous people. They are worse than people that take the wrong stand. So if you make a bad political decision and it is affecting me and it comes to affect you too, God will punish you. Because even sorry, I won't tell you. I will even be piling prayer on your head that it multiply. Whatever is doing, you will multiply. Because you can't put all our destinies on hold and playing 10-10 with our destinies, and something bad will happen to you, and somebody will come and start gaslighting me. And what would Jesus do? This is very unchristian like. You too, you will die. Me too, I will die, and so what? Do I look like I see I'm afraid to die?
Let's move to someone else. The only thing I'm going to say, I hear you, it's your perspective, but the only thing I'm going to say is, remember, it's a democracy. I understand your point
I agree.
on a personal level. But the point I'm
Mr.
trying to
Chim,
make
I
is,
agree totally. It's a democracy. Make your choice. But when the consequences start calling, it is my choice too. I'm exercising the right of choice too by not sympathizing with you, by letting you live through the consequences. Because if we keep coming through for people who make these bad decisions every single time, they are not going to learn. That is the truth. If we keep making excuses for them, or anytime they say, we are sorry, we did not know this person was like this, so you did not know, really, but you can read and write.
Okay.
You did not know. What is your excuse? Are you an illiterate?
All right, Ngozika, thank you very much for that. Let's move to Femi. You've not said anything for a while. Do you have anything to weigh in on this line of conversation right now?
Yeah, perhaps not totally unconnected. Earlier today, I don't know if it's on Sahara Reporters, yes, but it's in some of the Nigerian papers, dailies. I think I may have first seen it in This Day or Vanguard or Punch. I can't remember which one. It's possible that some of you already heard of this as well. The factional speaker of the River State House of Assembly, the one that, remember the debacle of the, is it the 5 or 4 that went with Fubara? Edison here actually resigned, not just from being the speaker, but as a member of the House, River State House of Assembly. And it just casts my mind back to the fact that I don't know, we're starting the year the way we end. I mean, we're ending the year rather the way we started it, and of course it's become almost like the case of Obaba's chair. We're just moving around, but no, I mean, there's what's it? Is it
quick question as you continue? Any reason on why he resigned?
There were, if you listen to across board, because me, I don't mind listening across board to different media sources. It doesn't matter whether I agree with them or not. That is just me. In the last couple of weeks, probably even in the last 2 months, even down to the 2 times that Tinubu intervened in courts, which again is an anomaly, because that shouldn't be the case. There's a judiciary, there's a process. But anyway, there were feelers that even certain elders and certain, because everything is factionalized in Nigeria in any case, and Fubara happens to be the first governor in a long time, as I've come to realize, that's of the Izon stock. Right. Yeah, of the Izon stock, Izon stock. So apparently the elders and a lot of people that were backing him, and that, look, if all the unfolding politics that preceded him and those that were countering each other, a la Wike, what he did to who was the governor that made him a commissioner now? And you know the way Rivers politics has been,
Amechi.
just like a lot of Amechi and all that. I mean, it's also always been a case of whoever once the Godfather puts the Godson in power, just like again like happens in other parts of Nigeria. Then the Godson now it becomes a problem because the Godson doesn't want to be controlled and all that. So the elders were actually angry. A lot of Ijaw elders were actually angry already, and apparently there were simmering disagreements amongst his own loyalists, people that stood by him, including this particular lawmaker, for example. So after we actually risked our lives to stay the course, that now because you're scared that something might happen, because of course he denied it, you're scared that something might happen if you don't kowtow to whatever you were made to sign, then I might as well give way. So those feelers were already in play. I mean, there were already signs that there was already problems amongst people that were supporting him. So that's what seems to have happened. I'm not saying for certain that's what's happening, but there were feelers. So that's what I suspect may have caused that guy to resign. So I thought go ahead. You were gonna say something.
You go on. Go ahead. Not a problem. Go on. I thought you were done.
I thought I liked that because Nigerian problems sometimes when you're still managing to use Panadol for one. Of course, every country has their own issues. Don't get me wrong, but this is our own country we're talking about as it stands. While you're still busy using Panadol to treat headache, all of a sudden so one might develop what's it called instantly. You're still treating headache. So that is a vibe really. We only wish that most of the vibe was. I'm sorry, Alexis.
No, it's okay. I mean, thank you for bringing that up. Personally, when I'm done here, I'm going to go check and find out what's going on. But it's kind of surprising. It fits into the narrative. Yeah, Electricity, I'll come to you before I go to Olumide. It fits into the narrative of staying the course. So I'm actually happy you even brought it up. So we're talking solutions. How do we stay the course? How do we change, the way people think? And what I still want to understand is the man could have stepped, if he's under pressure to step down as speaker, fine. But why is he even now relinquishing his seat entirely? Is another, I guess, something I need to go.
Can I even say something?
Even the governor is going. Governor going to APC.
Chim, can I even say something? Can I even say something? Because I know we it's a good thing that we keep talking about solution, even though we elected people or selected whatever, whichever word or phrase you want to choose, people to actually be there to solve problems. Of course, we're not supposed to sit back, despite the fact that we have elected or selected or unelected leaders in power. However, my own is it's not all of us that have power to. Some of us can. I mean, I know people talk about the fact that we just make noise. People make noise. Everybody makes noise, whether at the dinner table at home or whatever. It doesn't matter. You're still going to discuss. However, my own if there's anything like New Year's resolution, which I don't really believe in, is I'll do my own beats, my own way. Although I know it's best if you can have people come together. But look, see, sometimes it's just best to just do your beat. Your beats might actually help, which is the story of the guy from Mandela. If you go read about how the tech revolution in Nigeria came to be. So perhaps if other sectors as well can have that happen, maybe eventually there will be a conglomeration of people that have been able to help certain aspects of Nigeria. Because look, me, I am just that's my own bit when it comes to solutions. It doesn't stop me from.
Please, can you give me 15 minutes, 60 seconds? I wanted to chip in something about the real life application of that thing I mentioned, grudges. I just 1 minute, and I won't speak more than that. Yes, I will make it quick.
All right, go ahead.
I will make it quick. Just for context, so that you understand that sometimes, making people suffer consequences for their decisions, right? A couple of months ago, I was working as a research assistant for my friend at the archives, Enugu archives. There is this guy, an archivist, that has been on her case since 2018. He's bullied her. He's tried to extort her, and when she did not succumb, the guy made an enemy out of her. She came back for research in 2020 and he persisted. And she made a report to Abuja. Abuja took it up and gave him a query. Now he was angry about the query. If he had any sense, he would have stayed away from her. This happened in 2020 when they gave him the query for his constant harassment of researchers. It was even worse if he discovered you were a foreign researcher, a foreign student, or if you came from outside the country to do research. It was worse. The guy will openly tell you that you don't know where you are. If you don't bring money, nothing for you. Oga produce materials for researchers. He'll be dragging his feet. He won't. He'll make sure the whole day is wasted. And when you try to say something, and he and his clique, they had this whole cartel. So my friend comes back in 2023 this year for her doctoral research. This guy, not knowing the kind of person that God be kind and faithful. We share same ideals when it comes to this kind of things. So she's avoiding the guy, knowing that they have history. She's reported him to Abuja, and Abuja had given him query. She's avoiding him, but for some funny reason, and this is how most people behave, because they know at the end of the day, there are people that will come and plead on their behalf when their bad decisions catches up with them. He keeps on, at every little turn, he's trying to drop comments, even banging the door on her, and then God finally catch him. Simple, excuse me, I want to pass. Simple. Inside the search room in the archive, my friend wanted to move from her reading table to the archivist table to ask about a document she was working on. This guy was standing in her way. She said, please, excuse me, twice. He stood there. The third time she called his name, please step out of the way. I want to pass. The guy fled up, called her all sorts of names, including prostitutes. Please step out of the way. I want to pass. I'm getting feedback. Called her all sorts of names, including prostitutes. I'm getting feedback.
Go ahead. I've muted. That was local. Go ahead.
So while he was ranting and calling her names and telling her she can't do anything and he will beat her up, everybody in the search room were stunned. Researchers were in the search room. They were stunned. So long story short, she said she was going to take it up and she made a formal report. And unfortunately for him, the director of the archives, National Archives, was at Enugu research, was coming to the Enugu archives the following day. My friend will not be available. What did I do? I told her, send me a copy of the formal report. I went and printed it out, put it in a file, and gave it to the director. And gave a verbal narration of what happened. And told him, man, if you need any clarification, let me know. My friend is not around, but she'll be here tomorrow. We treated the guy's fuck up, and he was removed. And people who saw what he was doing, who had been complaining and had been victims of his at one point or another, were making excuses for him. And that is the problem. But once they removed him, he was removed. He was removed and sent to another place where he will not be able to do that rubbish, because the place he was sent to now, he won't be able to extort and bully people. This is how you make people face consequences for bad decisions, because this was his working environment. But he chose to bully and extort people, and everybody took it lying down. And one person decided to make him face the consequences for his bad decisions and choices. And look how it turned out. Everybody is at peace. So that is one practical application of making people face consequences for their actions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngosige, for that. Olumide, are you ready now?
Sure. So I was going to ask. I was going to ask Ngosika. Similarly, I think Electricity has that question about to kind of specifically explain what she meant by political grudges. But one thing that kind of caught my attention again was the fact that she said she worked in INEC as an ad hoc staff and volunteered in some of the work there. So my question is, as part of this political grudge, don't you think that the best approach to really holding this grudge is for the people or for you to be able to elect somebody that you believe will do as promised during the electioneering campaign or process, to use the resources for the people. So how can the people, from your own experience, as somebody who has worked firsthand on ground, how can the people make their vote count? Because I realize everybody else who spoke earlier, I do support the fact that they've suggested that, you know what, let's educate the people through the media, online, video, speakers, and all the rest of it. But at the end of the day, from what I have seen so far, it's all going to boil down to the fact that will the vote count at the end of the day, and how can the people make, whether it's Beavers, whether it is option A4, whether it's this, how do you think this can be overcome? Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's all about making the vote count.
Ngozi, I don't know
Do I
if this
answer
is
that
a,
or?
wait, let me say something. I don't know if this is a political grudges. Something happened in the last election, all right? Because we are also monitoring the election.
Are you asking a question?
Yeah,
Because
answering the
some people haven't
question.
spoken.
Yeah, answer the question.
Okay,
If this is a
quickly.
political grudges, all right? On last election, we have 3 voting booths in my village square market, all right? We see the guys that burn out two voting booths. They burn it down, all right? They're on cameras. We got them here. So during December, all right, I don't know if it's a political thing, no, December, when we are sharing palliative, those guys, we figure them out, they're not getting anything, even the single rights. They are calling me begging. Is that a political also grudges or not? Or is it a bad thing somebody did?
Well, if you ask me, that is part of it.
Because they were calling me that they should forgive them, but their face
That is the problem. That is the problem I have with Nigerians. When people are made to face the consequences for their actions, you always see people, and sometimes some of the people that they are begged for them, that ask you to forgive them, have been recipients of the effects of their bad decisions. So I do not understand, because when this guy was about to be transferred, some of his colleagues that had suffered almost same thing in his hand were begging. Why are you begging for somebody that has been a pain in the rear behind? Why? Why are you begging for somebody that's almost outed your future, that's almost destroyed your ability, your right to vote? Why? Why are you begging? Why are you begging for the person? And to answer Olumide's question, something that bothered me after the 2019 election, I'm speaking for the Southeast, was voter apathy. Young people were just not interested. They were not interested in 2019. When I wore my election observer apron and cap and came out on my street that day, they were laughing at me. The guys in my street were playing football. They were laughing at me. Look at this one, she's going to vote. In your mind now, your vote counts. They were making jest of me. This was 2019. Fast forward to 2023. Guy, I saw something. Nobody was playing football. People turned out. Did they turn out enough? I don't know. Because the polling units I worked at, I've said this here before, we were told that since they started conducting election in that polling unit, that was the biggest turnout they've ever had. And if I recall correctly, the figures we had was not even up to 50% turnout. But the people were telling us that since they started conducting elections in that polling unit, this was the biggest turnout. So imagine if 50% had come out. And now this is where you ask me, but even those that came out in mass, what later happened to their votes? And this is where I'll tell you, staying power. Staying power. Nigerians do not generally, and I'm a Nigerian. When I'm saying Nigerians, I'm also indicting myself. Nigerians do not have staying power. In the next minute, we are on to the next one. Oh, forget them. Oh, leave them. Only you won't change them. What you want to you now? One person. Those fashion. You won't kill yourself. Nigeria will continue. Leave them a bed. Go hustle to go chop. And that one is gone. So if this answers your question, turn up, vote. And when you vote, stay the course. If it is standing to count your votes, stand and count. If it is following them to do a collation center, follow them. If it is reacting immediately or whatever you need to, but just stay the course. Don't leave the course till you get to the final destination. I hope that answers your question.
No, well, that,
Okay,
yeah,
thanks.
but what I,
Just
just one more to say but that happened the last time though. It didn't change anything. That is what I'm kind of referring to. That is anything going to change this time around?
Did we stay the course though? We didn't.
I mean,
We didn't.
Okay, if I may say,
We didn't.
Olumide, so I think I share her sentiments. I may not have been fully satisfied with the electoral consequence one, but I will not overdrag that for now. Maybe some other time I will have that conversation with her. But I agree with Ngozi that one of our problems as a people is we don't have a staying power. I've said it severally. As much as people might say the 2015 election also had its own issues, but to be fair, to an extent, yes, Buhari won that election. But the Nigerians continue with the staying power to say, okay, now that, and I know the response I'm going to get is that the election in 2019 was also rigged. But if you go and look at it, holistically, you discover that Nigerians don't seem to have this staying power. But I won't belabor that. Bumi hasn't said anything. Bumi, before you come in and go on, I'm going to hand over proceedings to electricity before I leave. He will take it off from there. Then Bumi, floor is yours. What do you have to say?
Where are you going to?
I'm local. My wife says that I haven't watched a movie with her in a long time.
She want to go chop.
You want me to leave me?
Where are you going to?
I tell her, say we are discussing issues.
We go ahead. If you don't go ahead, this man will overshadow you. They will bring in a new conversation.
Go eat up a soup, Jare. Mind them.
Okay, more of us run now.
Good day,
Hello,
everyone.
Bumi.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. I hope it's not loud because it's 1 minute till New Year's, so there are lots of fireworks, so I'm sorry if it's loud from my end. But yeah, good day, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and I want to wish you guys a happy New Year in like a couple of seconds. So I think it's already New Year's. Okay. So yeah, I just wanted to add to what Ngosika already said. Wait. Sorry that I'm being distracted. The noise is very loud.
Just continue. Just try. Continue.
No, continue. The noise is not that bad. We can feel sense it,
the
but
noise.
it's not as bad as you
Okay,
think.
yeah. Is your voice? Your voice is louder than the noise. So continue.
Okay, sorry. It's just very distracted. But yeah, so I wanted to add to what Ngozika said in regards to like one of our biggest problem is like we don't give consequences to to our leaders. And for example, a good example is the past administration. Okay, you had a leader like Buhari. Okay, whether you are a PDP or APC or Labour Party supporter, we can all agree that the last administration did not really work well for us Nigerians. But you can see absolutely nothing was done to those people, and we move on. So nothing really stops this new administration to do the same thing, because they know if they steal all the money, nothing's gonna happen. So I do think that we really need to focus on showing consequences, that if you fail to like provide and deliver for the people, that you will reap those consequences. And also we don't follow, it's like I was recently watching I think a couple of months ago or weeks ago of a protest, and they were protesting about some gay right issue that I think Tinubu signed. And I'm like, yes, that's important to some people. You have your right to protest, but those are key things that we can also, if we protest as a nation, that we don't have good education in Nigeria. But you see school students protesting against those issues, and it's like, it's not that that's not important, but we tend to put our focus on things that are not really key things. You know, if you have a list of things, you put 1, 2, 3, and 4. We don't focus on the key things that really affect us as a nation. Education is really lacking in Nigeria, and education is really lacking in Nigeria. But you see school kids actually protesting for that Gay Right Act issue, and I'm like, how does that correlate? Your parents cannot even afford to even take you to school, but that's the reason why you're skipping school to go protest against those things. It's like they don't correlate. Can I give someone else to speak, because the noise is really distracting.
All right. Is the noise distracting you? Because it's not distracting those on the platform. Could you clarify which one it is?
Ngozi, please, can you drop your number?
Okay, drop for your work. Go ahead.
All right.
Close it down.
Okay. Loco, Chim, I see him. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Some people have entered 2024. Some of us have not entered 2024. So, for those who have entered 2024,
Because not a celebrate, not banger, no knockout.
where I am, no,
I mean, Ngozika, you know the celebrate. Which should be a
okay.
Ngozika, did you finally go home? Did you finally travel?
I'm in the house. Yeah, I'm in
Did you
the
finally go
village.
to see your grandmother?
I'm in the village.
Brilliant. Well done. I always wanted to ask you that. And the other thing, please, can you drop your number for me? You're in Enugu State, aren't you?
She already did. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, I am in Enugu State.
Okay.
I already did that. I already dropped it. I'm in the village, and the reason you can't hear any bangers is that I didn't go out to. If I had turned my mic on earlier, you would have heard this one is not banger. This one is Monana. It was when I kept doing like this, I was shocked. They are doing Monana as their own banger. The thing took me by surprise. I was really surprised when I heard the sound, because I only associate it with occasions, burials, and whatnot. But to hear Monana by this time of the day,
Okay, quickly. I just want electricity. If you allow me, I just want to respond to a few things.
Just give me 1 second first. Let's. I want us to know what direction we're going to go for the next few hours, so that we can go around. Ngozika says something which resonates with me in terms of holding political grudges, which is to her, it's her own dictionary or her own holding political grudges. And I think even though it's our own dictionary, I would say it's not a bad thing, in the sense that it doesn't lead into harming somebody else, but rather in the future not to vote for the person, because if one person, if an individual put our destiny or whatever it is and destroy it for selfish sake, we need to at least not be kind to that person. So how we approach that is very important. We're coming to the new year now. I'm not going to say much. I'll leave the floor, but we take turns as to what we intend individually to. Collectively, we're powerful, but we start with individual visions and dreams for Nigeria, because like I said, none of us believe we were going to sit down here talking about Nigeria after leaving the country for so many years. That means it's still in us. We may deny it, we may think we've turned our back on it, but it's still in us. That's why we are here day in, day out. For some of us, we come here to heal our broken hearts. Some came to find their heart, like people like Loco P came to look for his heart that was broken some time ago. People like CM, I don't know how to describe CM so that it doesn't open the books on me. So we take him.
Don't talk about Uzo. No, talk about Uzo.
So let me be honest with you. Some people, at least I know one person who have found love on this platform. I'm being serious. So, which is a good thing. Okay, Wale said he's also looking for love.
Real
by
love,
raising
real
his
love,
hand.
bro. You do your real love.
All right, listen, let's enjoy this discussion. And so, Osita, you wanted to say something? Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Right. Ngozi, what you said about consequences is very, very, it was a great submission. But that also took me back to what electricity has been preaching for almost 4 months ago. Because in as much as the consequence is the one, because you're just, it's the one that is immediate. But for those consequences to be felt and to have a great impact, I remembered what electricity was talking about. How do we recall our representatives and all of that, of which a lot of us saw how huge or perceived it to be a huge task. Now, unfortunately for all of us, democracy has not developed or evolved to a point where you're having independent candidacy. Because also one of the biggest bane of our democracy is the political party captures. Amadioha was making reference to what happened in Imo State, the election in Imo State. I wasn't in Imo State. I'm not from Imo State. I didn't get a lot of information about it. But there was one thing there is one opinion which I hold, and it's just my own personal opinion. I was of the opinion that the opposition didn't field any candidate that was worth dying for. You cannot hope to make a change or beat someone in a game where they have mastery of it with their own strategy. When they were doing the campaign for Imo State, I heard the gentleman, Senator Achani, saying that he will meet Hope Uzodinma force for force. By whatever parameter he presents. He should have focused more on campaigning, trying to endear engrave himself in the hearts of people. I am of the opinion that he was never the best candidate. You want to overthrow someone like Hope Uzodinma, you best bring someone who people can follow the way they follow POP. We had a gentleman here who came to this platform, Sam Amadi, if you all remember him. If he were the one that were fielded in Imo State's election, chances are people that would have gone out of their way to see him put in power. But do you want to go and die for another person who is almost like, who could have been perceived to be almost like Hope Uzodinma? Because I didn't see any difference personally between Senator Achonu and Hope Uzodinma. So for us to start making changes, especially when it comes to electing leaders, the political party matters a lot as well. What is the sort? How do people who elect those people, how do they come about? Because none of us here, anyone from Imo State can say, oh, that money didn't switch hands, that it wasn't the same transactional primaries that happened even in Labour Party. Okay? Which calls me to action to say, which is also why I interrogate. If any of us had even listened to maybe Peter Obi on his last meeting where he was on the conference, he said to people that he always tells political parties to field the best candidates, whether it is a PDP, APC, that wherever people see the best candidate, regardless of the political party, they should go and vote. Now, I was just trying to say, just oppose what happened in Imo State, in reference to what Amadio has said. It didn't just fail because of the chiefs. It also failed because when people look at the candidates presented before them, I say, we say Hope Uzodinma is bad. What is the difference between him and Achon? Let us stay with the devil we know. That is one area. Then I'll now go back to the second thing I wanted to talk about.
Hold on 1 second. I highlighted something. Whatever we do or we say in terms of next year strategies we plan, you see this issue of INEC. it's very important. Whatever strategy. I mean, Ngozika, you volunteer for INEC or work for INEC as and you know how important it is to push for an immediate change. INEC is not independent as they claim to be.
They are not independent.
And I've always, for those of us in diaspora, some of us don't even participate in politics. However, we do see how their politics. I've only voted once. And I consciously said I am going to vote. And the reason why I went to vote is when I participated in the, what do you call this, census. I think that was 2 years. CM, the last census, was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago? I think it was 2 years ago. I was the census.
No, I think it's not 2006.
Yeah, I was a census officer. That was when I actually appreciate census, to be honest. And I understand what it actually stands for, despite the people's skepticism in terms of privacy and all those things, because it helps to know not just the population, it helps to know how they will put facilities in place. If they need to expand a place, if they need to depopulate the population or increase it, and putting amenities in place. So INEC is a key factor in this. So how do we let's discuss this INEC issue? Let's discuss this INEC issue right now, because coming next year. We will have.
If I may come in.
Yeah, hold on, CM. You come in.
If
okay, CM. Let's go round to make it even. I know Sita was speaking before, but I want us to discuss this INEC issue. Okay, so Ngozika, we'll start from you. Then we go to who is this?
No. Let Rosita finish first. Let Rosita finish first. Let everybody finish before you start, James.
Okay, all right. I'll just finish your submission then before we go into this, please. Make it snappy, please.
Well,
I've not even had my say on that anyway. But continue, Sita.
Okay, Loco, you wait. I banned you till we come to the next program.
Right.
We'll find out. Go ahead, Rosita.
Jazzman. Jazzman.
But unfortunately, it's just there were a lot of things I wanted to pick on what Amadio has said. To be honest, when he was talking, I was just waiting to come back to him. Now, I'm from Enugu State. Now, I don't know how this so-called president general of a community is selected, because I thought that in a community you have councillors that represent community in the local government level, isn't it? And
let me push back. In Imo State,
it's not that.
The general PG in every community. Yeah.
So I think we also have the same thing here, but they call them chairman.
Yeah, I got chairman.
Chairman, community chairman.
Community chairman, yeah.
Okay, community chairman, yeah.
Yes, all right.
But this community chairman, this particular one you're talking about, is just within the community. It doesn't involve maybe even the local government, does it?
Let me tell you, like
they are not paid by local government.
My local government make us about 30-something communities. All right, each community have their chairman.
Guys, I'm so sorry. I'm going back to this because I'm trying to understand that structure. Because you know, some of us have been away from. Even when we are in Nigeria, we know they really go village like that.
Okay, listen. Each community have one chairman, and each chairman will make up the council. All right. Now they make him a directory. For you to be the chairman, it must be the member of APC.
Come back again. Now you're confusing me more, please, guys. Please forgive me for trying to understand this, please.
We have about 38 communities. All right. So each that 38 communities have one chairman or PG. All right. So all those chairmen will make up the council. Now they make.
See, Amada, slow down. Let me just get this. let me just start from the local government.
Mm-hmm.
Because after local government, communities make up a local government, isn't it?
Yes.
Towns, I mean, towns as communities.
Okay.
Yes.
It's word,
Isn't
word.
it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it's word that make up local government. Word that makes up local government.
And communities
Guys,
are under
guys,
ward.
you people are
So
confusing me.
technically,
I'm really trying to understand this thing.
Oscar, not joke. Let me tell you how it works. All right. In my place now, all right, in my local government, we will have 38 communities. Each community has about 13 villages that make up the community.
Good. Yeah, exactly.
Now,
Community and villages.
The 13 villages now make up the community, have one PG or charm, whatever I can call it, that represent the entire community. All right. So what happened is this. What happened is this. When Emeka Ihedioha was my governor, who had PDP, PG or chairman, immediately Emeka Ihedioha left, they told the chairman it must belong to APC or you step down. So the guy they have to overthrow him and put APC person that on all the executive. So what does that do is that the whole is a capture. It's already captured.
Now,
So
what I want to understand is this: this chairman, he's different from being a councillor, because also by the normal structure of our democracy, of our governance,
government, yeah,
of our government, the councillor is the person who represents a community before the local government chairman, before the local government council.
There's no council on the communities, other the general, PG.
No, you're not, unless is Imo State different from Enugu State?
I mean,
because
you don't think I did here. So you guys there here, would it PG?
So let me know and say what I don't know.
Sorry, I'm not from Asia. I think what Osita is trying to understand, right? The way Nigerian government structure is structured. Federal government, state government, local government. And
yes.
If you say in local government, we have councillors.
Yes.
Hold on. Who are like legislatures under a
yes.
local government chairman? You understand? So hold on now. So if you are bringing and inside those councillors, they represent the ward, each ward. That's say ward chairman. So when you say community, you understand? In Nigerian government parastatal, whatever democratic government structure, there's not like community in when it comes to government. It's ward. You understand? Ward councillor or ward chairman. You understand? That makes up like it's not like a council.
Local people, please. Are you meaning? Let me see, guys. I know. Please forgive me that I'm taking too long to understand you people. It's just that I want to understand, because this is something that is very, very basic. So if I don't even understand this, then maybe I should hide my face in public when I'm speaking.
Can I just clear it for you? So
please
the ward is what makes up the local government councillor is the ward chairman.
Exactly.
Now for a ward, what makes up the ward are communities.
Yeah, exactly.
It is communities, a collection of communities, maybe 2 or 3, that makes up a ward.
God bless you. Exactly.
So what Uzo is saying is that in his place, I don't know the dynamics in his place. I can say my, but what I think Uzo is saying. What Uzo is saying is that each community, they have a president general, and each of these president general, they now have a council of all president generals. And these people, for you to be a president general in where he comes from, you have to be politically affiliated to the current government. I don't know how they get involved in politics.
Please. Can you pull up for us what makes up a ward in Nigeria?
Because calm down. It's not normal. No, what I'm saying. Let me tell you. It's not normal.
No. The reason why I'm saying this is because, can I just say this? In my own community, there's a councillor. The neighboring community, the next community, there's a councillor.
The local government community.
Yes.
There is a,
No. Uzo, not confuse her. No, listen to me.
Please, in my own community, we have a councillor. I can, two communities are, side by side. One community, they all have councillors.
Listen, right?
CM the encyclopedia is here. CM.
No, hold on now.
Can you go into your encyclopedia?
Because I thought communities, the councillors, they go look like.
Let me explain to you. See.
Okay.
You see the way use Nigeria as example now. You see the way states have been divided. right? You see boundaries, states, right? So take what's it called, like Nigeria as a local government. You understand? So you see those states now are like the world. You get my point? Those states now, you see the boundaries, they are there. They're like the world. That's why you say maybe like let's say Central District, right? You have Northeast Central of Aniocha, whatever, or South one of Andoni, just something like that. It don't freeze anyway. So when it comes to the world, right? Those words, they have their own boundaries, and those words are made up of different communities. You understand? So you might say one word. One word doesn't mean it's a village, it's a community. A community, it depends on the way the government decide to group them together to become one word. Two communities, one community, three communities may make up one word. In the next word, it might they may made up of two communities. In the other word, they may be one word made up of four communities. So it doesn't mean because one word, no. Words are made up of different communities. Some words are bigger than some word. You understand?
Right.
All words are not equal. Some words are made up of more communities than some other words. It depends on the landmass, whatever. You understand? So, but those words now, they have word chairmen. Those words, they have chairmen, regardless of the party they belong to. It's just because the government has influence
that they
on
have chairman or they
now
have council. Who is now the council? Where does the council now come from?
Hold on, let me explain. I'll go somewhere now. It now depends on the influence, right? Because of Nigeria now, when it comes to those local government and ward chairmen, they not get shishi for yash. So 1,000 pounds, 1,000 naira, if change their mind, so government can buy them easily because of what it is. You understand? That's why a governor can control a local government chairman, which is very, very wrong because of the influencer, money influencer, whatever. But structurally, the way it's designed, right? Words are made up of community, 2 community, 3 community, 4 community. It depends on how big the word is, and those words, you understand, they are the ones who produce councillor to become like legislatures to the local government chairman of that local government. So local government are made up of different words. Words are made up of different communities.
Okay, let me read what I Google.
So if somebody is a ward chairman,
sorry,
it doesn't.
Let me read out what I Google out. Okay, Nigeria has 774 local government areas, each administered by a local government council consisting of a chairman, who is the chief executive, and other elected members, who are referred to as councillors. Each local government is further subdivided into a minimum of 10 and a maximum of 20 wards. A ward is administered to by a councillor who reports directly to the local government chairman. The councillors falls under the legislative arm of the local government.
Exactly.
The third of government in Nigeria. Yeah, I hope that explains.
So hold on. So breaking the councillor now into smaller entity, those councillors now become ward. We say ward 1, ward 2.
No, as I said, I say where I come from. Imo State, I didn't say Enugu. In Imo State, anybody for Imo State, listen, anybody for Imo State, all right, the government, anybody, any community have President General. There's no local government chairman or council in Imo State. It's run by the governor.
Wow.
No, hold on now. Hold on. See.
No, it's not about hold on. I'm not telling you
about Uzo. No. You give wrong. Uzo, hold on. You are giving wrong narration. What I'm saying, the way it's supposed to be, leave the way the government is running it, because they are running it the way they like. The way the constitution is structured, you understand? There are some governments that do not have local government chairman. It's the government that is doing everything, because they just put caretaker committee there to run as local government chairman. You understand? So that is, I'm talking about the normal. When everything's done the way it's supposed to be done, 100%. There's local government chairman who has councillors as his own legislatives. You understand? The councillor are like House of Rep members. You understand? To the local government chairman. You understand? Which is the local government.
Electricity.
Government.
Electricity. This explanation, this thing you read, is still lacking in something. Because I'm sure you read from you, and it didn't give us exactly what explains what makes up the words.
Hold on now. See, look, see, What is the smallest? See, listen, see. What is the smallest among all of them?
What now makes up the words?
Sorry.
How are the words formed? This is what I want to know.
Community is the smallest amongst all of them. Groups of communities make up word.
Okay.
Groups of communities make up word. Then group of wards make up local governments.
Exactly. And it's the wards that are administered by the councillor, isn't it?
Sorry?
The wards are administered by the councillor, isn't it?
Councillor, yes.
In my place, President PG, President General, I didn't say councillor.
Hold on. If you say that your place now, I'm telling you.
I said my place. I didn't say your place.
My fellow brothers. I don't know the politics of supposed to be done in Nigeria.
Sorry, gentlemen.
My fellow brothers.
Gentlemen.
Yeah, please, if you know this thing, please speak up.
Electricity kind of hit the nail on the head. Electricity hit the nail on the head, my fellow brothers. Osita, for instance, Osita is a young man who wants to go back home and contest to be a chairman of the local government of Osita is a young man who wants to go back home and contest to be a chairman of the local government.
I don't want to. Let's have a. This is a free flow.
Listen. It's not rocket science.
It's not rocket science.
Why are they blame?
I just read it out for you. It's something you can Google
the
yourself.
Way it is done the way it is done now. That doesn't mean that's what they do during 1999 when it started. No, they did it now in the name they are calling President General. It's not in the Nigerian Constitution now.
Exactly. This is what I want to say. This President General something.
Hope who's on them, my governor.
Look, one try to make a confusion
right now.
He can run the government, any governor, because of the power, can run the way you want to run it. But I'm telling you, I said the way it is done normally, 100% by constitution, the way it's designed. You get my point? Now I tell Osita, make you understand. So whatever you are saying to him right now, yes, they are doing that right now, doesn't mean they are doing the right thing. You get my point? So the way it is done, now so read it for you just now.
Yeah, so there is no general something. Amadioha, where you are, that general this thing.
Who know is local government chairman among all of you here now? Who know is local government chairman?
I know my own local government chairman. I know my own.
I will give you head now.
The floor is for God now. I've put on my.
Sorry, Uzo, please. I don't mean to add or subtract. I just wanted to tell Uzo something. Uzo, I understand the President General you're talking about. I've lived in Anambra, and each community has a President General, but each local government still has a local government chairman, and they still have ward councillors. And each community, I need
can you hold on 1 second, please? I want this thing to be a free flow something without me intervening much. So, but there seems to be chaos because the floor is yours, please.
Now, I'm just trying to tell Uzo that yes, he's right about each community having a President General. He's right about that. But I'm trying to tell him that it is like what Mr. Lokopi has been telling you. There are things like that in Imo State. Does not mean it is how it is. It's just the way the people there choose to run their own. That is not how it is. How it is run is how electricity read it out. President General have no political power. They are not. They do not constitute any power in the local government structure.
I made some local government chairman, but right now, hope is on them. All right, have no local government chairman. He split direct to the PG, which he is planted. You know what I mean? That's wrong. We are trying to break that bridge.
River State.
We try to break the bridge. That's my point. Right? We try to break that bridge.
It happened in River State where they were having critical committee.
Yeah, that's what they are doing.
So some governors can be so stupid and want to do their macho man power.
So is this local? Is this person correct?
Osita is asking a question, so you should
tell him correct. The highlighted comment is correct.
I've understood it from the word level. What I now want someone to answer me is
Uzo.
electricity, please. Just one more question.
No,
Who
no,
now?
Osita, wait 1 second. We need to move on from this argument now, to be honest, because it's something you can Google where you are, which I did Google. I don't know it. I Googled it and I read it out for you.
No, electricity. Listen, no, please hold on. This thing is very, very important. We are talking about change because we are talking about how we are going to go and implement the change, and it will work. If we don't even understand the structure of the change, how the change, where it starts from, then we have not started.
Hold on,
Now,
I just told you the way it is now. I just told you
okay,
how it is.
Poco. Who now represents those communities in the world? Like for instance, now my communities, like in Sudan, in the local government.
Yes.
The person, if it is not the king, okay, who is the traditional administrator ruler, who now represents the community
Okay.
before the ward? Because you told me that different communities make up a ward, and the ward is administered by a councillor. Do you now understand where my own question is coming from?
Yes, I know. Let me answer you now. See, now by the way Nigerian constitution is structured, right? You see, the king or the head, right? They're not supposed to play anything like electoral role when it comes to government, democratic.
but they are playing right now.
Right? So politically, each community you're talking about, they have community chairmen. You understand? Because they are chairmen does not mean because like it's also a local government chairman. No. Community chairman is there. There's ward chairman or chairman. Then there's local government chairman. So your question now, the person that's representing the community is called community chairman.
Okay. Community chairman.
Yes.
Okay. And this thing, does it exist anywhere like within the acceptable governance structure of Nigeria?
Yes.
Are they official? These community chairman, are they official? Are they paid? Are they under a payroll maybe by the government for being in that position?
Okay, now you come now.
You know, how do they, what is their, how functional is their office?
Now, in Imo State, hold on. In Imo State, the committee chairman or the chief are into the payroll of the governor right now.
Oh shit, man!
Which is wrong?
See, anybody
hold on. Which is wrong? Which we are trying to break that bridge. It also be so.
Okay, that go say they're wrong.
Okay. That's how the conversation started. Remember? Okay. I said we're trying to see if we could be to draw them out to free them from this rubbish. You understand? That's why the conversation. That's why it started. I started it by we are trying to break that bridge between the chief. If my chief says something now, the police will take, if you talk too much, I take the staff away from you. The man will like take up his mouth because the payroll will not be there anymore. That's the problem.
So, you don't understand now, right? The person that's representing the community is community chairman.
That office is not recognized by the government.
No. It's only recognized when it comes to grassroots politics or whatever. But
the only person in the community that the government that has a government established office is the king.
The minimum is councillor.
Not the king is also be a government recognition.
No.
But the king is under a payroll, government payroll.
No, it's under a payroll. It also be so.
The king own payroll is the king.
Excuse me. Please.
Under National Council.
Meko, excuse me.
The king own.
Excuse me.
The king own is under traditional council institution. It has nothing to do with electoral or local government or whatever. No, that's not different. The king's own is different.
Please,
the minimum when it comes to government payroll. Shut up. The minimum when it comes to
listen.
We will do an educational something on this. If you want to know, we will do it now. We've been dragging this for too long now.
Excuse me.
That's
I've enjoyed the confusion because the more somebody talks, the more it confuses others. What I want to do is I give them from Anambra State. As I say it, you use your state to relate to it. There's a state called Anambra made up of 21 local governments. All the 21 local governments has a local government chairman. Every local government is made up of communities, or you call them towns. Those towns, some can be 20 towns, some can be 8, some can be 11, some can be any number. Please, somebody should mute now. So when you move from local government, you now come to the towns. You come to a particular local government. If they have 10 towns or 20 towns, each town or community, they are interchangeable, they are the same thing. Each town or community, we have a traditional ruler recognized by the state government. That apart, each town or community, we have a president general elected by the town who doubles as this administrative head of the town that relates to the governor. They have meeting with the governor, maybe monthly or bi-monthly, every time in Anambra State. That is as per the structure. Then when you talk of ward, is for electoral purposes. That electoral purposes is according to party. APC, if you say ward chairman, they will ask you which party. Is it APC or PDP, or any party can have their own? Now, when you come to ward, a town, depending on the population, a town may be divided into 2 or 3 wards. For instance, Nnewi as a town in Anambra State has got about 4 wards, which means 4 ward chairman for PDP, 4 ward chairman for APC, 4 ward chairman for whatever party, number of parties they have. In my own town, we only have 2. They're divided into 2. Some smaller towns that made up the local government, some are having one ward. So when you say ward, where is the noise coming from? My God.
I'm trying to figure out who is. Everybody's muted.
You have.
Everybody's muted.
Okay. Wait.
Okay.
Exactly.
Hold on.
Exactly.
Okay, it's Local P. Thanks.
Okay. 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 Thank you. Maybe it could be me self. I don't know. Okay. So the ward. When you now say ward is only for political purposes, election, just to make sure that from the ward, if you win election in the ward, you go to local government. That's why they say collection at the ward. A ward is like where you have a pooling, where they collect, even if there are different points you can vote in that ward. At the end, they come to the ward area where they say this is where the ward is, collect the result. From there, they move to local government, from local government to state. So this is where it is. President General is like the representative of the government in the town for administrative purposes. That's what they say, President General. They have a term of office. The governor pays them. They are paid in Anambra State. And there's a term, 3 years. Every community will change. Bring a new person. That person represents you, because when the governor wants to deal with direct grassroots, he will call them and then give them information. If you want to relate with the chairman, you will call the 21 local government chairmen and they relate. That is the way. It's as simple as it. That is the way. It's very simple in my place. So
the questions.
Ward is not. There's no criteria for ward. It can vary depending on population.
You know, just to clear you,
towns may be bigger than others. You know.
See, I'm a question.
Can we please?
Just a question. I want to follow. Just a question.
Amadia, can you please apply decorum, please? Let's stop. Let's do this back and forth. We seems not to be going anywhere, or we're just saying whatever. If we need anyone to educate us on it, I have read it out as it is. So if other governors have implemented their own thing, that is not within the structures of Nigeria,
it is null and void.
It's not a void.
Yeah,
exactly. I think I have read that one out.
It's not a void.
So let's move on from that.
CM, please, just one last thing, right? Sorry, please. Just in case, right? You see, when it comes to traditional position, whether it was installed there by the governor or the people, right? Their payroll or their salary, whatever, is not political, right? It's just they fall under the I don't know if your place they have local government I think no commissioner for local government and chieftains and whatever something like that. So those people fall under the traditional institutes of Nigeria, whatever, or traditional institute of Nigeria, where all the kings and chiefs of all community in Nigeria, states, whatever, where they represent, they have their own. But most of them, in fact, all of them, they are also payroll from the government. But when it comes to local government chairman, governors, and which is from the political side, governor, local government chairman, councillor, and ward chairman, those are political. But when it comes to for the people that represent the people, not politically, from the maybe traditional sector or whatever, those are also different. But they may be under the payroll of the government, but it's not non-political. But you can threaten them politically to remove them because you're the ones who installed them there.
I highlighted an issue out there, which is INEC issue, but we all know the 2023 election. To some people, they're already in 2024. I'm not yet in 2024.
We are waiting.
The 2023 I am election that just was INEC played a role that was not satisfying. And truth be told, the issue of INEC is very important because another election will come. So how do the people now push to have INEC for us to have a credible INEC in the system? Because whatever election we're going to run, okay, presidential, governorship, and INEC will still have to conduct it. So let's focus on that.
God bless you, electricity. God bless you so much.
So let's focus on that. So Wale, in no particular order, you have 3 minutes to weigh in into this matter.
I know when it's always my time, I'm always timed. Not just to you.
Okay, I give you 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
Okay. Anyway, I don't have much to say. I just want to kind of look at how we discuss in this platform. If we are to run government, can we now see how difficult it is for us to come to decorum sometimes? And I'm going back to the INEC stuff. I think Madam Ngozi said something very, very crucial about not just INEC and everything I have to do. If there's no accountability and there's no transparency, we'll continue to go round cycle. Either your action or your inaction, there must be consequence. Because if you sit down and fold your arms and thinking that somebody is coming to help you to fix your own, they play. And if you don't do anything, if you do something which you now face the consequence of that action you take, you should be own up to it and say, look, this is it. I did this and I knew that this is what the person is going to do. Then until we face that, we're not moving anywhere. If we know that this person is a very corrupt, being bought, and we put the person as an chairman, what do you think? He will pay the piper, dictate the tune or what. So until we all say, look, this person has no any pedigree or whatsoever, is a corrupt person, we know who he is, we know his background, we know the political affiliation, we'll continue to go round cycle. But say, for example, Mahmoud Yakub did all he did. I've never heard in the court, in the Supreme Court or Appeal Court, I say what Mahmoud did was not right. The guy was just and be like he hasn't done anything bad because there's no consequence. And if the same thing happened in 2027, trust me, nothing is going to change. We'll still go back to the same thing. Either we put 477, 774 local government, blah, blah, blah. That's how they will say they are moving from their local government to Abuja to come and read what is not. For what?
The issue is, we know the problem. How do we change the system?
How do we change the system? Whenever the next time when chairman is going to be chosen, it should be chosen not based on political, say, APC. It's not the president that should choose who it is. Maybe all political parties should now look for someone who is completely new.
Sorry about that. I don't know where that is coming from.
It
Apologies.
shouldn't, say for example, if I'm being chosen as the INEC chairman, electricity should be, there. It shouldn't be just only me. We should have about 10 people. So for the 10 of us to be bought or corrupt is going to be hard. But if you give me that power over everything, that no matter what electricity said, no matter what Madam Ngozi said, it doesn't hold water, then you've given me that too much power that can do and undo. It shouldn't be. That institution need to be free from any political party that the president would now choose who should be. If we don't do that, if people don't rise and say, no, this person, they need to go through scrutinization, who they are, what they've been doing, what political affiliation, all those kind of things that we know that Yakubu has done. If we go back to the same route, nothing is going to change. But are Nigerians ready?
Okay.
At least,
yes.
I think I haven't had say on this instance, right? If not for the term,
Loco, you've been our lecturer since on local government.
No.
We highly
Hold on.
We highly appreciate that. And I will send a token to you. I will send a token to your account, Loco.
No, I mean, concerning what Ngoziga was saying, I haven't since. You remember?
All right, go ahead, Loco P.
If not for,
I'll come to you.
Sorry,
are you ready to speak after Loco P?
No, because hold on, because I'm going back soon. You take
Loco, go ahead.
Backstage, please. Right?
All right.
See, for the Ngoziga stuff that she said, right? Look, I've seen maybe it has to do with Africans, right? See, taking responsibility first. You understand? Taking responsibility is the issue. Then I don't know if is it pity or fear of not making enemy with anybody? You don't want to hold people responsible, tell them to their face like, no, what you did, you messed up, and I'm cross with you with this thing. It doesn't mean you are the person's enemy. You understand? It's like, because if I tell you, hey, your mother is man, that means I'm your friend, right? But why is it like when somebody takes maybe a bad one or two decision that has that consequence on me and everybody around, Elijah people, we are like, no, now. We're just so afraid of making enemy with that person, but not telling the person the truth. You understand? And it might not be punishing the person but just tell the person. And if 10 persons or 12 or 20 persons, 100 persons tell this person the same thing, like, hey, no, you messed up, man. No, you should have done this. Subconsciously, the person will like, hey, yeah, now wow, everybody tell me say I messed up. Yes, I really messed up. But if you're telling the person jovially or joking like, no, now one of those things, don't worry, the person will not even like, before on call, now one of those things now. You understand? So, like I said, consequence is the only thing, nothing else. Whether in INEC or whatever. Because, see, you will not tell me INEC or Mahmoud did not go and tell Tinubu, Afana, family Martin and Madigan for you. No. It's the other way around. People like, guy, Afa, you like this your work, man, you do it for me or else. You understand? Which is from the political side, not even from the INEC side. You get my point? So, if you hope political officers on their jugular, hold them, choke them, die. You understand? Hold them. Leave what is like you are afraid of making enemies or whatever. You understand? Because it's the 10 years effect or 20 years effect that we are supposed to be looking at. Not the immediate effect or, okay, if I tell him now, he can't make enemy with me for just tomorrow, next tomorrow. What about the decision he made that would take a negative effect in the 10 years running? We are not even thinking of that. You get my point? So, like, the consequence is the only thing, nothing else. Even in the next coming election, if we hold if the politicians who came to campaign to us, if we hold them and threaten them that we are going to hold them by what they promise or wherever, you understand? Let them know that they're going to get dire consequence if they don't meet up their maybe manifesto or whatever, and they decide to like, okay, I want to do the real thing, the right thing. I will not go and tell INEC, Alpha, help me now, help me to rig now. So let me do the right thing. If I'm there, I'm there. If I'm not there, I'm not there. So I'll know whatever comes on the people, it's what the people wish to get. You understand? So if all politicians will hold them, they have consequences in whatever they are doing, INEC will just be like a walk in the park. You get my point? Because we can decide to hold INEC responsible, or even block INEC, stop INEC from doing whatever they want to do. I give you an example. Edo State election, in the last election that brought Obaseki, this last one, that whatever. You saw the way everybody did the election, and they waited, they escorted their vote to INEC, and they already have the result. They were waiting for INEC. INEC, do your wayo more, see now. Just do your wayo. Let us see your wayo right now. INEC had no option. That's why they are saying the stuff that Mahmoud brought, it worked in Edo State. Because the people were determined, like, if you try yourself, you'll see NAR. So it's the people, you understand? Like, say they mean to give that consequence to whoever misbehaved. INEC is just not, INEC, for me, INEC is a problem. To fix INEC is very easy. Let's fix the politicians first. You understand? But that will happen if all of us want to tell ourselves the truth and not to be afraid of the enemy that we want to make. If we know that our life is on the line, our life for the next 10 years will be jeopardized because of one silly decision that we'll make, I think we will think right to say, no, let's make the right decision so that we'll hold our politicians accountable.
I think that's very important.
Take me backstage, please. Take me backstage.
All right. I'll take you back. I think that is very important, and that is what Ngozika said, decision that will put generations into suffering for 10, 20 years, which we've been going through, and that is why we are where we are today. It's time to speak truth to authority. And when we speak truth to authority, if we have spoken truth to authority, I don't think we will be where we are today. Bumi, the floor is yours. Paul, welcome to the floor. Sorry, I did not recognize you all the time. These people were confusing me. Actually, not moderating today. We're just having fun.
Thank you. Can you hear me, please?
We can hear you loud and clear, but the floor is not yours. The floor is for Bumi.
I thought you still want to only talk to people that have entered New Year. We that are still in last year don't want to talk to us.
I'm still in the last year. Another 6 minutes before I enter the new year. So we're in the same boat. Bumi, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Yeah. So I wanted to say in regards to like the INEC issue, whereby I think why it's so hard to hold INEC accountable is because we as a people, we don't even agree. I think the first thing we all have to agree what is right and what is wrong first, you know. But if we can't even agree what we as a society want to accept and what we don't want to accept, then things like the INEC situation are going to keep on happening. So it's like, for example, I'll relate this to, for example, we have a Tinubu administration, right? It's been more than how many months now? I think 6-7 months or so since the election, or is it 10 months? And it's like, you might be a ride or die Tinubu supporter. Let's agree with that. Let's say I'm a Tinubu ride or die supporter. But it's very clear that within this month, the government has not shown anything in regards to like delivering for the people. They haven't shown that. So even though I might like him, the standard I have for our society when it comes to education, when it comes to security, I will have to agree with whoever it is, whether it's a PDP, Labour Party, SDP, whatever candidate it is, I will have to agree with you. I cannot argue when it comes to security that the government has not delivered. So when I decide to go protest, we can all get together and protest on that issue. We're not saying that doesn't mean I don't still believe in Tinubu, but that's me holding Tinubu accountable, that he has not delivered in that aspect. But unfortunately, the way we run politics in Nigeria is that we pick a candidate and that's it. We let them stay there for 4 years. We don't hold them accountable, and then we just we defend them till the end. And it makes it hard for us to ever hold them accountable. So I think it's like, yes, we should hold accountable. Yes, you should have your views on like what political or what parties you should follow, but you should be able to say there are basic things that Nigeria should have. If we don't have it, regardless of what party I'm associated myself with, I would still stand for that. So it would then reflect on this INEC situation, whereby even though Tinubu came into power, INEC failed when they said they were going to use the BVAT. They didn't use it. So even though I might like APC in power, I will still go and protest that INEC when next the election happens. If you say this, you have to deliver. So it goes hand in hand. But unfortunately, we don't do that. We just ride or die with our candidate. He's there, fine, it is what it is. And then we keep on having these problems. We don't focus on ideologies. We don't focus on anything. We focus on individuals, but that does not help us. It has to be that Nigeria should have this simple, whether it's PDP, APC, or whatever, Nigeria should have this. So when whatever party comes into place and they don't deliver, whatever party I'm associated with, I will still be able to ride or die with the opposition easily. If you look at, for example, France is a good example of like when the government makes policies and the people don't like it, whether it's their own whoever is in office, they will protest, and they don't just protest peacefully. They protest very aggressively, and they will show the government that you cannot, like, they will let the government really know. Unfortunately, that does not happen in Nigeria, because my party is there, I'm just going to let them stay there. And those are I don't know, that's kind of my opinion in it, whereby if I'm a PDP or APC supporter, there are key things. If the government don't deliver, regardless of that, I will stand by the opposition and hold them accountable. That's
Thank
my
you.
opinion.
I'd like to play a video for us. I played this video earlier. Before I will give the floor to either Paul or Lumide, I'm coming. I will ask for your... Let me just play this video. Face here. Now, for those of you who understand Yoruba, you will hear what you can interpret. It means that telling Bola Tinubu that we are hungry. This is just to echo what Ngozika said, that the decision of few have this consequential effect on many for generations to come. Olumide, Paul, Olumide, I will. Olumide, do you want Paul to go first, or you want to go first? You've been there
Sure.
before.
Paul just came in. He can go ahead.
Okay, Paul, you go ahead. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Olumide, you be better man, correct guy.
Now, New Year resolution, I have to turn a new leaf.
Only me know the pharmacy. Only the one in the pharmacies, the drug they enter your head. You know the again, so it's okay now.
So sometimes I get confused when the Nigerian government, sometimes they tell us that we practice the American system of government. Meanwhile, if you want to practice something, when you say you want to practice something, I strongly believe you practice it in totality, or you simply say we are making our own type of system of government. The American system of government, the 50 states in America, has their own 50 electoral commission. You understand? Simply means, I believe some of us have seen what is going on in America, where Colorado said Trump cannot contest in their state the primaries, when the state of Maine said the same thing. You understand? The state. Some people don't know all those things. Some people will tell you that somebody like me cannot contest president in America, but an immigrant who from Turkey is contesting a presidency in America. You understand? Some states rejected him, and some states said you can contest as an immigrant who naturalized as a citizen, just like myself, can contest the position of a president in America. So why am I saying all those things? Just imagine that we are practicing the kind American system of government. Probably we'll have 50 electoral commission, just like as we have 36 electoral commission plus the federal capital territory in terms of local government, because states conduct local government election. Meanwhile, the federal government election, we give it to INEC, and we'll give it to one person. And if you just buy that one person, which means you just hijacked the 36 states. You understand? So what happened in this last election, you understand, the people of Lagos feel cheated. The people of Anambra feel cheated. The people of Ebonyi feel cheated. If you read what they felt, for example, I'll say the state like Rivers State, it is clear they've proved it in so many ways that Peter Obi won Rivers State. But guess what? I need to give it to AC. You understand? And AC become the state that won Rivers State, when it's clear everything in the so-called INEC own portal that Labour Party won Rivers State. So assuming those states run these things, to some extent, it's just going to be easy, because no matter how we want to say, let all the parties pick their own, come together to pick one person, they can still lure those people together. We see what happened with the SUVs. You know, 109 of them, they all got their SUVs. They come up with their excuse and thereabouts and everything. They come up with their SUVs. So we can try to some extent to make things work if we want to practice anything. These things that we do in every facet of our life, where we will build one small office in our workplace, we'll create mosques in our place of work, we'll create one small place for church, we will do fellowship in our place of work. These things are creating problems. These things are not any other places where we live today. We don't see all these things. You go to the most biggest airport in Nigeria, Lagos Airport, there is a mosque, there is a place where Christian people do fellowship. You go to Abuja, you see the same thing. Electricity, I don't know whether you've seen that in Heathrow. I don't know. I've never seen that in JFK. I've never seen that in Atlanta.
Actually, to answer that, they have a praying place for Muslims in Birmingham Airport that I know, and in some few airports in the UK. Whether they have for where Christians goes to pray, I don't know about that.
Okay, so if you might want to educate me about that. How does that work? Does that work like I'm on duty, then I'll leave my duty post and say,
oh no. You don't leave your duty post from what I
okay. Where the airport is shutting down, they say, Oga go prayer. Then we are waiting.
Sorry, go ahead, Paul. Go ahead.
So when you see all this type of things, these shenanigans that we created here and there, these things is causing problem. Because if we practice the American system of government, where we have the old 36 states with their own 36 electoral commission, I strongly believe that it's going to be hard for Tinubu to buy numbers of people that for him to win. And it's going to be hard for Peter Obi. The same way it's going to be hard for Atiku. That is what I understand when they say put system in place. Sometimes people fail to understand that as we live here in the West today, these so-called politicians, these so-called people in our offices where we work, they also love to steal. But because they put system in place to make it difficult, that's why if I see a G-Wagon and I see a golf car, and if I know that there's a lot of security in that G-Wagon and there is no security in the golf car, my common sense as a thief will tell me to steal that golf car. You understand? Because I don't want to enter the G-Wagon, then the G-Wagon locked me inside the car. I'll be caught. You understand? But if there is no security in the golf, I'll steal that golf. The same thing when you put systems in place, it just makes things hard for people to do some of these shenanigans. You know, you see some things that they abuse. You live in the UK. In the UK, it is hard for you to give people tip because they feel if you give people tip to some extent, you might even control the people to your side. In the America, they give people tip, and the people who do tip job are the people who earn the less job, the less pay in America. You understand? And few people make money from tip. Very many persons don't make money from tip. And they tell you, oh, if we pay the restaurant people very well, they won't will increase food stuff. If gas increase, if rent increase, if everything increase, if food increase in restaurant, what is the difference? But the owners of this business is taking advantage of it to rip these people off. So these are the type of things where we need to redefine what we want to do and how we want to go about it. I equally understand talking about even state controlling the so-called state electoral commission. That's why the governors also hijack that same place, that same system. But when people learn how to sue, like you talk about, and our judiciary is working to its fullest, when we try to put all these things in place, it's just going to be very, very, very hard. We need transparency and accountability. But what we get sometimes, you see a very transparent man, but there is no accountability. There is no checks and balance. We wait because electricity, you see all those things sometimes, it just makes me, I just feel for you because you are saying the right word. You are saying the right thing. And people are actually doing these things. But what is the percentage of people do these things? Because every time I feel bad when I fail, when I know fully well that I did not fail because I didn't do my work very well. But I fail because the system did not even, just forget that it's just a waste of time. It won't work. And guess what? Truly, 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 it will not work because there is no system in place. You cannot ask people questions. You cannot do anything. I just get tired. But on the soft spot, why I joined this thing again, before I yield to Lumide, electricity is the 774 local government has 7074 chairmen, whether the governors hijacked it or not, because those 7074 local government chairmen get their allocation from federal government. So it's there. But Uzo, understand something. The law said the governor will oversee how the chairman is doing with their money. But the governor and I hijacked their money. But you must understand that they do have these things. The governor is just messing up, did not want to conduct the election and create caretaker committee that you will control. Sometimes the governor might create all these things that you are talking based on some of his security allocations and everything, just to disburse money to traditional rulers to control. But on the flip side, the way it works, 774 local government don't get money from even states. They get their money directly from Abuja. That's my take from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Olumide, I will beg for your indulgence because Ngozika wants to leave. Said, no, this is the way we'll do it. After Ngozika will be Olumide, then Olumide Steph. Lokopi, you are moderating for the time I'll be on. I'm listening from the background. So Ngozika will go, then Olumide, then Steph. So Lokopi is just holding ground. I'm in the background. I just need to attend to one or two things, please.
For how long? Lokopi, you don't see that the thing why they talk. Electricity won't leave us go do prayer. Happy New Year prayer.
I know they do prayer. I'm not doing prayer.
How long?
Just for five.
So electricity, I think say do Passover night.
This is the Passover night I'm doing. I told people
I
early in the
also put my
broadcast in
thoughts of change
Nigeria
background there,
that
but
most of them will go and do
I thought I'm
Passover
not the
night
put
from
background there.
darkness to darkness. They will do Passover night from darkness to darkness in Nigeria. I told them this morning
I
when
think
I
I
was
tell you,
broadcasting.
darkness.
Huh?
Very bad, Sha. Very bad.
No, I'm listening. I'm in the background, honestly speaking. All right.
No
Ungozika, then Olumide, then Steph, then Lokopi. Then Lokopi, you not direct how you go with the rest. Bumi or Amadio. Remember, you are the moderator, so you can't speak for now. All right.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. So, Mr. Olumide, thank you for letting me have your time. I'll just be quick because this is after 1. I want to go and sleep. Tomorrow, this morning will be very busy for me. Speaking on INEC, I just wanted to say this. I just wanted to say it before I go to sleep because go green me hope for Bele. I think we are already too late. Hear me out. Just hear me out. We're already too late because the people that believed in snatching it, grabbing it, snatching it, and running away with it did exactly what they said they would do. And once they got in there, they put their people. The first thing they did was prepare, like Uvi has been saying, for 2027. Now, I don't know if there's a way to remedy that situation, but I want us to think ahead, a bit ahead, to the people they are going to use as electoral officers. We know that it is professors. What do they call them? Professors, right? That they use as electoral officers.
Returning officers. Yeah.
And we know that these people are not currently, most of them that will be used are not currently part of the INEC structure. I don't know how they pick them. That's on me. I didn't know we were going to discuss this. I would have found information on how they are picked or how they are given that position. But I want to see, is there a way we can preempt who these people are going to be and make sure that whoever is picked knows, since we're talking about consequences and I'm still dwelling on it, knows that if they fuck up, if they write nonsense, it will not be business as usual. Because I have realized something. You can go with the up NEPA, New Year has started. So you can finally like so. Everyone was just yapping me that, but that's different. So if you can follow the ballot box to the ward collation office, you can do that. But when it gets to the local government collation center, that is where everything happens. We saw it play out. And the people that can oversee it and make sure nothing goes wrong, they are the electoral officers. If we can hold those, since we can't do anything about the people that have been appointed as INEC people right now, I don't think there's anything we can do about them. But if we can go a bit further and hold those electoral officers and make them know that, if you like, after counting 200, write 417, we are waiting for you outside. You feel right anything way you want right to, but you're not going to escape the consequences of cheating us out of our rights. I am saying this because Enugu election this year, we were talking a couple of weeks ago, and somebody was saying there was I don't know if most of you followed the Enugu election.
Upon say the road lights, your network don't freeze. Let me see. Let me do 10 minutes countdown to see if you come back. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, so network is back. Immediately, you can.
Olumide, I say, I thank God. Say today, they show. You decided to start it from here.
Thank you, Zita.
So go ahead.
So I'm happy that electricity raised this question. I mean, all the suggestions that the previous panelists and in the past few hours have raised is wonderful. Let's orientate the people. Let's educate them. That is always going to be a continuous process, especially for those.
Okay. Is your network clear right now?
Sorry, a call was coming in. It was part of the things I was trying to avoid. People that are wishing me Happy New Year. I've not wished anybody except you guys. Happy New Year, everybody. So
Same to you.
I was saying that the person that was in charge of that is it local government where that wuru happened, the electoral officer that was in charge of the local government where the wuru, I heard he's not been able to come home. Yeah, he has not been able to come home since after the election. And Igbo people have a saying, no kukonyaro and also. If he did nothing wrong, I'm not indicting him. No, I am not. If he did nothing wrong, why is he scared to go home? And that is why I say consequences and staying on the course. Because he knows if the accusations are true, that he fucked up. And he knows his people are very angry with him. And nobody can do you bad thing or get you where they want to get you more than the people that know you reach your papa house. And they know I'm reaching papa house. So you know Grigo in papa house, he didn't do that thing. So let us wait for them at the front if possible. And make sure that whoever is going to be the EO, all the EOs, as many as possible, especially the ones that will allow devil and these evil people to use them. We know that Nigerians and the electorate are waiting for them. Good morning, everybody. Let me go and catch some sleep.
Ngosika, you just want something very wait. Ngosika, you just put something very important right now, and that is holding accountability. If the EO or the electoral this thing is from my village, from my community, it will be more nice than bringing somebody from Kogi State. After the election, he will just leave. Nobody will know who he is. If it's very nice, every community, every ward has somebody from that locality to be in charge, so that Holy Sober, you know his house. I think that would be very nice.
We can start pushing for that now.
Yeah, so
because this particular one, why he's unfortunate is that he's from the same place.
Yeah, that's the problem.
He's very unfortunate because he's from the same place.
Yeah,
Where's
he
the person
won't come back. Yeah.
Is it I'm trying to remember the name of the local government. It's in Enugu here. You know, to have had that local government that's in
They know him. You see, that can work, though.
Okay. So Olumide, your turn.
I know it's one of these local governments in Enugu, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. But the last I heard, the guy has not been able to go home. And he's a lecturer, yeah? If I'm not mistaken, they said he's a lecturer at UNN.
That can work.
He's a lecturer at UNN.
Someone from Meduguri, Imo State. After election, he just vamoose. So that after election, we see him on the street.
I hope you know that that Enugu situation was a kind of a peculiar case. And there are some other reasons behind what happened, which you may not understand. Maybe when I will talk, I'll shed a little bit of light on it.
Good.
Okay. So I might watch in the background a bit. I might follow the comments a bit before I go to bed. But thank you, everyone. Good morning. I'm signing out.
I'll call you tomorrow because I know you're already tired.
Okay. Okay. If you be naked,
Udi. I'm from Usuda in Udi.
Ooh, right. All right.
Yeah.
Osita, you say that on phone, right?
We'll talk about it over the phone.
I'm even happy Osita is back on because I was going to use his narrative as an example. Now, Osita is interested in going back home to participate in elective position because he wants to bring some of the ideas that he has learned from this part of the world and wants to use it to impact his people's life. Now, Osita doesn't want to join APC. He doesn't want to join PDP because of their kind of politics. He has seen that their kind of politics is not a good vehicle for him to achieve that aspiration. Maybe Osita wants to join another party of his choice.
AAC, to be precise.
AAC, party. Okay. So there might be
and I have my reason why I want to join AAC.
Good. There might be different reasons for wanting to join AAC. Maybe Osita is of the view that, you know what, they won't sell him a form that will cost 5 million naira or 10 million naira for an elected position. maybe the form will cost maybe 500 naira. You understand? And then he also realizes that he doesn't have to bribe delegates within the party. All he has to do is make a speech to the different delegates, believe in him, and hope that he can deliver and convince them to select him as the flag bearer of the party for that position that he wants. Now, Osita gets that elected to represent his party as that candidate, either as a chairman or whatever position that he gets elected in. Now, my fear for Osita is at the end of the day, Osita has
Mr. Steph, can you please mute, please?
Guys, too much noise in the background.
Mr. Steph, can you please mute, Mr. Steph, please? Okay.
Osita has campaigned to every nook and cranny of his environment, to the people. He has convinced them of what he intends to do, and he's very upbeat that his people will be voting for him to come and, implement that change that they want to see. Now, at the end of the day, my fear for Olisa at the end of the day is Olisa's vote, the umpire that is supposed to collate those votes and show the results to the people that yes, Olisa truly and freely and truly won this election. My fear is that because the other parties that are corrupt and have no intention of really doing anything, using the people's resources for their betterment, has now corrupted the system, influenced the system in a negative way by bribing officials to swing those votes in his favor. My fear is that the umpire we have in Nigeria at all levels, the local government, the state government, the state House of Representatives and senators, and indeed the presidency at large, will not collate the true results, but only collate results to reflect the person who has influenced them the most in a negative way. Now, my other fear is that part of the institution, we know there's a problem. The other institutions of government that should see this thing happening and arrest the situation, the law enforcement officers, our police or our army, seeing people snatching ballot boxes and arresting them, look the other way when these things happen in favor of the government of the day or whoever is doing such vice. So that is my fear, which electricity brought up, that we have a major problem. No matter how much we enlighten our people, we educate our people, at the end of the day, the umpire is a big factor. That the umpire should give us a good first-time results. We know that the judiciary now is another problem that we never thought in our wildest dream would be a major problem, but now, so we are in a conundrum that just keeps getting worse and worse. And imagine we're already talking about 2027 now, and we are everybody's like, we're not even sure what to do, we're not sure where to go, we are not sure of how best to resolve this situation. So that is my own fear for Osita. That I don't think it stands a chance until these problems are addressed.
No problem.
Can I respond?
You are not God. Hold on, you respond, please. You are not God. You don't know what will happen, so you can't say it doesn't stand a chance. Try to maybe discourage him from doing what he believes he wants to do. So I would say, Olumide, you are very wrong, 100%.
That's just my own objective analysis.
Because you don't know even his community, you don't know what he has done before now in his community. You don't know the ideology he's bringing to his community that they might key or buy into. So saying he doesn't have a chance with the way police is run in whatever terrain you come from, I would say that is very wrong for you to say it doesn't stand a chance. But God for everybody. Is it Mr. Steph, right? Yeah, I think you wanted to say something. So we just do it from.
Yeah, Osita Demma, good evening. And
my brother, well done.
Look up here and the rest. It's a good thing to hear that you're planning on hitting the ground running in Enugu. Is it going to be governorship?
It's not your business. Leave it. It's a secret. Yeah, not be your business. Leave her.
No. Okay. The area most passionate about, which I believe is the only place where changes can start happening, is in the local government area.
Exactly.
That's what I believe.
Okay. Let me speak a little bit on INEC, then I'll make an appeal to you directly. On INEC, I think that lots of things have happened already, as Ngozika said. You know, we thought that Buhari was a strong man. But when Buhari appointed Loretta Onochie, a card-carrying member of APC, into as INEC Resident Electoral Commissioner, the whole country were on rampage. They criticized it, they made noise, and subsequently he listened and withdrew the appointment.
No, sorry, it was pressured, not even listening, it was pressured.
No, whatever it is. But then what happened when a different president, Tinubu, became president? He appointed not one, I think 2 or 3 card-carrying members and active participants in their various states into the same position. Did he budge? He did not. So what did he tell you? Gives you an idea of what is to come. When they did the electoral reform, there are certain provisions that Buhari was not comfortable with. After some pressure, like you said, he yielded. Yeah, they've started another electoral reform. I don't know if we are aware. And they've, I think they held a town hall meeting. Was it this December, early December or so? Maybe the process will continue to next year, but only God knows if there's going to be any meaningful change that the government is going to sign off on. And if it is still business as usual, the way we have it with the electoral reform, I mean, it reduces the chances of having any victory against the present people occupying those offices right now. The way the INEC chairman is appointed still remains an issue. The voting rights and voter intimidation and stuff like that still remain an issue. The law that will make it possible for electoral offenders, those that commit electoral offenses, to be prosecuted timely. They are yet to set up the tribunal or whatever they clamored last year. And I don't think they're going to do it even now. So we'll still see that there are lots of things beyond fielding a good candidate to contest the election. So another thing I want to add is also this, that the way and manner that political parties that is committed to change want to recruit candidates into those elections is still important. Just like what somebody said earlier that happened in Imo State. When you, a political party that really want to win an election, did not take serious the way and manner they recruit their candidates, you know, to make sure that somebody that they're going to feel is somebody that is acceptable to the people, you know, and they have a good track record, it's still going to jeopardize the possibility of having a change that we desire. So finally, Osita Dema, what I'm going to tell you is that local government election in Enugu State, like in so many other states, okay, position of chairman, local government chairman, is not done through election. Usually done through appointment. Though they will tell you there is an election, there is not. My cousin is presently a chairman in my local government. And not because ordinarily he can.
Hold on. Sorry, Steph. Is it like the way it's supposed to be done, or the way it is
No,
done?
I'm telling you.
Which state is it? Which state is it, Steph?
I came from the same state with you.
Okay. Which local government are you?
In Kano West.
Okay, so what
The
you have
current
now,
chairman is
what
my
you have
cousin.
now is local government.
Is my cousin, the current
No,
chairman.
so what you have now
No,
is
of course, he's a member of PDP, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
so Steph, not to like tell them like as if that's how it is, the public. What happened to your cousin is he was appointed as caretaker.
No, not caretaker.
No. Hold on. Say Nigerian Constitution, you're not supposed to appoint at all. Okay.
I'm not
But-
saying appointment. You okay? Maybe I used the wrong choice of word, but you should have understood what I mean.
What do
What
you
I
mean?
mean
In
is that
quotes, it's just Lokopi is explaining in
yeah.
quotes.
What I
Hold
mean
on
is
now.
that what I mean is that during that season, in one of their political meetings where they have to do the nomination of candidates, the ruling party itself,
Okay.
when they gather,
Mhm.
the political figure in that local government that is in good terms with the governor
Yeah.
will recommend somebody who he feels that they can trust.
Yeah, of course.
You understand?
Yeah, of course.
Because they're going to commit resources into the local government chairman's hand.
Yeah.
And those resources are going to be used for mobilization,
Okay.
recruitment of thugs and cultists and
yeah,
all those
ideally,
things.
but yeah, not supposed
You
to be.
understand?
Yes.
So, based on recommendation, because the governor did for the local government he did not come from, he then said, okay, we are now nominating so and so Mr. Loco as the flag bearer for our party in the local government election.
Good.
Okay?
Yeah.
Then, on the day of the election, the state electoral board
Yeah.
will now release the results of people that won the election. So you may still be in the field conducting election, casting ballots.
Mhm.
Then they will start announcing the results.
Yeah.
Did you understand how it happens?
But this day
I'm
and
not
age,
telling you what I'm not telling you what I think. I'm telling you how it happens.
hold on. No, I understand what you mean. No, you see, we've seen that before in Nigeria. Even results are coming in from some local governments, right? The INEC officials are bringing results, transporting it, and they've announced results. We've seen that before. But like what you are saying now is this, right? It was the state governor, right, who maybe wants his party to be in that local government, right, will now coerce or twist, not even twist, bribe the state electoral officer.
No, he's not bribing. He's not bribing.
No,
the state electoral board is set up by the governor.
It's the same thing.
They have allocation. I'm coming. They have allocation.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing.
That's what I'm saying. He doesn't need to bribe them.
How things are being done, not normally. Nigeria doesn't.
He doesn't have to be.
You're still not getting my point. You appointed them, right? Which is very wrong, right? You said you're not supposed to appoint them first. You can only send for recommendation to
Local P. Don't worry, I'm just saying it for the benefit of Stadema so that he will know what is going to be up against. Okay? So, because they set up the State Electoral Commission, they already have a mandate. This is what we want. Don't get me wrong, they're going to do campaign. In Enugu State, for instance, they run beautiful campaign.
Yeah.
They take it serious.
Yeah.
You understand? But whatever result is going to come out that day is not based on what happened in the field. They run the campaign just to make sure that they fulfill all righteousness. Do you understand it?
Yeah.
And then they will now announce the result of the people that won the election.
Okay.
Meanwhile,
okay, continue.
Let me tell you the other side of it. By the way, the person that's appointed or elected have already been told in one of the tenures, okay, there are some people, a certain amount of money that you give to some people every month.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, kickbacks.
For you to know how important it is, that is not something they play with.
It's kickbacks, yeah, investments.
Even the governor in question that is still in office gets a cut that is brought to him in cash.
From where?
From the local government.
Government post now, local.
They
No,
bring
hold
it in
on now.
cash.
Hold on, wait.
I'm not discouraging you. but
Uzo,
say you dey hear where we are.
Uzo, remember the allocation that's coming from federal government to local government, right? It doesn't get to them. It's the governor is using them. So
I'm coming. There is a little modification.
and the IGRO, even the IGRO self goes straight to the government. Continue. So I want to know where that money is coming from.
Yeah. But what you need to understand is that a bulk of that money at the end of the day still goes to the local government account officially.
Which bulk of which money?
That federal allocation that comes to the states for local governments into the joint account.
Yeah.
After some deductions for maybe some joint projects that they want to do, a reasonable amount of that money still goes directly to the local government, signed by the chairman. But it's different from the cut, which the chairman is going to bring in cash, either to the governor and some other godfathers in his own local government that recommended him. Those things are agreements. I know there was a time, I think before the tenure of this, I don't know how much this my cousin gives. Tenure before this, my cousin is like 8 million to the present governor then, and then the one that was before him, that was the one that recommended him, gets about 6 million. This thing is given in cash. It's not transfer every month. So I'm just giving you a background of why you cannot just come an outsider from any party say you want to contest. Or have to do. It's easier for you. I'm coming. It's easier for you to win a House of Rep from a different party than to win a local government chairman from a different party.
Chairman is a small local government is a small entity compared to.
Do you understand?
Local government politics is stronger than the presidential politics.
Electricity. I hope you understand what I'm saying.
Hey, loco.
Uzo, you say waiting.
So just factor it into your consideration.
Sorry?
So that you don't just go throw money around anyhow.
Yeah. No, see, look, my brother, I'll tell you this for free. Look, when it comes to politics in Nigeria, right? First of all, it's all about ideology first. Then, if you now say that's your cousin now that is now the local government chairman, first, ideally, you present yourself to party leaders. That depends.
No.
Hold on.
No, let me tell you, his own. He wasn't contesting.
It's not contesting. Okay, it doesn't matter.
He was like, can I give you a background?
No, see, I understand
that political meeting that they had that day.
One leader from somewhere.
He was outside the hall where they were having the stakeholders. He was outside. He was not even inside.
Okay.
When they called his name.
Okay. How did they?
You understand? Now they asked the so person here.
Yeah, hold on. It's two
he now ran into the hall.
Okay, see, it's two
things.
So
it was a shock to him.
Okay, Steph, hold on now. It's two things.
On that day.
You might present yourself if you want to contest to party leaders, you understand? Or secondly, in the midst of discussion from one leader to another leader, you're like, I think we have one competent somebody in one local government called Mr. Steph. I think I've seen him around. He's well read. Is this and that? Unknown to you. Hold on. Unknown to you. You might just say, no, I know one Mr. So he has a son called Mr. Steph. Yeah, I think he's well read. I think he's a graduate. Yeah, he's doing well for himself.
Please, somebody should mute the person that is done.
Now, Uzo, not Pastor. Okay, no, that's Steph. You understand? So they might just be discussing and like, oh yeah, we have one Mr. Steph. I think I know his father. His father is here, he's late now, but he's doing well. Yeah, they might just call your name, but it's not that they don't know you from Adam. Nobody can pick you from Adam. They don't know you. So like that, they must have seen you trying in one place. And who is that guy? I think that guy is from which local government or from which? Yeah, I think we should use that guy. I think then they will now call you. Like that's why you now come into the picture, and they will not tell you this is what we want you to do for us. So, if you're interested, if you game, then they key you into the issue. Then coming for the election part, they've already had a consensus that now is you they want to bring out from that ward or local government or whatever. And as they are going, they might also convince other leaders in other community or other ward or other local government that you are not the one now. That will they now choose to represent us in this local government. and with your leaders who have strong foot in the party, they will say, okay, leader don't talk, nobody will contest like that. Then they might also say
what's
that
the point?
kingmakers.
What is different from what Steph has just said? The same thing he just said.
See, hold on now. See, Uzo, I'm painting two scenarios. I say one is you might present yourself to them and discuss with them, and they might find you worthy, and they say okay. Secondly, you might not even know what's happening, and they might just go that, yeah, we know somebody for some place. At least the position hasn't got to this area before, and we know somebody who will take his competence that can do it there, and they just call you in. That's what I'm painting two scenarios whereby you can come in. Then take it further to when it comes to election. They've now come to consensus that you are no contender, unopposed, and you're not a flag bearer. You understand? Then whatever you now go for primaries or whatever, you understand? They already know it's you. You might even win the election unopposed. Everybody nominates you and votes you on a regular good election, and that's it. Then when it comes to the INEC now, state INEC conducting the election for local government, you understand? Ideally, they're supposed to be unbiased, but the people who are doing that, they are coming from recognized state INEC representative that is known to federal INEC, as in national INEC. It's not like the state governor will just say, no, you come. I was one who nominated you there. Do my bid. No. It doesn't work that way. The people who are conducting the election also report to the federal INEC. You understand? So, but conducted in states wise, with federal INEC not interfering.
Can I help you? Can I help you?
Wait. Let me ask something there.
Can I help you? Can I round up and help you?
Let me finish now.
Let me round up and help you.
Those people are appointed by the state government to work on their behalf. No. They might be.
Can you wait so I can round up with my time? I'm going to round up and leave you to talk.
They might.
I just want to clear. I just want to clear one or two things you said. Number one, right. State electoral commission has no relationship whatsoever with INEC.
100% right.
No.
100%
State electoral commission has no relationship whatsoever with INEC. They don't have any form of relationship.
No.
That is one. Can I finish my what I'm saying? Continue. Everything I'm explaining to you, and it has to do with this, is not what they told me. I've been part of the system from 1999 to the time I left Nigeria. You could say, okay, I've been part of the rot. I also witnessed the rot. There's no relationship. In 1999, I had a not a cousin, but a distant relation that was the chairman of the State Electoral Commission in my state as at that time. They don't have any relationship at all. Then, what you said about they're not looking for somebody who is well-read or competent. That's not part of the qualification.
I'm just saying it's something like that. I'm not saying
the qualification is somebody who have guts and can also be trusted, because a lot is expected of you.
It's also part of it.
Okay, they're not looking for who read. In fact, they're looking for touts.
Look,
if you are comfortable with that language.
I'm just saying the reason why they will nominate you, why they will call your name.
These guys. We
know so what I'm trying to explain to you is that local P also, if you are too ambitious, if you need it a lot, that's a very big disqualification.
See,
if you are too hungry for it.
No, Steph, see my point to you. I'm not saying that you must be well read. I'm saying they are discussing their terms and conditions. They are looking for who will suit their plan. So it might be education, it might be Togri, it might be somebody who is sick that will die tomorrow and put somebody. So whatever plan they have, right? They can look for somebody who thinks we carry on that plan for them. So whatever plan. So when I'm saying education or well read, I'm just using in case that's what they're looking for criteria. That's what I'm talking about. So I don't mean it is a must. They must look for who is well read. You get my point?
So Ositadema, just like I said, it's gonna be easier for you, for instance, if you have done some good work in your community and you want to contest for House of Reps from another party. It's possible that your goodwill could help you mobilize more, better. But when it comes to issue of local government chairman or councillorship, it's usually just a party affair in those states, depending on the party that is in power. Do you understand? So I will advise you, it's always easier said than done. Maybe you can go try local government, or don't waste your money. If you doubt it, go ask questions. Since 1999 till date, if there's anybody that is not PDP that have ever held councillorship or local government position, chairmanship position in Enugu State, there's nobody. And I don't think it will start from you running for local government chairman under AAC. So it's just an advice.
Will you guys allow me to respond? Can I respond? Local P, can I respond, please? Can I respond to you?
Do you think in all the governors, among all the governors, all the states and their governors in Nigeria, right? They all have local, for those who don't have critical committee running the local governments, right? For those who run local government elections, you understand? Do you think it's all of them that did 100%? That one local government did not feed another, did not win another party, did not win that local government that is different from
I'm talking of Enugu State. I'm not talking of any other state.
Yes, I can answer that question for you.
So if you do that, you say you should
the
not
person
waste
I'm talking to is talking of Enugu State.
99%.
That's why I'm in the position to advise him.
Okay.
Do you know what happened?
I'm not talking of Edo State or any other state. I'm talking of Enugu State.
99% of all the state governors
have
their local government chairman right under their feet. If you don't kowtow to the governor, you are out. Did you see what happened to that chairman local government? One
another party cannot. It
one
doesn't mean
chairman
another
local
party cannot
government
be
in
there.
Ijebu, because the guy said they weren't receiving money from the governors, from the governor. Their allocation, the governor was withholding it. Because this guy came out, the governor got the local councillors to impeach the guy, and even reported him to DSS to say he was harassing him.
But regardless, hold on. You are talking about whatever, but thank God you said they had it to be impeached. But at least, is it from the same party or from another party?
From the same party.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, that doesn't matter. But saying another party cannot get to that place, no, it's wrong.
I'm not saying it is impossible, but I'm saying that these guys are corrupt.
Olumide, hold on. Loco. Because it's the states that conduct the election, and it is the governor, just like the president, that nominates the electoral commission, the chairman, and everything. You understand? Yes. So, and everything. No, so understand something. When we even talk about nominate plus the choosing and everything, it also comes from the state house of assembly. And good percentage of the state house of assembly is also the same party member. So it just makes everything go easily. So they live like one family. But when you come to the local government chairman, it is the third arm of the government in another way around. Like
exactly.
You understand? But in as much as it is that, the presidency have not really done anything on that aspect. I think Buhari want to try it, but I don't know why he took it out. Probably maybe feel that the governor's going to work against him, then Buhari took it out. And I really felt bad, because why I felt bad, it is his second term. He has nothing to lose. But I don't know why he didn't do that. Because why every governors want to appoint a chairman, in as much as it is not appoint, they anoint you're going to be the chairman. Just like what Wike did with Fubara. That's just exactly what is going on. And how painful it can be, because the local government gets their money from federal government separately. Every local government gets different allocation. Depending on your local government, depending on the size of your local government and everything, that's how you get your allocation. So no local government gets the same amount of money. But the local government, the state governors also captured this local government chairman like it's a department under the governor. In as much as it's not supposed, please just let me round up with this, I beg you. In as much as it's not supposed to be so, the local government chairman is supposed to be separate government of his own who get their own allocation from Abuja. But oftentimes, they don't even go to Abuja. They just see the money. The governor is supposed to oversee, like checkmate them, like just be like the internal auditors to audit what they are doing. But they themselves, in as much as the money is their money, they don't have access to the money. That's where you see that you hear what Steph said that the governor, the local government chairman give the governor money. So indirectly, they just say, sign here, sign here, sign here. You release this money to me. That's one, hold on, that's one wrong aspect. Then another wrong aspect again. You see a situation where local government chairman, primary school belongs to local government chairman. But what do you see in Nigeria today? You see governors build primary schools. It's not your duty to do that. All those nonsense that Wike is doing.
Right.
Many of the local government projects, let the local government do it, and you oversee.
The only governor who hasn't done it yet is Oti. But let's wait and see what Oti is going to do.
So let the local government chairman carry out their project, and you oversee what they do. The governor is just mere an auditor, internal auditor to audit what they are doing. But in this case now, the chairman take over their project, and the chairman is doing their project. Very many of the projects, like you see Wike did, some of these governors will do. You will discover that when you look some of these things that they do, when you say, oh, governor, try a build road for my village, that's a local government road. Yeah. You understand? Our constitution spell it clearly. The governors are supposed to build road. Local government are supposed to build street. You understand? Federal government are supposed to maintain the federal highways. And everything. So you just see mix and match. You see sometimes governor will stand up and build federal road and be fighting federal government for their money back. They'll go build streets. What is your duty?
You know the way
what is your duty to build primary schools when it belongs to the chairman?
Paul,
you understand? So
this Professor Soludo.
Olumide, go ahead, Abel. I don't find it. You don't want me to stammer. Olumide, you don't want me to stammer.
Olumide, can you just please stop for just once and let somebody finish? Somebody relax because you talk.
No vex. You would think that Professor Soludo, that is well educated, will obey the law. But Soludo came in. Soludo said, the chairman of this local government, you know what? Don't think that I'm going to work with you guys. He was after governor, some of the chairmen of local government are PDP or APC. He said, don't expect me to work with you. I will give you your salary, I will give you your entitlement, but if you're expecting anything else from me, forget it.
Okay, Olumide, let me remind you, I'm still the person moderating here. So please, Paul, continue.
So if the governors allow the local governments to work, this is where you see local government, you see challenges, because any local government that didn't deliver, at the end of the day, when they are leaving, they'll say, governor seize all my money. You understand? So there is no competition. Like as you see the way it happened back then in the days when you see Awolowo was doing his own thing, Okpara is doing his own thing, Ahmadu Bello is doing his own thing. There is no competition. There is no nothing. The governor is just taking the shine. The governor just hijacked everything, because at first, I think Tinubu started this nonsense when Tinubu tried to turn Lagos State local government from 20 to 57, create these LCDAs and everything. Then some of these local government chairmen really feel bad, because your allocation at Tinubu split it into 3 and share it and create another 2 additional local government chairmen called the LCDAs and everything. Only for them to think that Tinubu want to share it into 3. Sometimes Tinubu share it into 6 and keep 3 for himself, that he is also taking 3 to also do other things and everything. Didn't do nothing. This is what happened. That's why, let me put it another way that will make it easy. We all grow up with maybe many of our communities, our area, our local government, there is no one private school. Where did we get it all wrong? Where we have over hundreds of private schools in our area, and government have not succeeded in building one public school. This is where the local government die. You understand? This is where the states, they make mess of everything. The local government chairman just become their department. It's like a department, like a ministry is under the state. A parastatal is under the state or the federal government, which is completely wrong. Then with the federal government alone, cannot do anything. I could remember sometimes, some years back, somebody tried to propose something. They begged people like Dangote, why don't you contest for Kano local government? You understand? Strong men, people like Elumelu, why don't you contest in your local government? Let us see how the governor will want to outshine you. You can go to any court with the governor. You can bring the governor down. You know, but these ordinary people where they just call you that you are working in a bank and they say, I will make you a local government chairman. You don't make people a local government chairman because a local chairman is an elected position. It's not an appointment, it's an elected position. The people vote for it. Why are we wasting money to conduct election where we will not vote? Or you see some of these governors who do caretaker committee. We literally did caretaker committee for 8 good years. God, that's why the schools died. That's why I could not pay salaries to teachers. You understand? Because teachers ordinarily get their pay from local government. But the local government don't even see the money. You know, and these things will not even work because the governor wants just to steal everywhere. And this governor just understand that if I calculate my state, how many local government I get and how much these guys are getting, that is the first money they hijacked. They can't tell me. You understand? I'm bringing 2 billion every month from Abuja and put together my own local government. It's bringing like 3 billion. No, where are they going with the money? You hijacked it. These things are wrong. Everything we achieve in the West, you understand, comes from our local government. Everything we achieve comes from our local government. We don't even know what is called state projects living in America. It's our counties. It's our counties. We see all these things. The police, they run the police, they run the schools, they run everything. You know, that's my take for that.
Welcome, Mr. Tone. Welcome, Mr. Ekwesi Okbaku and Mr. Eze Emeka. No worries, my eyes don't see the rest, but you know what to do that. They say you always come show your face like one of the P squares with your glass and whatever. I greet you, sir. So I think Mr. Tone should come.
Local P, just before they say, can I just respond? You know, because to Olamide and the stuff. I mean,
yeah, Osita, before you respond, Loco,
yeah.
you are under mentorship, so you're supposed to have welcomed the 3 gentlemen.
And you know hear me? No.
Okay, I didn't hear. Okay, I apologize. Loco, Loco is still there. Loco is the one in charge. Loco is in charge.
But he told Loco not to talk, but he collected the conversation from us.
I apologize. I thought he did not. I thought he did not welcome the 3 gentlemen.
No, I don't like it. Come on, man. No, you bad person. Ask the 3 of them. I won't mention their name one after the other.
Okay, I apologize myself. So I use the floor back to you.
I want to give the floor to Mr. Tone first before just to go in that.
All right, go ahead. You are doing a good job. I've sent a token into your account.
No problem. And a prayer. I've received it already. So, Mr. Tone, where do you want to come in?
I'm back again. I was here earlier. I'm just trying to familiarize myself with what you guys are discussing about, so next person can go. So when it comes around, I'll be able to talk.
No problem.
And by the way, Happy New Year. It's already New Year here in the UK.
Happy New Year to everybody in the house still. Yeah. So Mr. Ekwesi Okbaku, I think I've seen you before, so yeah. So I won't tell
you. Still have 6 hours to go.
Before I said, no, America, we did head of me, so I'm gonna wait for us. They will come. So Mr. Ekwesi, yeah, the floor is yours.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Yeah, I like the way Paul spoke. Paul actually explained the entire system we run in Nigeria, and even Steph was saying, I don't think Steph was making it up. It's not far-fetched. You just don't. What do you expect from Nigeria? This week, I watched a YouTube video that was done by somebody from Kenya. How everybody in Africa, every country in Africa hated Nigerians because of who we are and because of how we do things. My friends and my brothers, We expect these people who are leading us to change, but we ourselves, we don't want to change anything. What are we changing about our own self that we just want to wake up one day and hear that, oh, Tinubu or Buhari just found Jesus and now they want to do right? Guys, these people are doing exactly what they want to do. Nigerians make money to oppress one another. And that's what they're doing. So look, don't defend the situation because the situation is rotten to the core. Our problem is that we come here, we keep repeating the problem. There is no strategy for action to see what we can do to change it. It took 100 years from emancipation to when civil rights started in the United States. But at the end of the day, the only thing that changed the situation was the action of the people. It wasn't the people who messed it up that changed it, because that's what Albert Einstein said. You can never change a system from the same method that destroyed it in the first place. Our goal on this platform should be, what is our strategy? It's never going to be overnight success. What is going to be our strategy to start striving to see what we can do to change it? And Osita Dima can go there. If Osita does not win any chairmanship in Enugu State, that's why I disagree with Steph. If he doesn't win the chairman or chairman of any local government, he can shake the system. I'm from Anambra State anyway. He can shake up the system. And that's what P2B did. P2B came to office, paid pensioners' arrears for about 10 years, if I'm not mistaken. Who owed them the 10 years the P2B came and paid back? Some other governors. And guess what happened? Because he cut the money from renovating the governor's mansion, they impeached him for saving money. Guys, we know what's going on. Our people are corrupt to the core. So there's no question about that. Paul already said that in the United States, everything that goes on in the United States is done by the local government. At best, the state government does when it comes to public universities. The universities in America are not owned by United States government. Probably when you see all the universities, they are all owned by the state governments. They're all sponsored by, financed by the state government. But we don't have a foundation like that, and we want things to be right. Somebody got to build a foundation before you build a house. And that's what the guy, Lincoln, you did in Singapore. That's what they did in South Korea. But we expect things, even if we elect all of you here, because I know no matter how corrupt you are here, you're not going to at least eat all the money. You're going to eat, probably going to eat 50% and use 50%. It's not going to change Nigeria.
Mr. Okpagu, I'm sorry, this is the first time I've heard it. But if you have spoken well...
Olumide, no, I won't allow you. No, I won't allow you, please.
I just have a question for him.
Don't worry.
When I'm done, you can ask your question. So this issue is not reminding ourselves about problem over and over and over and over. It makes us look retarded. Because all our life we grew up in Nigeria. Steph said that he used to be a part of the deal. That people that causing all these things. But now he's on the other side. He's now actually seeing the light why it is not right. Why it is not right. And to be honest with you, so we know the problem. It's not new to us. I didn't come here to listen to how bad Nigeria is. I know that from when I was in St. Finbas in Lagos. I know how bad Nigeria has been since I was born. It's not a new thing. What are we going to do? What is our strategy to start reshaping the system? That's all I have to say. Now, let me hear Olumide's question.
So my question was, now my fear for Osita is that except I feel that the primary challenge Osita will face at the end of the day, after doing all the hard work of reaching out to his community, convincing them that he's the best person to deliver development and use their resources to their benefits, that is the best person to do that for them. My fear for Olisa is that the umpire that is saddled with doing that will not allow him get there, they will rig him out.
Okay.
That is the biggest challenge that he has to face.
Okay, let me answer you. The umpires They've been there forever. We've known about them a very, very long time. You are not telling us a new story. These corrupt people have been there all the time. Osita knows that he's from that place. He doesn't look like a 10-year-old kid. To me, it takes courage. Listen, it takes courage to do anything that you have never done before. And he knows that the possibility of losing is there. I support, if he's raising money, I will put my money in him. Because it takes courage to do anything. And that's what we lack as Nigerians. We lack courage. We're very weak people. We don't take initiative to do something fearful. There is a statement John F. Kennedy made a statement when he was talking about putting a man in the moon. He said, the second sentence he said is, we are not doing it because it's easy. We are doing it because it's hard. In Nigeria, we don't do anything because it's hard. We are looking for easy things and easy way out. And that has to change, both for me and for everybody else. Because we have to reconfigure our mindset.
Can I make this comment?
Listen, and that's the only thing that makes sense on this platform. Every other thing is garbage.
Can I chip this thing in?
Thank you very much. Yes, sir.
Okay, what I want to chip in is this. It's not as if I'm discouraging us, Tadema. I just remember what I concluded with. I said I want him to know what he's going to be up against.
Good.
Do you understand?
Good.
Because that is important.
Good.
I don't think that anybody that really want to go and occupy a political office is going there just because I want to go try. Do you understand?
Yes, you want to win.
If our brother that I think almost everybody here rooted for, who is Peter Obi,
yeah,
contested the presidency, but it seems like he was not really fully aware of what he's going to be up against.
Oh no, he knew that, because don't forget that Buhari ran 3 times before he won the 4th time.
I'm coming. Yeah. So you think that he ran just to try?
No,
he was running to win.
Exactly, but you see, he knows
fine.
That even Peter Obi knows that
he was. I'm coming. Why I said I think that he does not really know what's going to be up against. So, Osita Demma, if you're going to do it, it's going to be double the hard work.
Yeah.
You're going to consider the fact that you're not just hoping for people to vote for you. Because even if they vote for you en masse, you're going to secure the vote. You're going to count it and announce it by yourself. Because the same people who printed the ballot paper is the same people who knows the number of ballot paper they have.
Mr. Steph, I think what you are doing, I think you're doing in as much I think you're advising him, right?
Guys, can I come in? I've been trying to speak since I got all these Can I just come in?
The advice is like
no.
Can I just respond?
I'm somebody who believes that I should know all the odds that's going to be against me when I start planning.
Listen.
Even the advantage, you're not even telling the advantage.
Listen,
you're telling more of the disadvantage of
listen, guys.
Yeah.
Listen.
Tell him what is good, what can happen.
Listen.
Exactly.
Mr.
Tone, as soon as
Enugu State local government election is just around the corner. It's in February.
Yes, brother.
You see that, bro?
Now, I'm not going in there because I don't want to go in there because I have the certainty that I'll win. No. I'm not going in there without knowing that, okay, look at all these factors. I know that the odds are 99.9, in fact, 110% against me already.
Thank you.
I'm not a part of the political system.
Thank you.
The only thing I have is the passion to make a change.
Exactly.
You might say, oh, I could lose money, lose my resources and everything.
So what?
If all of us, if we keep on holding down money, keep on protecting ourselves, not wanting to lose anything, we're not going to get forward. It will all be just about complaining and complaining. I said this year is a year of action.
Yeah.
We can either move forward or we stay stagnant. In fact, there is no stagnancy, because stagnancy even means that we are in one place. It's either we decide to move forward or we continuously retrogress.
As a matter of fact, let me interrupt you, Osita. Steph, you're going to be the chairman of his campaign in the United States, and we're going to raise that money for you.
You know, so someone has. The truth is that someone has to do it.
I know.
I feel you, bro.
I believe
you.
Why did I choose the platform APC? And I'll come back to Alex Oti. Someone just said something, and I was having a conversation with a senior and sister of mine here in the UK, who's from Abia State. She lives in England. I live in Scotland. She was, she was saying all the good things about, how good things are happening in Abia State. I said to her, look, I admit that we've started seeing certain changes in Abia State, but I said to her, how long has it been since Alex Oti has been in government now? Almost 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. What happens to the local government? Because for me to know that a governor really, at this point, day and age where we are, wants to bring development to the people, you can't tell me you want to bring development if you're not allowing that free democracy to thrive within the local government, if you're not ready to empower the local government. And the first step to empowering the local government is by making sure allowing a free and fair election, regardless of how detrimental it could be to you. So while we all, make cheers for Alex Oti and everything, we need to start holding him accountable as well for what happens in the local government. Because someone said it here, the roads you find in the streets, in the communities, the market, the primary schools, the secondary schools, where you have the worst of deterioration and retrogression happening, it falls under the jurisdiction of the local government. If we had very functional local government, you and I wouldn't even necessarily want to care about who becomes the governor of a state. Exactly. Nothing should concern us about who is the governor. That is why the seat has become so intoxicated and powerful unnecessarily. We shouldn't have to bother about who becomes the president. The things happening in Plateau State, where it happened, they said politics is local. The word local, and I shout it in capital letter. Politics is local.
So, Sita, I had one word to you. You continue. That's why the mayor of New York City is popular than the governor of New York.
Exactly. The local government, all we should care. And that was why when I was asking you people, delving deep more into the structures of local government, when we are making the conversations about ward and councillors, which made me start. When Amadia spoke about community chairman, and I now started interrogating, where does this community chairman fall in the structure of governance? Because I couldn't find it. Because to the best of my knowledge, what I know is that the wards elect councillors.
Councillors, exactly.
And the councillors represent the wards. And funny enough, maybe in electioneering terminologies, the ward itself is ascribed to the communities. Because when I look at the few things you have online, the ward, for instance, I'm from Usude, and Usude is a community in Udi local government. Yeah. And they also refer to Usude as a ward.
Maybe ward 10, ward 7, this and that.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's funny enough that even people who are within those localities do not even know what is the function of their councillors. Some people do not know, even within their own community, that when their markets are not working well, when they're having erosions, when their primary schools, community primary schools and healthcare centers are not working, that the first person they should be running to is the councillor. And I can tell you 90% or even 80 at least are not aware of this. Which brings me back again to what exactly is our level of enlightenment when it comes to the structures and levels of governance. Because something will happen in a village, market, and the person in the village will start calling the governor. You've not called a councillor, you've not called the local government chairman. So we cannot all be saying, we are scared, you're not going to win, or no. There is no other way we're going to change the system unless we engage it by ourselves. We interrogate it for ourselves. We stand tall and question it for ourselves. We've seen the line. See, I can decide to go and erect a mansion in my village. But who is that house going to help at the moment? Who is it going to help? I don't live there in the village at the moment. My child, and the funny thing is, I already have my child here. My family is almost here. And if care is not taken, and that you say, okay, we want to just continue to live our comfortable life in the UK and everything, send people money and all that stuff, we will slowly lose our heritage, guys.
For how long? Yeah, for how long?
We are slowly losing our heritage. I fear for my son, who is young and who is growing up here. I don't want my son to not know where he comes from. But with the way things are going, the insecurity in the Southeast, you can't even go again home to Christmas safely. There are loads of things happening. I can tell you that even the healthcare centers, none of them is functioning. Everything is wrong. And unless we get it right from the grassroots, from the rural areas, unless we start that empowerment, that enlightenment from there, unless we have people who genuinely thirst and hunger for change, move into action, take those risks, try to make those changes, we will all be here whining and complaining day in, day out. And I think we've had many months of complaining. It's a year, 2024, it should be, we should put words into action. So I'm not saying doing it because, everything is easy, or that I have the certainty that I'll win, or that even my people will vote. At the end of the day, they might not even like the message I want to preach. But my own message, I have to put it out there. I might not win the election, but I'm sure that I will win 1, 2, 3, or 3 or 5 people's mindsets during that process. Even if I'm not the only one who finally bring the change, let it be that someone has started initiating it. If you talk about a place where someone who wants to make a change is, you can remember my own community and say, there is someone who tried or who is trying. Maybe from there, someone from Abia State or someone from a neighboring local government might also want to have the courage to try. We must continue. We must press forward. Because if we leave it the way it is, trust me, no people who hold power never give it. And it's like Tinubu said, power is not served a la carte.
It's not a la carte, man.
It's never served a la carte. See, nobody who is benefiting from the system will ever let it go. Ndi Igbo na atụ isi na ada eji maka mgbagbo ya lọgụ. The same Ndi Igbo na atụ isi na okay ejiri ihe nwata na aka fubi ofu na oge wetu ya. By the time we pressure those hands consistently, they will let it go.
Thank you, Sita.
All right. Mr. Tone, I think
it's my turn now.
Oh, who came first? Eze and Tone. Who came first?
I did come first.
Tone is waiting. Tone said he want to wait a while.
No. If it's Zone, if it's Eze that came first, no, I think you should go to Eze now. If it's Eze that came first.
Yeah. Anyway, good evening.
So Eze, please.
Good evening. I think I took my time to listen to you guys speak, and even from yesterday, I was not opportune to come in to express my opinion on several topics being discussed. I might take you guys. I might take you guys aback.
Of course, nice to see you.
Thank you.
Any words of advice for our bro, Sita?
Jesus Christ.
Let me
congratulate. Stop making me the I'm not the issue in this conversation. We're all talking about why are you making this thing personal about me? This is not right. It's not right.
Mr. Eze, please continue.
So I think I'll try to be very quick. Let me congratulate Osita with his future political ambition. I think young Nigerians should be brave enough to go into the political space. But I know, just like every venture that you attempt, you may come in naive, ignorant, inexperienced. But once you go into that space, with the lessons you get, you move from zero to a certain degree of knowledge, experience, and ability to understand what it takes. So I would encourage you, please go ahead, even regardless of the fact that you know that you are not going to make an impact, but it is good. That impact is for your own personal growth. And if you think it's a field you want to continue in the future, I think you definitely would gain my support, and maybe as time may go, I might be able to give you a few advice on what you need to do. But definitely, I appreciate the fact that you know that you're not going to win.
which is really good. You're going there to, I think the thing you need to go there to do is to gain experience, understand that political space, which a lot of young Nigerians do not know. And that's why they keep complaining and talking gibberish, especially on social media. So once you go in there, I believe a lot of people will look at you, especially you coming from the diaspora, and they know that you come with some level of exposure and experience of Western society, right? And you'll definitely find some people who would gravitate themselves to you. But again, even if the result do not turn out in your favor, count that as some experience on your heart, and move on, keep striving, keep building, keep re-strategizing, keep reorganizing, keep re-energizing yourself. And before you know it, your followership will continue to increase, and then you'll begin to have the ears of the people who will want to listen to what you have to sell. But while I think I'm here for a specific purpose, especially from yesterday's view show. And why do I say so? I said a lot of us, especially young Nigerians, when I say young Nigerians, I'm looking at the age of 20 to probably 55. We are very impatient. And as a result of this, we do not understand the gifts that we have as a country. And many of us are also unpatriotic. Now, how many of us are aware here that in the history of our country, we've experienced 13 recessions, right? And the worst recession actually happened in 1966, 1967, during the war, the Civil War. And that as a result of we being in a prolonged democracy, we've been having some great stride. Maybe not remarkable, but we've been moving forward. The only time we experienced a recession was during the Buhari's administration, and it clearly showed that the man was incapable of organizing his administration economically and in other ramifications, even security-wise, and politically too, because he even made mention of the fact that some cabals were behind, running the show. But what I would say, because I've been listening to this show, I think I've been listening to this show for like 4 months now, on and off. But I would want to say that, guys, I like what Osita is saying. It's time to stop complaining, and it's time to begin to take actions. That's why I really appreciate what he's doing. But you guys complain a lot, and you complain a lot. Even when the country is making some good strides. Things are not easy when you're a leader, let's be very honest, especially if you've led a team, or you've led a company, or you've led an organization. It's really not easy to lead a country, and a country that is as diverse as ours. So when we do have some positive development, we should count it as a good stride. When things turn down, which they definitely do, even in our own personal space, we should see it as a challenge. And the bigger the challenge, the bigger the accomplishment. Now, yesterday, I heard a lot of you, oh, Peter Obi was the man of the year. That's okay, I agree, agreeably. I can take that. But I don't think that man was anywhere close to be the man of the year for 2023, if we're going to the fact that the 2023 election was the highlight of the Nigeria demographics. He was not that even close. He came third in an election. He ran a divisive election campaign. But I do not want to buttress my point on Peter Obi alone. But what I would say is, and which a lot of publicists, if you go to other national dailies, have said the man of the year is actually the president, the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, the grand commander of the order of the federal of the Niger. That is Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Many of you do not understand and know this man. You hate him. He's somebody. It's either you love him or you hate him. If you want to give someone his flowers, he's the individual that you must look at and say, definitely this man really, really deserves to be the man of the year. Not just only my opinion exclusively, but the opinion of other politicians, political analysts, politics publicists, those on national dailies, expressing their views based on his antecedents, based on who they know this individual is. But if you think Peter Obi is your man of the year, that's fine. I understand, arguably, for 7 months running a campaign.
Educate us.
Really, I will do that. I'm going to that space. Don't worry, Olumide. Calm yourself down. Peter Obi running a campaign for 7 months and getting 6.1 million votes. That's remarkably, arguably. You could look at him and say politically, okay, he did well for himself, but he still lost that election. What Peter Obi was able to do as an opportunist was to key into the emotional pains of Nigeria, especially young Nigeria, coming from the pains of EndSARS, that young Nigerians are tired of what life has dealt to them, especially from police brutality. And right from that space, young Nigerians said, we will wait for you in 2023, and we will get our PVC and we will kick you guys out. Peter Obi, I have followed his politics properly, even way longer than many of you here. I followed him when he left Anambra State as a failed governor for 8 years. And he went into the covenant when he was going for his yearly summit and giving his faith statistics. He came in and he was repackaged by Obasanjo's media team and pushed to run for that office. He was lent by Obasanjo, giving him his political team to go manage him, as well as other young Nigerian, very exciting, young, intelligent young Nigerian who came on board to repackage a fraudster and made him look like, when you repackage PAP to look like Costa.
Mr. Isaac.
Please, just allow him to finish. Just allow him to finish.
No, you'll finish. You'll finish. I'll let him. He still has the floor. Local P is the acting moderator here. I'm just in the background. When you are using some certain, making some certain statements for the integrity of this platform, if you don't have, you use the word fraudster in respect to Mr.
Yeah,
Peter.
I did.
Do you have any evidence to that?
Yeah, lots of it. You want them? I will post them on the
electricity. Let's hear him out. Let's hear him out.
Let's hear him out. Until such time you provide that evidence.
I'll post them on the budget. I'll start with the Bandora's papers. I think many of you are.
Then until such time, can you please use the word allegedly? Who's this thing is?
Steph, is that coming from you?
Could you kindly use the word allegedly until such time that you provide the evidence to that? Is that okay with you, please?
Oh, I can use allegedly if you're cool.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, so there was a Dizani 115 million bribe scandal, Federal Fidelity Bank MD, where you said Peter Obi was the one who told him to go give Dizani that funds, right? I will post it on the back channel for you to look at. Then you can, I think many of us are all aware of the Pandora paper. You can go do your research on it if you want to. And then also where he was giving a contract to friends and cronies without following due process. Contracts, P2B, fraud. So you can do your search on that. But my viewpoint is not to talk about him, right? So like I would tell people on other platforms, I would say those who need to be appreciated are the guys who were able to launder Peter Obi's image very, very effectively and sold him to young Nigerians. Those are the people you need to give the award to. Now, why do I think the president is the man of the year? If you've not read this day newspaper, please go do that and understand. And I think, I don't know if the publicist was able to key into my mind to take out some of the words that he used. This was a man who was deemed to be the next president and was almost kicked out of his political party, almost losing that power structure that he has helped build to put in and install a president into power. I know many of us do not really appreciate what it takes to make someone become president, because for some of us, politics might not be our forte. But when you have a gentleman agreement that after a particular period of your tenure, and once you're done, it is my turn, and that gentleman goes in and begins to act differently, it shows that some people cannot be trusted. But we are humans. We are entitled to renegade on agreement if we don't want to keep it up or have different views or opinions. But then, when he was almost losing it, and at the time he was going to go create another political party to see how to run, and it was deemed that once he leaves, APC was never going to win that election. It was a PDP election for them to win. He was able to galvanize his people around, went to the Southwest delegates, even though his own godson was betraying him. People in Aso Rock were betraying him. The former president was betraying him despite the fact that he didn't want to show his hands. And he made that rally call that look at the agreement. This is how I make Buhari president. I think Electricity, you played it at some point. I was on your show one time. I was watching. You did play it.
Sorry, Mr. Eze. I just read the document you posted, and I'd like the record to reflect that issue is an allegation that has not been proven. Would that be correct?
It didn't go to court.
No. I need you to answer my question for the record.
It didn't go to court. It has not been proven. It has not been proven. When you say it has not been proven, it has not been proven in court because it didn't go to court. It is only a competent court that will.
Just for the record again, you have the floor. I will not. The channel don't tolerate maligning somebody's character without evidence. So
no, but Electricity. I know. You said you are not the moderator, right? I told you I've been watching this show for 4 months, and I've seen you guys malign the president. So don't bring up that morality piece. When you are the moderator, I can accept that. But I have seen, for you, I have not seen you do it. But I have seen people malign our president, call him different names, insulted him. So don't use that on me, please. Please, I beg you.
Mr. Eze.
Please, I beg you. No. Electric. Then I will call you bias. Because I have seen people call the president different names on this platform.
Listen to me, okay? Please. People call the president different names. I can agree with you on that.
This one.
And when they call the president names,
but you don't call them out now. Then come on, that's what I'm holding you to. You're finding it difficult to hold that.
I do. Listen,
right?
if you follow my moderating, okay, mm-hmm. I call people out. I'm not saying you should not speak about him, about anyone, not just Peter Obi, because I've been on Peter Obi's case for some time. I am saying to you, for the record, that I just read a document you just sent in the private chat that the allegation is not proven. Would that be correct?
No, that's correct. It has not gone to court.
So that is just what I want the record to reflect.
Yeah. The record. Let the record reflect that.
If people call somebody's name or this and that, and I am moderating, you draw my attention to it.
Sure, I like that. I like the ground.
So, I think I am not being biased. I just want to get. I just need to ensure that everything is in place.
Unreserved apology to to
All
that
right,
stage.
the
Because
floor is back to you.
yeah.
Thank you.
So first and foremost, let me just roll that out before I go back to my train of thoughts. I think I like what you just did. And I think I will hold you to task based on that. Okay, I'm not going to be biased. If you're calling someone's name, you call the person out. But I know a lot of people have been calling the president names, right? So I would use the word allegedly because it has not been proven in court. It has not gone to court. It was never. It didn't bring up. It didn't. The matter didn't go to any court. But it's an allegation that the Fidelity managing director at that point in time brought up to the FCC, and as well as other allegations, inclusive of the Pandora Papers. So let me go back to. I don't want to dwell on him. He's not my cup of tea. He's somebody who I think got an opportunity, made a mess out of it, and now is creating that there's a big problem as a result of him not being able to manage that opportunity that was gifted to him. So back to the president. Now, when he went, he made that rally call. He called on his Southwest delegates because there were a lot of betrayers, and he told them that it is my turn. And his Southwest delegate responded. Unfortunately for him, he became the APC nominee. And despite the fact of him being the APC nominee, the challenges and the issues never stopped. There were people who were highly determined that that man never becomes president, even those who were in his party. He was being fought by the opposition. He was being fought by people in his party. And their hands showed that he was not going to win this election. Now in come in the Naira redesign, which was aimed at him to ensure that he does not have the funds to go out to move his supporters to vote. In all those limestones, challenges, problems, pitfalls and landmines that were being placed on him, he survived and he became the president. I've heard a lot of people say, he didn't win the election, no, P2B won the election. Please, let's cut the crap. We have an election that was being conducted, and that election was, apart from the 1993 election, that election was something that was close to it. Other elections have never come that close, and I'll give my reasons why. Because that election reduced all these high number of voting, young voters who come around, especially from the north to vote, and the Beavers cut them off. And you could see the turnout was quite low as a result, if you compare it to other previous elections. Now the president came, he won. The road has not been any easier, but I can see the man trying to do the best he can at this challenging period in our history in the country. It's not the most challenging we've ever experienced. I think the most we've ever experienced was in 1966, 1967. We've had similar in 1977, 1976, 1978.
Let me ask you, Eze, let me ask you a question.
See,
I'm coming.
you can call me Emeka. Please call me Emeka.
Right.
Eze is my
Okay.
title.
Oh, okay, Emeka. Let me ask you, let's put things in perspective. Okay? Two things. Regardless of which political party we are aligned to or which person the individual we voted for. The issue of the money confiscated from him in the United States, is that true or false?
Those were, like, I will borrow your term, those were allegations, right?
Emeka.
Okay, we are not allegations. Because you have proof of those things. But
Osita, hold on 1 second, please. Emeka, we started earlier. You said I'm biased. I told you I'm not biased, and I showed you I'm not biased.
Okay.
And I will rightly tell you to respectfully not to insult the viewers and everybody, because this is all over everywhere. So I'm going to ask you the question
When
again.
you say no, let's be
Let me
mature.
ask you the
No.
question
So wait, hold on. We can have this conversation if you want me to have this conversation with you.
Okay.
And I'll be respectful if you want me to
All
be.
right. So I'm going
But
to
again,
ask
do
you
not hold on,
Electricity.
electricity.
Wait.
Do not
Emeka has been
hold on,
talking
Tone.
for
Hold
the
on,
past.
Tone.
He's been
Hold
talking
on.
about the
Electricity wants to have a conversation with me.
No.
Hold on, he wants to ask me a question, and I want to set the ground rules. So electricity, I will appreciate it to be respectful too, so we can have a healthy conversation. I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to throw shades.
So,
I'm not here to hit at anybody. So what I would say, we are both Nigerians and we're both passionate Nigerians. Okay, we both want Nigerians to be a very good place. Okay, so if you come with a biased mindset, then I will feel okay.
no, listen to me again, Emeka. When you sent the link in respect to P2B, I went to read it. I read everything, and I told you, and which you agree that
there are many more, but I'm talking. But maybe with time, when maybe others are discussing, I can send you.
You gave me something which I went to read.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and I read it, and I came back to you, and you corrected yourself that it's an allegation. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I did.
Good. And I am asking you just one thing, okay? Forget about election, forget about whether people hate Tinubu or whatever it is or P2B. The issue in respect to 430,000 US dollars, if I'm correct, that it forfeited to the, is it true or not?
Yes, it's true. There was a forfeiture.
Okay. Now, Emeka, you take 2 steps backwards, for example. Just take 2 steps backward.
Yeah.
And ask yourself this question. On a neutrality basis, a man, regardless, a man that $430,000 was seized from him, purported to be proceeds from either drugs or whatever it is. What will be your opinion or not judgment on such a person?
All right. So I like the question. I read that report, right? And the detective or the IRS agents, I don't know if a lot of mistakes were being said. Oh, if FBI decided, it was an IRS agent. So if you think I'm lying, you could go Google it yourself. So, and you should know what IRS is involved in, right? So once it comes with the Internal Revenue Services in the United States, it has to do with, mainly they're mostly or majorly responsible for taxes. Now, it was...
We can't hear what you're saying anymore. I can't hear you.
It was linked, I read the report, it was linked with drug proceed from someone he was close to. And again, if you see the court papers, it was not on him, if you look at it. Now, if I have a case with you, electricity, hold on, I will explain. If I have a case with you, hold on. That's why I say don't be biased. Keep an open mind. Let's have this conversation. Let's have the conversation. It will be, electricity.
Okay. See, electricity.
You guys should hold on, please. Listen.
I thought we have moved on from all this sort of conversation. This is 2024. Tinubu is the president. Can we talk about what he's doing at the moment and forget about the election? Forget about P2P and talk about how we can move forward.
Thank you, Osita. I think I like that.
I mean, Omega, this topic, I'm not sure because to be honest, okay, and I appreciate it when people. I love it when people who don't even have, this thing, inclination towards P2P come to the platform. Why? Because we cross-pollinate our ideas. But at this point in time, this is 2024. We shouldn't be dwelling on what is in the past.
I agree with you.
Tinubu's information has been out there in the public for years. All of us know about it. The same as Obi.
I agree with
you. Okay? Can we start
what
moving forward?
Was to explain why the president is the man of the year. And I was not.
I wasn't here yesterday. I wasn't here yesterday when you guys discussed about who's man of the year.
I wanted to give the president his flowers.
You could have given him his flowers without even calling him to.
Exactly.
Do you know you could have done that?
Gentlemen.
Electricity. No. Electricity. You're not the moderator. I'm talking now. This is my turn. I'm talking now. Thank you.
I'm the moderator.
So
Yeah, that's the
I don't know whether you.
It means me. The power vetted in me. Don't continue.
Electricity is the moderator. If Loco is the moderator,
Tone, you can see the way I mute. You can see the way I muted everybody. So I am
You
the
get
moderator.
level. You not get level.
Osita, what I wanted to say.
Wait,
What I
Tone.
wanted to say was,
Well,
just
listen,
be fearless. Just
I
be
have not.
fearless and
Well, Elizabeth
Talk.
now, please now.
Listen, with
Elizabeth,
due
please now,
respect
please.
to everyone, I have not got myself involved in this conversation. I just left it for it to flow, and it's been flowing. But we need to put things. I know we've moved past this, but we need to put things right. Even if it means this is the way we can bring Emeka to our side. I mean, he's entitled to who he wants to.
Exactly, to make man of the year. So we shouldn't make a big deal about it. It's not a big deal.
That is not debatable. However, when I highlight the case of that Tinubu, okay, you listen. My job, Emeka, let me tell you. When I say my real job involves investigation, I'm not going to go further than that. So that's why I said do not insult people's intelligence.
No,
the record.
listen, I'll see 40 on that. Listen. Look, he might be Tinubu might be Emeka's idol politically.
Yeah,
it might
it's
not
possible.
be in the way you are seeing it from. You start to say, this guy is cool and he's smart. He knows how to play the game. I give it to this guy.
Oh, without a shadow, but I asked him just one question.
It doesn't matter what you think that time. If he's caught stealing before, whatever. He said that is him. That is the way he likes him.
Loco P, I appreciate your opinion on
So,
this, or what you just said.
That's the way he likes him.
If I am correct,
electricity. You can't ask a
if I am
question.
correct, Emeka, if I am correct, that is the way you like him. You are not denying the fact that such amount of money was taken from him. Would that be correct?
Can I talk, please?
Can I say something?
Can I talk?
Can I say something?
This is just
Can I correct you? Can I actually correct you?
Please go ahead.
I don't like the president. I love the president.
All right.
Okay.
So it's
That's
routine.
fine.
Brilliant.
Nobody has wala
No,
whether
I
you
mean,
love him.
I don't.
Absolutely. That's fine.
I don't like him.
Nobody has a problem whether you love him or you don't.
You can apply.
No,
you can apply for him to adopt you. I will sign it. I will sign the document as well.
You see.
All right,
a lot of people do not know.
Look, can I talk now, please?
You understand?
Okay, go ahead, Tom. The floor is yours.
Please, everybody, please give
back to what I was trying to address you. I laud you, my brother, for your courage. Because if every young person, especially in diaspora, can come out and go back to make the difference and not going back to spread lies. And back to my brother Emeka, whether your name is because I have doubts from the way you've come, the way you've called me a liar. You've called me a liar in the on the comment section that I'm a fake soldier, you and one man and all that. But that is in the past. Like I said the other day to you, that's the past. I don't keep malice. But what you just need to understand is, I like what you said. You said we have no other country. That is very, very true. Very, very intimate question. Now, for us, I don't know how old you are, but I'm damn sure I'm older than you. Don't be deceived by this young face. I'm sure I'm damn older than you. Okay? Now, Nigerian politics, even from '66, what gave rise to that to the first coup d'etat and then the war is a mirror of what we are facing now. And if we cannot call out the truth, because our problem right now is that everybody loves his own crook, his own ethnic crook, whether because listen, if my dad was alive today and part of the rotten system, I'll call him out. Even if I was even still hanging that peep and all that, and I'm involved with the coup and all that. If my father was involved, I will arrest him. And if he has to be executed, so be it. That's me. That's who I am. So you're very, very free, whatever party, whoever person that you align, but we need to ask ourselves, we need to be very, very honest with ourselves and ask ourselves, this thing I'm standing for, is it really the truth? I'm not saying that Peter Obi is a saint. And I'll repeat it again. Now you're looking at me in the camera. You must have heard me said that over and over again. Many, many years ago, he used to come to my uncle's house. If my uncle, my mom's junior brother, was still alive, he will probably be one of his real inner caucus men. Yeah?
You mean Obi?
No, I'm talking about Tinubu. So I know Tinubu person to person. Sheyi is not even my Sheyi Tinubu is not even my mate and all that. When he sees me, he calls me big bro. Me and him, we're not mate at all. So the thing is that if anybody should be supporting Tinubu, I should be one of them. But I'm not cut out like that. The guy has got so many things, and even what he's doing right now. Because the point is that he has taken the power. Okay, fair enough. I know that. See all the promises, all the pronouncement that he's made, it's turned out to be a lie. That is why people are having problem with him. If it works for him, everybody will be happy. Everybody will applaud him, will be happy. When he ran Lagos State and all that, however way he ran Lagos State, whether he ran it as a mob or or whatever, he was successful. Although people may argue that Lagos State used to be the federal capital.
I appreciate the fact that he said he was successful. I appreciate the fact.
Yeah. So a lot of people will argue that it used to be the federal capital territory, which is another valid point. I enjoyed part of Jakonde's free education. So when I tell you that, you guess my age. I enjoyed that era. I knew that era. Okay. So the thing is, all this see, the thing is that bigotry is one thing that crawls in I speak Yoruba. My Yoruba is better than my Igbo. I understand Yoruba people, even my Igbo brothers and all that. When they come and all that, I say, listen, calm down. It is not like this. It's not like this. The day we start looking beyond that, I don't know where you grew up. I don't know whether you're really an Igbo person or whether you're pretending to be a person or one of your parents is Yoruba and all that. It doesn't matter. But listen, Emeka, we need to start thinking deductively. For our nation to go forward, when a man is wrong, is wrong. When a man is right, we need to call that out. It's not about calling ourselves, we'll be insulting each other and all that. Listen, Osita will be going out. By the time he wants to go out, listen, everybody, I'm sure everybody on this channel will support him. Even if I have to buy my ticket and travel and go down and support him on the ground, I'll do so. That's the way we move forward.
Yeah, Tom, I think I got the gist of your comments. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I would say there's something, what I would give to especially most of the panelists here is that nobody's ever going to question each and every one of your love for Nigeria, right? Likewise, I know some people also come here to make some inflammable statements, bigotry comments, comments that do not settle well with me. But some of those individuals, luckily, they are not here. If they were here, I won't jump on. I won't do that. Because I think bigotry is something we should frown out completely. I'm an Igbo man. I'm not half this, half that. I'm from Umuahia, from Umuahia South Local Government, Olokoro Town. That's where I am. I'm actually from a royal family. That's why I put my maths and everything. I don't want people to know me. And when I say Eze, that's my title. That's not my name. My name is Emeka. So what I would say, let me address stuff because we have our back and forth over. What I do on the comment section is, I just troll. I like just to keep myself busy and laugh, right? Not that I mean anything like that, but I know sometimes, Stone, you see yourself, you take things to a different degree. Well, my own advice to you is leave the comment section. They just don't get bothered about
No, I don't. See, listen, you need to know my background. My background as a military officer, I've been used to when I tell people to do something, they must comply.
But what I also want to say is, my love for
Gentlemen,
Nigeria
gentlemen,
is unquestionable.
Osita, I will give you the floor, but before I give you the floor, I need to say something. Yes, this is we sit down here to talk, and I keep telling us, and I'll say it again for the record, that what we say here goes a long way, and it will also be used to determine the kind of person we are. Let's give an example. The January 6th issue that happened in the US. Some lost their job, and those who intervened probably will get a job from onlookers. Our views and our opinions, if we don't know right now, our views and our opinions will be weighed by somebody we do not know, that our path will cut across tomorrow in life. And in doing so, whatever we say here is either we're shooting ourselves or it's going to elevate us. Words are powerful. So, like I said to the gentleman, it's within your right to support whoever you want to support. But I believe in your subconscious mind as human being that if someone proving that such amount of money was confiscated from him in your own subconscious mind and is unable to defend that amount of money, regardless of whether you are aligned to him or not, or whether you have a soft spot for him or it's perfect, it raises a lot of question marks as to the sort of person he or she is. That's why I say let's put it on a plain level. So while I say it's your right and everybody says it's your right as to who you support, morally and actively bad, it's something we also have to consider at the end of the day. So when you provided the document, I read it.
Electricity, come on. We should not go based on politics, right? We should not be using the needle of morality to judge politicians. One of the tenets to be a politician is that you are not a moral individual. If you want to be moral, go be.
Emeka.
No. That is where I absolutely disagree.
Emeka.
This is the bane of our problem in Nigeria.
I don't want
this is the bane. This is why we are where we are. Please see, I will counter. I will disagree wholeheartedly. Sorry, I just jumped in. But when it comes to morals, you can say anything about anything. I can accept it. But morals,
you cannot judge anybody's morals. You are not God.
No,
you are not God.
No.
We on our
electricity. Just finish your submission because
even
let me just
Christ when he was on earth electricity.
Emeka,
come on, let me land this point. Let me land the point. Nobody can judge him.
Emeka, if either of you unmute yourself again, I'll put you backstage. Respectfully. Okay. A lot of people. Let me put something on this thing for you to read. Who took this thing off? Rudolph took it off. There's something. There's all this. It's gone. There was something here, but I think Rudolph, it was changed. Okay, it's gone. I don't know why it's gone. I wanted to put something up there before. So, I don't know. I don't want this thing to turn into, based on this, your last statement you made, Emeka.
Electricity, why you're pulling up what you're pulling up? Like, I'll just drop this statement. You see here, moral is the reason Nigeria. Lack of bankruptcy of morality That is the reason why Nigeria is where it is today. It is also from those rules of morality that determines that when someone gets into power, that he embezzles the resources that is meant for the whole community, the whole state, the whole nation. It all boils down to morality. It's a question of who wants to do things right. It's a question of not taking shortcuts. It's a question of standing on the things that are right, regardless of the consequences, regardless of whether you're coming back to power or not, regardless of what the status quo is. No, we see. I've lived in the UK for a number of years, and this country is only built on one thing: the principle of doing things right.
The politicians in the UK are not moral.
No,
when Jesus Christ, Osita, hold on. When Jesus
no, Emeka, no, I will not hold on. I will not give you the no. I will not yield the floor to. I can yield the floor to someone else. I can yield the floor to someone else on this topic, but not you. Don't tell me that the politicians in the no. Don't tell me that the politicians in the UK do not have morality. I've seen Boris Johnson resign. I've seen a prime minister resign in this country. I've seen someone resign just because of an email. I've seen someone resign just because of having the wrong videos, watching wrong videos in the toilet.
Why did Boris Johnson resign?
In an office, in an official complex, in an official building.
Answer the question, Osita.
I've been in this country, and no one has ever asked me, I beg, give me something to get something. It has never happened to me.
But
so don't tell me if it is not the principle of rightness and morality that holds this nation, then I don't know what it is.
Going on, Emeka, what exactly is your point? What are you?
No, don't tell me that if a politician has nothing to do with morality, or that it shouldn't be a benchmark for characterizing someone who should be in power. It goes a long way. In fact, it is 90% of it. Morality borders on integrity. So you cannot say to me that, it's about morality. It is due to lack of morality. That is why we are. That is why most of us live in corruption.
Osita, I agree with you 100%.
No, please. And that is the mindset. This is the mindset we are trying to correct. This is the mentality we are trying to make sure that the coming generation do not have. It is okay that you might have accepted that lack of morality is okay in politics, but no, please do not impact it to the next generation. That is why we're on a public platform and we must watch what we say. You don't know who is listening or who is going to hear this.
Osita, please. I don't like.
Let me tell you, I didn't want to say anything about Peter Obi, because I believe it was gone. The only reason why people gravitated towards it because they saw a limelight of certain level of morality.
So that others can come in.
No, I will not give the floor to you if you're not going to, unless you're about to retrace your step when it comes to morality. But don't go out and put it out there to millions of people who might even see this video in years to come and tell them that morality doesn't matter when it comes to governance, when it comes to being a politician. So what matters then? Must we bear a badge of corruption and immorality for us to be politicians?
No, criminality is what matters.
Wait. When I went to the military school, I always said it, I didn't tell my dad. My mom didn't know. My mom was living here. She's lived here all her life, most of her life anyway. And I didn't disclose who my dad was. One of the panel, the selection panel, there was a major there. He was just looking at me. He said, "Are you sure your dad is not XYZ?" I lied. But it kind of knew that I lied. But it was later, I obviously my classmates, I admitted. I said, "Why did I lie?" I said, "Listen, I don't want you to judge me because of my dad and all that. I want you to select me if you think I will make a good officer." And that was what happened. So what am I talking about? I'm trying to underline what Osita is. So integrity. Emeka, listen, try to see this. We cannot continue where our forefathers, people in the past. We need to move Nigeria ahead. And there's this. My Igbo is not that too great, but they say that truth. Somebody that speaks the truth. The truth is golden. You know.
Sorry. This guy is sleeping on the planet. Please take him out.
Olumide. No, leave him there.
Okay, don't wake up. Okay.
Don't wake up. Gentlemen.
So the integrity.
Hold on, please. I beg you. I'm appealing. I left Osita and Emeka to do that back and forth daily.
Electricity, I'm so sorry.
No.
Forgive me for
it's okay. No.
I'm sorry I cut you off.
No, listen, you've done nothing wrong. Both of you have done nothing wrong. Honestly speaking, I mean, because it's not something I want to do with Emeka for the fact that I'm a moderator. But Emeka, let me make one thing clear to you. It's immorality cut across board, cut across everywhere. Now, you just said we don't judge politicians on the grounds of morality.
Yes.
Nobody is standing on any moral high ground. Hold on one second.
You guys have not given me. You all call me. You don't let me speak.
But you
want to lecture? No, wait, calm down. Come on, please.
No, Emeka, I left you and
Osita. I told Osita to calm down. Let me speak. Osita said he's not going to calm down, and I wanted to let Osita know that where he stays in the United Kingdom, those bunch of immoral politicians, that is who he wants to talk about. Or you want to talk about the United States with the bunch of immoral politicians there? Or is it in Canada where you have a bunch of immoral politicians? Or what do you want to tell me about politicians that I don't know about? Osita, you might claim to be moral, but you are not. Even when Jesus the Christ was here and he told the people who wanted to stone that prostitute, who has not sinned, cast the first stone. So let's stop being hypocrites.
Now,
say, hold on. I'm speaking. Hold on. We can now say we strive to be better, but don't tell me that you're a moral politician, my friend.
Listen.
Don't tell me you're a moral man.
If this was the statement you had dropped, I wouldn't argue with you. But when you come here and tell me that we shouldn't judge people based on morality, then to be honest, I don't think I have anything to do with you, because your mindset is not where I want to head in life. If you believe that we should listen, nobody is perfect. I accept that. Nobody is perfect. But to tell me that we have to make
your outcomes, I will judge you on your outcomes. I can judge you on your morality. So don't dare you come out and tell me you're a moral man. The moment you open your mouth to tell me you're a moral man, I cast you out.
Let me tell you, I never opened my mouth here to tell you that I'm the one with the highest, moral level of morality.
I really appreciate that you want to go.
No, but do not make such submissions towards that politicians should not be judged based on morality.
You judge politicians on outcome. My friend gets it on your score. You don't judge them on morality.
No, see what determines how politicians what determines how politicians administer their governance. The process within which they administer certain they do their administrations. It has to be done right.
This guy, man.
No. Let me tell you. You know this thing they say. The process or the end justifies the means. The process also matters. Process. The problem with us in Nigeria is that we do not have respect for process. We compromise at every given opportunity. So you can tell me, the politicians in the UK that none of them has, you've never seen none of them operating from a point of morality. But tell me, somebody who you've seen who has done something wrong and he has not been accounted for, or the consequences were not leveled upon him. If a prime minister can listen to me. We have a lot to learn from the UK. You might hate them all you want, but if a prime minister could resign because of having alcohol during COVID, oh my goodness, then we are light years behind them. So don't tell me they might not have all the churches in the world. They might not go to churches on Sunday or pray the way we do or do crossover nights at Redeemed Camp Church. But what I see here is across the board principle of rightness and integrity. I know I've been in the corporate body. I worked, I've seen the banks. I operated with people. So I know what I'm talking about. I've never gone to any park and I was harassed.
When you are done,
I've never gone to do anything anywhere and I was asked to pay money.
When you are done.
No.
I'll speak when you're done.
Process matters. Integrity matters. Morality matters. The reason, let me tell you, the last time I was on this platform, I was talking about how all of us we've even enabled the immorality, the corruption in Nigeria. I said to someone, I took my work in 2008. But what I remember from what happened when I took that examination, because it was okay at the time. I thought I was helping my classmates. I left my paper open. Someone was copying from it. That was me enabling shortcut. A lot of the things that I know today that is corruption, it was a normality in Nigeria. And that was what has kept us where we are. It was even after I started living in the UK that I started discerning what corruption is for myself, and saw that in many little ways, in our own little spaces, in little places we had influence, we had enabled the so-called corruption. And to me, there's no even corruption that is even bigger than any. It is either you're in it or you're out of it. It is like you're aware of it or you're ignorant of it. But I think that the majority of our problem is the fact of even from a point of ignorance. Because a lot of us don't even know what is right from what is wrong. Because we've been brought up, raised in an environment that affects wrong, that has permeability to wrongdoing.
Coming, please. I don't need to come in, but can others come in?
But please, let us not trivialize the significance, the imperativeness of integrity and morality, especially within the spaces of governance. Because if the head is right, then it trickles down. And even the Bible, I don't want to quote the Bible because everyone here has their own religion. But a nation cannot stand where righteousness lacks. And righteousness is not about going to church, it's about just as the word says, doing things right. It's as simple as that. So let us get into the culture of doing things the right way. We can complain about someone rigging election or local government or hospitals not being built or roads not being built. It all boils down to doing things right.
Please, can others come in? If can others come in?
All right. Again, I decided to leave both parties for reasons, obvious reasons. I don't think anyone is standing on moral high ground here condemning somebody else.
No, that's what I see. That's what I see. I don't want to be going to that.
Listen, if you interject me again, I let both of you
can
talk.
No, you can kick me out if you want to.
I'm not going to kick you out, so allow me to speak, please.
No, he can't be shouting on the top of his voice. I can't do that. I don't have the energy.
Okay, so I am speaking.
But you, as the moderator, no, you allow him to speak.
No, don't do that. I left the floor for both of you.
You can't be doing that.
Emeka, listen. If you don't, it's your choice if you want to leave. But you see, I allow both of you to speak. Don't tell me I allowed him to speak. I left the floor for both of you, and don't insult me on that, please. It's obvious here that both of you were speaking.
If we want to have the conversation, I think
you choose not to respond to him. Both of you were speaking.
It's never going to make any sense if I do that.
What I'm trying to tell you is, don't tell me I allowed him to speak only. I left the floor for both of you.
But that's where you come in to say, okay, calm down, let him speak. It's never going to make sense. If we're shouting at each other, it's never going to make sense. You come in now when I want to speak, you're not telling me you are going to mute me. If you want to kick me, you kick me out.
I won't do that. I said, let me speak.
But you don't allow him to speak. He's going to be mad.
Listen to me. I said, I want to speak. I didn't say I left the floor for the both of you. I left the floor for the both of you.
No, but you can't leave the floor. No, I understand what you're saying. You can't leave the floor when somebody is just raising his voice. If I want to watch that energy,
I try to stop the both of you.
It's never going to make sense.
Guys, please, I apologize that I raised my voice. Okay?
You don't apologize when you
I apologize. And then, Emeka, it's nothing personal to you. I like I like you as a person. And the major reason I like you is because the only thing I said wrong, the only thing I said was that of us trivializing morality. That was
for the record again. Your assertion, Emeka, I'm going to rebut it immediately in that which represent as if I left the floor for Sita Alawi. No, I left the floor for the both of you to talk. But you choose, and he even apologized. And I said, no, it's on record. Everything just happened, it's on record. And I said, no, I deliberately left the floor for the both of you, not preferring one to the other person. In the case of morality, he said that if the second argument is the way you present it at first, then that is fine by him. So, but in the case of morality, we can't defend it. We are not standing on any moral high ground and throwing stones at anyone. There are politicians, everyone, there's no system that is perfect. Even in the UK, the system is not perfect. But to a large extent, they hold their politicians or their leaders, let me put it that way, accountable. And that is what we need to do back in Nigeria. So when you hold that view or float that view that we can't judge or we can't say this in terms of morality, no, I don't think that is proper. We're not saying anyone
when will
is
you be done?
perfect.
Can I say something?
Nobody is saying anyone is perfect. No system is perfect.
There's a reason why other voices don't come to this platform. There's a reason why.
Listen,
there's a reason why. And I'm saying it now.
Listen.
Now, and it is sad. You can't keep muting me because you want to.
Emeka, I will give you the floor to speak. Okay? So, but I'm not going to kick you out. But you have the option to click the Leave Studio if you want to. But I'm not going to kick you out. But I'm speaking. I won't do that. So, but the issue of morality and immorality, you can't defend that. And that doesn't mean that we are claiming or anyone is claiming to be perfect. Nobody's claiming to be perfect. Nobody is claiming to be perfect. No system is perfect. But it does not make sense for us to not defend immorality. So, I yield the floor to speak. You have 3 minutes, please.
All right, thank you. And I would appreciate it if everybody.
You have 3 minutes. Your time starts now.
Now, what I would say is there's a reason why other voices don't come in. It's because many of you, not all of you, but many of you do not want to hear the truth or the practicality of things. You want to hear the fantasies. You want people to toe your crowns when you don't want to hear the truth. Other people won't come to let you know the truth. Now, our nation is 63 years old. And for the very first time in the history of our nation, which is 24 years of democracy, if you ask me, we have not been doing any poorer. I think we've been making some good steps. We've gone backwards a bit.
Emeka, can you be more audible, please? I can't really hear you. Please.
I don't. Oscar, please, I will appreciate it if you can control your emotions. Okay? I really appreciate it. Now, what I'm saying is, our country has been making some good steps forward, regardless of the challenges we've ever experienced. Now, I know many of you, despite how hypocritical we can all be in life, are very quick to poke hands at other people's eyes when we have not removed the log from our own eyes. We stay in the Western world, basically. And I will tell me one country in the Western world, and I will tell you how immoral their politicians are. Yes, electricity has said there are rooms for accountability. There are also equally rooms for accountability in our own democracy. We have journalists, investigative journalists, even some who are even frivolous, trying to hold politicians to task. And I will say again, and I will repeat, you do not judge a politician, or also you do not judge humans on morality. You judge them on their outcomes. You judge people on what they do and what you see, not on their morality, because no man is moral, including you, Osita, that I'm talking to. You are not a moral man. If you are, you will be with God, or probably with your ancestors, whichever practice your belief system you have. So don't come with me with morality here. Politicians are not moral people. Humans are not moral people. If I give you power and I give you money, just like what Wiki has said, you don't know a man till you test him with power and money. Whatever belief system that you have, keep it to yourself. But you judge people on the outcomes that they produce and not on moral. So if the president has said, I will do this, and he does not do it, I will hold him to that. But I will not judge the president of what moral or belief system that he has or whatever he inscribes himself to. Nobody is moral. Nobody's like Christ yet. I am not the one, even when the Bible or whatever, even the Quran or whatever system you believe, I said, don't judge. You are not God. So let's not go that route. But if somebody has said, I hope to make this better, and he does not make it better, then I'll say, oh, you are ineffective. If we want to compare, how dare we compare a country of 63 years with another country of 300 years of history? How dare we? And then we come about talking nonsense here. How dare
it's funny because I'm sure you are not saying this when Buhari was in power. No, guy, see, it's better for me.
Thank you, electricity. Thank you very much. For God's sake, please, can people just speak without getting their emotions all worked up? If we are all shouting, we turn ourselves into madmen here.
Yeah, your 3 minutes is over, Emeka.
Thank you very much.
Hey guys, good evening. Oh boy, what's going on? Happy New Year, everybody. Oh, it's still not New Year here, but Happy New Year to people back in Europe.
Whatever is going on, that's what makes it to come on this platform. So shoot ahead.
Just a little bit. Hi, Steph. Steph, are you sleeping?
No. Steph is a man of God. He doesn't sleep.
Hi, Tom.
I'm not sleeping. Electricity refused for me to talk. He gave only Eze and Osita them by the platform.
Okay,
there is God. There is God.
Hi guys, Eze, good evening. I think I came in the.
Sorry, someone was saying I said that I'm from Imo. I'm not from Imo State. I'm from Abia State. Please get your head straight, man. I'm to correct that impression. I'm from Abia State.
I don't think anybody talked about where you came from now.
Not the panelists. I'm talking to the comment section. I'm from Abia State.
You can reply them in the conversation. You can type it in the conversation.
Okay, so I think I came in the middle of argument between Osita and Eze. Eze, let me ask you a question. I know we keep comparing Nigeria to...
Eze is my title. Emeka is my name. Sorry.
Okay. Emeka, my name is Ifoma. So let me ask you a question.
If you, why do you have to say your name is Ifoma?
My name is Ifoma. Calm down. So let me ask you a question. I heard when you said something about how dare we compare a country of how many years to a country of 63 years. So my question I have for you is this. Do we have to wait like 300 years in order for us to...
No, we don't have to. We are doing the right thing. We don't have to wait.
Hold on.
I've already answered your question. We don't have to wait.
Okay.
We can keep complaining, yes.
All right. Okay, no problem. Electricity. I'm going to leave you guys. Good night. Steph, good night. Osi.
Ify, hold on. No.
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to you.
Ify, hold on. Ify.
You gotta sit back here, please.
Before you click that.
I'm going to work tomorrow.
Yeah, Ify, no. You cut your argument short.
We are going into 2024.
We're already in 2024.
I still have like 2 hours and 36 minutes.
Okay, I need you to finish your submission. You did not finish it.
See, the truth of the matter. Okay. The truth of the matter is this. The argument that we don't have to compare Nigeria to other European countries or what? My question is this. Must we have to wait like 500 years in order to begin to see changes? Changes like having electricity in Nigeria. Changes like having good healthcare in Nigeria. Changes like, do we need to know that 1 + 1 is 2? I heard you made a comment that we have to hold, what's his name, accountable, that he said he's going to do this, do that, do that. Can you tell me one thing Tinubu has done since he got into power? The same thing Buhari told us. That is where we are today. We cannot even boast of anything. I saw something about a minister. I think some investors want to come in and invest in Nigeria. And a minister was asking for a bribe to come and invest in Nigeria. So that one, we have to wait for another 500 years in order for us to get census. A country where we cannot even conduct common election. Do we have to wait like 1 million years in order for us to conduct common election?
By the way, if it was the UK, by the way, sorry, if it was the UK, that minister will be sacked straight up.
I know what you're talking to. Let me ask you a question. Have you seen any Nigerian politician resign from the government? Just tell me one.
Yes.
Tell me in Nigeria. So we have to wait for them to,
yes,
we need to keep enabling them.
She asked me a question and you're muting me. What?
Huh? We keep borrowing and borrowing and borrowing money.
Electricity, please unmute. Please kindly unmute him. Please,
we keep
give him the whole platform.
Borrowing money in Nigeria. Now they have giving him an approval to borrow more money. The question you have to ask yourself, the ones you borrowed, what did you do with it? I don't understand. I just want to understand where the argument is coming from. We're going to borrow millions of dollars. What are we going to use with the money? Come on, look at buying cars for them. I don't know what country you live in.
I have a question for electricity.
But the question I want to ask you too, do the Senate have to buy cars for their National Assembly in order for them to come and do a job? I've never seen that happen. Even if they have to do that, why should it be a foreign-made car? Why you have a manufacturer in your own country? Why not go and support the person so that you can build the economy? Do we have to wait for 100 years for that to happen? It's a common sense thing. Just because he took the 1 million, 1 + 1 is 2, it will never be 3. I have never seen any corrupt country like Nigeria. Let me say that. If we are not number 1, we might be number 1, 2, 3. Count us 1, 2, 3. And we are giant of Africa. We are not producing anything. We are giant of Africa. We don't even, the oil we are producing, we can't even give account of it. Every time we keep hearing that people are stealing vessels of oil and selling it in another country. How many years ago, 60-something years ago, 40-something years ago, look at Dubai. They came to borrow money from Nigeria. Nigeria said, no, look at Dubai today. It's like heaven. And look at us today. Dubai used to be a desert. It's still a desert. And look at us today. Everybody wants to live. Anybody you talk to, they will tell you, I don't care. Anywhere is better than Nigeria. When are we going to fix our country? If the country is good, nobody wants to leave. I keep saying it. Nigerians are the most hardworking. We are hardworking. So let nobody tell us otherwise. Any politicians that is promising you anything in Nigeria.
Do you want me to answer your question or you want to make it?
No, don't answer my question. I'm not addressing you.
Don't ask me a question.
No, okay. I'm not. Don't answer my question. I'm not addressing you any longer.
If you don't want me, if you don't want me to answer your questions, then don't tell me.
My opinion.
Then if you want to rant, then you rant. Don't tell me
exactly
to answer
the way you were
because
ranting
I just posted
before,
on the link. You said Nigeria is the 3rd most corrupt country. I just posted on the link.
Excuse me. When you were talking,
stop painting Nigeria bad. That's what. Stop painting Nigeria bad. Stop painting Nigeria bad.
Stop it.
You do not even know the presidential power of the country. You do not know power.
Stop acting like a 2-year-old child.
Stop painting Nigeria bad.
I respected you.
Stop painting Nigeria.
Show me respect too. I respected you, Oga.
You guys should stop painting Nigeria. Nigeria is not about.
I respected you. Show me respect. Don't come here and be acting like a fool.
But you said you want, all right? You said you wanted to ask. You wanted to ask question.
Did I call your name when I addressed you? Did I call you?
To ask
calm down. You're not making any point. Stop acting like a 2-year-old.
You are the one who's not making points. I just
no. Calm down.
I'll face you with facts. The link.
Stop
saying
the boxing ring.
Stop saying
you need to be ashamed of yourself.
I am not. I'm not
sorry,
ashamed of
you
my
need to be
country.
ashamed of
You are the one
yourself.
ashamed of your country. I'm not ashamed of my country.
I
You are
said
ashamed of your
ashamed of
country.
yourself.
You should
And
be
I
ashamed
keep
of your
telling
country.
you,
I'm not.
and
I
I'm
am
saying,
not. Why
shut
should
me
I be ashamed
down.
of myself? You
You
lied
cannot
about the
shut me
country.
down,
You lied
sir.
about the country. I posted something.
You
You don't know
cannot
about the
shut
Presidential
me
Power
down.
Initiative.
That's what
I
I'm
posted
saying.
it on the league. You are
You
coming to
can't.
talk rubbish about Nigeria. I will not
I
allow
will
you to
say
say
it
rubbish
and
about
nothing
Nigeria.
will happen.
Nigeria is not the
I will
most
say
corrupt
the
country in
worst
the
country
world.
in the whole world
You
is Nigeria,
you
and
are
nothing is
ignorant.
going to happen.
You are silly.
You can
You
go
don't
kiss
know
the
what is
mouth
going
of
on
a
in the
camel
country, and the
and go
people who
bang
are
your
trying to
head on
make
the
that
wall.
country work.
Don't be a,
You
don't
come
be
around
a
to talk about
coward.
your leaders anyhow.
Don't be a
You
coward.
should be ashamed of yourself.
You
Talking
don't be
about
a
your country
coward.
anyhow.
You
I'm
are
not
here
a coward.
fighting
I'm here. I'm
everybody.
talking to you. I've just posted. Go
Idiot.
and read.
Get
If you
the
don't know
fuck
how to
out of
read,
here.
go and read. Nigeria is not the most corrupt country in the
Yes,
world.
it is.
Stop it.
It
It's
is the
not.
most corrupt
It is
country.
not.
Why
Open
not
the
go home?
link.
Why
It
are you
is
here?
not.
Why are you in a
If you
foreign
don't know
land?
the
Why not
presidential
go back
power,
to your country?
if you don't know about what is going
Why
on in
not
Nigeria,
go
then
back
keep
to
your
your country?
bloody
Why are
mouth
you in a
quiet.
foreign land?
Keep your
Are you in Nigeria?
keep your bloody mouth quiet if you don't know about the country.
Let me tell you
Keep
something.
your,
I got a bloody mouth.
keep your mouth
Emeka,
shut if
calm
you don't know
down.
what is going on in the country.
Because
Keep
if I
your
open my
bloody mouth
mouth,
shut
you
if you
will
don't know
shout.
what is going on in the country.
Don't
If
let
you don't
me
know what is
open
going on
my
in the country,
mouth.
keep your bloody mouth shut.
Over here. Go
Keep
and tell
quiet.
your father and go tell your
Keep
mother.
quiet. If you don't know
You
what is
are
going on
not
in the country,
raised.
keep quiet.
You are not
Keep
raised
quiet.
a dog.
Keep
You
quiet.
are not raised.
You can say whatever you say, but you should be ashamed of yourself talking
Tell
about
your mother
Nigeria
to be
badly.
ashamed of herself to burn somebody like you. Your father should have pulled out.
Same
Your
as your
father
father
should
and your
have been
mother
pulled
too.
out.
Same as your
Tell
useless
your
mad
father
father
to
and your
pull
mad
out.
mother. Same
Idiot.
thing. You're a cow. You're a fat cow. Get out
Tell
of the
your
place if you don't know
father
anything
that I
about
said that
the
he should
country.
have pulled out. You are so
I know your father is dancing
you
in the
are a
mass square.
unfortunate child.
Your father is dancing in the market square.
Hello.
Your father is dancing in the market
Hello,
square. Your father is dancing mad. Your father is dancing mad.
You cannot be there and this is happening.
You're very silly.
No.
You're very
I
silly.
am here.
You're very
You
silly.
know why?
Because I
You know
confronted
why?
your lies. I confronted your lies.
I
confronted your.
Wait, Loco, wait.
No,
Loco.
When you were talking, I never said anything.
Loco, hold on. I deliberately left it. I have
No,
my
no.
Loco, hold on one second.
It's not good for the
Loco,
platform. Trust
hold
me.
on one second, please. Hold on
Enough
one
is
second.
enough.
I deliberately
Electricity.
left.
It was good. It was good you left it.
I
And
deliberately
I understand
left.
how I absolutely understood why you left it.
Under
It
normal
was
circumstances.
Because
sometimes these are necessary.
he has been saying that we shut him out and we shut him out. You know, and for once, for the records, I always love it when people with different perspectives
Emeka, I'm going to bring you back in, okay?
come in here.
Back in.
I always love it when people who are maybe not supporters of Obi come in here. I love it when someone who supports Tinubu and Atiku, when they come in here. Do you know why? Because these are the people that we need to still interact with in a broader Nigeria. These people, they are people we need to interact with. And I'm also happy he comes from the Southeast, at least according to his name.
Osita, hold on one second.
You know?
Listen. This is not even the point. Where you come from is not the point. But you can't tell me not to express my opinion. When he was talking, I didn't say anything. But you can't keep interjecting me.
You see,
I minded my business. And when I asked him a question, he didn't want to respond. He was rude about it. Who you want to support is not my problem. If you want to support Tinubu, yes. But you can't come here to tell me that Nigeria is the worst corrupt country in the whole world. Like it or not, go bang your head on the wall. It is.
All right, if you hold on one second. I say
Enough of this foolishness. Come on now.
I deliberately left it. I deliberately left the conversation, the back and forth. It's not a conversation. So I've muted everybody. Emeka, let me tell you something. Even if people are going to judge Ife now, you've taken that judgment away from her and you've placed it on yourself. That's just the truth. Unfortunately, that is what you just did. You don't realize that you did.
No,
I
she
think
can't
everybody
insult my parents,
recognizes.
why would I insult
I'm
her
speaking,
back?
please.
You
I'm
can't insult
speaking.
my parents without me insulting her back.
No,
It's crazy.
you say
No, she can't say she has the mouth. I have the mouth too. It's crazy. You can't insult my parents. No, I won't take that.
Emeka, just pause, right? Just chill.
You see, you are a titled man. You told people not to call you easy because you're a titled man. And I think earlier in this broadcast, I don't know who was who was talking about title has to do on integrity, and sometimes if you're a titled man, so you need to act as a titled man. So if your subjects are watching you now, wherever you are, they will now be asking themselves a question: is this the kind of titled man we want to have, who is not showing respect to a woman, even if the woman is wrong? So that's why I said I left it deliberately. So at least, like I said, if I want to kick you off, I will, but I'm not going to do that. She's a woman. I mean, I have to be honest with you, irrespective of what you think about what I want to say now. It's just that you just let yourself down. That's just the truth. This is man to man speaking to you. And I said, this is a platform. The world we watch and we judge us based on how we behave and conduct ourselves here. So the conversation will flow. No more interjection. So
can others also talk?
Oh yeah, sure. Steph, I apologize. So what's going to happen is this, okay? If you will finish your submission, then we go to Steph, we go to Loco P, Tone, what's his name? Osita, then Emeka, you will go last. Thank you very much. If the floor is yours. You are muted. You have to unmute yourself. If you are muted.
Oh, I don't have anything to say other than to apologize to you, Electricity, Steph, Loco, Tone, and OC. I am so sorry, but when I have to let it out, I have to let it out. And to the person involved, I don't owe no apology, not even for 1 minute. Back to what I'm saying about Nigeria. Whether you like it or not, believe what I'm saying or not believe, present your fact, put it on CNN. We don't have no record. Carry your Nigerian passport, go anywhere, even at work. We don't have no credibility. Even our president, no credibility. Our National Assembly leaders, no credibility. The governor of, I think, Ondo State, right? He died. He died. Why? Because we don't have maybe a good healthcare system in Nigeria. Imagine if he's ordinary man. How can they afford to fly to Germany to receive a health care? Even in a state where he's a governor, he couldn't even build a hospital. That is the Nigeria I'm talking about. That is the country I'm talking about. We want to stay united, right? Me as an Igbo girl, I've said it here over and over again. I can't even leave my state to go to another state where I cannot speak the language to get a job. That is the Nigeria we're talking about, right? That is the Nigeria we're talking about, that we can't even have something like this thing, what is it called? Like Tinkan Island. We can't even have that in the East. We can't even have that in other part of the country. That is the country we are talking about. And I stand by my word, the most corrupt country, whether you like it or not, I don't care. So far, we flag this green passport. Everywhere we go, it will continue to follow us, whether you're innocent or not, unfortunately. And all of us, everywhere we are in diaspora, if you feel that where you are not comfortable, go back to Nigeria. Why are we in diaspora? Electricity, why are you in London? Steph, where are you where you are? Local, all of you, pack your stuff and let's go to Nigeria. If our president is doing well. For 63 years, we can't even boast of anything in Nigeria. We are coming here, we have to give them time. We have to compare them, wait for 100 years in order for things, commonest things, the things we pray for in Nigeria is the things the government provide here. Crossover service 2024. We are still praying for water. Father, give us water. Father, fix our electricity. That is the same prayer we prayed 63 years ago. We will pray this prayer again in 2024. And guess what's going to happen? No changes. The things we continue to get the same over and over again. Come back here next year, we will have this discussion. 7 years from now, we will still have this discussion.
Let me buttress a point if he made. I just want to buttress it. In the earlier broadcast today, Steph, I'm coming. I'll yield the floor to you. In my earlier broadcast today, I did say that we are going to. Most Nigerians will go for crossover night, and they will go from darkness into darkness, meaning in terms of electricity. Most places, and the few people I have spoken to, they did not deny that. And I did say also in my earlier broadcasts that it's time we stop this foolishness of crossover, because it's just all lies. Some of us have done the crossover here now on this platform now. We've crossed over from light to light. Tinubu is the president. And unfortunately, any president that comes into power, all the blames of past president falls on him, unfortunately. And that is how it happens everywhere. I can say the things you've posted in the private chat, Emeka, but I follow history as well too. I don't know if you are up to date with what is going on in ground in Nigeria. I'm going to play a video for you right now. I played this video earlier. Steph, I beg, please, I indulge you guys. Let me play this video for the benefit of Emeka, please. It's just based on the things you are posting on the platform there. So I'm going to play this video. So, for those who don't understand Yoruba, the crowd there are shouting, "We are hungry," by interpretation.
I think that is a wrong narrative. Yes, we heard it, right? But I can tell from that crowd that is there, that is not a voice of a crowd. Yes, some few persons said it, right? And I was expecting that video to go longer than that and show after the position where the recorder is, should go further, but it didn't. But if judging with that crowd, if all of them are really shouting a wow, right? It would have been more, as in the echo would have been louder than that. You understand? But I understand.
Whether it is the whole crowd that is shouting or not, that the people that are shouting are in the crowd there. Would that be correct?
Exactly. Yeah. Okay. Not really everybody.
And looking at the crowd, they are not happy crowd.
Yeah, no jubilation, like people shouting, raising their hands, waving, and all that stuff. Yeah.
So, just to highlight, based on the things you posted in the private chat, President Tinubu unveils plan for massive investment in health sector. All those are, to be honest, all those are. So, Steph, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Finally. Honestly, it's really gonna be a tough job for anybody that took up the job of defending government officials or government, especially at the federal level. You really have your hand full because you go explain tire.
You go explain
you go defend tire. As they usually say, I don't care who you hump. I don't even care which politician you support. But see, Nigerian government, anybody that want to defend it, since Lai Mohammed cannot do a successful job defending Buhari, you go explain tire.
Where is that guy, sir? Where's that guy?
To be honest with you. Do I love Nigeria? Yes, I love Nigeria. Do I want a Nigerian that works? Yes. Nigeria the way it is today, am I proud to be a Nigerian? No, I'm not.
Thank you.
I'm not. Do I want to be proud to be a Nigerian? Of course I am. And anybody that is pretending that all is well when nothing is well, I think they are among the people that is actually giving the government the false narrative. And that may be the reason our journey may be more prolonged than we think that it can be. Having said that, the budget of Dashed Hope that was released was based on exchange rate of 750 per dollar. Nick, can you help me with this guy? 750 per dollar. On Friday, the Naira exchanged in the official rates, $845 Naira per dollar. What is it showing you? That even before we begin to implement the budget, the assumption, the major assumption upon which the budget was based is already failing. A government, of course, it's important how a government came into power. Process matters. But let's assume that it was even Peter Obi that won the election. And the way things are since he was sworn in, see, today is what it is today. Anybody that supported Peter Obi, that will be proud enough to defend him, is the most unpatriotic Nigerian. Because we should be able to call our government, whether we support the government or we don't, whether we support the individual or not. When they are not doing well, the duty we are ourselves is to tell them, you guys are moving in the wrong direction. But when they do well and we're able to see it, we'll clap for them. Yesterday, I said something. I said that whether we like it or not, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. And as far as I'm concerned, I will be more than happy. I'll be more than happy for him to succeed. Because if he succeeds, the burden that some of us bear on our loved ones in Nigeria will reduce. But until I see it, as of today, I don't have any reason to believe that there is hope. Why? Because, hope is not a strategy, whether it's going to be renewed or not renewed. It's not an economic strategy. It's based on policies. You look at a budget, you see what is going to come in, what is going to go out. What is the priority of government? Where you start seeing that something is amiss is when a government is budgeting how many $1 billion to renovate a Dodon barrack that has been abandoned for how many years? A government that should be thinking of how can we sell Dodon barrack to recover money to be able to finance our budget. One man's pleasure, because that's what the Dodon barrack is going to be. One man's pleasure in the country of how many millions? the same government budgeting another billions, about 7 billion, to build a new house that was abandoned for vice president, when another billions, about 2 billion, was in the supplementary budget to renovate where he's currently living. And that government is moving in the right direction. Is that what you want somebody like me to believe? No. We've seen it before. We cannot buy into such rubbish. That's rascality at the highest order. If he said Nigeria is the worst corrupt country in the whole world, she may not be saying it in the way maybe you understood it. But for instance, if Nigeria is like 150 out of 180 countries in year 2022, and when you check, because I think that when we make some of the statements we make, you may think that is actually we're attacking Tinubu. It's not about Tinubu. Government is a continuum. The rot have been going on. In a country of about 180, if Nigeria is like 150, and the country that Nigeria is ahead of is like Tajikistan, Azerbaijan, Horondua, Iraq, Myanmar, Zimbabwe, Eritrea, Sudan, Congo, and the countries that you can't even remember the name.
What's wrong with those countries?
It's safe for you to say that it's even the #1 corrupt country.
No, can I ask him a question, please?
Let me finish my time. It's safe to say there's even the #1 corrupt country.
I said no more
I'm not allowed to ask questions anymore.
And when I say such thing, when I finish, you ask me question, no problem.
You can relax.
I'll answer. When I finish, you ask me question. I don't want to lose my line of thought.
Is that okay with you?
Go ahead. I sent him a report and he's looking at it.
Go ahead, Steph.
And so when you look at that, when I make certain
can I
comments
that I sent it to him, what he's reading out?
No, you didn't send to me. No, it wasn't to me. I see it on my. I use my phone to check. I'm using a different device to watch, so I didn't even see what you sent. As a policy, I don't read chat when I'm on this platform because I know that.
Sorry, Steph. I paused you. I'm the one that paused you. The floor is still yours. Emeka, I started again this conversation again. I said no interruption. When you want him to answer your question, when it gets to your turn, then you can ask him the question. And please, I will really appreciate the fact that you don't interrupt. Nobody interrupts anyone again. When it comes to your turn, you speak and you ask your question, you seek for clarification. I hope we have understanding on this. Steph, the floor is back to you. You have 2 more minutes, please. Thank you.
So when I say certain things about Nigeria that is negative, it's not because of hatred for my country. It's out of love. Here, the country where you are, maybe you are in Europe or in Britain, there are Britons that speak bad of Britain. They call out their government when things is not going right. That is how system corrects itself. The country where I am, I don't see the citizens clapping for government officials when they do something or when things is going the wrong way. For the past few months where inflation was a big deal here, we don't go on the street singing for government, praising them. We call them out. And they don't pick offense. But whenever you want to correct the government or call out the government is not working in Nigeria, those that are being paid for by the government, they pick offense. I have my mouth. Like if he said, if everything is working, I would have been the last person to leave Nigeria. Because I really stayed put for a longer time than I'm supposed to stay, hoping that things will improve. But it has not. Now, coming to the way we recruit our leaders in Nigeria, the recruitment process. I've watched your utterances since you came in. And it seems that you believe that nothing is wrong with our leadership recruitment process, which is actually at the heart of the problem we're having as a country. I don't think that anybody who loves Nigeria, who did not even, for whatever reason, participate in the last election, who did not even have any preferred candidate, will sit back and be happy that eventually he's being led. He has a president with a questionable character, a president that nothing about him is right, nothing about him is authentic, a president that you don't even know his age, a president that you don't even know his real name, a president that you don't even know where he attended primary school or secondary school or university, a president that has been involved in speculation, let's say speculation, allegedly, of drug trafficking, a president that fought everything, fought very hard, hired attorneys to make sure that the details about his so-called university education, where he got a first-class distinction, will not be that nobody should talk about it. This truth about it should not come to bear. You got a lawyer to argue that your record, academic record, where you came out with excellence, distinction, should not be made public. A president who also got a lawyer to make sure that the details about his drug trafficking and other things about him that's being released by FBI should be put on hold. That's the kind of person. I used to ask a question, how did we get this low? How did we get to this level? But having watched you since you came on the platform, the things you've said, I've stopped asking that question. It's obvious. If young people like you are proud that Tinubu is so smart and intelligent to become the president of Nigeria, and therefore he's a hero, that our children should read about him and be proud that such a person was the one-time president of Nigeria, and they want to be like him, then there's no hope. There's no redemption for Nigeria, unfortunately. Thank you.
Fellow panelists, can you indulge Emeka to ask his question? So, Emeka, just your question only. It's not your turn. I'm only giving you that allowance to ask your question, please.
Thank you, Electricity. Steph, right? You said you love Nigeria, right?
Of course.
Good. Have you at any point ever on this platform called for the disintegration of Nigeria?
Disintegration?
Yes.
Of Nigeria?
Have you ever on this platform called for the disintegration of Nigeria?
Do you want to hear me talk? Do you want to hear me talk? You want to hear me talk?
I can give you the other question.
Do you want to? Yeah, now, it's a question. Then are you done? Is there another question?
Hold on, yes, there's another question. You said you love Nigeria.
Yeah, of course.
You openly on this platform supported IPOB and Biafra, right? Have you done that on this platform openly?
Any other question? I'll take the three together. The third one.
Now, do you think Peter Obi is a morally upright individual?
That's the third one, right?
Yes.
Electricity, can you give me like 3 minutes to answer these questions?
I'll give you 2 minutes, Steph, because the others waiting. Try your best if you don't mind.
Okay. My position on Nigeria, I've said it times without number, that a united Nigeria is the best gift we can ever bequeath our children. And that if possible, I'm coming. If possible, we should look for a way to annex some other countries around Nigeria, or maybe by way of consensus, as join them together and become one country with them. But one, it must be based on equity, justice, and fairness. On IPOB, I said that I'm not a fan of Nnamdi Kanu, but I love the key points of his agitation. The reason why I love it is because it is meant to call for dialogue so that we can question why is the reason why he wants out. Because the heart of that reason is the reason why Nigeria is where it is today. On Peter Obi, On P2B, I did not vote for him because I'm not in a place where I can vote for him. But if you ask me about him, the man you said is the man of the year cannot stand shoulder by shoulder with him in anywhere. He cannot.
Have you called for the Nigeria on this platform?
Emeka, I allow you to ask your question, which you did. It's not yet your turn. However, let me say this in respect to your question, in that many have voiced their concern or for the nation to go their separate ways, and reason being that it's not working. And they want to, even though I kicked against it, but I can understand where they are coming from. I've also said on this platform, each region or state should develop their state as well too. So the relevance of that question, I allow that question, but the relevance of the question is what is yet to be established. A lot of people have said so. Locopi has disappeared. So Tone, then we go to Osita, then is a Tone. The floor is yours, please.
Okay, thank you. Emeka.
Don't do me a favor. Let's do ourselves. Let's just speak. Don't address Emeka directly. Just speak.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. What I'm going to say. Okay.
No, they can go ahead. I'm a people. They can go ahead.
Okay. Let's just try to be respectful of each other, because when we're disrespectful, we can't make our points. I know sometimes. Remember, you called me out that sometimes I should calm down. So you two should do the same, more so to a lady. I don't see anything that if he has said that he's out of. I think this is the first time. In fact, I'm even shocked. This is the first time I've seen if he lose it. So, but it's okay. It's okay. But let's, like what I said earlier, and I'll continue saying it, and all that. If we cannot speak the truth, like my brother Osita said, if we cannot have integrity, what are we talking? Why should IPOB, our Nnamdi Kanu, not advocate for a breakup? So telling us that other countries have criminals. Yes, well, they are other criminal, but there are some certain things. I don't know where you are, whether you're in Canada or America. There's some certain things that you do as a politician and all that. You are expected to resign, or they kick you out of there. So for us to really achieve the kind of country that we need to change our narrative. We've got the young ones like electricity, and Dr. Damages always say that what we are recording now, people are going to watch it 10 years, 15 years. That's why I'm very, very careful. I think very careful of what I say. I know that I don't want to say some certain things, and maybe even 6 months down the line, I'll be so ashamed of myself, So that's just what I'm just appealing here, please. And if you could be the bigger man, you're a man. We're here. We have to protect our sister. If he's our sister, I think you should apologize. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Tone. Osita, you're next. Then we go to Emeka, please. Osita, Locopi is back. Look at the way he sneaked back in. All right, Locopi, the floor is yours.
I won't like for waiting for what? Okay. Now. Anyway, first of all, right, I wasn't really happy why.
Locopi, you've lost your train of thought. Go back and come
back.
No,
I haven't. I wasn't really happy with the banter. I know people in the comment section, that's their food anyway. They so much love it, right? The basketballs, this and that. But first thing first, this is New Year, and although New Year is like every other day for me, though every day is a New Year for me. So but I wouldn't want to show whereby we'll start, the show like this January, and having little grudges or animosity or just negative air spread flowing around us here or something like that, And I wasn't really happy. That's why I asked you to stop, try to mute them or take them out. So we can start like this now. And that's one. But for the argument of Nigeria, Tinubu, this and that, yeah, if Emeka decides to say he wants to like somebody, like even somebody that's worse as Desiani, it's his choice. You understand? He's whatever it is, nobody cares. You understand? But whoever you like, or whoever you vote for in election, there's always consequences. You just played the video just now. People say Uncle won't kill them for Lagos. You understand? I can tell you, inside that crowd, more than 50% of them voted for Tinubu, and now they are all crying as Uncle won't kill us. So whoever you like, there's always a consequence, good consequence or bad consequence. It's a choice, so it's a free word. You understand? And though I know, if I want to say my own about Tinubu, yeah, Obi is not a sense. Obi may not be the best man I may want for the job, but given the circumstance that we find ourselves among the three musketeers, I'm like, oh, okay, I'll definitely go for the better one. You understand? You can say some people say it's a better thief, fine, but like at least somebody that will take us 2 or 3 steps further than where we are coming from. So everybody is human. It's human nature for everybody to accept that. So if you say Tinubu is his best man, that's his choice. But for me, I would say Tinubu. Reason is very simple. At least it's clear to everybody. Even it's clear to even the Lagosians around him. There, his hometown people are even saying the hungry one kill them. So who am I to say he's the best man for the job or is man of the year? So like that. So and like you said, I really lost train of my thought anyway. But I'll just keep it short. For the arguments, the last time Ife and I think Bansat, still had it like this. I told Bansat, come before you left, because I think Ife left like that. So I told Bansat, before you go, apologize to Ife, and he did. And I'm glad they also did that to Emeka. And Emeka, I'll tell you one thing, right? Although women we have here, no matter what, though, we try to give them respect regardless of anything. You understand? Women will always be women, and yeah, we have equal rights with everybody. That's not to say women should not respect men, you understand? Because for me, it's a man's word, but we'll still respect women because we have them as sisters, we have them as wives, we have them as mothers. So we also give them respect. Sometimes you don't just go toe to toe with a woman. Come on, man. You can read the comment section now. You can see what people are telling you and this and that. So it's not really nice like that. So I will still join whoever moved the motion to say, you, Emeka,
can I ask
just say forget about this if you're sorry and this and that. I know if you also in our own magnanimity to say the same. So that's it.
Lokopi, do you mind if I ask you a question?
No, I mean I'll be examining now. Fire them.
So there's nothing wrong with a heated debate, right?
No. Debate. This is not debate. Hold on. Let me stop you there. That is not debate.
Let me ask a question.
That is not debate. Continue.
Let me ask a question. More electricity, for God's sake, please.
No, don't meet him. Don't meet him.
For God's sake, please. For God's sake. It's
Lokopi, have you finished talking?
No, I finished. He said he wants to make regard of what I'm saying. Just let it finish.
Lokopi, I'm asking you a question. Have you finished?
I have.
If I want to yield the floor to Emeka, after I give him the floor to ask Steph the question, so I make that determination. So I can decide not to, and he wait for his time, and he can ask you the question. Is that a fair way?
What if I'm not here before he gets to his turn? Don't worry now. Okay, see.
Electricity. Allow him ask the question, please.
Exactly.
I'm the next person.
You see,
don't worry. Just allow him. Don't worry.
Maybe my turn. I will use the opportunity to give my general assessment of the shenanigans going on.
Go ahead and ask him the
now,
question.
Lokopi, if someone insults your mom or your dad, do you in turn be the first to apologize?
You see, this is what I don't want here right now. Okay, I'm gonna. Oh no, Lokopi, I don't want you to speak again. With due respect, please. Okay, Emeka, if you listen to what everybody have just said now, okay, in terms of apology, none of them said only you should apologize. They said
no, but she had the first youth to apologize. She said she was never going to.
My friend, come and stay behind the back door there. Keep your meeting yourself. they want both of you to apologize, but they want you to be the bigger person to apologize. If you can't be, nobody's forcing you to apologize. It's your God-given human right if you don't want to apologize. Let's just get that clear. So I'm going to bring you back on the stage. I don't want this issue of, if you want to apologize, to be the bigger person to apologize, apologize. If you don't want to apologize, then no problem. But like I said, we live in a small world. You don't know where your path will cross tomorrow. We see on this platform, we don't know. Let me give you a story, a true life story that happened within the last 48 hours. On this platform, someone called me and asked me, who is that person? And I told this person, this is that person. That other person called me and said, oh, let me thank that person. He gave me so amount of money. They've not met. It's a small world. I will emphasize on this. We don't know where our path will cross. Emeka, you are a titled man. Like I said, even if it is wrong, you've taken all the blame in your response to her. And if you can't be the bigger man, nobody's forcing you. So I'll bring you back on the platform. You know why I put you? If you have rebuked me once here to say electricity, seems this is your power that you kick people. So I stop kicking people out. I'll put you on the platform backstage and I'll bring you back. That is learning process. And if you cannot appreciate learning process, then it's unfortunate. So I'm going to bring you back, but you're going to wait till your time and speak your mind. You guys can decide to apologize to each other, and you may decide not to apologize to each other. But what happened is already out there. And if you read the comment section, particularly from the ladies, I don't want to highlight it. So it's your call, but do not interrupt again. The floor is now to Osita. Then after Osita speaks, then you can speak as well. Thank you.
Hello, guys. It's 12 minutes past 3 where I am, of course. And Happy New Year to everybody once again. And sometimes when the argument gets very hot, please, I always advise, please, can we refrain from being very personal, like using personally harsh words, like you're stupid, you're mad, you're crazy. It doesn't. There are things that as grown-up people, we should still be able to attack the issues, say things without saying things that will personally, I can't find a word for it, that attacks personalities. Please, it's basic stuff. In terms of who should apologize to who, it doesn't take anything to apologize. I apologize to all of you on all of you's behalf, even on my own behalf, because I also contributed to the tempo being, as hot as it has been. I'm a married man. I've been married for some years. It doesn't take me anything. When I go into argument with my wife, even most of the time when she's wrong and I pointed out to her, I still have to bear the burden of that correction because she will go quiet for some hours, and that puts me in a very difficult position. I would rather apologize to her 1 million times and everybody's smiling, because relationship between a man and a woman in every form, be it a marriage, be it on platforms, be it in an organization, as an Igbo man, we know to always take the lead when it comes to apology. That does not mean you will not correct somebody or point them in the right direction, but ejilu fuaka, how do they put it? The other hand, put your back. Now back to the major issues. It's quite unfortunate, and electricity. Before these arguments started, I was trying to stop us from focusing on what happened in the previous election, or these personalities, Tinubu, Adobe, and everything. But unfortunately, we are where we are, and it's quite unfortunate because I think, regardless of sometimes how we try to run it away from it, I think this 2023 election, I think it's going to be in our heads for almost a very long time if care is not taken. Because if one thing happens, you can't even point out things without someone thinking, oh, it's because it's Tinubu. And I was going to at some point ask him, say, Was he in the previous? What did he? Could he have given such submissions if we were Buhari that was in power? You get? Could he have stood his ground on such submissions when Buhari was in power? You know, when it comes to saying the issues of, oh, we're not representing our country, where we're keep speaking bad of the country. No, nobody wants to speak bad of the country. He definitely doesn't love Nigeria more than myself. Nobody, and anyone can argue that they love Nigeria more than any other person. And it is beautiful like that, because that is what makes us patriotic. We should love the country personally more than any other person. And that is fine. The only place I do not agree with Eze, I disagree with him, is on the fact of process. Doing things right. Should we now, because things have been done wrong in the past, and continue on that pathway? Over the years, and he could have mentioned in the 1967. I wasn't born in the 1967. I was born in the 90s. So I might not remember everything that happened in 67. For as long as I can tell, we are reading books, seen on clips. What about the people who are coming now? The people who are 10 years old, 5 years old? What example, what models are we setting up for them? What should be the new benchmark? It's not for us. Someone said here that we are already done. A majority of us are already at the peak of our career. We already know what we are going to be, even in the next 10, 15 years. So please, when we come on this platform, and the reason I'm saying this is, I encourage Emeka to come more on the platform. It's okay to have a different idea. It's absolutely fine.
You guys don't want different opinions.
You get no. On contrary to what you think,
you don't want it.
I love different opinions.
Electricity has showed his hands, so he's not somebody. He's very biased.
Please let me just finish. Okay. You're not the first person who has been on this platform. There are a number of people who have been on this platform, and I encourage as much people as possible. I actually thought that
they're not going to come because you guys are very biased. Even electricity, how many times did they kick me out? Right? You guys are, but you don't want alternative views, and actually, you don't want the truth. You don't want it.
Do you know how many people on this platform?
No, there are lots of people on the platform. You guys don't.
So when you say you guys,
local for you, local for you, right? You're a bit moderate. You can listen.
Then why will you say you guys?
Yeah, but those who see electricity, right?
Hold on. Hold on. Emeka, look, listen. I don't get
into that. We could go into that. Let us
let me tell you why I stopped you guys.
Let Osita continue. Let me tell you what.
Hold on. Let me.
Can we let Osita continue?
You know why I told you guys for quarreling? This is not my platform. Neither is any of us platform. This platform belongs to the damages. Like I feel as one of maybe the pioneers or one of the oldest member, you understand, of this whatever. I think I owe it to the damages to make sure we send positive message out with this platform. You get my point. So that's why I stopped the quarrel, the banter, because it's not healthy for audience and whatever. Then secondly, when you say you guys, that's why my first question to you was, do you know how many people on this platform? Now when you say lots of you guys, so when you say you guys, it's like you're referring to everybody apart from
many of you, including electricity. Many of
you. That's why I have to watch you there. Like don't say you guys.
No, for you, local
because this platform belongs to
someone I can have a conversation with.
Can I just finish my conversation, my submission?
Please. Sorry for interrupting.
See, Eze, and from the deepest part of my heart, if I see you anywhere tomorrow, I'll sit down with you, have a drink, hug you, pat you in the back. And do you know the funniest thing? In this platform, I'm probably one of the people who have the most of friends who support Tinubu. A lot of my friends in Lagos, my Yoruba friends, a good majority of them, they supported Tinubu. We still talk. And I don't hold it against them. They have their own views. I have my own view. But whatever has happened pre-election has happened. What about now? All I'm saying is, please, can we start doing things right? Let us stop accepting that, things have to remain here. That is the status quo. That is the way it has to be. That is the way it has always been done. That is what brought us here. You know, Nobody loves this country, even the ones who are agitating to go out. If you're truly in touch with things in the Southeast, if you're truly in touch with people in the Southeast, you will even know, or people who are Oduduwa people, someone like Olumide, you will know they are not agitating because there is a definite future out there if they were to, have their emancipation from Nigeria. It's because that when people look left and they look right and they see no other option, they will go for the last option they see, even if that option leads to their demise. There are millions of people in Nigeria who do not have any slightest idea of where their next meal is coming from. People in Plateau State being murdered on a daily basis. Oh my goodness. A lot of people have been in IDP camp since 2015 up in the north. And I remember when that thing was happening then in the north. I know I was saying it in the Lagos then. My goodness, something has to be done. If something is not done, this thing will come to the south. We are here today. A great number of people voted in APC. We all know how a good majority of people fought to get APC into power. I didn't vote APC in 2015. My cousin that I lived with I was living in Lagos with, he voted APC. When the election finished, where everybody was saying, say Baba, say Baba, say Baba. My own sister, who is now in the UK, also who used to live in Lagos there, he was telling me that, oh, Jonathan had to go. She was in my house last month and she retreated. She said, oh, if only she had known. But where it is worse is when we see that things are going wrong, even when it is clear to everybody and we can't say it out. It's wrong, regardless of whose ox is God. Even as well as people try to praise Peter Obi, when he was campaigning during then, I don't know whether he was on this platform or who can remember. When I said, people say, I said, well, the one place I have something wrong about with Peter Obi is the fact that he didn't conduct local government elections early enough. He could have given all the excuses, all things, political instability and all of that. I can understand that. But I do know that if someone had the political will to conduct local government election as a governor, nothing could have stopped that person. And this thing and I'm more bothered about local government because I believe that is where the problem can start being solved. So please, and for a good number of us, people who are even supporting Alex Otti, I supported Alex Otti. Should start calling him out now because he's been in power for a while now, and I've not seen any signs of local government election. And when he finally conducts it, how much interference does he bring into it, or will he allow it to be free and fair? The same thing is about to happen in Enugu State, and this can go down, trickle down to even to our political parties. How do they evolve? How do we recruit leaders? We can say all we want, think we are safe overseas and everything. My brother, every month I see the same money. Tomorrow, on my phone now, there's a voice note from my mother. Now, money, it never stops. Someone said it here. If Tinubu, things start working out with Tinubu's administration, he lessens the burden on the people in diaspora. When I tell people, my colleagues, my partners, how much I send back home, they ask me, oh my goodness, this is wickedness. This is wrong. Does your mother not work? Does your mother not have what is it called? A pension? What do you mean need to pay for hospital bills? It's alien to them. Today, purposely, my wife. So if you guys remember, at some point music was playing. Someone asked me to mute the music. That was my wife upstairs. She was doing her crossover prayer. I purposely didn't engage with it at the moment. I didn't want to start it. Do that midnight prayer. Normally I'm on my own. I'm a prayer warrior on my own by the grace of God. But this time around, I didn't want to do it at that normal time that people think, oh, if you don't do it by 12 o'clock, then there is a problem. No. Some of the things we are praying for in Nigeria, there are things that it's not prayer that will solve it for us. And I thought that was what we are going to talk about today, the solutions. How do we spread our message across other media platforms, through the churches, through football viewing centers? How do we promote engaging our the people in the grassroots rural areas?
It's not to start engaging them against Tinubu, but to know for what is good for themselves. To start asking their own leaders questions. To go and start checking on their councillors. Asking their councillors, local government chairmen, what is happening? A lot of people back home do not know this. And it is our solemn duty, God-mandated privilege to have been in a society where we've seen things work different. And it will be a shame. It will be a great disappointment. It will be a failure on it to all us Nigerians if we choose to remain, apathetic to the situation back home. Thank you. That will be my submission. I will yield the floor.
It seems no one can hear me. Oh.
We can hear you.
Oh, have I been ranting all along?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was praying into 2024, even though I'm already into 2024. Let me acknowledge those with super chats there. That's Kulata and one other person, something Cho, Kulata and Cho. However, I am not going to highlight it based on the comment there because the comment will generate something else. So I'm just acknowledging it and thanking you for your super chats. For Kulata, I think somebody has told you to increase your donation to above $2. So I hope you will start doing that in 2024. Your $2 is appreciated. To Young One, I am not going to highlight your comments just for the sake of, your super chat. It's acknowledged, thank you, but I'm not going to highlight it. Emeka, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Electricity. Now let me speak. And I hope nobody.
Sorry, before you say something, I acknowledge what you said. Comment about me that I am biased.
Yeah, you're very biased.
Yeah, it's okay. That is acknowledged. I'm the moderator, and
no, I think it's a feedback.
People will judge. I won't judge. People will judge whether I'm biased or not. But you're entitled to your opinion. So the floor
it's
is
not
yours.
an opinion. It's not an opinion. You're very biased.
The floor is yours, please.
Yeah, thank you, Electricity. Yeah, thank you. You're very biased. It's not an opinion. And like I said initially, there's a reason why people with different opinions do not come here. And that reason is very obvious. And I think you guys should do some introspection going forward in 2024. I've watched for 4 months opinions, comments that have been said about either the country or the president that I don't like, but sometimes you look at it, it could be comic relief and you laugh. And I said, these guys don't know any better. But when other people with different opinions are talking to you, and I'm addressing you as Electricity, you may not like it, but you should be open to it. Take that as an advice for 2024, so that those with different opinions can come in and feel safe. This looked like a gang up, though I brought myself into it. So I knew what I was coming into. I was prepared, right? And I'm not one who would be shy from a heated debate, no. But if you don't want to let me speak, just let me know. Then I can just take myself. That's why I've not left. That's why I've not left. Because I'm not one who would be shy away from a heated debate. But it's a gang up, right? And if you guys do not take